Chapter 121 Heaven Grade Lower Grade Technique. Lin Zhe and Hong Tian exchanged glances. Both were silent. Did I kill a little too soon? Lin Zhe glanced at him breathlessly. This is all the heavenly fate immortal body is? And you didn't stop it. Hong Tian reached out and summoned the ancient book that emitted a seven-colored glow. The flowing feats were just laid out in front of the two of them. It is inscribed in 3 large, elegant letters. The Law of the 7 Sentiments. Turning to the first page, it described in detail the various essential mysteries of the 7 emotions law. The word is clear and the path is simple. With these essential Upanishads, even a half-assed person could gnaw through the 7 emotions law, from shallow to deep. This essence is from the hand of the mighty at first glance. Then look at the backdrop. Void into the dream. Who is void into dreams? Most of Lin Zhe's knowledge of Tianlan stayed in the land of the green domain, and the rest of the world was just some dabbling from various collections. Not much. As for the land of the green domain, apart from a green Saint Ching Tsang and half Saint Changyi, there weren't many heavyweights left. The name Void into Dreams is clearly not part of the green domain. Hong Tian frowned, constantly sensing the presence of the Void entry dream with the power of his heavenly fate immortal body. But for a long time, Hong Tian was unable to find the slightest clue in heaven's destiny. The long river of destiny has not even the slightest ripple. This person is not a simple person. I can't see this person yet with my current heavenly fate realm. Then forget it. Lin Zhe nodded indifferently. He didn't need to think twice about who Void into Dreams was right now. In 30 days, he would hold down the dog's head of every behind-the-scenes layout and make them sing a song of conquest one by one. At that time, there was no need for Lin Zhe to look for it. The answer would come to him obediently. 30 days, blink and it's over. The important thing at the moment was that Lin Zhe had finally gotten his most wanted high-level spirit race cultivation method. At this point, the essence was finally complete, and Lin Zhe would finally unite the 3 veins, completely reviving the full extent of the ancient 8 desolate blood. Thinking that, Lin Zhe picked up the 7 emotions law and turned to leave. Only one sentence remains. After practicing, I'll accompany you to fish for the immortal scriptures and wait for me. Eyeing Lin Zhe leaving, Hong Tian suddenly scratched his head. Fishing for immortal scriptures? Why do I feel that you are more anxious than me? Forget it, while there is time. First casually break through. See the green domain recently this situation. Half-step divine see this point of the realm is not quite enough. Can't swing it. Any more pendulums and we won't be able to catch up with the pervert. After saying that, Hong Tian sat cross-legged in place and traveled in the void, absorbing the spirit of heaven and earth. Medicine come. Dan come. Farai. In the void, Hong Tian tapped into the power of the immortal body once more, sublimating it once more. The other side. Lin Zhe sat cross-legged with the 7 emotions law in hand. Divine Gnosis LV6 activated. You've looked up the law of the 7 sentiments. With your horrible understanding, you've completely broken the 7 emotions law and deduced it to the 10th level. The law of 7 emotions LV10. Great perfection. You have comprehended an earth-level extreme technique, and your power over divine gnosis. As the realm of the 7 emotions law climbed extremely fast, Lin Zhe's spiritual will instantly grew at an incredible speed, becoming more and more indestructible. At the same time, with the strength of his spiritual will, Lin Zhe's mind was clear. Suddenly, it was as if his consciousness had broken free of some kind of bondage and became extraordinarily relaxed. Quite a long time in the cage. Back to the natural feeling. It is as transparent as a mirror, as brilliant as a glaze, and as firm as a stone. Lin Zhe's divine sense perception became incomparably sharp, its range expanding by more than hundreds of times, and without any semblance of rawness. No matter how far away it is as if your ears are physically present, as if the earth is seeing and hearing the heavens. And as Lin Zhe's spiritual realm rose, the ancient 8 desolate blood in his body was also like a hungry wolf that had smelled blood, rushing up at great speed. His blood was boiling. It's burning. A blood-colored flame flowed through every inch of Lin Zhe's body's hair and skin. Gobble, gobble. Blood is like a swift wave. The ancient power in your bloodline guides you to unite the 3 chakras and unlock the bloodline's sacred treasure. Under the guidance of your bloodline, you attempt to use the 8 desolate bloodline method as the core, forcibly fusing the chi refining method, essence refining method, and spirit refining method to unite the 3 veins into one. You have fused the great desolate true amazing technique, extreme, and the law of 7 emotions. You have comprehended the ancient 8 wastelands blood exclusive heavenly lower grade technique 8 wastelands, invisible sacred shadow, extreme, 8 wastes, invisible holy shadow, extreme, LV10. Great perfection. The 3 chakras are united. And it's actually a direct heaven grade lower grade? It seemed that the power of this 8 desolate bloodline was far more mysterious and unpredictable than Lin Zhe had predicted. And the 8 desolate blood feats technique wasn't finished when it reached the lower grade of the heaven grade. The consummation of the 3 veins of essence. Chi and spirit has finally revived the ancient power latent in the bloodline. You run the bloodline power. Lin Zhe's eyes flashed with starlight. He reached out and a shimmering light emerged from his fingertips. Boom! The glimmering shimmer seemed to be the only light in the dark universe at this moment. Once it appeared, it shocked the entire space and time with its absolute stance. It had the dominance of fleshly essence, the vastness of heaven and earth aura, and the majesty of willful pressure. Just this shimmering light contained the extremes of the three great powers of essence and spirit. One strike was the way of destruction. How can the power be as simple as 1 plus 1? At the same time, Lin Zhe had a higher immunity and stronger resistance to the mere power of the three chakras. Mere essence attacks or aura energy attacks would no longer be able to cause effective damage to Lin Zhe, and most of them would be exempted by the power of the bloodline. To summarize it simply in Lin Zhe's understanding, his attack turned into a chaotic attack. A move that went down was a physical body aura will hitting together. The armor becomes divine armor, and others attacking him with a single power will be greatly partially mitigated. And only the same chaotic attacks can deal non-mitigated effective damage to Lin Zhe. It had to be said that the 8 desolate blood after being fully awakened was truly a strong word. These two advantages alone, chaotic attack and sacred armor, were enough to make Lin Zhe proud, not to mention the physical enhancement and other changes after the bloodline was fully awakened. In short, at this moment, Lin Zhe was already strong to an inhuman state. He had completely crossed the boundary of the innate. Of course, it's only the battlefield that's crossed over. Realm-wise, because the green domain itself did not have saint-level rules, Lin Zhe's realm was still stuck at the Life Shen realm, but it was just like Lin Zhe breaking through the heavenly yuan. His realm comprehension was sufficient, and as long as the Dao ban was lifted or he went to another domain, he could directly break through the shackles at any time and arrive at the pinnacle of the formless saint. In other words, the arrival of the 7 emotions law had made Lin Zhe a true saint who could transform at any time. At this point, the holy realm has been completed. Lin Zhe closed the law of the 7 emotions. At this time of year, the flowers are delicate and the grass is green. The sun is shining and the breeze is favorable. Everything in this world is good. Chapter 122, The Boundary River. At this point, a vast fluctuation came from heaven and earth. There is a heavenly flower and an earthly lotus. There's purple energy coming from the east for millions of miles. There is also a view of the sun and moon in the same sky. The heavenly Dao Tian Yuan that had once shaken the green sky realm and rippled across the 5 lakes in the 4 corners of the world reappeared. In the sky, a radiant golden heavenly Yuan flickered brightly, once again descending the supreme and mighty power of the heavenly Dao, causing all the people in the world to have honor with it. Another god of cultivators has appeared. I got a hard-on? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with this green domain lately? The god of cultivators who can hardly produce one for tens of millions of years has actually appeared back-to-back in just a few days. Damn! Either I'm crazy or the world is crazy. In a crowd of incredulous gazes, Hong Tian thus completed his breakthrough and was promoted to a new generation of cultivator god with the body of heavenly Dao Tian Yuan. The whole process can be described as boarding a ping pong across the water without any ripples. It's as simple and easy as eating and drinking. And indeed it does. To a heaven's destiny immortal body, wasn't such a trivial matter as a breakthrough a common occurrence. Breaking through the Tian Yuan, Hong Tian gathered his heavenly destiny and faintly commented, "It's not bad." He squeezed his palms. It's a pity that the immortal scriptures haven't arrived yet, or else it would have been easier to dry up to vital Shen in a single breath and finish the section of innate. This, in turn, had to mention the heaven's destiny immortal body of the Hong Tian generation. Doggone sun thief. Other people lack gold in their 5 elements. You lack virtue in your 5 elements. The immortal scriptures can't be thrown anywhere but in the boundary river. How dare you think of that? Hong Tian helplessly cursed the previous generation before stepping out between the voids. After sensing Lin Zhe's presence for a moment, he sought out the trail. Lin Zhe, being a 10,000 laws immortal body, was also presumed to be the type to have an immortal scripture in his hand. He himself had already broken through the heavenly Yuan. There was no reason why it wasn't over on his side, and a mere book of the 7 emotions law wouldn't be hard for Wanfa, who was in the same 9 immortal body as heaven's destiny. For this moment in time, Lin Zhe must have at least started with a great accomplishment in the 7 emotions law. Fruity. By the time Hong Tian saw Lin Zhe, observed their spiritual will, transparent as a mirror, firm as gold, brilliant as a bright flame. It is as if the law of the 7 sentiments has been attained. The great perfection of the realm of transformation? What's the big deal about having a scripture? This made Hong Tian's okay mood suddenly become not so okay. He glanced at Lin Zhe and snapped his fingers. A void gate that spanned countless realm layers and led straight to the Tianlan realm river then surfaced in front of the two. He then stepped directly into the void gate, only dropping the sentence, "Go, it's your turn to work." Lin Zhe followed directly with a flash. The two of them stepped into the mysterious heavenly Lan boundary river. The boundless realm. Tianlan Boundary River. This place is the extremity of Tianlan, the edge of the world. It says it's a boundary river, but in reality, it was a dark and boundless, illusory barrier made up of countless void mediums, which was named Boundary River because it flowed with the void and rippled, resembling a long river. It cut across the edge of the world, stopping the Tianlan world from going, separating Tianlan from the outside world, and guarding the peace and smoothness between the realms. It has been an unknown number of years now, and on this day, the always tranquil Boundary River rippled slightly. Two guests have traveled thousands of miles to the edge of the Boundary River. Lindsay and Hong Tian's figures flashed by the Boundary River. The two watched silently as the microwaves floated in the Boundary River, looking at the fragments of the world that flickered through the countless mediums of the void. 1, 2, countless. Halftime. Lindsay looked at Hong Tian with a wry face. So, how do you want me to help you fish? One world at a time to try it down in person? There are countless world fragments in the Boundary River. Hell knows what world the immortal scriptures actually fell into. Hong Tian waved his hand. Not so much, not so much. Knowing that the immortal scripture has been in the Boundary River for this period of time, I have made great efforts to have already checked and determined with the immortal body origin one by one, that the heavenly fate immortal scripture has only stayed in the fragments of the three worlds for this period of time during the flood. But I can't get into these three worlds. I don't know if I smelled the immortal scriptures, but there's a ghostly thing in the Boundary River that's been guarding those three worlds, and I can't dry it out. Linza was slightly surprised. What the hell? Even you can't handle it? He had fought with Hong Tian and was well aware of Hong Tian's battle performance. In a nutshell, it's a hang-up, and now it was even promoted to the Heavenly Yuan realm, condensing the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Yuan. The power of Heaven's mandate was upgraded once again, and his battle power increased greatly. But even so, Hong Tian still said he couldn't manage it. This had to surprise Linza. Hearing Lin Zai's words, Hong Tian frowned and said, "What about that damn thing? Say it's a shadowy spirit, but it's not quite dead, half dead. Say it's some kind of obsessive madness, and then it's not at all the kind of powerful purposefulness that obsessive madness has. Anyway, it's hard to say. You'll know when you see it." Lin Zai added, "Tianlan is so powerful. Haven't you thought of going over to them?" Hong Tian shook his head. "That thing is not easy to deal with. It's bizarre. If not for my immortal body, I'm afraid I would have died under its sharp claws. Even my immortal body is still like this. Let alone those mortals in Tianlan. They're even worse. Besides," Hong Tian spread his hands, "my hallowed heaven's destiny immortal body went to seek help from those foreigners. The immortal body's face is lost." In Hong Tian's mind, there had long been a thick barrier between immortal bodies and other people. The world was a foreigner in Hong Tian's eyes. No, more precisely, the immortal body was the foreigner in the world's eyes. The alien is not destined to understand integration into the world, nor to be understood by the world, being able to understand and fit into the alien. There are only deviants. Of course, what one alien can't solve can only be left to another alien. Therefore, the world is large, but only the zephyr and the sky. Lin Zai glanced at Hong Tian. "Okay, you name it, I'll do it." "Cool." Hong Tian pointed a finger into Lin Zai's brow. A mysterious heavenly fate seal rune then appeared between Lin Zai's eyebrows, emitting a mysterious purple light. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao, invisible to the onlookers, unseen and unobtainable. The same goes for the immortal scriptures attributed to the 9 immortal bodies. Although you are also an immortal body, able to see the immortal scriptures that cannot be seen or touched by the mortals of this world. But such a thing as the 10,000 Dharma immortal body going to fish for the heavenly fate immortal scriptures is probably the first time in all of history. And I don't know if you'll be able to see any other immortal scriptures besides the 10,000 Dharma immortal scriptures or not. So just to be on the safe side, I've left you this seal of heavenly destiny. This seal contains my immortal body origin, which ensures that it allows you to perceive and see the existence of the heavenly fate immortal scripture. Lindsay, 6. Due to the special nature of the 9 immortal bodies, whether or not immortal scriptures could be seen by non-immortal bodied people was something Lin Zai had thought about before. However, with the idea that the boat is straight and it's worth a try for the immortal body, Lin Zai decided to do it and talk about it. And now, before things are done, the problem has been solved. Good buddy. Chapter 123, Ghostly Shadow. 8 Wasteland's True Body. The arrival of the seal of heavenly destiny instantly caused the starlight in Lin Zai's eyes to gather like a river and a sea. He looked at Hong Tian, his eyes glowing. "What's that look in your eye?" Hong Tian took a conscious step back. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heavenly destiny trembling, and inexplicably had an ominous premonition. "You're not right. It's okay, I'll just see if you're fooling me." Linza averted his gaze and extinguished the fire in his eyes. "Alright, anything else to note? And if there's more?" Hong Tian thought for a moment, There's not much to pay attention to, just as long as you can slip in under that damn thing. With the seal of heavenly destiny in your body, I believe it won't be long before you'll be able to sense the existence of the immortal scriptures. Oh yes, remember, do not stay in those world fragments. Come back immediately when you find them. All of these world fragments are just different projections of each world left behind in their respective space and time. Not real worlds, where the laws and timelines are chaotic and false, and extremely unstable, and could shatter at any time. The two of us are currently not saints, and even if we are honored as the immortal body, if we stay for a long time, I fear that we will risk getting lost in the illusory chaos. Okay, I'm going. Hong Tian nodded. Don't worry about going, I'll protect you. After saying that, Lindsay jumped into the chaotic boundary river in one go. Hong Tian, on the other hand, unfolded the heavenly fate true realm, and a purple seal identical to the one at Lindsay's brow emerged. His heavenly destiny breath was connected to Lindsay, always keeping an eye on his movements, and at the slightest hint of something wrong, he would immediately make time and space rewind back to its original point. On the other hand, Lindsay disappeared into the infinite realm river. A world fragment crossed his side. In those fragments, Lindsay could clearly see the movements of living beings from all walks of life, and see the different splendor of each world. There are immortal cultivators, devil cultivators, martial arts practitioners, and spirit beast breeders, of all kinds, as if they were commodities for Lindsay to choose. This couldn't help but make Lindsay instantly think of his past life. There are so many world fragments in the boundary river, so could there be a shard that belongs to the ball of one's former location? But as soon as this thought rose, it was suppressed by Lindsay. To Lindsay, he always had one goal now: get stronger, still getting stronger. As long as he had the strength, what in the world could he not do? It's not too late to pursue these things when one is completely transcendent. Thus, Lindsay just looked at it for a few moments before he let go of his senses and began to seek out Hong Tian's heaven's mandate seal to find the world fragments that were sensed. He traveled back in time through the river of infinite boundaries. This boundary river from nowhere is truly vast. Lindsay had searched through it for a long time without seeing the side of the boundary river to find the 3 world fragments that Hong Tian had mentioned. I don't know how much longer. The seal of heavenly destiny at Lindsay's brow finally responded. In Lindsay's eyes, there were 3 world fragments that were emanating a glistening violet aura that had the same origin as heaven's mandate. Found it. In a flash, Lindsay appeared not far from the 3 world fragments. He first took a wary look around. Extremely perceptive. Nor did he find the ghostly thing Hong Tian had said. Around the 3 world fragments, only different fragments were floating and flowing with the boundary river, which looked very normal and not dangerous. This caused Lindsay's eyes to flash. An array of fire surfaced in his eyes. Sure is tricky. Sometimes too much normalcy is the greatest abnormality. Something that even Hong Tian's kind of hanging immortal body had been unable to manage for so many years. Lindsay didn't think that it would suddenly just disappear without a trace. Apparently, it's top-notch at hiding. Lindsay immediately made a show of entering some world fragment. Next moment, whoosh, an eerily chilling, dry, thin ghostly claw poked out from the side. When Lindsay sidestepped, allowing the ghostly claw to slap onto the sword case. Boom! The Cyan Saint soldier within the sword box immediately erupted with a shocking sword pressure that shook the realm river, and the strong demonic might instantly iterated over the realm river. Between one floating and the other sinking, it was like a storm of stars and rivers. Many fragile and unstable world fragments directly shattered under the powerful pressure of the Saint soldier's outburst. The entire boundary river was quite empty. Holy, you move a little less. Don't shake my immortal scripture away. Don't worry, I have it in mind. Speaking, Lindsay had gotten a good look at Ghost Claw's true form. The owner of that ghostly claw was something that resembled a humanoid creature, wrapped in a pitch-black mist that made it impossible to see its true form, only revealing a pair of crimson demonic eyes in the facial region. Its body breath seems to be yin and not yin, seems to be yang and not yang. Yin hidden in the black fog cannot be said to be obsessive, also cannot be said to be some kind of magic. It's just as weird as Hong Tian said, and after its claw slapped on the sacred soldier's sword box, causing the sacred soldier to bounce back, it was surprisingly unharmed, even though the saint soldier in the sword box had not fully revived, and was only flowing out some vibrating reverse aura. This was in the end a beginningless one saint soldier, possessing the power to overthrow all elephants. This damn thing was able to receive the holy soldier's chi without being injured. There were a few points of strength in it. No wonder even Hong Tian couldn't handle it. Not bad. It's an excellent battle-testing stone. Ever since his exhaustive battle with Venerable Korinai at Daojia Mountain, Lindsay's strength had improved again with each passing day. Not only did he break through the 2 heavenly Yuan Fate Xian levels in a row and walk to the innate limit, he also completed the unification of the 3 veins of essence, Qi, and Spirit, and his bloodline was completely revived. Battle power has skyrocketed. Nowadays, he was already strong to an unknown level, and even he didn't know what kind of realm he could reach after exerting himself at full strength. The damn thing came at the right time. Lindsay clasped his hands in vain, and the shadow of a war god burning with holy blood emerged behind him. 8 Wastes, Invisible Sacred Shadow LV10. Pro. The shadow of the god of war merged within Lindsay's body, causing Lindsay's body to expand violently and grow rapidly until it became a small giant about 3 feet tall like that god of war before stopping. As Lindsay's body grew, a dragon, phoenix, unicorn, and other auspicious shadows condensed from countless spiritual chi also surrounded Lindsay's body. The consummation of the divine will emitted a spiritual light, which also gathered behind Lindsay to form a striking ring of divine light that vibrated through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The Eightfold Truth, Sacred Shadow State. A god or devil from the distant ancient times came across time and space and descended into the land of the realm river. His arrival caused heaven and earth to lose their colors, and caused time and space to fall silent. Battle. Lindsay, who was in his 8 desolate true body state, broke through the air with a punch. The boundary river rolled in a huge wave. A skybreaking fist shadow ran above the ghostly shadow at a speed that crossed the boundaries of heaven and earth. The ghostly shadow extended its ghostly claws and struck again. The morose black aura covered the sky, like a flood breaking through a dike. Boom! The shadow of the fist clashed with the black aura. After a short contact, the black gas shattered. Lindsay's fist shadow punched the ghostly shadow, causing the black aura all over its body to deflate a bit. One strike is all it takes. But the fact that, Lindsay frowned slightly. Chapter 124, Heaven's Mandate? Fishing Village. The moment just now, though only for a moment. But with Lindsay's current cultivation realm, he would never perceive it wrong. In the exchange just now, there seemed to be a brief lull in the shadow of his fist. This power seems to be. A ray of inexplicable light flickered in Lindsay's eyes that were as vast as the sea of stars. Again, Long River Sunset Round LV10. A brilliant sun broke through the boundary river's misty fog and descended above the boundary river. The light of the great sun shone in all directions, scorching the infinite boundary rivers. Lindsay's infinite boundary river is a view of a long river setting in the sun. That brilliant sun broke through the boundaries of the earth and came to cut down heaven and earth. Extinction. The huge blazing sun flew between the long rivers with the momentum of melting 10,000 hectares, scorching all the morose black aura of that ghostly shadow, exposing it to the blazing sun, and consuming all impurities with the light of the blazing sun. Ghost Shadow was not to be outdone. Roar. It let out a roar as if from the 9 hells, stretching out a ferocious ghost claw, once again breaking through the running attack, like a moth to a flame, resolutely tearing apart the great sun. Breaking. The great sun is exhausted. The remaining fire is burning. Lindsay's attack turned, and he suddenly transformed the bright flame of the great sun into the sea. Wow! The waves rise. After the blazing sun fell, a bright moon surfaced on the endless ocean. It is clear and bright light widespread heaven and earth. In the vastness of the sea refracted fish scales on the surplus light. The light was misty in the moonlight and shimmered with dreamy colors. The sea also turned into a bright mirror at this moment, floating the ghostly figure on top of the mirror. The ghostly shadows and the white moon are white. Flowers in the mirror. Moon in the water. Disillusionment. Clang. Countless sword chi that met the sun and moon suddenly burst out from the bright mirror. The blazing fire and the cold ice complemented each other at this moment, showing the divine power of the great sun and the white moon. Whoosh! Countless sword chi raced, transforming into a sea of sword smoke. Ghostly shadows floated in the sea of swords, letting out an unsettling and evil roar. Roar! It wanted to break free from the double attack of the remaining fire of the blazing sun and the bright mirror of the white moon, but it was already trapped in the mirror and subdued under the remaining fire of the blazing sun. You can only watch your body suffer the punishment of the sword of the sun and the moon. With every sword chi that passed through its body, the black aura on its body would dissolve for a minute, revealing the true body of the ghostly shadow hidden within. Roar! It let out an increasingly urgent roar, shattering the sea of swords, and again trying to break through the sun and moon's heavy siege. But how could Lindsay do what it wanted? With a turn of breath, 2 black and white chi float above Lindsay's 8 desolate true body. Yin and yang metaphysical changes. The cycle of birth and death. Turn. Infusion of yin and yang. The sun and moon rotate. The sea of swords that had just shattered turned from death to life, reorganizing itself from the shattering and once again surfacing in the sun-moon mirror, constantly rotating and coiling, penetrating through the body of the ghost shadow. Lindsay clasped his hand in vain. The infinite sea of swords coalesced into a great river, washing over the ghostly shadows with the momentum of overriding heaven and earth. That ghostly shadow looked so small under the river of swords illuminated by the sun and moon, shattering at the touch of a button. Shattered. Boom! The river poured out and the sky turned upside down. Beneath the long river, Heaven and earth do not exist. There was no more life in the Boundary River. It looked as if the ghostly figure had been ambushed. However, Lindsay still didn't relax, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Watch out! Behind you! Hong Tian's prompt came. Lindsay turned around without slowing down. A strike of ghostly claws attacked. The 8 desolate truths hardened against this strike from the ghost claw. When Lindsay's 8 desolate true body was like golden iron, clad in the heavenly god's battle armor. Ghost claw's strike didn't cause Lindsay any trouble. It didn't hurt. Lindsay took advantage of the situation and grabbed the ghostly shadow with his true body's giant hand, holding it in his palm. He'd like to see what the hell it was. Show yourself. Lindsay's large hand passed through the morose black aura, as if through a forest of black mist full of frost, cold to the bone. It was also cold in his hand, as if he had grabbed a piece of 10,000-year-old metaphysical ice. Its coldness was so deep and chilling that it seemed to have penetrated Lindsay's 8 desolate true body's skin and seeped into the bone marrow. However, the next moment it was washed away by the 8 desolate hot blood within Lindsay's body and annihilated into nothingness. And taking advantage of this moment, Lindsay increased his grip and his hand burned with a blazing fire. The desire to uncover the ghostly figure's black shroud and force out his true form. But the next moment, the ghostly shadow's bizarre power surged once again. It unexpectedly and inexplicably disappeared, surfacing in the original location where it had rushed towards Lindsay. Seeing this, Lindsay was able to be completely certain, because ever since he became a man, he had only fought such a weird and outrageous fight once. Mandate of heaven, don't get attached to the battle. Move in quickly. My heavenly fate true realm won't last long. Hong Tian's voice came again. Lindsay raised his head, his gaze crossing the Boundary River as he looked deeply at Hong Tian. After that, he forced the ghostly shadow back with a palm strike and took advantage of the opening to enter one of the world fragments with the strongest sense of heavenly destiny. Within the fragmented spacetime of an unknown world, Lindsay shed his 8 desolate true body and stepped onto the earth of this world. To the honorable god surrender. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The unfamiliar voice came. Lindsay raised his eyes, only to see a large group of Taoists in green-colored Taoist robes looking at him dumbfounded across the altar of the law. They had seen this existence before them step out of the void with their own eyes, and the void fragments around him reorganized grain by grain. This kind of power cannot be done by any other than a god. And so, this, this, really brought the fairy gods? What's this? 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 Yes. Green clothes sex crowd of minor paths. See the supreme immortal. I wish the supreme immortal a flood of blessings and eternal immortal bliss. The so-called green cloth sex crowd of Taoist priests immediately bowed and knelt in fear, as if they had seen the true gods of the past. Lindsay just glanced at them and didn't pay any attention. He unfolded his perception and used the heavenly destiny seal to look for the heavenly destiny immortal scripture that existed in this world. A moment. Lindsay has a goal. The seal of divine destiny reacted. A small fishing village southeast of this boundary. Lindsay disappeared with a thought and appeared to the small fishing village, leaving behind a group of Qingyi sect Taoists who buried their heads and didn't dare to look directly at the honorable god. Southeast of this boundary. Small fishing village by the sea. A man and a woman, 2 tiny teenagers about 10 years old, were picking up seafood on the beach. Brother, look, this should be good for a lot of burritos. Dream is great, isn't she? The girl showed a look of pride. A look of come and compliment me. The boy didn't say anything. Instead, the first thing he did was pull the girl over and shield her. He looked warily at the person in front of him. Who are you? The person who came was none other than Lindsay. He glanced at the 2 men, saw the stone worn around the boy's neck that was oddly shaped like a starfish and reflected crystalline light. Through the seal of heavenly destiny at the center of the brow, Lindsay could clearly see the 2 large, ancient purple characters coming out of that stone. Mandate of heaven. This strangely shaped stone was precisely the heavenly fate immortal scripture that Lindsay was looking for. Chapter 125, finally obtaining the heaven's destiny immortal body. So, meeting the wary eyes of the little boy and the little girl, Lindsay pointed to the heavenly fate immortal scripture hanging around the boy's neck and said, I came for it. After saying that, Lindsay turned stones into gold, casually turning the entire beach into the Gold Coast. The shore is full of fine golden sand. It looked so dazzling in the sunlight. Just now I heard your sister talk about being able to exchange quite a few burnt cakes, so this Gold Coast should be enough to honor you and your sister for dozens of generations. What do you think of this deal? Lindsay's words fell. The girl was suddenly stunned as she looked at the brilliant and colorful Gold Coast in front of her. It's not one or two, but a whole coast. She had never seen so much gold in her life. Brother, so much. She shook the boy's arm. The boy looked extremely uplifted as well. The perkiness in his eyes wasn't for the gold though, it was for the... You can see the little rock. The boy made a surprised sound. He pinched the heavenly fate immortal scripture and said, I told you, the little stone must exist. It's not my illusion. When these words came out, Lindsay reacted in a flash. The immortal scriptures, like the immortal body, were untouchable and invisible to mortals, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to see the existence of the immortal scriptures. This little boy could see the immortal scripture and hang it around his neck, so there was only one possibility. Looking at the little boy, a strong light erupted in Lindsay's eyes. Without a doubt, this boy was also one of the 9 immortal bodies. As for which immortal body it is, forget it, who cares which immortal body he is? A world fragment is all it is. It's not even known which time and space, which world was left behind, and it's a toss-up whether or not you'll ever meet the rightful owner in this life. The most important and realistic thing at the moment was the heavenly fate immortal scripture. Just as Lindsay was thinking like this, the boy had pulled off the heavenly fate immortal scripture around his neck and handed it to Lindsay. Here. Seeing Lindsay slightly surprised, the boy bared his teeth and smiled. The little stone, though divine and the only one who can see it, will probably be a treasure, but I've held it in my hand for so many years, tried every method, and it doesn't even respond at all. I can feel that it shouldn't belong to me. The little stone would be no match for me, so I might as well use it to trade with you for something nice and real. You must be a very powerful immortal if you can turn stone into gold and wave your hand to change such a large piece of gold coast, right? Lindsay received the heavenly fate immortal scripture, and the purpose of his trip would have been accomplished. It was easier than he thought it would be. Very powerful immortals don't count, but granting your wish shouldn't be too hard. Say, what do you want? Even though this was just a world fragment, a side of the realm of projection. However, Lindsay had always followed the principle of exchange and did not like to owe others. The realm of the real or the realm of the projected is no different. The little boy said directly, I don't want gold. I want you to teach me to cultivate. Lindsay shook his head. I don't have that kind of free time to teach an apprentice. And he wasn't likely to stay in the shards of this world for long. If you really want to cultivate, how about I give you a technique? The boy's eyes suddenly erupted with an intense essence light, like the blazing sun on the sky, illuminating the Gold Coast. Good, it's a deal. In that case, Lindsay pointed a finger into the little boy's brow. A technique called the purple moon illusory heart pupil was poured into the little boy's mind. Lindsay was quite diverse and learned a lot, and the knowledge after these feats were fused together and complemented each other stayed in Lindsay's mind, and belonged to Lindsay's original creation. This purple moon illusory heart pupil was one of them. Naturally, it wouldn't count as any kind of infringement, violating the rules of the patriarchal world or anything, bringing his own things to trade. Lindsay was at peace with himself. Alright, you give me the stone, I'll give you the technique. The deal is done. You and I don't owe each other anything. After saying that, Lindsay, whose purpose had already been accomplished, put away the heavenly fate immortal scripture and directly disappeared in place. Finding another clean place to prepare for comprehending the heavenly destiny immortal scripture to obtain the heavenly destiny immortal body, Lindsay disappeared. The little boy stalled in place for a moment. After that, a purple crescent moon flickered in the little boy's eyes. Purple moon phantom heart pupil. It has been. The top of a dense virgin forest. Lindsay sat cross-legged on top of the void. He held the starfish-shaped Heaven's Destiny immortal scripture in his hand and urged the Heaven's Destiny seal to its limit, wanting to use it to peer into the true body of the immortal scripture. In the next moment, the heavenly fate immortal scripture in Lindsay's hand became hot. It responds to the seal of providence. Divine Gnosis LV6 activated. You've discovered the supreme lone treasure, the heavenly fate immortal scripture. However, you are not a heavenly fate immortal. You cannot penetrate the meaning of the Heavenly Fate Sutra and see the true body of Heavenly Fate. You try to forcefully crack the Heavenly Fate immortal body and turn Heavenly Fate into your own. Will it work? Sensing the flow of information on divine level enlightenment, Lindsay's heart was a little unsettled. He had always been confident in his extras. And under the extras, even such high-level goods as the Green Sage Sacred Soldier and the 8 Desolate Blood exclusive feats were all at his fingertips. But the Heaven's Destiny immortal body thing is really a bit of an overspecification. And there's no problem in saying that it's another kind of plug-in, and it also has a super limited one-in-a-lifetime rule. Can his divine enlightenment talent actually handle the hangover of the Heavenly Fate immortal body? Lindsay is still the same. All in all, it's worth a try. It's a blood moneymaker if it works. No loss if it doesn't. But it was good that the strength of divine gnosis didn't let Lindsay down. You've cracked the mystery of the Heavenly Fate immortal body. You have successfully morphed your physique into the Heavenly Fate immortal body. In the next moment, Lindsay sensed something indescribable in his body. He seemed to have a special sense of manipulation over this whole world. With a single thought, The world in front of him seemed to change with his will. This is what is meant by, my will is the will of heaven. My heart is the heart of heaven. The destiny is mine. At the same time, you've recomprehended the heavenly fate immortal scripture in your heavenly fate immortal body. This enlightenment, like a fish in water, and not half a sense of rawness, you have realized the true meaning of heaven's destiny. Your heavenly fate immortal body has been replenished and completed further metamorphosis and sublimation. Your control over the divine fate has increased, consumption has decreased, and you have realized more means of the divine fate Upanishad. The enlightenment of the heaven's destiny immortal scripture caused Lindsay's heaven's destiny immortal body to be replenished and sublimated, becoming even more powerful, by virtue of the supreme power of heavenly destiny. Nowadays, Lindsay could rewind time and space at any time, negate heaven and earth, and view the cause and effect of all things, can do what no man can. In other words, Lindsay's gaze looked through the world barrier and saw the distant green domain. Old friends, good day to you all. To the head. Chapter 126 Immortal Scripture Poison. Beyond the Boundary River. Hong Tian, who was supporting the heavenly fate true realm, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A whooshing coolness running straight to the heart of his brain. The coolness says nothing about any particular malice of life or death, but rather more like, thief. Yeah, that's right, it's the feeling of having a burglar in the house. Hong Tian frowned. Weird. As a heaven's destiny immortal body, properly, how could he have the feeling of having his home stolen? Oddly odd. Just as Hong Tian frowned, contemplating this strange feeling, the boundary river made waves. Lindsay's figure was detached from the world fragment, and in his hand, a stone that shone brightly and seductively in Hong Tian's eyes was summoning all of Hong Tian's will. The heavenly fate immortal scripture was found. Thus, Hong Tian immediately used all his strength to expand the heavenly fate true realm to ensure that Lindsay could safely leave the realm river before he was poisoned by that ghostly thing. Although Hong Tian couldn't figure out what the hell that damn thing was, but it was able to keep guarding next to the three world fragments where the heaven's destiny immortal scripture was located. So he thought that it wouldn't just sit back and watch as the immortal scripture was taken away. Maybe it'll jump the gun and fish out of water. Hong Tian had to be on the defensive. Watch out for that damn thing sneaking up on you. However, what was unexpected to Hong Tian and also unexpected to Lindsay was, the ghostly shadow had gone against its normal behavior and remained motionless in place after seeing Lindsay take out the heavenly fate immortal scripture. It just revealed a pair of scarlet demonic eyes, looking straight at Lindsay, as if there was some kind of intention being transmitted silently. In Lindsay's ears, a raspy voice seemed to come from the ancient times, filled with the desolation of the barbaric years. The raspy voice was intermittent, as if it were the ravings of a dying man. Lindsay could only hear a few of the sentences. Heaven's destiny and the Emperor's struggle for God. Heaven's destiny is lost and robbed into the 1001. It is so that the Ancient of Days is shattered and turned into a billion trillion pieces of dust. I am now between life and death to realize the great horror of heaven's destiny. Therefore, I warn the future generation of a word. Remember to remember. The immortal scriptures are toxic. The immortal scriptures are poisonous. Hearing the words immortal scripture poison, Lindsay froze. He subconsciously pursued the question. What is the meaning of this? The ghostly figure did not reply. Its crimson demonic eyes just kept staring at Lindsay, repeating over and over again the words he had just said, especially heavily repeated, the immortal scriptures are poisonous. It seemed to have only this wisp of obsession left, unable to communicate with anyone, just repeating over and over again this remnant of a thought left behind in an unknown number of distant years. Shortly afterward, it disappeared into the boundary river, never to be seen again. After pondering for a moment, Lindsay also left the boundary river and arrived beside Hong Tian. When Hong Tian saw that Lindsay had managed to leave the boundary river, he sighed in relief and unlocked the heavenly fate true realm. With the immortal scriptures in hand, Hong Tian was in a great mood. He, who had always refused to concede and bow to Lindsay, couldn't help but give Lindsay a thumbs up. It's still your shot. That damn ghost has been torturing me for so long. Finally someone will clean him up. Lindsay glanced at Hong Tian. So, who exactly is that ghostly figure? Hong Tian froze at his words. Ask me? What the hell do I know? That damn thing acted like it had a grudge against me. It chased me down and beat me up as soon as I went down there. Not like it was so gentle with you. And it didn't fight until it got to the house. I have a mind to try its bottom. Damn. Every time I try my best, I can't go more than one move. And I don't know where this thing comes from. So perverted. Lindsay was speechless. He understood that it wasn't Hong Tian, a proper heavenly fate immortal body, who couldn't detect the ghostly shadow's abnormality. Rather, he was too much of a rookie to force Ghost Shadow to use the power of heaven's mandate. Your realm is too low. No wonder you can't detect it. Hong Tian pulled the corner of his mouth. You said that. Saying that his heavenly fate immortal body realm is low? You're capable. You're destined. You're terrific. Step right up. Wait. What do you mean by that? Do you know the bottom of it? Lindsay said. Sort of. But before that, I have a question. You ask. Have you ever wondered how the last generation of Heaven's Destiny immortal bodies died? The question came up. Hong Tian's face changed somewhat subtly. He looked at the sky, then at the ground, and finally gave a helpless shrug. That's a question that not only I, but probably everyone in the world wants to know. The 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao, only one in a lifetime. If the previous generation doesn't die, the next generation doesn't come out. But with the power of the 9 immortals' body, longevity is but as easy as a slap in the face. Immortality is no more than idle. They are destined to ascend to the top of the Great Tao. Once they become the Tao, they will surely be the world's invincible, the peak of the generation. It's hard for such a character to die. Under their suppression, it's almost impossible for the next generation of immortal bodies to come into existence. But it just so happened that you and I just showed up. What can be said about that? Hong Tian thought for a moment and said, your manifestation lineage. I can't say it's good, but on our side of providence. He showed a hint of despondency. I think maybe it's just too boring. After all, as a Heaven's Destiny immortal body, my will is Heaven's will, my heart is Heaven's heart, and Heaven's destiny is mine. This feeling of domination and fulfillment may be a blessing if only for a short time, but if it lasts a lifetime, it's a painful curse. The corners of Lin Zai's mouth twitched slightly. What was the difference between Hong Tian's words and I gained money, but I also lost my worries? What if I tell you that it is also a heavenly fate immortal body? Well, at least it can use the power of the mandate of heaven too. Lin Zai pointed down to the boundary river and confessed. When these words came out, Hong Tian was dumbfounded. What the hell? It. Hong Tian froze for a long time before it dawned on him. Asterisk. I said, why do I feel like someone is stealing the house? So it's this thing. Lindsay, this. Here. Lin Zai threw the Heaven's Destiny immortal scripture to Hong Tian slightly sheepishly, and then changed the topic. This immortal scripture you should first take a closer look to see if there are any problems. What's wrong? When I came out with the immortal scripture just now, that ghostly figure transmitted a passage to me. Lin Zai informed Hong Tian of what the ghostly shadow had said. The two men exchanged glances, then began to think carefully. A moment. Hong Tian's expression sank slightly. No wonder the previous generation's predecessor wanted to throw the immortal scriptures into the boundary river. He must have discovered something extraordinary. Now that I think about it, this ghostly shadow has been guarding the immortal scripture, not allowing me to approach. I'm afraid it's a backhand left behind by my predecessor and has been protecting me. Thinking of this, Hong Tian was somewhat ashamed. He had greeted all the ancestors of his predecessors. No way. When I become a Taoist in the future, I will definitely revise this disgraceful past. Chapter 127, the Liu family's main vein is a demon cult. At that moment, Lin Zai said, to know what that senior of yours actually discovered, it would have to be dissected from the beginning. It says that the mandate of heaven competed with the emperor for God, and the mandate of heaven was defeated, and Taiku was shattered into a billion trillion pieces of dust. This paragraph should be the basis of what he left behind about the immortal scriptures being poisonous. How? Have you heard similar words when you were in the Outlands? Hong Tian didn't even think about it for a moment and directly shook his head. That's too far away. Nowadays, in this Tianlan realm, the ancient past is still untraceable. Not to mention the Taiku period, which was far before the ancient past. That distant Taiku. To this day there are only 3 major Taiku relics left as engravings, still barely proving the existence of the Taiku period. Hong Tian spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. Unless I advance to the Saint realm now, and use the fruit of Saint Transcendence in conjunction with the power of Heaven's Destiny of the immortal scripture completion, I might be able to see that section of the ancient past buried in the flood of time and space. But, looking at his hand, the heavenly fate immortal scripture that he had once been seeking fruitlessly, Hong Tian gave another helpless sigh. Now this immortal scripture has a big problem. Elder, you only leave a sentence of the immortal scripture is poisonous. Where does this leave me? This immortal scripture. Should I read it or not? Lindsay didn't answer. 3 swift ruins? After going around and around, the issue eventually came around to Ching Song, the only beginningless person of the ancient times who had messed up the 3 great Taiku ruins. What were you thinking? Nothing. There's no point in continuing to gawk here. Come on, go back first. Hong Tian shook his head. You go back first. I'm going to study this immortal scripture and see what went wrong. By the way, that ghostly figure. Let's call it a ghostly figure for now. I'd like to wait and see if it's going to show up again and give me some hints. Lin Zai nodded, casually breaking open a void door and turning to leave. Before leaving, Hong Tian's voice came again. Don't slack off these days, now that I have the immortal scriptures in my hands. Advancing to Fate Xian and even advancing to Saint is but as easy as a slap in the face, so don't be too negative and be overtaken by me later on. Lin Zhe waved goodbye. Wait until you're promoted. Step through the void door. Lin Zhe returned to the Qing domain's North Star Lin family. Now that the heavenly fate immortal body has become a reality, he can manipulate the destiny of heaven and bring out the calculators one by one to settle the score. And this first. Ha! The corners of Lin Zhe's mouth rose slightly. Sister-in-law, are you ready to see me? Outside of the North Star imperial capital, the Wushuang Slope Lu family was located. Lin Mo personally conveyed Lin Zhe's oracle. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the faces of all the people in the Lu clan changed. They wanted them, the Lu family executives, no less than one of them, to go see Lin Zhe immediately. This doesn't sound like a good thing in any way. How is this? Could it be related to Han Yan's disappearance the other day? If that's true, this, Cold Yen should not be an unauthorized escape. Confused. Lu Jin, the head of the Lu family's face turned slightly white. Butler Lin. This. My Lu family has always been loyal to the Lin family, to the second duke, and has never dared to have second thoughts. I still ask the second prince to be clear. Lin Mo's face was calm as he said again in a businesslike manner. Lu family master. It's not up to the old man to say how your Lu family is doing. Mr. Lin is just conveying the will of the second prince. All of the Lu family executives, go see the second prince at once. Not one of them should be left out. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Old man. Lu Jin's expression was austere. Yes. I'll obey the second prince's decree. Then let's go. The words fell. Lin Mo's eyes fell on all the Lu clan executives and personally escorted them to the Lin clan. It didn't take long. The vast procession arrived in front of the Lin family compound. Lin Mo resumed. Young master, Lu Jin and the others have been brought. The courtyard fell silent for a moment before an ethereal and distant voice, as if from beyond the world, spread throughout the Lin family. Come in. Yes. Lin Mo brought Lu Jin and the others into the Lin family compound. The compound where Lin Zhe was. Pushed the door open. The crowd then saw Lin Zhe, who was sitting in the void, exuding an aura of supreme power, like a heavenly emperor in the dust. He sat in the void, his eyes tightly closed, not moving half of his color, but this heaven and earth as if he was regulated by him, controlled by him, although there is no change of thunder and rain, but it is already not angry from the authority. Deeply shocked every person's mind. Is this the innate godman? Isn't this divine man, eldest Prince Lin, a little too powerful? Shivers. The bodies of Lu Jin and the others could not help but tremble slightly, and his knees couldn't help but go weak. This softness made them want to kneel. Flutter. Lu Jin with all the clansmen of the Lu clan pay their respects to the second prince. May the second prince's magic power be boundless and last for 1,000 years. Linza did not open his eyes. He was currently using his heaven's destiny immortal body as the foundation to sense the heavens and earth and create his own unique dharma. He said, no need to be nervous. My lord has summoned you this time but to seek an answer. Yes, you may ask. Ryujin's heart tightened. What answer? Can't it be true that the rebellious girl secretly escaped? Reverse female. A rebellious woman. You're trying to bring my Lu family to ruin and ashes. Just when Lu Jin's heart was exasperated, Linza spoke up. He said, last time, my lord asked about Lu Chanfeng, but you don't seem to be telling my lord the truth. At these words, Ryujin froze. Ha, true, not because of that reverse, Cold Yen? Ryujin was relieved in her heart. As long as it's not something wrong with Han Yen, it's fine. He began to cry foul. Second prince is wronged. About Lu Chanfeng this person. This is really something else. Saying that, Lu Jin instantly glanced at that clan uncle who knew Lu Chanfeng's detailed information. Uncle clan. You quickly inform the second duke of all the ins and outs of the whole matter. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards that clan uncle. Their gazes filled with pleading and hope. Uncle Lu clan's heart sighed when he saw this. Can't hide it after all. He said, I beg the second prince's forgiveness. This person Lu Chanfeng will incur for the extermination of the Lu family. In the beginning, I really didn't dare to say more. Linza said calmly, speak. Yes, the Lu family elder organized his words. The next moment, he spoke out. Truth be told, second prince, my Lu family was, in fact, the first major mainline of the fire-worshipping sacred sect back then. That sacred sect master back then was none other than a member of my Lu family. Sacred teachings that no one else could understand. But Uncle Clan knew that second Duke Lin Zhe Lin, who had already become an innate divine being and entered the innate realm, would definitely be able to understand. Because of the words fire-worshipping sacraments, even after many years, It also remained an undying nightmare in the hearts of countless innate gods. Chapter 128, Daughter of the Divine Birth. This statement was made. Lin Zhe, who was comprehending his self-created unique feats, also froze. He knew that Lu Hanyan was born from a demonic fetus, but he didn't expect that the Lu family was actually the original clan of the family that the demonic fetus was born from 8,000 years ago. Then, in that case, the Lu family members and the demon fetus do have a source bloodline connection and existence knowledge. In that case, Lin Zhe's heart fluttered as he calmly said, "Go on, focus on this demon cult sect master." Afterwards, a wisp, if any, of heavenly destiny chi enveloped Lin Zhe. The divine order is wonderful. The Lu family's bloodline and the Lu family's complementary knowledge of the demonic sect masters could very effectively help Lin Zhe lock down the location of the demonic fetus. Uncle Clan stalled slightly. The second prince reacted this calmly. It seemed to be different from what he had learned from the Lu Hong family head. Can it be that the times have changed in this ascendant realm nowadays? Yes. He was puzzled in his mind and continued the narrative. In fact, this very same godfather is the soul of all the twists and turns of fate for our Ryu family. 8,000 years ago in the distant past, my Lu family was originally just an ordinary family practicing medicine. But suddenly, one day, a certain lady of my Lu family gave birth to a daughter of the divine birth. This girl is gifted with amazing bones, born with spirituality. In less than 3 months she can walk on the ground, walk as fast as flying, spit out human words, and can speak well. The people of the time thought that it was God, only thinking that it was a certain immortal in the sky who saw that my Lu family had saved the lives of the sick and injured by hanging on to the pots, and had set up unearthly merits and virtues. And this is why he bestowed this divine child, so that my Lu family could step into splendor and flourish. Thus, my Lu clan has used the strength of our clan to cultivate this divine child in the hope that it will thrive and bring a new heaven and earth to the Lu clan. And this divine fetus has indeed lived up to its name and achieved extraordinary things. Uncle Clan said. At the age of 9, his person gained extensive knowledge and understanding of heaven and earth, breaking through the 7th realm of the Hotian. At the age of 12, he broke through the Hotian divine mysteries and was promoted to the peak Hotian realm. At the age of 15, this woman transcended the ordinary and advanced to the innate, and created her own strange technique called the True Flame Sacred Demon. She bestowed this method on everyone in the Lu family, allowing the entire Lu family to practice it. At the same time, she also widely opened her mountain gate and set herself up as the fire-worshipping sect master, promising all those in the world who wish to advance to the innate to practice her method and open up the innate path, attracting countless disciples and believers. Uncle Clan sighed slightly. And so, from that day on, the world of our Lu family changed completely. From that day onwards, most of the Lu clan began to kill like crazy in order to achieve innate. They disregarded life, killing and plundering this world, and wantonly decided on the lives and deaths of mortals. The Lu family, which once practiced medicine for good, is gone, replaced by a main vein of a demonic sect that slaughters the world for demonic feats and injures people's lives at will. After 100 years of such frantic killing, the power of my Lu family reached an unprecedented situation, with 2 Fate Xian masters, 7 heavenly Yuan masters, and dozens of divine sea powerhouses born within the clan. The strength of the power can be described as unrivaled and unmatched, taking on the pinnacle of the green domain. A main lineage of my Lu family is still like this. The entire demon sect is even more huge, like a giant tree in the sky. At its peak, even the supreme 9 sects of the green domain had to avoid the front. And that sect leader who created the devil's kung fu and single-handedly started the devil's sect is even more needless to say. If it wasn't for that powerful half-saint's intervention, that sect master would simply be unrivaled in the green domain. Uncle Clan said this and looked at Lin Zhe's face again. He remained windless and calm. That's odd. Not having heard of the demon sect was excusable. But could an innate not even have heard of the 9 sects of the green domain and the half-saints? Go on. The aura of heavenly destiny on Lin Zhe's body became thick. Not even close. Uncle Clan returned to his senses. It's, what happened afterward? You should know it too. The sect master was beheaded by the half-saint, and the forces of the demon sect were all destroyed by the half-saint and inflicted with heaven's destruction. 9 deaths and no life. But fortunately, there was still a part of my Lu family that insisted on practicing medicine for good at that time, refusing to be tainted by the demon sect for half a minute, and became another branch of the Lu family, ours, which escaped and was able to retain part of the fragrance. Hearing this, the aura of heavenly destiny in Lin Zhe's body grew more and more vigorous. A purple shimmer shone between his closed eyes, refusing to dip into the devil's sect. With the style of the devil's sect, she actually didn't kill your branch? Uncle Clan said. According to the Lu Hong family head, that sect master is ultimately from our Lu family and has feelings for the Lu family. When she saw that we refused to practice demonic techniques to kill people, she also left a way out for us. allowing us to learn the arts and refine our medical skills in the 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect. Later on, when the demon sect was destroyed, the all-creation Heavenly Star sect was afraid of being implicated, which is why they secretly expelled this branch of ours from the mountain and re-entered the earth. At those words, Lindsay coldly smiled. She's really heavy with this affection for you guys. Uncle Clan didn't understand what he meant. What does the second prince mean by that? Go on. And then later words. Our Lu family settled down and spent more than 7,000 years of peaceful time on this. It was not until 100 years ago, when Lu Changfeng went out on a trip and accidentally discovered his own bloodline by a demon cultist, and learned the cause and effect. Lu Changfeng then wanted to return to the arms of the demon sect and persuaded the entire Lu family to help that sect master rise again. When the previous head of the family, Lu Hong, refused to help the demon sect any longer, he broke with Lu Changfeng and directed the decline of the Lu family, moving from the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty to the North Star to avoid the eyes of the demon sect. And I, because of my close relationship with second Uncle Changfeng, heard some hidden secrets, which led me to be entrusted with secrets by the previous head of the family, Lu Hong, who informed me of the causes and consequences. Above, that's all the secrets of my Lu family. I hope that the second prince will clearly investigate. Finished? Yes. I don't dare to deceive the second prince. There is absolutely no falsehood in what I have said. Uncle Willow family's words ring true. He hadn't lied to Lindsay, and he couldn't fool Lindsay, who possessed the Heaven's Destiny immortal body. But Lindsay knew. Lu Hong's tomb also contains a phrase, beware of all things Tianqian sect. Obviously, Lu Hong might have detected the survival of their lineage while he was alive, but it was a backhand deliberately left by that sect master. So he didn't trust that godfather, and so he left such a sentence. Then the question came, Lu Hong, even so many confidential past events have told this Lu family uncle, and how could only fall this crucial sentence? This issue, Linza didn't think much about it, nor did he need to. 4. The divine order will tell him the answer. In the past, when he didn't have a Heaven's Destiny immortal body, Lindsay knew that Heaven's Destiny was very useful. Now that he actually had it, he realized that the divine order was really good. The destiny is mine. Buzz. Manifest destiny. A thread of providence came with the answer. Through this silk thread, Lindsay saw a pair of hands as white as jade. She placed the blood silk into Lu Hong's grave herself. He personally guided the person who opened the tomb in the direction of the all things celestial sect. And according to the trajectory of the original book, the true fire sacred demon technique would be obtained by Wu Tong. With Wu Tong's nature, he would inevitably track down the demon sect, and not surprisingly, he would find his way to Lu Hong's tomb, and ultimately be led to the 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect. Interesting. Another game within a game. Only this time the Bureau wasn't teasing Wu Tong. It was targeting him. Lindsay. In that case, Linza opened his eyes completely. At this moment, the aura of heavenly destiny on his body reached its peak. Position lock. A shining star appeared in Linza's eyes. Found you. Chapter 129. Goodbye Lu Hanyan. A dark place with no light in all directions. Lu Hanyan, who was storing up her demonic chi, violently opened her bright, blood-colored eyes. She looked into the void somewhere and pranced to her feet. Since the exposure of the real body has been as calm as water unfathomable, her eyes showed strange light. Finally appeared the color of disbelief. The heart turbulence. It's you. The void shook. Naturally I am. Lindsay's playful voice came out. Sister-in-law. You've made me look for you. As Lindsay's voice iterated through the dark void, his silhouette also surfaced in the layer upon layer of void waves, before Lu Hanyan's eyes. Carrying the sword box of the beginningless saint soldier on his back, Lindsay came across 10,000 boundary barriers, straight to this top secret hiding place that only she herself knew about. You, how did, know about this place? Lu Hanyan's heart sank, only feeling that everything had gone beyond her control, even beyond the boundaries of the chessboard. She had thought that Lindsay would probe the heavens and look for all the clues related to herself, and ultimately look into the head of the 10,000 Things Celestial Star sect, advancing her layout. But she had never thought that Lindsay would be able to find this place, to find this absolute nothingness between. One must know that this place was the place of heavenly confusion that she had explored with her unseen true body when she descended into the demonic fetus back then, which contained a trace of the greatness bestowed by her true body, and was an absolute shelter that belonged solely to her. There is no way it could be known to outsiders, but it just so happened that Lindsay found it here. Crossing over the backhand of the 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect, she directly found her eventual lair. This tactic, Lu Hanyan was now completely unable to understand Lindsay. Every step he took was outside of Lu Hanyan's expectations, and every advancement was in a position she could not have predicted. This man is too evil. In the face of Lu Hanyan's surprise and wariness, Lindsay acted quite relaxed. With the heaven's destiny immortal body and the thoroughly awakened 8 desolate blood in her body, coupled with this extreme cultivation and various feats, no matter how many tricks Lu Hanyan used, she would definitely not be able to escape from Lin Zhe. Nowadays, Lin Zhe could be completely described as invincible in the green domain. If he could let you run away in this land of the green domain where there was no saint level, then he, Lin Zhe, could write the 2 words backwards. He laughed softly. There are always more ways than there are difficulties, aren't there? He smiled as he always did, confident and bright, with a touch of eyebrow-raising mystery. Lu Hanyan was silent. The 2 men looked away from each other. It's like being back in the Lin family, back to that sunny afternoon back then, back to the wagon. Only this time, there was none of the charming swashbuckling of the carriage. There are just raging undercurrents stirring. For a long time. For a long time. It was only then that Lu Hanyan let out a long sigh of unknown significance that spread through the dark void. And I don't know exactly what I'm sighing about. Lin Zhe got close enough to reach Lu Hanyan. The 2 men looked at each other in all directions. Chat. Lu Hanyan glanced at Lin Zhe. If I had said a word of no, you would have made a move to kill me right now, wouldn't you? Lin Zhe smiled. See what sister-in-law said. You're my sister-in-law. Where could Lin Zhe lay his hands on you? You've never called me sister-in-law before. Things are different now. You ask. Okay. First question. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes as he asked. Since when did you become the demon sect master? The demon sect master had naturally always been the demon sect master. And Lin Zhe's question was somewhat inexplicable. But Lu Hanyan understood the meaning of Lin Zhe's words. In order to make the layout close to perfect and not let the people in the bureau notice the abnormality. During that time once upon a time, she survived under the personality of Lu Hanyan instead of the demon sect master. During that time, her was indeed just a simple lady of the Ryu family, living her life as an ordinary person following a specific path in life. She has the emotions of Lu Hanyan and the story of Lu Hanyan's future. But alas, she glanced at Lin Zhe, and a complex light flickered in her blood-red eyes. She was Lu Hanyan, but she was also not Lu Hanyan after all. Had an awakening from your first break. The compulsion rebellion. This came a little too early than I had designed and arranged. My shallow consciousness then began to revive, guiding Lu Hanyan to take you to the Lu family to try and get the chaos back on track. But who knew that you would break through the highest realm of the true flame sacred demon technique in a few days, astonishing the world with your innate true body chi and blood like a dragon realm technique, completely awakening the true me. With such speed, it's more like a magic skill than my magic skill. That mediocre Lin Zhe of the Lin family, non-blood and non-body, could never be so capable. Lu Hanyan's words changed. She asked Lin Zhe again rhetorically, the magic light in her eyes unprecedentedly strong, shining like a star. So who the hell are you again? By this point in the game, I will be out of the game. On my way out, can you let me lose? Did I lose to the other phaseless chess players? Or did I lose to the supreme sage Ching Song? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe directly said, I am Lin Zhe. Other than that, I'm no one. The devilish aura in Lu Hanyan's eyes grew more prosperous. In the reflection of her eyes, behind Lin Zhe, a demonic shadow was quietly approaching. She continued, no way. Lin Zhe shouldn't be like you. If you don't want to talk about it, so be it. Lin Zhe laughed. It shouldn't be like me? Then what should it be like? The way that you can take advantage of me? And how can you be sure that what you see must be true? Also, Lin Zhe's mouth grinned. Sister-in-law, this doesn't seem like the attitude you should have when you're frankly out of the game. The words fell. Lin Zhe casually grabbed behind him. A pure mass of morose demonic flame was grasped in Lin Zhe's hands. This mass of demonic flames was not unfamiliar to Lin Zhe. It was none other than the holy demon true flame. However, compared to Lin Zhe's once holy demon true flame, this ball of true flame of Lu Hanyan was obviously purer and more evil, filled with the tyrannical aura of devouring the world and being matchless. It had absolute control and devouring greatness over Lin Zhe's once holy demon true flame. It's clearly the uppermost holy demon true flame, located at the very top of the entire series of demonic feats. What Lu Hanyan's idea of secretly killing with this devil flame is self-evident. She precisely wanted to use the characteristics of the true flame sacred demon technique to directly devour Lin Zhe, an inferior demonic skill cultivator, whole, thus controlling Lin Zhe. That's a good idea indeed. It's just a shame Lin Zhe wasn't a pure practitioner of magic. Lu Hanyan's demonic power had long since been fused by Lin Zhe Wanhua, becoming a part of the unity of the 3 veins of the 8 desolate blood. It was fanciful for her to think of controlling Lin Zhe with her demonic powers. Bang! Lu Hanyan's Saint Demon True Flame was pinched and exploded, emitting a strong buzzing sound. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Lu Hanyan was not discouraged. She just sighed. Variables no less. In such a short time, you're already on another path. Is too short-sighted of me. Perhaps as early as that time when the 9 extremely great army came to attack. I should have handed over the fruit of Devil's Merit Dao to you. Chapter 130, You're a Heaven's Destiny Immortal Body. If you had refined the Devil's Kung Fu Dao fruit, perhaps at this moment, you and I would be in a different situation. Lu Hanyan said this. Linza, however, burst out laughing. If you really give me the Devil's Kung Fu Dao fruit, then you are truly finished. Divine Gnosis LV6 has the ability to steal the fruits of the Dao. Your way is my way, or my way. If Lu Hanyan really gave the Dao fruit to Linzai, then not only would Lu Hanyan be finished, but even the unmasked true body behind her would suffer together. Lu Hanyan didn't understand what Linzai meant. You don't need to understand. Second question. Since we're all talking about the fruit of the road, Linzai looked at Lu Hanyan and remembered the days when they were once together in the Lin family. His gaze grew complex with it. If I really follow your layout to refine the Dao fruit, what will happen to our Lin family in the end? Linzai had never been an emotional person, and in his heart, the desire for power was always higher than the love of his children. If Linzai was asked to choose between immortality and a love that lasted until death, Linzai would choose the former without hesitation. But remembering the past, 18 years of memories, the Lin family died and were injured. Linzai has seen too much deceit and intrigue. That's why he hid himself early on, to hide his sharpness. During these 18 years, Linzai's world was small, and there were even fewer people who could make Linzai's memory stick. One might even say, other than Lin Ao and Lin Mo, there was only one left, Lu Hanyan. If he could, Linzai still hoped that they could get along well with each other. Meeting Linzai's gaze, Lu Hanyan was silent for a while. Only then did her bloodshot eyes flicker as she said, if you carry the green domain's chi to become a Taoist, I will definitely eat you and blood sacrifice the entire Lin family to collect the ultimate karma. This statement was made. Both were silent. For a long time, Linzai Kai sighed long and hard. You know, I'm a nostalgic person. If you had said something nice just now to take yourself clean out of this situation, maybe I would have let it go. Lu Hanyan shook her head. Regardless of what happened to the old dreams of the past, since the moment I awakened the demonic tire, transcendence without a phase is greater than everything. Even if there might be a story between us, even if we will have a new family and will have sons and daughters, in the end, I will also surely kill all of you and me, and make a blood sacrifice to become the Tao. Linzai sighed softly, then his gaze turned cold. So there's no more to talk about? There's no point in talking more. Do it. Say it. Lu Hanyan erupted with a shocking demonic might. Boom! The blood-colored demonic flames tumbled like giant waves, surging towards Linzai with the momentum of sweeping over 10,000 hectares. In a flash, the wind rose, the sky is turned upside down, the dark void trembled, and endless storms rose up flat on the ground, tearing apart everything. A terrifying wall of fire fell from the sky, like a starry river hanging upside down for 3,000 feet. Afterwards, a wall of fire manifested and wrapped Linzai's entire body, and countless demonic flame giant dragons raced from the fire and violently rushed towards Linzai. In the face of this overwhelming killing move from Lu Hanyan, Linzai only casually struck. With a single strike, Linzai smoothed out all of the fire dragons and demonic flames, annihilating them into nothingness. Look ahead again. Lu Hanyan had already disappeared without a trace. From the moment Linzai was able to find the lair where her true body had set up, she knew that she was no match for Linzai, and had actually taken advantage of that powerful move to escape far into the void and flee to the outside world. Seeing the situation, Linzai, however, was not in the least bit anxious. Can you run away? He just had a slight tick at the corner of his mouth. The purple divine light of heavenly destiny in his eyes then burst out violently. Reverse flow. As the word rewind fell, Linzai gave the highest command to this side of heaven and earth. In the past, Hong Tian had been able to command heaven and earth to reverse time and space with a mere half-step in the realm of the divine sea and no immortal scriptures in his possession. And now that Linzai was enforcing the law with the realm of the fate Xian limit, he had broken through the heavenly fate immortal scripture. His words and actions had already merged into the supreme heavenly Tao, controlling the heavenly destiny. All that is done is true, and all that is in the mind is the world. The destiny is mine. Borrowing a phrase from Hong Tian, at this moment in time, Linzai no longer had a can or can't, only a want or don't want. Buzz. The dark void rapidly regressed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Hanyan's already distant figure reappeared in this realm. Look at the familiar world in front of you. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Lu Hanyan froze in place for a moment. Time reversal. Palming space and time. This was a means that could only be possessed by a saint's second step, a phaseless person. In this land of the green domain, other than Chang'e who possessed the green saint bloodline, it was simply impossible for there to be a second person who could wield the power of time and space. Unless, Lu Hanyan's demonic eyes narrowed slightly. Supreme Saint Ching Tsung. Lindsay ignored her. He continued to give orders. Imprisonment. The vast power of heaven and earth instantly blocked Lu Hanyan's entirety like a cage. A divine chain of laws reached out from the void and wrapped around her, leaving her with nowhere to hide. This hand again made Lu Hanyan freeze for a long time. The time reversal can also be said to be related to Ching Tsung. But where did this confining force that commanded heaven and earth come from? This kind of power can appear in the green domain that is blocked by the Dao Ban, which is simply. Lu Hanyan frowned. Time and space reversed. Heaven and earth blocked. Variables. Lu Hanyan's pupils shrunk violently. A possibility occurred to her. You're a heaven's destiny immortal body. At this moment, Lu Hanyan, who hadn't even changed color by a fraction of a second even before guessing that Lin Zhe was related to Ching Tsung, finally changed her face. That's right. If Lin Zhe was a heaven's destiny immortal body, then it all makes sense. 18 years ago, why was the Green Region's heavenly mechanism in disarray? Why did the original trajectory of destiny deviate? And how is it that Lindsay is able to do all the things that people can't, and violently break the game with terror? There is an answer to all of this. Because Lin Zhe was a heaven's destiny immortal body. It was the incredible unreasonable miracle of the great Tao that only existed in legends. Not good. Realizing this, Lu Hanyan immediately began to resist. An immortal body that was infinitely close to a great accomplishment was right in front of him. If she didn't use all her means to break free, she would never have another chance to turn the tables. Once destiny is in the game, it will not give a second chance. Mundo Moro. With the heavenly fate immortal body in front of her, Lu Hanyan finally exploded her true strength. She stopped dodging and playing small tricks and changed to meeting them head-on. At this moment, the sky-covering morose demonic aura exploded the entire dark void. Boom! The magic is monstrous. The sky of the green domain instantly turned a blood red. A cultivator blood fiendish devil chi filled the entire green domain, transforming into countless fiendish devil puppets, turning the entire green domain into a vast, boundless and endless sea of corpses, mountains and blood. In the middle of the sea of blood, a pair of crimson demonic pupils awoke from their slumber. An overwhelmingly ferocious demon descended upon the green domain. Chapter 131. All the saints are alarmed. Rumble. The green sky decides to float clouds. The sea of blood congeals the waves. The green domain was once again plunged into a sea of corpses and blood. The color of blood in the sky immersed the entire green domain in a bloody madness, evoking the extreme demonic nature in the deepest recesses of everyone's heart. Birds hiss in the mountains. The winds of the forest howl angrily. All the spirits of the earth sink. For a while, the sky turned upside down and killing machines emerged. The darkest hour of the green domain has once again fallen. Quite a few of the old men of the green domain who had experienced the exterminating demon robbery back then had awakened from their slumber. They looked at the vision in the sky with horror, not daring to let out sounds of panic. This is demon lord. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Back then, the old man witnessed the demon lord die at the hands of his old man, the half-saint. With that palm of the half-saint, the 1,000 realms of the green domain went up in smoke. So how could the demon lord have escaped with his life? But this scent is clearly her, taking a blow from the Qinghe half-saint and not dying. This, bad. The heavenly lantern realm. In the sky above the green domain, a brilliant blood light rose up to the sky. The saints of the nearby domains were startled. They immediately cast their wills to incarnate to the edge of the green domain to take a look at the winds and clouds of the green domain. It's the same scent as 8,000 years ago. That one's demonic fetus has struck again. Any chance this time? Perhaps there is. The game between the great men of the phaseless has always been one of cautious fall, but deadly in every move. There won't be this much commotion for no reason. Qingyi lost half of his life the last time he made a move. This time, can the turtle shell of the green domain be broken open? Wait and see. The will of all the saints descended upon the green domain, the eye of the Tianlan storm. A gaze that was like a pack of wolves circling around. Once this male lion of the green domain revealed any cracks, the next moment, this male lion would be divided and eaten by the wolves. There would be no bones left. Seeing that, the wind and clouds of the heavenly lan will rise again. Deep within the forbidden land of the Long River Sword sect, the chains rattled incessantly. A pair of ancient divine eyes that had survived the vicissitudes of time opened in the darkness, illuminating the ancient and the modern. The chaos has just started. You guys can't help yourselves so soon? Is in too much of a hurry. The pale and stooped body of the half-saint Qinghe gradually became tall and magnificent amidst the trembling sounds of countless chains. Countless divine lights erupted within him, nourishing and warming his body, causing him to gradually break away from the shackles of his form and restore his once immortal glory. His eyes also became cold and piercing at this moment, and the cold light in them seemed to be able to freeze the entire green domain. It seems that you all have forgotten that this saint is the descendant of the supreme Saint Qing Tsung. Gobble, gobble. The chains that trapped the half-Saint Qinghe began to crumble inch by inch. He crossed to where the breath erupted. I'll do what I want to do, even if it's a million people. However, at this point, heaven and earth, a light edict was conveyed in all directions. Static. The world goes into a sinkhole with the words of a long-time immortal. A soft whisper from the most powerful. Two simple characters caused the entire green domain space and time to enter a static state. Everyone's looks were stuck in the same state of shock they had been in the previous moment. Only a few advanced practitioners are able to retain the flow of thought in static space and time. But even so, they could only watch the world stand still, unable to respond in any way. It was as if their bodies were petrified and they could not move a muscle. What is this? How could I be like this? Space-time stasis. Isn't this the means of a high-level saint? How could my green domain have such an existence? Could it be that his old man, the half-saint, has made a move? The only thing left in the still world was their thoughts still flowing. The floating sea of blood froze the waves. The tip of the wave. The demonic aura of Lu Hanyan's eyes narrowed slightly. The demonic flame in her eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Zhe's figure that came idly. She forcefully mobilized her entire body's demonic nature and gathered monstrous power to break through the stillness of the world. Turn around. Lu Hanyan struck a life-sapping blow at Lin Zhe. Holy devil devouring soul. Boom. Boundless purgatory. Marrow bear burning. A huge demonic palm grabbed from behind Lin Zhe. Lindsay didn't look back. Again a light. Scattered. Fell. A word of dispersion fell. This side of heaven and earth is subject to the highest edicts. Lu Hanyan's strike instantly went up in smoke. Dismissed by the world and ceased to exist. Lu Hanyan frowned. She had to admit that this heaven's destiny immortal body thing was really annoying. And as the two of them, Lu Hanyan and Lin Zhe, exchanged blows in an instant. Beyond the green domain, the crowd of saints also stared. The world standing still. In this land of the green domain, other than Changhe, would there be a second person capable of performing such means? Who exactly is this person? And how could that one's demonic fetus go up against him? Could it be that the one fought with the other? The one without mutual respect? It's not right. The green domain is not yet broken. The chi is not yet extinguished. Those great figures are still on the same front. Even if they are calculating each other, they won't tear their faces apart like this. That's odd. Just as the crowd was puzzled. Actually, I know a little about this person. A saint suddenly said this. The gazes of all the saints were immediately cast. What did Yi Sheng say? Yi Sheng said, I wonder if you all have heard of the heavenly fate immortal body. When these words came out, the saints were stunned. Heavenly fate immortal body. They suddenly thought of something. I remember. Some time ago, there were indeed rumors in various domains that the heavenly fate immortal embodied the world. Could it be true? Yi Sheng nodded and said, It's true. This Seat's disciple's grandson was beaten by him until his Tao heart collapsed, and a moment later he was drumming like a madman. If you're really invincible in the world, go to the green domain and fight against the chess executioners. 1 minute you're yelling, you're the devil. Speaking here, Yi Sheng helplessly glanced at Lin Zhe in the center of the green domain. Now, this Seat can probably understand my poor disciple's grandson. Hearing Yi Sheng's words, the crowd's colors changed and flowed. Heaven's destiny is now present, entering the green domain. Could this be the backhand of that supreme being? The legend of the 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao originated in ancient times, and they have been destined to dominate whenever they come out of the world since the ancient times. In theory, no one in the world can speculate and calculate them, even Ching Tsung. But, the Ching Tsung supreme sage can break through the mystery of the ancient times and achieve the only beginningless after the ancient first saint. It is hard to say to what extent his realm has reached, and whether or not he can calculate the arrival of the heavenly destiny. TSK, heavenly destiny enters the picture. This chess game left behind by the Ching Tsung supreme sage is now getting bigger and bigger, and see and do. When the saints saw that heaven's mandate had entered the green domain, their colors flowed with their respective hearts in their mouths, and within the green domain, the half-saint Changhe, who was about to make a move to cut down the roots of the demon sect, froze. He knows more than the outsiders out there, knowing full well that Lindsay is not the order of the day. The Real Providence is something else. So here's the question. Lindsay is not the mandate of heaven. How to make the means of providence. Chapter 132, Scarlet Crystal. Karma. Murphy, the half-saint Ching, was pondering. Could it be that the 10,000 laws immortal body is able to comprehend the laws of heaven's destiny after seeing the heaven's destiny immortal body strike? Come to think of it, I'm afraid that's the most reliable answer. At that thought, Ching couldn't help but sigh. Wanfa. It's finally worthy of the name Wanfa. Ha, but then again, how did he meet up with the demon Tyre? With the means of that demonic fetus. It should have been hiding behind the curtain long ago, waiting for the endgame to arrive. If it wasn't for the heavenly collapse in the green domain, It would be impossible for this person to show up in front of people. Even with his own all-out efforts to deduce its location, he was unable to touch the body of the demonic fetus. So how could this son Lin Zhe seek out its location? And looking at the situation, as the two of them exchanged blows, that demonic fetus was clearly at a disadvantage. This couldn't help but make Qing He feel unimaginable and bizarre. He had witnessed that Lin Zhe had just broken through the realm of life Xian less than 3 days ago, and had not yet reached half of the sacred realm's mysteries, with its life-giving metaphysical body. Even though being a manifestation immortal body knew all the laws of heaven and earth and was able to borrow the way of heaven's destiny, it wasn't so bad that it could fight with and suppress the demon fetus, right? Qing He touched the green saint sword box behind Lin Zhe's back again. The sword case showed no signs of movement. This was enough to show that Lin Zhe had not borrowed the power of the sacred soldier, but had simply relied on his own Tao, his own power to suppress the demonic fetus. This is a bit of a departure. Is that demonic fetus that easy to deal with? She was, in the end, the layout of a top-notch phaseless person. A heavenly talent capable of drilling holes in the green sage Tao prohibition and avoiding the green sage Tao prohibition. Such a character. Even he, Qing He, the supreme green domain sovereign with a green saint bloodline, had inadvertently fallen prey to her for a moment back then. Lin Zhe, a junior who had been in life Xian for less than 3 days, was able to compete with and suppress a demonic fetus? Qing He thought for a long time, but he didn't get the cause. In the end, one can only exclaim, amazing! At this point, in the sky above the green domain, the light of heavenly destiny in Lin Zhe's eyes grew stronger. He walks in the way of the celestial emperor and the divine might of the divine order. Give the way of heaven. Heavenly punishment. This way. Heavenly punishment. As the heavenly emperor's words of divine punishment fell, this world immediately complied with the emperor's majesty, exhausting the world's greatness and laying down an absolute kill on Lu Hanyan. Boom. Rumble. Rolling thunder exterminates the world. The majestic and volatile heavenly destiny emperor's might shook through the 8 wastelands and ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Terrifying purple divine thunder filled the sky, and a dragon of the heavens and the earth condensed from endless thunder emerged between the green skies, condensing behind Lin Zhe for the emperor's ride, showing the majesty of the heavenly emperor. Under this vast heavenly might, Lu Hanyan felt a surge of powerlessness. The world was abandoning her, inviolably rejecting her. The demonic nature of his body was also difficult to present in front of this terrifying heaven's destiny emperor's might, and was constantly suppressed. Originally burning as a prairie fire of the holy devil's true fire has also become weak and fluctuating, such as a candle in the wind, may be extinguished at any time. See the situation. Lu Hanyan looked grave. A bright and uncertain demonic light flickered in her eyes, and she spoke at the beginning. I never thought that you and I would have come this far. Lin Zhe did not say anything, and the cold color in his eyes deepened. Thunder is roaring. The dragon of heaven and earth roars. The gale of the green domain blew harder. In that case, the devilish light in Lu Hanyan's eyes flourished. In a trance, it was as if an ancient true demon had come across time and space. She raised her hand. Inside the 10,000 Things Sky Star sect, a blood-colored crystal ball that had been consecrated rose violently and traveled across millions of miles to Lu Hanyan's hands. Looking at this blood-colored crystal ball in his hand, Lu Hanyan murmured softly, "This thing was originally prepared for you to become a Taoist and break through the demonic power. I didn't realize. Ended up using it on myself." This blood-colored crystal ball had gathered the qi and blood of living beings and grievances that the fire-worshipping sacred sect had been secretly collecting since the day of its defeat. It contains the accumulation of 8,000 years of the Holy Church, 8,000 years of day and night offerings. Hundreds of millions of living beings were sinking in this blood-colored crystal. The hundreds of millions of people in the wolf capital that Lindsay was familiar with were also among them. Lu Hanyan operated her demonic power, devouring all the monstrous karma and living spirit qi and blood within this blood-colored crystal. Boom! The sea of blood that had been suppressed by the heavens' mandate thunder once again rolled in waves. A body of white bones surfaced between the waves of the sea of blood. They stacked and stacked and stacked into a holy mountain of white bones, gathering into the supreme throne of the Lord of the Blood Sea. On top of this throne, Lu Hanyan came across the sea. Karma is monstrous. The devil frightens the world. See the situation. The great powerhouses from all over the green domain revealed looks of horror. No good. With such a terrifying amount of living karma pressing down, the green domain will be burst. Damn it! When did that sinner collect such terrifying living karma? Heaven is going to kill my green domain. Quickly activate the sect protector formation to disperse the karma. It's late. For today's solution, I'm afraid we can only ask the half-saint to make another effort to save the day. Please reveal yourself to old man Qinghe. Please, old ancestor, reveal yourself. There was panic within the green domain. The saints outside the green domain also had their eyes flickering. As a backhand, Such a huge blood sacrifice karma. That being's methods are still as brutal as ever. Alas, how many more living beings have suffered in vain? Ha! A bunch of mole crickets are just ants. The fact that they can add to that one's great cause is already the greatest value of their insignificant lives. Humph. Waste of devilry. Get it and kill it. What? Listening to what Sage Joe means is that he wants to try out his hand with this seat? That's exactly what I want. This seat has long been looking at you devilish sons of ES. I say you too. Right now is not the time for us to be at each other's throats. If you want to fight, get out of our way. Don't even say it. It's about to start. Try to see if there's a chance to open the Tao forbidden gap. Between the words of the saints, Lu Hanyan's demonic flames burned the air and swallowed the world. Darkness shrouded the land of the green realm. The breath of the ancient true demons swallowed the sky and ate the earth, bringing about the end of the world. Seeing that, the entire green domain was about to fall into the hell of the true devil. Yet darkness has not walked its path. The mandate of heaven has blossomed into glory. Reverse. The heavenly emperor once again decrees the world. A shining thunder erupted with extreme radiant light in this dark world. Boom! Thunder at first shock. In the darkness, a wisp of a faint aura bloomed. It was like the first ray of light in the universe, quickly illuminating the whole world. Rumble! The mighty light of thunder cut through the sky, casting a flickering thunder shadow. Between the shifting thunder shadows, the world could vaguely see the ferociously powerful demon lord being drained of his karma. They coalesced into countless grievous souls and instead haunted the demon lord, causing her to suffer karmic backlash and fall into the inferno of ghosts. Immediately afterward, amidst the flickering light, a magnificent emperor's shadow cast out the thunder punishment sacred lance. The shot cut through the infinite darkness, defeated the ancient true devil. Bang! One hit kills. Chapter 133, Lu Hanyan, Death. The boundless darkness and monstrous sea of blood that had enveloped the world were finally dispersed, and a clear blue sky reappeared. Between the circumference of the heavens, all things are clear and calm. I don't see the clouds rolling in. No green and verdant. There is no wind and no waves. All there is a lonely, barren mountain. A dusky red sunset at sunset on a western mountain. A broken and mutilated body that had been nailed to the top of a barren mountain cliff. Lu Hanyan's demonic body was nailed to the mountain by a thunder saint lance thrown by Lin Zhe. Devastating wounds spread throughout her entire demonic body centered on the spot where the holy spear had penetrated. Dark red blood tainted with demonic flames ran along those wounds like a spring, spreading between the mountains. Spreading, her demonic blood flowed all over the entire barren mountain, coloring the mountain red. Red to the point of oozing, red to the point of piercing the eyes. The barren hills are dyed. The demonic blood that gushed out like a spring then abandoned the barren mountain again, converging under the barren mountain to form a long blood-colored river, running into the far distance of the setting sun. Deserted mountains, broken bodies, rivers of blood, sunsets. Everything looks so shocking, so thrilling, and with some of the sadness of a legend falling. In the realm of the clear and calm, all beings are speechless. There is none of the terrified panic that comes when darkness falls. There is no more undercurrent of the saints rubbing their fists together. The moment. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces deeply engraved with the shock brought about by that shocking thunderbolt. That magnificent emperor's shadow. They were immersed in the overwhelming blow that broke all the images and the remnants of the barren mountain for a long time, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves. Sujio, all the way to. A whisper came from the sky from the existence that had nailed the ancient true demon, and they woke up. I only heard that being say as follows. Fancy. After a brief moment of stillness, the public's emotions suddenly erupted like a flood breaking through a levee and a flash flood. Hiss. The demon lord lost and defeated just like that. Asterisk. I even thought of my last words at that moment just now, but then I turned around and this. That's not the key. The key is the one who defeated the demon lord in one blow. This person, does he look familiar to you? Worry. Isn't this the newly minted faithful Shen great sage who broke through the fate Shen a few days ago and accomplished something that will remain famous in heaven and earth? It's only been a few days? He actually managed to defeat the demon lord in one strike, thwarting the demon lord with a single strike. With such power, this great sage is afraid that he has already stepped through the life Shen step and advanced to that supreme sage. Impossible. How could there be a saint in the green domain? That's an absolute Tao prohibition set by the supreme sage. Then you say, what other existence in this world is capable of thwarting a demon lord with a single strike? Back when the demon lord was in rebellion, not even the Qinghe half-saint was able to thwart the enemy with a single strike. Yeah, look at this one still commenting on the demon lord being fancy. This is too. Hiss. Unbelievable. The crowd in the green domain was shocked, and the saints outside the domain who were like wolves surrounding them were also silent. The saints looked at me. I looked at you. and between their brows meeting. How could it be more complicated than that? Fancy? What a fancy! That person's demonic fetus has been carefully stockpiled for so many years. I don't know how many battlefields and how many corpse hiding places it has traversed, and I don't know how many congregations it has obtained through day and night offerings and refinement of the karma of the living souls. But surprisingly, all it has gotten in return is a flowery sentence. Looking at its aura, it is indeed a life Xian without error. The heavenly means of using the body of the life Xian to powerfully defeat the demonic fetus of the unseen one. If he breaks through the mysteries of the holy realm and breaks through the formless realm, what kind of scenery would that be? Heavenly destiny. Is its fruit truly invincible? With this heaven's destiny immortal body in place, will we ever be able to break through the green domain? At this thought, all the saints were a bit annoyed. This Greenfield game has gone through a lot of wind and frost, and it is about to reach its closing finale. But then a heavenly fate immortal body came out and spoiled the whole chessboard. Where's this horse going to go? Just as the saints were annoyed, another person spoke up and said, although heaven's mandate is strong, nowadays it is only a mandate Xian after all. As long as he does not enter the holy realm, he will not attain the great freedom of transcendence. The man's gaze flickered as wisps of fierce aura floated and sank in his eyes. What can a person who is not allowed to transcend, even if he has an immortal body, do? The chess player he's going to face is the supreme unseen one who is above all things in heaven and earth. This heavenly fate has moved at one's demonic fetus and broken her layout. How could that one's temper tolerate him? Just wait and see. The chess of the unseen one is not that easy to break. Green domain. Barren mountains. Lindsay's majestic figure that carried the mandate of heaven, as if he had incarnated the heavenly emperor, arrived above the Blood River crag. He looked at Lu Hanyan, who had been shattered by his own shot, and whose life was already hanging by a thread, and whose breath was swimming. Lu Hanyan forced herself to hold on to the remnants of her body and slowly raised her head. I lost, mouthing the words I lost. However, Lu Hanyan's face did not have the slightest hint of despondency or disbelief. What she had was just calm, just relaxed. It's just relief like a weight off your shoulders. It was as if, at last, she had stepped out of the shadow of some fixed trajectory in her life, and was finally liberated and free. Lindsay pondered for a moment. He raised his hand. Thunder light coalesced in his hands. Uncle and sister-in-law, do you have anything else to deliver? Lu Hanyan shook her head. I have been at the mercy of others all my life, suffering from the pain of not being free, and now I am finally free. At the end of my life, which is already enough. Linza stared. At the mercy of others? Remember what I told you? Xingha had to get into the game. And why wouldn't I? We are actually all in the game. Lu Hanyan said in a trance. She created me, gave me the idea, gave me the destiny cause and effect. Everything in this world should be in accordance with her arrangement of guidance into the long predestined trajectory. But everything in this world has a spirit, and so does the demonic fetus. She gave me thought. The green domain gave me spirit. I am incomplete as she, but I am complete as I am. If I could, I'd like to be just a normal Willow daughter, not be her shadow and walk in her thoughts. Saying that, clear light gradually appeared in Lu Hanyan's blood-colored eyes. She gave Lindsay a deep look. It seemed like he wanted to engrave Lindsay firmly in his mind on his deathbed. You broke her setup. She won't stop. You must be careful. The two men looked at each other speechlessly. Lindsay slowly raised the thunderbolt in his hand. Lu Hanyan smiled in the face. I've never asked you for anything. Before I leave, can you let me walk through this life as a daughter of the Willow family and return my corpse? Available. Thanks. Zadie. Zadie. What a distant appellation. Lindsay still remembered that when Lu Hanyan first came to the Lin family, this was how she called him. Back then, he was the one who watched her come. Now, he's sending her himself. Go! Boom! Lindsay's heavenly destiny thunder light ran through the barren mountain. From then on, there was no more magic tire Lu Hanyan in this world. Chapter 134, Listening to Heaven and Doing Your Best. The Devil Fetus, which had spanned the green domain for 8,000 years and created countless legends of the devil cult, had finally come to an end. The dim red sunset on that side of the sky came at just the right time to reflect the finale of a legend. Against the light of a dim red sunset, Lindsay withdrew the Thunder Saint lance that had penetrated Lu Hanyan, picked up Lu Hanyan's tattered corpse, and headed towards the old North Star land. The light of the setting sun lengthened the figures of one man and one corpse until they disappeared into the sunset. The crowd of powerful people from the green domain witnessed this scene together in sight and admiration. They say this. It is said that the devil's cult has done a lot of evil, and that there is a heavenly cycle of retribution in the end. Another way is that legends fall and new ones rise, one after another. They were immersed in the shock and elation of a generation of demon lords being beheaded. Inside the void gap, half Saint Ching he looked at Lin Zai's departing back. and infinite emotions rose in his heart. But it wasn't Lu Hanyan's decapitation that he was lamenting. Lu Hanyan is just a demonic fetus, and there will be another one after the death of one. The day that the rightful owner of that outer domain did not die, her coveting of the green domain would never end. It's an uphill battle, and it's a long way off. He lamented nothing more than Lindsay's terrifying advancement that was changing by the day. The speed of its advancement was horrifying. Truly horrifying. Just now, Qingha carefully recalled Lindsay's entire growth. It turns out that you don't know if you don't want to think about it, but you'll be surprised if you think about it carefully. Before Daojie Mountain, Lindsay was still just a half-step Divine Sea junior cultivator, and he was even lacking against Kurenai. And how long has it been since the end of Daojie Mountain? Do you have 10 days? Less than 10 days of work. Lindsay had actually advanced all the way from the peak of the Divine Sea when he left the mountain to the peak of the Destiny Shen, and had the terrifying strength to kill the phaseless demon fetus. This kind of speed is really scary fast. From ancient times to the present, even in that already unrecognizable ancient period, which absolute freak was able to break through the three realms of Divine Sea, Heavenly Yuan, and Fate Xian in a row within a mere 10 days, and which innate cultivator has not gone through at least tens of thousands of years of deposition and accumulation to barely break through a realm. Their cultivation time was all measured in 10,000 years. But what about this one? His unit is the sky. Such a terrifying speed. Qinghe couldn't help but recall a legend. A legend about the ethereal immortal body. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was a holy land that possessed the Empyrean immortal body, and they raised the entire holy land to pour out all their resources to cultivate the Empyrean immortal body, giving him all the resources within the holy land. And the Empyrean immortal body lived up to its name, displaying the greatness that the Empyrean immortal body deserved. Breaking through realms is like eating and drinking. Just on the first day of joining the sect, he went straight from Hotian triple to innate 1. The next day, the innate 4th realm Divine Sea. On the 3rd day, innate 6th realm Destiny Shen. On the 4th day, the invisible saints. Day 5. No phase. How similar was this speed to the Lindsay in front of him? Again, it's as subdued as eating and drinking. What is this if not an ethereal immortal body? Qinghe even suspected that it was because he wasn't dead, which stopped him in his tracks and made him stay at the Life Shen. But then, what would explain his amazing enlightenment? Where did that enlightenment come from that could even break through the power of heaven's mandate and comprehend the law of heaven's mandate? This kind of enlightenment, like the speed of the Empyrean immortal body, belonged to the category of unanswerable and unique. It was simply impossible for there to be another person in the world other than the manifestation immortal body. So, Qinghe was silent. At this moment, his heart couldn't help but rise with the same outrageous speculations as the major sect leaders of the 9 sects when they were at Daojie Mountain, i.e., Linza is a double immortal body. It is the combination of the universal law and the ethereal. Of the 9 immortal bodies, he alone accounted for 2. It's outrageous. Qinghe let out a long sigh, then turned around and walked into the Forbidden Land, reverting back to that hunched old man's appearance. Older, all things celestial sect, some demonic, shadowy place. The senior members of the demon sect looked at the sky in silence. Patriarch, the sect leader is defeated. I'm not blind. What now? The all things celestial sect patriarch swept a glance at everyone present. What else can be done? With the sect leader all gone, our great cause of re-emergence is dead in the water. What the future holds, let's see and do. For the sake of many years of love, those who are willing to stay, will take up a position in my 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect, and be a disciplined and proper person. And in the future, you may have the opportunity to seek great things again. Those who don't want to stay, we're good to go. 2. Upon hearing the words of the patriarch, the senior members of the demon sect present looked at me and I looked at you, with various complex emotions intertwining and spreading at this moment. After a moment's hesitation, the tide has turned and there is no way back. Precious, everyone. The first person to leave the field appeared, with the first one leading the way. Immediately after the second, the third, sovereign. Precious, if that person can find the sect leader, perhaps he will also follow the trail to find the 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect. Sect leader, be careful yourself nah. In less than a moment, the top echelons of the demon sect left in droves. In the end, there were only 2 demon cult protectors left other than the patriarch. You 2 aren't leaving? Not afraid of being liquidated by that man? Patriarch, the 3 of us should stop pretending. What kind of person is our sect master? The 3 of us have followed her for 8,000 years. How could we not know? A black-robed man raised his head, revealing the white skeleton underneath his black robe. 2 crimson demonic flames blazed in the skeleton's eye sockets. The sect leader is majestic and calculating. 8,000 years ago she was able to leave behind a backhand to escape from the half-Saint Qinghe and heavily injure him. And the same is true today, 8,000 years later. The other black-robed man leaned back in his chair and clasped his hands on his chest in a clear, casual manner. Old Bones is right. Even the Cyan Saint bloodline could be heavily injured by her calculations. So how could she lose so crisply today? It's completely unrecognizable from that year's duel with the half-saint. This isn't the sect leader I know. The idlers are gone. So don't try to hide it here with the two of us. What did the sect leader have to say before he left? Go ahead. Upon hearing this, the patriarch shook his head and lost his smile. You guys are right. The day the sect leader left, he did deliver something. But it may be a little different from the arrangement you imagined. The two men squared their shoulders for a few moments. What is it? The patriarch only said 2 words. Aftermath. Both of their fingers trembled, and the demonic flame under their black robes trembled. What do you mean? Literally. The patriarch sighed. The sect leader seems to have anticipated this deadly situation. She had left a blood crystal the day she left. She said that in the future, if she dies, she will give this blood crystal to Lindsay of North Star. That's all the bishop left behind before he left. The rest, that's just a matter of listening to God and doing your best. Understood. Chapter 135, Killing Again. Waigwang Realm. North Star. The Ryu family of Wushwangpo had a funeral service. The deceased is not someone else. It is the missing for many days so that the Lu family and the Lin family good to find the daughter of the Lu family Lu Hanyan. When Lin Zhe brought her back to the Ryu family, all they saw was a cold corpse, and the cause of his death. Although the great battle between Lin Zhe and Lu Hanyan had shocked the heavens and earth, alarming the 4 directions of the Green Domain, those who could see the exact passage with the hostile parties were the top magnates of the Green Domain. To the ordinary people, they only knew that a great battle had occurred in the Green Domain, experiencing a dimming of the heavens and the earth, and that was all. Therefore, the cause of death that Lin Zhe claimed to the public was that Lu Hanyan had suffered an unfortunate accident while out and about, allowing her to finish her life as Lu Hanyan in an unexpected way. At Lu Hanyan's funeral hall, the Lu family cried and tore their hearts out. Among them, especially the head of the Lu family, Lu Jin, cried the most ferociously, snotty and full of sadness. But his sorrow was not for his daughter Lu Hanyan, but for his own brooding future. He doesn't care who dies, only who becomes Mrs. Lin. Once Lu Hanyan died, who else in the Lu family could replace Lu Hanyan as Lin Ershao's wife and bring the Lu family to great heights? Yen or Na, why did you leave like that? Goddamn thieves! Goddamn thieves! Oh, second sister. The Ryu family cried so much that tears filled the hearth. While crying, many people also secretly measured Lin Zhe standing next to the coffin, only hoping that their cries could infect this Lin Ershao, who had become a god, so that he would think about his old feelings and not cut off the shelter of the Lu family because of Lu Hanyan's death. Lin Zhe took in everyone's thoughts, but at the moment, he was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the restlessness of this human heart. He was staring at sad thoughts in his mind. Frustrated. We're not human beings. We're all human beings. Getting along for so many years like a sister-like existence was killed by him in this way. It was impossible to say that Lin Zhe did not have half a bit of mourning. Moreover, he and Lu Hanyan are still not only the relationship between class relatives, more, actually with the love of men and women. Back then, Lu Hanyan clearly had not yet passed the door, not even a marriage contract, is not the Lin family daughter-in-law. Then why in the end Lin Ao still made the decision to let her stay in the Lin family? It was nothing more than fancying the image and character of the other girl and keeping her as a companion for Lin Zhe to cultivate a relationship. Becoming natural is best. If it doesn't work out, it's just one more daughter to raise. The daughter who was offered by the Lu family is just a daughter, who is not married. The Lin family's word is the matter. This was something that the entire Lin family actually had in their hearts, and Lin Zhe naturally understood it as well. So at one time, Lin Zhe had thought that Lu Hanyan would become his pillow. Even later, when his memories of his past life awakened and Lin Zhe knew the future, his idea was to observe and investigate first, and find a chance to drive Lu Hanyan out to prevent a change in the world, not to kill her. But, leans aside softly, he reached out and gently stroked Lu Hanyan's pale and bloodless face. But why are you a bureau? Just like what Lu Hanyan said, Lin Zhe hates being cheated. What's more, she wasn't simply cheating. She wanted Lin Zhe's life to can break through the green domain to achieve supremacy. That's why Lin Zhe had hatred for her and couldn't kill her. If he did it again, Lin Zhe would still choose to kill her without mercy. As for after the killing, Lin Zhe let go of his hand. He took one last look at Lu Hanyan before turning around and leaving the Lu family. You and I have a clean slate. Back to the Lin family. Red Fei Hong finally arrived. Red Fei Hong see Patriarch Lin. Lin Zhe just raised his eyes and glanced at Red Nanhong, nodding his head in response. Red Fei Hong could sense that Lin Zhe wasn't very excited right now. Is he late? Or did he come at a bad time? How about getting straight to the point? Patriarch Lin, regarding that phoenix. When Mr. Chi came to Huaguang, Red Fei Hong spoke of the news of the phoenix. Lindsay suddenly stopped Red Fei Hong and reached out to pour 2 cups of fine wine. One of the cups was pushed in front of a coffee. I read, "Phoenix, it doesn't matter, and I don't feel like talking today." To the current Lindsay, it didn't matter if Red Fei Hong came to the phoenix or not. It didn't matter. With the heavenly fate in his body and the immortal scriptures perfected, nowadays he was able to learn most of the hidden secrets from the heavenly fate, and was able to do what no one else could. Finding a small phoenix sycamore is not a concern, but right now, Lindsay wasn't really in the mood to worry about sycamore. On the trip back, the 2 Lin family members swindled to death, and Lu Hanyan was beheaded by his own hands. A bunch of piles of things, a bureau within a bureau, a mess. Haunting. Lindsay even wanted to go and swim in the mountains first to idle him for a month, to take a break. Anyway, if you mess up, you mess up, and if you count, you count. A month later, I was having fun, and I had accomplished my godly skills, and was completely invincible. At that time, let's disguise ourselves as dream destruction mentors and have a calm chat and talk to me about your life aspirations. Is pretty good. Come on, have a drink with me. Lindsay invited for a drink, and Red Fei Hong was flattered. Yes, thanks for the reward, Patriarch Lin. The 2 of them drank together, 1 glass of wine at a time. But the wine on the Lin family's earth was a bit too lackluster for both of the innate powerhouses. The more you drink, the more energized you get, the less flavorful you get. Red Fei Hong then took out 2 bottles of Red Spirit Clan fine wine from his own treasury. Patriarch Lin, try this. Well, good for you. With a heart. It's an honor for my Red Spirit Clan that Patriarch looks up to my clan's wine brew. After saying that, Red Fei Hong added, "Sovereign looks preoccupied?" Lindsay didn't answer, but just asked Red Fei Hong a question with an expression of an emotional overachiever. "How old are you?" "It should be almost 230,000 years. What's wrong with Red's age?" "It's okay, drink yours." "Yes." The 2 sipped their wine and made occasional small talk. Suddenly, an intense purple light erupted in Lindsay's eyes. This lurid purple color was as if a heavenly emperor was approaching the dust, as if heaven's destiny had descended. The heart of Akafi I Hong, who was sipping his wine, was shaken. "What's going on here? Interesting. You're just a mere divine sea realm, and you still want to avenge your sect master? Ha?" Red Fei Hong didn't understand, only to see Lindsay clasp his hand in vain, and the void in front of him collapsed. A silhouette fell out of the void onto the ground in a gray, wretched form. "Wait, the sect master of the 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect, have come to visit Mr. Lin because the sect master has something left for you. I've taken the liberty of coming here, so please be merciful, Mr. Lin." The man smashed down from the void and immediately shouted, "The 10,000 Things Sky Star sect?" Lindsay's eyes flickered slightly as he sniffed. What did she leave behind? The patriarch spread his hands out and presented the strange blood crystal left behind by Lu Hanyan in front of Lindsay. The sect leader said before she left that if she were to fall from the Tao, she would give this blood crystal to you. Chapter 136, Reverse Demon Technique. Looking at the blood crystal in Patriarch Tianqian's hands, a strange light flashed in Lindsay's eyes. "This thing." He raised his head and looked deeply at Patriarch Tianqian. "What is this thing? Don't tell me you don't know." As a demon cultist, he didn't believe that Patriarch Tianqian would be so loyal that he would be indifferent to something left behind by the god of demonism, the head of the hallowed demon cult. And it is true, as a demonic religious person who knew the power of the sect master, since the day he got this blood crystal there was not a single day that he didn't want to solve the mystery of the blood crystal. This blood crystal was the only artifact left behind by the sect leader, and it might be hiding the sect leader's heavenly inheritance. And once he cracked it open, he would be able to inherit the mantle of the sect leader and become yet another Geisher demon hero. It's just a shame that the bishop is the bishop after all. No matter how much he studied it, the blood crystal remained unmoved, as if it was just an ordinary stubborn stone. Without her approval, a bystander could not open it at all. So the corners of his mouth slightly grinned in offense. "Not to hide it from you, sir. I did have a heart for blood crystals, but this blood crystal has been pondered for several days by my subordinates, and apart from being able to perceive the power of the holy demon true fire lurking inside, there is nothing else to be gained, no matter what means I use. Even if I use the sacred demon true flame technique inherited from my sect's lineage to sacrifice blood crystals, I can't sense the slightest bit of the blood crystal's power. It's as if the holy demon true flame that the sect leader left behind within the blood crystal isn't on the same path as us. I suppose that opening this blood crystal requires a specific kind of key." "A specific key? Not the same way?" Lindsay was thoughtful. He took a careful look at Patriarch Tianqian. A crimson demonic flame blazed in his eyes. Under the light of this demonic flame, the Tianqian sect leader was unmistakable in Lindsay's eyes. Inside Patriarch Tianqian's body, a crimson demonic flame that was latent to the depths was quietly burning, releasing wisps of blood-devouring demonic chi and evolving the demonic path of Moro, rampant to the core. However, the moment these demonic auras touched the demonic flames in Lin Zhe's eyes, they brushed off and became as fragile and shaky as a candle in the wind. Lin Zhe actually had a feeling that he could devour it and control it at will. At the same time, an intense longing came from the demonic flame within him. This feeling was exactly the same as when Lin Zhe had absorbed the inferior demonic chi over the wolf capital. Lin Zhe stared slightly. In the lineage of magic power, the previous level can devour and absorb the next level. The reason for absorbing the remnants of wolf capital's inferior demonic chi was because Lin Zhe's grade of demonic energy was higher than that of the demonists. It is possible to absorb the Tianqian patriarch in front of him. Lin Zhe does not believe that a hull of a patriarch-level person who was delivered by Lu Hanyan to the aftermath will cultivate the lower grade of the earth-level magic skills. What technique do you cultivate? Sect leader Tianqian replied. I am grateful for the sect leader's favor, granting me the Xian Fire Demon Cannon, Earth grade upper grade, top of the Earth class? Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly as he returned his gaze to the blood crystal. The holy demon true flame in his body immediately began to operate. Next moment, the blood crystal in Lin Zhe's hand immediately bloomed with bloodlight. Within this bloodlight, Lin Zhe could sense an unusually surging force of holy demon true fire. Within it, the sacred fire blazed, hiding endless mysteries. Its power echoed both of Lin Zhe's demonic feats, and they were like the same source. And this kind of homology is not like the connection between ordinary true fire sacred demon skills, but is a special case that comes from the true fire sacred demon skills, but is outside the true fire sacred demon skills. Just like what Patriarch Tianqian said, the two of them's demonic skills were not the same as those practiced by ordinary believers. And under the mapping of this homologous blood crystal, the holy demon true flame in Lin Zhe's body had a sense of transcendence that made up for its inadequacy and was extremely sublimated. Seeing this, Lin Zhe immediately infiltrated the blood crystal with his own holy demon true flame. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a few short breaths later, Lin Zhe was slightly stunned. He was silent for a moment before glancing at Red Fei Hong and Patriarch Tianqian and waved his hand. You guys go down first. Yes. After the red non-red duo retreated, Lin Zhe raised the blood crystal in his hand into the air. A channel of holy demon true flame was poured into the blood crystal as if it didn't need any money. The blood crystal absorbed Lin Zhe's Saint Demon true flame, and its body became crystal clear, and a path of crimson chi and blood began to diffuse around the blood crystal, forming a thick dense cloud of blood. Lin Zhe's gaze pierced through the blood-colored mist and saw the reality birth within it. A delicate body appeared in the blood mist. She stepped into the blood mist and met Lin Zhe. The winter winds and snow can't hide her brightness, her splendor, in the light fluffy white snow. She was tall and wore a close-fitting light blue dress that couldn't hide the moving and delicate curves. A pair of long, round legs still swayed as beautifully as ever. The delicate jade face is also as it was. She looked at Linza, a light smile spreading across her face. Though I'm sorry that we're meeting again in this manner, but, now your anger should be gone, right? Lin Zhe's gaze became complicated. He sighed softly. Why is that so? Lu Hanyan smiled. If I hadn't died and you had a knot in your heart, you and I wouldn't have been able to sit down and have a good chat like we are now. Lin Zhe was about to open his mouth, but he heard Lu Hanyan say again. More importantly, she looked toward the distant sky, her gaze filled with the cozy clarity of finally getting the anti-natural. Tired. I don't want to spend my life being another person's shadow, letting her manipulate me, and then eventually all the demons come back together and go up in smoke. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Lin Zhe, the smile on her face growing wider. What a gorgeous, radiant smile that release. Thanks. This thank you. Let Lin Zhe heart do not know how to feel. He wanted to say something, but the words to the mouth and stop. Eventually, Lin Zhe said, Did you leave this wisp of wool just to say thank you? Lu Hanyan shook her head and said, The demonic fetus is dead, but the true body has not been destroyed. You killed me in the incarnation of the demon fetus and stirred up her setup, and next, she will inevitably target you. Although you are in the green domain with the protection of the green domain Daoban, my true body is not idle either. Just like how she was able to bypass the Daoban and lay down a demonic fetus 8,000 years ago. This kind of top-notch phaseless person who can play with Qing Tsong has highly skillful means and can't be defended against. So, you need this. Lu Hanyan pointed at the blood crystal in Lin Zhe's hand. I'm sure you've noticed. The demonic skill you cultivate appears to be the True Flame Sacred Demon technique, but it is not. The True Flame Sacred Demon technique practiced by ordinary people comes from the undifferentiated true body, while the law you practice comes from me. Demon fetus. Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan's mouth was tinged with a hint of inexplicable laughter. How arrogant is that true body of mine? She created me, gave me her thoughts and talents, and I am the second her. If she is a lawless monster, I will also be an absolute devil. She wants to manipulate everything, and why wouldn't I want to be out of her control? That's why I created another reverse demon technique within her demon technique. Chapter 137. This reverse demon technique is deduced by using the weaknesses of the demon technique as its core, and all cultivators of the demon technique lineage are broken by the reverse demon technique, regardless of its grade and to what extent. By virtue of the power of the reverse demon power, it can devour all major demonic power practitioners regardless of their demonic power system class. Upon hearing this, Lindsay became interested. He asked, including your real body? If this reverse demonic power can devour Lu Hanyan's true body, the hull of a top-notch phaseless saint, wouldn't that be a step up? In theory, it's possible, but it's probably not too smart to actually implement it. Then what is the purpose of you creating this reverse demon technique? To get rid of your true body by devouring all the demonists? Lu Hanyan blankly glanced at Lindsay. I haven't finished yet. Cracking the demonic skill is only one of the effects of the reverse demonic skill. Its true ability is to allow me to detach myself from the demonic skill Dao fruit. And from then on, I will no longer be subjected to the suppression of the demonic skill Dao fruit. Otherwise, if she doesn't die, not only will I not be able to become a Taoist, but I will also be suppressed by her Taoist fruits, and will be subjected to her forever. With 10 of my battle power gone, how can there be any transcendence in that case? Lindsay added. You are her incarnation. You moved her plans. Can this path be hidden from her? That's why I can't touch her setup. In the thoughts she gave me, the green domain setup will always come first. If I move it, she'll know about it in the first place. Therefore, I can only accomplish my purpose with her plan. Only to hear Lu Hanyan say in a light tone. Her original setup was to have that little phoenix learn the true flame sacred demon skill, guiding him step by step into the demonic path, and ultimately transforming the demonic Dao fruits to become a Dao with demonic feats, thus completely controlling little phoenix's lifeline. Once that little phoenix carries the green domain's chi and breaks through the Daojak mountain, at that final moment, she will be able to devour the little phoenix with her demonic power and seize the Daojak mountain fruit. It's the big picture she set, and that, in turn, gives me a heavenly opportunity. Stealing the dragon for the phoenix. The magic skill is still the same, but the ultimate beneficiary has changed from her to me. At this rate, when the final day comes, I'm sure her face will look wonderful. As for whether this path will work or not, maybe it will, maybe it won't. Lu Hanyan smiled. But it's better than doing nothing and waiting for the day when you are devoured. It's naturally best when it comes true, and if it doesn't, it won't be in vain for her to have created me and let me come to this human world for a walk. Speaking here, Lu Hanyan glanced at Lindsay again. It's just that she and I didn't expect that, before this plan was even on track. You let this chess game go completely haywire. The time is also the destiny. Lindsay hummed. That's why you said then that no matter what, you would eat me to become a Taoist? Yes. It seems that I'm the one who messed up your plans. Lu Hanyan shook her head as she gave Lindsay a fixed look. No, you accomplished me. Lindsay was silent. Lu Hanyan, however, looked at it very openly as she continued. Don't think nonsense, for as long as I've lived, I've never been as happy as I am today, especially when I think that in the future she will also come down to accompany me. All the stifling and unwillingness of these 8,000 years will be worth it. Heaven's mandate plus the reverse demon technique. She's bound to lose. Lu Hanyan's eyes were filled with a sense of smoothness. If she won't give me life, then none of them will. But I want you to live. Lu Hanyan's expression stagnated. Turning her head, she met Lindsay's eyes that were as vast as the starry sky. Within the dark universe, the stars emitted a soft light that shone into Lu Hanyan's heart. The two men looked at each other for a long time. For a long time, Lu Hanyan lowered her head. Her figure became illusory. She said in a hushed voice, not alive. The power of Heaven's mandate is overbearing and unrivaled. Your Heaven's mandate has personally extinguished all of my vitality. Under Heaven's mandate, all things do not exist. Lu Hanyan's figure grew dimmer and dimmer. Are you leaving? I've said what I need to say. The core of the reverse demon technique and the demon technique Dao fruit are also in this blood crystal. It's time to go. Lu Hanyan's finger was pressed against Lindsay's lips. No need to say, I understand. This is the path I chose for myself, and all the consequences should be borne by me. But anyway, Zadie, Lu Hanyan's figure turned into a starry point of light, and her lower body had completely disappeared. Eyes are on the verge of leaving for good. At this point, a soft lip was printed on Lindsay's forehead. Soft, warm and creamy. Thank you for making me. Along with this cry of thanks, the last wisp of Lu Hanyan's will completely smoldered away. In its place, there was a strange light ball emitting a blood-colored glow and a crystal that had lost its color engraved with small blood-colored characters. That like mass was similar to the Tao fruit of the 9 sects that Lin Zhe had seen in the forbidden land of the sword sect, so he thought that it was precisely the Tao fruit of the devil's skill. As for the crystal engraved with small characters, it was naturally the reverse demon technique without a doubt. Looking at the two objects in front of him, Lin Zhe was silent for a long time, until the residual warmth that lingered on his forehead disappeared completely. It took him a moment to come back to his senses. He took a deep look at the place where Lu Hanyan had disappeared, and then removed the beginningless sword case that he was carrying behind him. The 9 extremes to the sacred law is in the process of being deduced, with 24 days remaining. 24 days. 24 days is not long, and the innate man blinks. Originally, in these 24 days, Lin Zhe planned to take a road trip, first dispersing his mind to play enough, come back and clean them up and make them talk about their ideals one by one. But now, Lin Zhe felt that it was a long 24 days. The days are like years. He couldn't wait. Calculations, layouts. He's tired of this damn chessboard. He would force his way to sainthood and settle a final score with them. In Lin Zhe's eyes, a ray of crazy blood color flashed. Reach out. He held the fruit of the demonic function Tao. Divine Gnosis LV6's ability unfolded for the first time. Steel. You perceive the great Tao of heaven and earth and comprehend the wonder of the origin of the Tao fruit. You've broken the way of the world's demons. You stole the root of the world-destroying devil's robbery, replaced the original, and became the ancestor of this path. With the theft of the fruits of the word, inside Lin Zhe's body, a terrifying power instantly revived. Destruction of the devil. An indistinct and terrifying chi and blood that was like extinction was like the Milky Way hanging upside down and flying 3,000 feet. Countless blood-devouring chi iterated between heaven and earth, transforming a realm into a demonic realm. The bear's magic flame is everywhere. The world is overwhelmed by it. At this moment, the entire Tianlan was startled. The saints awoke from their slumber. This is the extinction devil tribulation. Isn't this the fruit of that one's path? It seems that victory and defeat have been decided, and the fruit of the green domain has finally fallen within the demonic path. No, not right. This kind of movement is not like refining the Tao fruit. Instead it is more like witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint. Become a saint with the world-destroying demon tribulation. Something's wrong. Chapter 138. Who is the mole cricket? The other side. The darkness of the sword mound. The half-saint Qinghe, who had detected the demonic aura, violently opened his eyes. The devil's tribulation. She's here. In an instant, Qinghe's muddy gaze instantly became clear, depositing infinite splendor. A horrifying aura suddenly erupted from this pale body. His eyes broke through the delusion and went straight to where the demonic aura was. As far as the eye can see, Qinghe's entire aura was stunned. This, Qinghe has lived for so many years. What have you never seen before? But the scene at hand, he had never seen before. The world-destroying devil's tribulation, as the world knows, is the fruit of the Tao of the great devils beyond the realm, and the great devils use this Tao to dominate heaven and earth and achieve supreme ferocious fame. But right now, how did this Daolord's Tao fruit become Lin Zhe's thing? Refining Tao fruits and condensing Tao fruits were not the same thing. The former was the Tao that this Tao saint had voluntarily ceded to posterity after transcending the realm of the Tao fruit and comprehending the power above the Tao fruit. Although later generations can become saints by refining, they are picking up the wisdom of others, and will always be subject to the former, and will not be able to transcend, but will inherit an existing saintly position. Refinement is not enough. The latter is an amazing genius to open up a new way that has never been seen in the past, to prove the way of sainthood, to condense their own fruits of the way, and to achieve the ancestor of the way. Recongeal a holy position that is recognized by heaven and earth. From this point on, you will be able to attain great freedom and understand great transcendence. And right now, this movement of Lin Zhe's that shook the heavenly lanes was clearly recondensing the holy position, far from being as simple as refining the Tao fruit. This couldn't help but make Qinghe dumbfounded. He didn't understand, but that demon wasn't dead yet. If the great devil does not die and the Tao fruit is not shattered, how can there be any talk of witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint again? This change in the green domain had not come at all too strangely. Or was this also one of the calculating tactics of that out-of-boundary demon? He looked at Lindsay and fell into silence. This time, he was silent for a long time. For a long time. Only then did he let out a ghost of a sigh. It was a bureau or a variable he couldn't understand. From the moment he, Qinghe, entered the game and entrusted the holy soldier, he had no choice. The future of Greenwick. I did my best. Qinghe closed his eyes. The green saint's blood in his body began to revive and burn. As the green saint's blood burned, a crack that shattered the world spread throughout the entire green domain. Buzz. In the sky above the green domain, a massive net formed by a huge spell formation surrounded the entire green domain. The Tao prohibition that had sheltered the green domain for hundreds of millions of years finally revealed its true form under the burning of the green saint's blood. The Taoist prohibition is finally present. The green domain Tao ban appeared, and the saints of Tianlan caught wind of it and gathered outside the green domain again in an instant. The Tao ban is going to shatter. Old man Qinghai is dead. No, this isn't right. In the front, the demonic fruit of the Tao changed hands, and in the back, the green domain Tao prohibition shattered. It's hard to see. It's already completely hard to see. Grandma, what kind of mess is going on in there? Just when the outside world was in a mess. At this moment, the demonic chi was floating within the green domain. Lin Zhe was in the air, in the form of the supreme demon emperor, wielding the extreme evil and wickedness in heaven and earth. Wisps of demonic flames rose up around them, building a bridge of destruction. You've gone through the demise of the devil's robbery. With your horrific enlightenment, you've completely broken through the world-destroying devil's robberies and deduced it to the 10th level. Demon Destruction LV10. Great perfection. You have comprehended a heavenly lower grade technique. Your power over divine gnosis. Divine Enlightenment LV6. With the infusion of the power of the Tao fruit of the demon destroyer, Lin Zhe's power once again saw a dramatic climb. The power that was trapped and locked by the green domain Tao prohibition had reached an unprecedented limit. Once the Tao ban was broken, Lin Zhe would be able to descend into the world with invincible capital, opening up an era that belonged solely to him. Lin Zhe, one man, suppressing the world, feeling this force in his body that could be called an explosion. Lin Zhe, however, was unmoved. He summoned the hinterland of the sword sect. There is no need for the half-saint to burn himself. I have another method. Green River? Didn't explain much to Qinghai. Subsequently, Lin Zhe kept up the release of the demonic Gong Dao fruit, allowing it to constantly collide with the green domain Tao prohibition, all the way to boom! The demonic flame burns the 8 wastelands. The overwhelmingly vast demonic might came from outside the realm and descended upon the heavenly lawn world. Buzz! It is as if the heavens and the earth had once left their names. A delicate face that bore a 99% resemblance to Lu Hanyan surfaced in the sky above the Tianlan realm amidst the endless burning of demonic flames. Her arrival was like the descent of a god. She was like the supreme goddess who arbitrarily plucked the river of destiny. How magnificent! How majestic and supreme! She casts a divine gaze through the window between heaven and earth. The entire heavenly Lan realm was like an inconspicuous ball in her eyes, crumbling when she pinched it. Tianlan living beings just this gently look up. Will bear the weight of this life cannot bear? Personally appreciate what is the gap of life. What is God's might like the sun? God's might like a prison. They all bent their backs and curved their spines, offering the highest respect to the supreme high being, the most devout faith. Even the formless saints who were once domineering and boundless were silent after seeing the descent of this supreme being. Articulate yourself respectfully in silence. At this moment, God is coming. Silence in the sky lanes. All that was left was the gaze of that huge face in the sky, and within the green domain, Lin Zhe, who was being gazed at by the god. As far as the eye can see, Lin Zhe was fearless. He had no self-consciousness of being targeted by a supreme being. Instead, there was a slight grin at the corner of his mouth. You're finally here. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, the giant face in the sky above Tianlan was also without fluctuation. She just said faintly, steal everything and turn it into your own. The power of this sourceless immortal body. The entry of the originless immortal body is beyond my expectations. But do you think that by stealing my fruit, you can go against the gods and Buddhas? Overrate yourself. Even after being stolen the Tao fruit of the world-destroying devil's tribulation, even after knowing that Lin Zhe was the legendary originless immortal body, the absolute devil that had enveloped the entire heavenly Lan was also not half flustered. Her eyes were still aloof as if she were a god, not putting any variables in perspective. As Lu Hanyan said, her true body. How arrogant. Try it then. Who the hell is? Lin Zhe removed the sword case behind him. He took a step beyond the green domain. Next moment, losing the suppression of the green domain Tao ban, the saint's power within Lin Zhe's body, which had already swelled beyond measure, immediately returned to its primordial form. Boom! The 8 wastes, invisible sacred shadow, condensed. The devil's robbery, condensed. 2 great fruits coalesce. The 2 holy positions were immediately added to Lin Zhe's body. Lin Zhe became a saint on the ground. The realm of formlessness was instantly realized, and the 2 great Tao fruits had already arrived at the peak when they first came into being, directly referring to the absence of a phase. Clang! In the box of the sword of the beginning, a saint soldier was like a dragon of heaven and earth rushing up to the sky, shattering the clouds. Lin Zhe held the dragon's head in his hand, and a sharp, black and white sword burning with the chi of yin and yang then landed firmly in his hand. Boom! All the elephants are annihilated. Yin and yang reversed. Lin Zhe's sword pointed at the supreme saint. Sword chi rushed to the sky. Griffin, Chapter 139, The 8 Desolate Sacred Races. Boom! With the word mole falling, a terrifying pressure that shook the realm of heavenly lanes instantly swept across the heavens and earth. Buzz. Shivers. The sky is tearing apart and the earth is wailing. The whole world trembled madly. Before the eyes of the world, a world ripple visible to the naked eye was rippling in the void, blossoming into an illusory scene of light and shadow refraction and distortion. In the midst of the disillusionment, the heavenly lantern realm was fragmented. The pattering of a drizzle fell from the broken sky. The rain is black and red. It's like a stasis that's been deposited for years. It contained an extremely unsettling and evil power. And the endless devilish breath came along with the rain and poured on this world named Tianlan. The rain falls, falling on the flowers, plants and trees. The grass and trees that came into contact with the rainwater were instantly drained of all vitality and withered in an instant. As far as the eye could see, the entire originally verdant world was being continuously eroded and extinguished of vitality. It was like a stunning landscape painting that was swallowed up by a drop of ink. Clap, clap, clap. In a moment, the black rain was heavy again. It smashed down on the protective aura of the major cultivators, and when touched, it was extinguished, smashing through the aura without any resistance, as if it was in no man's land. All the cultivators who were stained by the black rain became weak and lost their aura, continuously flowing into the sky. That only devil, coming. At this moment, the great cultivators and saints of the heavenly lanes domains couldn't sit still, because the scene in front of them was too familiar and they understood the significance of it too well. The pouring black rain in front of him was precisely the manifestation of the absolute devil's famous demonic skill, world-destroying demon robbery, being activated to the highest realm. Its power is just like its name, extinction. In the distant past, this is exactly how this absolute great devil descended to Tianlan, wanting to destroy the realm of Tianlan, turning the living beings of the realm into nutrients, and fueling his demonic flames. That day, the black rain swept in. The world is broken. This moment is exactly like this moment. Yesterday all over again, only it's not the same. Back then, it was this great devil himself who performed it, using his phaseless body to suppress the heavenly lanes horizontally. And now, the demon destruction scourge has changed to a new master, and the once great demon has had its Dao fruits stolen. Chess players and pieces switch identities without a word. For a while, everyone looked at each other. The situation in the green domain had developed to this point, and they could no longer understand it at all. This game, it's a mess. It's a complete mess. Black rain rages on. The giant face that was like a god descending to the world to look down on the heavenly lanes also finally showed a slight hint of a different color. The highest level of demonic destruction? No. Compared to the devil robbery Dao fruit she condensed back then, this person seems to have pushed it to the next level after stealing it? That's not right. The originless immortal body stealing the Dao fruit was nothing more than changing the recognition of the law imprints. So how could it raise its Dao fruit realm to such an extent? This person. The giant face glanced again at the beginningless sacred soldier in Lin Zai's hand that was like a dragon roaring 10,000 miles long into the 9 heavens. Qing Tsong's sword. And, in the giant face's deep eyes, the heavenly and earthly sacred shadow behind Lin Zai became extremely blinding in this dim world strewn with black rain. So it's you. The 8 desolate sacred clans. The heavy voice of the giant face resounded through the heavens and earth. But what answered her was a supreme divine sword that cut through yin and yang, dividing heaven and earth between morning and evening. Lin Zai drew his sword up and opened the heaven's gate with one blow. Clang! The sword might of the beginningless saint soldier was monstrous. A huge sword light that seemed to cut through the world rose up from the bottom and fought against the heavenly lanes. One sword out. Heaven and earth into chaos. Yin and yang cut the twilight. The terrifying pressure of supreme power and supreme saint supremacy instantly filled the entire world. Under the pressure of this transverse ancient and modern might, it seemed as if the heavenly lantern world had been pressed the stop button, and the entirety of it froze. At this time there is no wind nor clouds. The thoughts are empty. At this moment, there is nothing in heaven or earth with me. Everyone could only watch this heaven and earth sink in the sword of the beginning from the perspective of a bystander. Life and death are unknown. Under the support of Lin Zai's 2 top-level saint positions, the might of the beginningless saint soldier was finally drawn out, glowing with infinite divine might. Once again, heaven's lanes had been blessed with the glory of the unseen. After hundreds of millions of years, the people of Tianlan once again recalled what it meant to be a beginner. And in the face of Lin Zai's strike, the shocking devil didn't show too many different colors. Being the top unfazed person, without the beginning, she is the strongest in the world. Not to mention, she was also a gaijin amongst the phaseless ones, an absolute devil. The Qing Tsong situation, she can still move some hand, drumming the wind and clouds. What could a mere Qing Tsong sacred soldier without the power of the phaseless force and the Qing Tsong bloodline enhancement do to her? A devilish light flashed in the demon's eyes. She transformed the wind and clouds, and set off waves of destruction in the realm of the heavenly lanes. A gigantic, heavenly palm poked out from the eye of the storm where the wind and clouds were converging, and it pinched Lin Zai's sword light. Bang! In just a moment, the sword light was crushed to pieces. A wave of emptiness spread across the entire world at once, smoothing out the black rain and all the visions, causing the world to return to clarity once more. Ugh! Surely that's still too much of a difference? The difference between the phaseless and formless is already the difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention the topmost phaseless saints such as the great demon. In her eyes, I'm afraid that formless people such as us are no different from latter-day living beings. That's how it should be. Although that person from the green domain has the green saint sacred soldier in his hand, he doesn't have a green saint bloodline, and he himself isn't in the phaseless saint realm, so it's difficult for him to catalyze the true power of the sacred soldier. So I'm afraid that he won't be able to take advantage of any advantage in this fight. It's just that in this way, I'm afraid that the secrets of the green domain will all fall into her hands. No, it's still early. There's more than just this one supreme being who covets the green domain. Don't forget who stopped the great demon when she descended to destroy the heavenly lanes back then. The mantis is catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow is at the back. Until the end, no one knows exactly who is the real winner. What's more, you all heard it just now. That person said the 8 desolate sacred clans himself. The 8 desolate sacred races? The 8 sacred clans. An ancient race that has been passed down since the ancient times. It has a long and rich history. Powerful, ancient, and mysterious are their eternal synonyms, and in their heyday they once dominated the ancient world. However, since the distant ancient times, the existence of the 8 desolate sacred races gradually disappeared in front of people, and eventually only turned into a single untraceable and indistinct legend. Especially at this time, if it wasn't for those with a long lineage of family learning, they wouldn't even know the name of the 8 desolate sacred clans, let alone the splendor they once possessed. Thus, when the great demon mentioned the 8 desolate sacred clans, even the saints who had been running across the heavenly lanes only had a few with long-lasting inheritances that could know of their existence. When they heard the name of the 8 desolate sacred clans, their complexions all stared, their faces turning heavy for a while. Even the 8 desolate sacred race, an ancient race that has long been extinct, has appeared. This game of chess is really getting more and more amazing and confusing by the minute. Chapter 140, Defeating the Great Devil. The 8 desolate sacred races. The heavenly fate immortal body. Alas, defense is not possible. Just how many other chess players are secretly laying out this game of the green domain? Layout? Meh. A few saints in the Yao Yang sage suddenly sneered. If it is just a chess player who lays out the game of the saints, it would be fine. But I'm afraid that I'll only know in the end that all of this is a ghostly trick by that old dog Ching Song. Saint Yao Yang called Supreme Saint Ching Song an old dog, not seeing any semblance of respect for the Supreme Saint in his words. The others were not surprised to hear what Yao Yang said. It was because the Flare Sun Saint's old ancestor, the Yin Yang Great Saint, was precisely one of the 8 saints that was beheaded by Ching Song back then. The Yin Yang Great Sage, the renowned Tianlan native veteran phaseless saint of Tianlan, possessed great prestige and strength in the Tianlan realm. Relying on the blessing of the great saint of Yin and Yang, the descendants of the Yin and Yang lineage can be said to have the wind and rain in Tianlan, honored to the point of living a beautiful life. However, the Yin and Yang great saint of this heavenly tree died in the hands of Ching Song. The entire Yin and Yang lineage of the power of a direct drop. The descendants of the children and grandchildren in turn coveted by others. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yin Yang great sage had left some backhanders behind back then, allowing the Yin Yang lineage to barely still be able to give birth to a Flare Yang saint out, the Yin Yang lineage would have long since been reduced to ashes in these hundreds of millions of years of ripples. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. And Ching Tsang beheaded the Yin Yang great sage and destroyed the Yin Yang descendant, killing his parents and cutting off people's wealth. The two major taboos he took full advantage of. How could this make Saint Yao Yang not hate? This hatred is not shared by all. Is to change them too. Also will not give Ching Tsang old dog half a good face. Just wait and see. The heaven's destiny immortal body and the 8 desolate sacred races, as well as the sourceless immortal body that can steal everything and turn it into its own, as mentioned by that great devil just now. A bloodlight that seemed as if it could swallow the entirety of the green domain flickered in the eyes of the sage of Yao Yang. So many rare contraptions that are rarely seen in the past 10,000 years have been assembled in this small green domain. This saint will never believe that there are no ghosts here. The saint's complexions changed slightly as they heard the words, pondering. Indeed, it is truly bizarre to think that two existences that are hard to see for ages, the 8 desolate sacred races and the heavenly fate immortal body, could appear in the green domain's bureau at the same time. It must be known that such variables cannot be broken even by a top-notch phaseless person as strong as the great demon. If there is anyone else in this world who can use the 8 desolate sacred races and the heavenly fate immortal body as a chess game, then I'm afraid it's only Qing Song, the first saint of the ancient world. But, if it's really Qing Shang's deliberate handiwork, then what does he intend to do? Could it be that he wants to use this chess game to break through to endless? No end. The moment these two words came out, all the saints were somewhat silent. Although the saints were already saint realm existences, dominating heaven's lanterns as master-level giants, the word endless was still a heavy and distant word to them. Thinking about that glorious ancient era of his Tianlan realm, he had only produced such a beginningless one as Qing Song, not to mention the unattainable no end above the beginning. Everything about the endless one has gone with that lost ancient time, becoming an eternity in the mist. What they are to the endless end is like what the foolish latter-day souls are to the supreme holy realm. It's all so vague and distant. No way. Immediately, a saint refuted. If he, Qing Song, can achieve beginninglessness, then he is already considered to be learned and knowledgeable. Right now still want to rely on this game of chess to achieve no end. Difficult, difficult, difficult. What's more, if I, Heavenly Lan, really had the opportunity to achieve the endless, Heavenly Lan would have long since become the target of all the realms. And wouldn't I have waited until now? Nice. As it should be. In that case, that Qing Song. Saint Yaoyang directly interrupted the discussion of the saints as he stared at the green domain with a burning gaze. Alright, whatever purpose the old dog Qing Song has, this game has been all messed up so far. Unsurprisingly, I'm afraid that today is when his green domain turtle shell disintegrates. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. With that said, another heavy muffled sound came from the sky. Clang! A sword blade that evolved the 5 elements of true intent cut across the boundary between heaven and earth. The second beginningless saint soldier was sheathed. Sage Yaoyang's eyes lit up. Soon, the green domain breaks up today. The words just fell. Lindsay's vast celestial voice that resembled a heavenly emperor's presence, and the dust shook through the heavenly Lan domains. Reverse flow. Reverse. Forbidden. Boom. The entire power of heaven's Lan was pried apart by Lindsay with the rules of heaven's mandate. My will is the will of heaven. And my heart is the heart of heaven. The destiny is mine. Wow. The black rain that engulfed the world reappeared. The destructive demonic power coalesced into a river, rushing into the sky with the momentum of a wave rolling into the heavens. At the same time, the great demon's giant hand that tore the sky appeared in a bizarre manner and struck back in the direction where the great demon's giant face was. Clang! Swish! Above the great black river, under the demon palm of extinction, Lindsay's Saint Shadowstay true body wrapped in the heavenly destiny-enhanced heavenly emperor's body crossed between the great river and the giant palm. He held a beginningless saint soldier in each of his left and right hands, using the power of heaven's mandate to bring the power of the saint soldiers to its fullest extent. Two sword chi that tore the sky and the earth went along the great river and the giant palm. Swish! A sword breaks through the air. Chop! In the face of this sword that exhausted all of Lindsay's strength, the great demon giant face that had always ignored Tianlan with arrogance finally changed its face. Her pupils shrunk and her complexion was frozen. Heaven's mandate. How could the body of a sourceless immortal body be coupled with the overbearing power of heaven's mandate? Could it be that the originless immortal body could steal the origin of heaven's mandate again? No way. The 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao. Only one person in a lifetime. No one on the other side could touch it. No one could touch it. Not even an existence with the same immortal body could covet another immortal body. How did this person manage to combine the two supreme greatnesses of originlessness and heavenly destiny? There was no room for demon to think much. The overbearing greatness of Lindsay's sword opening the gates of heaven and destroying the world had already arrived in front of the great devil along with the black river and the devil's palm. The power contained in this strike was such that even with the demon's ability, he felt a pang of trouble. Caught off guard, she also felt a pang of annoyance. How dare the district's invisible mole crickets? Whoosh! 2 devilish lights shot out from the eyes of the great devil, wanting to destroy the combined attack of the black river giant palm and the sword chi. However, in the face of the 2 beginningless saint soldiers coupled with the heavenly mandate power of the great perfection of the immortal scriptures and the strike emitted by the awakened 8 desolate blood, the great demon's demonic light was like a papier-mâché tiger, a false appearance and unbeatable. The emperor of heaven decrees. Scatter! Bang! The sword chi tore through the demonic light. The great river engulfed the firmament and drowned the giant face. Then a gigantic palm in the sky crushed the world. Boom! With one strike, the great magic phase broke. In its place, there was a delicate body that bore a 90% resemblance to Lu Hanyan. This is none other than the true form of the demon. At this moment, the great demon's true body's clothes were shattered, and blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth. On the absolutely beautiful and delicate jade face, 2 interlaced hideous sword marks were deeply etched, showing a wretchedness. It is clear which one is higher or lower. Chapter 141, Who is the Devil's Fetus? And that's when the black rain came again. Wow! The violet black rain once again coalesced into a long river that devoured the world. Lindsay held his twin swords above the Lingbo Black River, his small giant-like holy shadow true body radiating glazed golden light in the dark world. The noble purple light of heavenly destiny also lingered on Lindsay's body surface, transforming into a magnificent dragon of heaven and earth that gathered under his feet for the heavenly emperor's seat. At this moment, he was like a god-man on earth, bringing light, bringing salvation. He pointed his sword at the demon. Now, who's the mole? The great demon was shocked and furious. Griffin arrogance. Demon was annoyed. She hadn't suffered such a great loss since she became a Taoist. To her at the moment, it was like an authority in some field being contradicted by a little-known person. Much to her annoyance. If thou hadst not stolen the demise of the world, how could I? The demon is not an invisible saint and lives entirely on the fruits of the way. Formless saints who had their Tao fruit stolen would simply fall off the holy throne and lose everything. Instead, as a phaseless she had long since transcended the bondage of the word Tao fruit and the shackles of spacetime and boundaries. The theft of the magic Tao fruit would not cause her to lose any power. It would only give her a bit of a fall. But it was the fall on this frame that created the predicament she was just in. It was only because she had spent her entire life in the devil's way, and all of her greatness was in the devil's way. The root of his demonic path is the demon destruction, and now the demonjacking has been stolen and replaced with a new ancestor. She could no longer use the power of the demon-destroying scourge, or else she would be within Lindsay's Tao, suppressed by Lindsay's Tao fruit. One of her battle power would be reduced to 1 in 10. In other words, she couldn't use the world-destroying devil's tribulation again for her battle with Lindsay, or else she would surely suffer a backlash. Being a devil's path unmasked, but not being able to use the devil's skills that she relied on for her survival, it was tantamount to folding her wings and destroying her dryads. The party had responded to the enemy in haste, and coupled with the fact that Lindsay was a heaven's destiny immortal body, she had fallen behind. Is just that. A sentence was not finished before the demon closed it again. To say it so defensively would rather make her look incompetent. Thou shalt not have a second chance. Lindsay didn't say anything. He just looked at demon quietly, looking at the face that bore a 90% resemblance to Lu Hanyan. The memories of the past 18 years then flowed through my mind again. But in the end, all of these memories came down to one word: bureau. His fire flared a little more. Tired. He was really tired. Go to hell. Lindsay's eyes were cold. A crisp sword chime once again came from the beginningless sword box carried behind his back. Buzz. Clank. A long river of sword chi rose up into the sky. Above the long river, a scorching sun was in the sky, scorching the earth. Wow. The remaining fires of the Yangtze River are exhausted. The vast sea is flat at night. After the long river sets, a bright white moon slowly rises again from the sea level. The sea rises to the moon. Swish. In the midst of the changing sun and moon, a world-defying divine sword came across the barrier of time and space. Clang. The sword of the sun and the moon sweeps across the world. The third holy weapon was sheathed. Boom. The 3 holy swords hung in the void, releasing endless beginningless divine might. Lindsay drew his sword with an imaginary hand. The powerful sword might of the 3 holy weapons stared straight at the great demon, making her unable to move. The third one. The demon exhibits a shocked look. Thou art even able to use the third. One sentence was not finished, and the next scene caused the demon to stutter even more. That's, whoosh. A blood crystal suddenly rose from Lindsay's hand and floated in the center of the 3 beginningless saint swords. The familiar scent coming from the blood crystals caused her to suddenly fall into some kind of a state of confusion, into a distant ecstasy, remembering something vital. For a moment, her pupils snapped shut. That thing is, she fell into a long, eerie silence. Next moment, clang. 3 holy swords in one. Multiple forces are brewing to add to the mix. Counter-demon technique. Power of heavenly destiny. 8 desolate blood. Demon destruction. The blood crystal bloomed into a gorgeous flower. The sword that cut off time and space, cut off cause and effect, and cut off all sources blossomed from the flower's slight aura. Swish. Sword chi whistled past. This sword. Open sky. Extinguish. Clank. Swish. Amazing white bloom. The entire world turned pale at that moment, leaving only this blinding, singular white color. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Moments. Wait for the white light to pass. Put your eyes on it again. Mountains and rivers shattered. Touchy-feely. Wherever the sword chi passed, all the elephants were annihilated. As for the great demon who was in the center of the sword chi's destruction, the top and bottom of her jade body was covered with dense wounds. The whole thing was like a piece of unpolished clay mold that could crack at any moment. His unseen true body was destroyed. The chance of life has been broken. This battle between Lindsay and the great devil had already written the endgame. Demon defeated. Heaven and earth were silent. Seeing the defeat of the great devil, all the saints of the heavenly lawn watched their noses with their eyes and their hearts with their noses. and they were all speechless as the tide rose and fell in their hearts for a while. The Qingyi half-saint within the green domain who had originally planned to use the blood of the green saint to help Lindsay at the last minute also froze. That peerless demon that had entangled the green domain and set up a trap in the green domain for so long had just lost a top-notch existence that could game and set up a game with the green saint had lost. Qinghe's eyelids fluttered and he pulled off his beard. He had envisioned a variety of green domain future situations, but this situation is really something he never dreamed of. Above the vault of heaven, Lindsay arrived in front of the demon with his sword. Thumbs down. The sharp tip of the sword that was bubbling with clear air was pressed against the demon's neck. Hand over the magic tire method. Feeling the cold tip of the sword, the great demon, who had been in silence since the appearance of the blood crystal had come to a realization, came back to his senses. She glanced at Lindsay, and a strange devilish smile unexpectedly appeared on her face. The demon fetus method? Ha! After tens of thousands of years of being addicted to the devil, today I realize that I am me. She laughed. I lost. Still lost to her. Lindsay frowned. Speak human. The sharp tip of the sword pierced into the demon's neck. Black blood ran down the demon's neck. The great demon remained fearless, as if she had come to a great realization and finally woke up, seeing through the red dust. Where is there a devil's fetus? What there is nothing more than a medicine picker who mistakenly practiced the remnants of the demon god's illusory moon 7-star record, and was devoured by the demon god and practiced into an out-of-body incarnation. The remnants of the demon god. The illusory moon 7 stars record. Lindsay froze. She said, don't you get it? I'm the lawless monster, and she's the absolute devil. You tell me, which one of us is the devil's child? Boom! A bolt of lightning crossed Lindsay's mind. The demon. This was something that Lu Hanyan had also said when she handed over the reverse demon technique. She said, how haughty is that true body of mine? Who created me and gave me her talents and thoughts? She is a lawless monster, and I am then also an absolute devil. I only heard the great demon say again. Incarnation fights for its life, and the golden cicada escapes its shell. I die. Breeze. The shattered body of the demon gradually dissipated with the breeze. Only a whisper in the wind. She gives birth. Chapter 142. The Great Sage of Linghuang. Phew. The breeze blows and the ashes of the robbery are dispersed. The curtain came down on a generation of unseen great devils. That blood crystal also completed its mission with the departure of the demon, and went up in smoke along with the demon. This innings around the green domain, Lindsay finally dutifully won the first and most important one. 5 holy weapons, and he had already thwarted the great demon by merely using only 3 of them. What would be the view with all 5? What would happen when he had advanced to the phaseless and truly transcended time and space and realms? At this point, the situation in the green zone has been broken. He will eventually sweep out of the corner of his eye and reign over the world. However, Lindsay didn't have much joy in defeating the great demon and finally toppling the board. He turned his head to look at the green domain, muttering the words the demon had said before he died. I die. She gave birth. Demon god remnants of the illusory moon and 7 stars record. Medicine picking woman. Incarnation fighting for life. And reverse demon kung fu. Meh. Lindsay smiled. The laughter was full of inexplicable complexity. Can't say I'm happy or angry, but in any case, her did give Lindsay a good lesson in the capacity of a phaseless person, allowing him to experience firsthand what it meant to be a phaseless person. The unseen is the unseen after all. They had seen all the ages, experienced the changes of the ages, had eaten tens of millions of times more salt in their lives than Lindsay had ever eaten, and had seen countless numbers of people. Its mind and wisdom have long stood at the top of the world. Often every move has thought of hundreds of retreats and variables to cope with. These guys, they are all old foxes. Lindsay, a young man who had lived 2 lifetimes that added up to less than 50 years of age, was a bit too young to compare with these old foxes. That coffin that was buried in the Liu family. Lindsay could not even go back to verify it. Needless to say, it must be an empty coffin. Learning from his mistakes. This lesson, Lindsay took note of. Then next, Lindsay glanced at the several saints who were incarnated in nothingness, watching this change in the underworld. As supreme sacred realms, even if they were not as good as the unmasked, they should still know something about the inner workings. Go ahead and have a chat. Just as Lindsay was thinking like this, between heaven and earth, another ray of clear air slowly sprinkled down. This ray of clear air came from the sky and slowly fell into the void. Next moment, inside the green domain, Myriad Desires, who was in the Long River Sword sect, then seemed to be summoned by something. She jerked her head around to look at the wisp of clear air, then froze. Suddenly, a strong look of horror passed through her eyes. You! It's you! No! I don't want to disappear. I don't want to go back. Swish! She immediately traveled 10,000 miles away with her recluse technique, wanting to escape the clear air. But her struggles and roars were ultimately futile. Under that ray of clear air, there was nothing to hide from the wonderful desire. In just a few moments it turned into a wisp of pink, emitting an endless breath of lust. The mist was captured by the clear air and flew beyond the green domain to join that clear air. At the same time, many of the same situations as myriad desires were happening within the green domain. They have been transformed into various colors of mist. There is a pink mist that symbolizes lust like myriad lust, a red that represents anger, and a yellow that represents greed. 7 different kinds of auras converged from all directions, heading straight for the clear aura in the sky and merging with it. Under the convergence of these countless breaths, a delicate body coalesced out from the infinite breaths. How sacred, how pure, and how majestic and beautiful she is. Her whole person seemed like the embodiment of a holy goddess walking on earth, making people unable to raise the slightest blasphemy. There is just admiration, just reverence. See her appear. Several saints trembled in their hearts and manifested their invisible bodies. The tree of the forest bends. The rivers in the mountains stopped flowing. The clear winds of the high heavens dare not whistle. They pay the highest homage to this being by way of the wind, by way of the trees, by way of the water, by way of a speck of dust. Greetings, great sage spirit brilliant, the great sage of spiritual brilliance, one of the most mysterious and oldest great saints in Tianlan. Her existence could even be older than the supreme saint Qingsong, whose timeline had disappeared, for her existence has been since the beginning of the celestial lanes. The spirit brilliant grand sage had existed since there was the concept of heavenly lanes and the record of heavenly lanes history books. Similarly, with her ancient relative, its cultivation realm is also in a mysterious and unpredictable situation. No one can know. People can only have some guesses from her ancient, because as the lord of the spirit clan she was even more mysterious than the average spirit clan member, never appearing and never descending to the mortal world, no matter how big or small things were in Tianlan. Even when Qing Sun broke through the beginningless and widely invited the group to discuss the Tao, this spirit brilliant great sage had never stepped forward. Nothing in this world seemed to hold her attention. The only time she made a move was back in the year when the great demon came from outside the realm to break the heavenly lanes, refine a realm, and forcibly collect the green domain. It was this great sage of spirit brilliance who prevented the invasion of the great devil and saved the fall of heaven back then. It was also that time that the world piped up and finally understood why this great saint was able to survive from the beginning of the heavenly lanes. And now that the great sage of spirit brilliance had reappeared, the sages immediately showed him their sincerity. At the same time one was muttering in his heart, what kind of day is it today? Even the spirit brilliant sage has shown up? We're not in a situation where the world is going to end, are we? As the saints looked around, Spirit Huang appeared. As soon as she appeared, a pair of calm, waveless eyes stared at Lindsay. Its eyes were all calm, like a deep pool where the depths could not be seen. Lindsay also sized up this great sage of spirit brilliance. In Ling Huang, he sensed the aura of the 7 emotions law. The lust fragment corresponding to myriad lust just now also returned to itself. It was thought that this spirit brilliant was the true body of the rightful master behind Xia Qinghe and myriad desires. Void into dream. Well, should have said incarnation. The Taoist body. After experiencing this with Lu Hanyan and the great demon, Lindsay would never again believe that the invisible one, who was even more outrageous than the invisible one of there is no me in the world, but everywhere is me, would have such a thing as a true body. However, what did this great sage of spirit brilliance want by suddenly showing up? To think that she had sensed Xia Qinghe, the law of 7 emotions itself. Lindsay then began by asking, "You're void into dream?" Upon hearing the name of void into dream, the spirit brilliant great sage was first silent for a moment. A light of deduction skimmed across the calm eyes. She then shook her head. "I am not a false entry into the dream. There is no such person in the spirit race either. Why do you ask?" Hearing the spirit brilliant great sage deny that he was a false entry dream and said that there was no such person in the spirit clan either, Lindsay froze. "You're not dreaming in vain. Then how do you explain the fact that Xia Qinghe, as a fragment of your 7 emotions, is also the 7 emotions law itself, playing around?" But on second thought, now that it had come to this situation, there was no need for the spirit brilliant sage to deny it, nor was there any point in denying it. That being the case, the 7 sentiments act on the signatures of the imaginary into the dream. Hell no, you're not finished, are you? Chapter 143, The Tomb of the Gods. Lindsay had thought that after he had beheaded the great demon and demonstrated his strength across the heavenly lanes, all the innings surrounding the green domain would be resolved without attack, but now it seems. Lindsay glanced at the spirit brilliant great sage, and the purple light of heavenly fate in his eyes kept tugging on the threads of heavenly fate, searching for the engraved mark about the spirit brilliant great sage, tracing back to its roots. Great sage spirit brilliant, lord of the spirit race, the oldest and most mysterious great sage of Tianlan. Surprisingly, She didn't even know about the existence of the void into dreams. In other words, she didn't even know that her 7 emotions fragment named Xia Qinghe had been tampered with. Couldn't detect the slightest abnormality. She was blinded by the false entry dream. That alone is enough to say something. Thinking about the Qingtsong Supreme Sage, the titular Heavenly Land's first beginningless one, he even disappeared without a trace for no reason. Obviously, behind this game of chess in the green domain, there was an even bigger pair of black hands silently maneuvering everything. Only, Linze withdrew his gaze and fell into deep thought. Why did Void Entry Dream reveal herself? With her abilities, if she didn't leave her name on the 7 emotions law, Linze wouldn't even notice her existence. There is also the 7 emotions law incarnated Xia Qinghe. Linze's 8 desolate blood just happens to be missing the method of refining the god will be completely awakened. And this 7 emotions law, which is the most powerful law of the spirit race, just happens to be bubbling up to be sent. And it also happened to be able to be seen through by Hong Tian, who was a Heaven's Destiny immortal body. This is all too much of a coincidence. Linze couldn't help but think of the words Hong Tian had said earlier at this moment. Then the arrival of me, Hong Tian, and the birth of you, Linze, with the 2 great immortal bodies gathered in the green domain. Are they also in your calculations, old ghost Changtsong? Well, that's nice. You guys are so funny, aren't you? The purple light in Linze's eyes grew deeper and deeper. A striking stream of information crossed his mind. There are 22 days left until the 9 extremes to the holy law is deduced and made complete. 22 days. Aren't you guys so good at math and layout? Swish. The light of the most holy and mighty heavenly destiny exploded violently in Linze's eyes. Then do the math. Calculate what's going to happen in 22 days. The sudden outpouring of Linze's heavenly destiny aura made the spirit brilliant great sage understand something. She glanced at Linze with a slightly deeper meaning, and said calmly, it seems that something has happened to Myriad Desire or Xia Qinghe that even I can't see. Linze glanced at the spirit brilliant great sage. You're calm. The spirit brilliant great sage shook his head. It's just that he's seen more and knows more. And that, in turn, is why I have shown up to meet you. The spirit brilliant great sage waved his hand. The pattering of a light rain like Christmas. Gentle rain slowly fell on this world that had become riddled with holes due to the battle between Linze and the demon. Rain infested. Dry leaves are revitalized and quickly show a lush green color. Spring is coming to the dead wood. Spring returns to the earth. The devastation is fading, restoring the world to its original form. This is not the place to talk. The spirit brilliant great sage added. Please move and follow me to the spirit clan. Everything you want to know may be answered in the spirit clan. After saying that, the spirit brilliant great sage took a step forward. A mysterious portal opened before Linze's eyes. Do you have all the answers? Linze patted the sword box, and the 3 saint soldiers collected their divine might and orderly returned to sleep again within the sword box. Afterward, he glanced back at the green domain and then followed the spirit brilliant great sage as he stepped into the dusty and mysterious land of the spirit clan for a long time. After the 2 left, the wind stopped and the waves calmed. Only the invisible saints who had transformed into mountains, rivers, grasses and trees were left looking at each other. The mysterious spirit clan land was immersed in a vast and endless sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, mountains and peaks rose and fell, and palaces stretched out. At times, cranes chirped and flew high into the 9 heavens. At that time a rootless spring came from heaven and ran into the sea of clouds, and it began to disappear. How is like the fairy palace cloud realm. Very grand, and is extraordinary. At this moment, Linze was standing on the highest peak of the immortal palace cloud realm, the top of Spirit God Peak, looking out over this magnificent sea of clouds. A moment later, Linze had a feeling. No wonder your spirit clan has always been secretive. Even an ordinary clan member is so well hidden. So your clan lands are not on the ground at all. That's right, this sea of clouds in front of Linze was really a sea of clouds. What Linze saw through the sea of clouds was Tianlan. It is the domains of the heavenly lanes. The spirit race's clan land was the one that was above the heavenly lanes, and had been within the cloud realm, observing everything in the heavenly lanes from the perspective of an overlooking person. So it seems that this saying of the 3 chakras of heaven, earth and man, with heaven as God, earth as essence and man as chi is quite an image. The great sage of spirit brilliance made a cup of tea for Linze and pushed it in front of him. Not every spirit clan member has the ability to see and hear in heaven and earth. Being rooted within the cloud realm will make it easier for my clan to observe the heavenly Lan divine tomb at all times. Tianlan divine tomb. Linze raised an eyebrow, and before he could ask a question, the spirit brilliant great sage said directly, that's right, as you've heard, this Tianlan realm is originally a great tomb where gods are buried. I, the spirit clan, am the keeper of this tomb. There was a time when Linze thought that he had just come to a book-wearing world, and that it was just a matter of playing the protagonist's offense. As it turned out later, the world of Mao's bookwearing was all a setup by one old Ingbi. By now, Tianlan had become a tomb. This play is getting fancy. Alright. Picking up his teacup, Lindsay quietly took a sip of the spirit race's fragrant tea. Lindsay wasn't too surprised by the spirit brilliant great sage's words. After experiencing so many reversals, Lindsay was no longer too interested in what the hell the Tianlan world was. And the truth was, whether those phaseless or beginning less, Lindsay hadn't been so idle as to care what they were up to. Lindsay's character has always been like this. As long as you don't come to mess with me, whether it's to fight the green domain or to ascend to the beginning, play on your own side. But those damn things are just cheap. They have to find a way. 1 or 2 innings after another, treating people like clowns. Now fine. You guys wanna play? Then I'll play along. Let's see who's really the clown. Putting down his teacup, the red light in Lindsay's eyes flickered. At this time, I only heard the spirit brilliant great sage ad. It is also for this reason that the top echelons of my spirit race are isolated from the world, and the core personnel rarely move around in the outside world, watching over the divine tomb for generations, guarding the secrets of the divine tomb. Saying that, the spirit brilliant great sage glanced at Lindsay again, and the spirit race's 7 emotions law that you outsiders are chasing after was created precisely because of this. P.S. It's a new year, and the book has reached a point where it's time to turn in all aspects of the book. This book, the author officially come to this station of the pilot work, basically is to feel the market, see the reader's preferences, so as to pave the way for the second book to find the direction, so basically is to outline the mainline type writing method to start. A lot of unnecessary branches are discarded, even including some important branches are also simplified into the mainline. The whole book is written, is expected to be in 300 chapters or so. Then there's the plot, where all the big, important holes in the book regarding the main storyline are actually all buried early on, sometimes in a single sentence. So the back is basically just filling in the holes and echoing the ambush. For example, everyone's recently confused void into dreams. This isn't a new pit, it's an old one from the first chapter, and her true form has actually appeared in the previous article. Spoiler alert, by the way, she relates to another important ambush in the book, namely why Lindsay is still willing to go and brainlessly lick Xia Qinghe when there is Lu Hanyan, his adopted sister, in the original trajectory. The other thing is the origin of divine enlightenment. This ambush is actually rather shallowly buried. I read the paragraph reviews. Some friends have already guessed half of it. There is also the issue of updating, before not even more because of the end of the year work on the busier, now come to an end. In the future at least can ensure that there are updates every day. Above all, thanks again for your support and Happy New Year to all. A new year for the new year. Chapter 144, The Ancient Celestial Emperor. Saying that, the spirit brilliant great sage drew out a booklet that glowed with 7 colors and had the appearance of gold and jade from the void. On the upper book are 3 ancient words filled with the marvels of the 7 emotions, the law of the 7 emotions. This method was created with the special talent of my spirit race, and it can maximize the spiritual potential of my race, so that one god can divide into 7 divine subbodies, and then 7 divine subbodies, and so on to infinity. Therefore, even though my spirit clan is small, I can use the power of one clan to bring the entire Tianlan divine tomb under my control. With everything in the palm of my hand, the great sage of spirit brilliance pushed the spirit race's 7 emotions law in front of Lindsay. However, this method is exclusive to my spirit clan, and has always been passed down by the clan's spirit seal, not passed on to the 6th ear. She gave Lindsay a deep look. Even if there are special circumstances that cause it to be spread out, without the guidance of my spirit clan's spirit seal, it is impossible to cultivate the 7 emotions law to the highest level. With the realm of the great sage of spirit brilliance and her understanding of the 7 emotions law's control, she could naturally tell that Lindsay had a shadow of the 7 emotions law in him. Not only that, but she also dared to conclude that Lindsay's 7 emotions law had reached the supreme state of exaltation, making the essence extraordinarily full and rounded. It's not a small thing anymore. With these words, the great sage of spirit brilliance naturally meant that Lindsay was carrying the spirit clan's exclusive 7 emotions law. However, she wasn't pursuing Lindsay for stealing and practicing the 7 emotions law. With the battle strength Lindsay had shown, even if he had stolen and practiced it, it would only be a matter of a sentence or so. She pursued the one who had stolen the law of the 7 emotions. To be able to steal the 7 emotions law from her eyes, the person behind the curtain was by no means a simple character. For the great sage of spirit brilliance, who was the tomb keeper? This was a great variable that was out of his control. This was also a major factor in her showing up to meet Lindsay this time. Lindsay understood what the spirit brilliant great sage meant. After he thought about it, he shook his hand in vain. Just in time. I also want to pursue the doorway behind this. Come. Divine Command Edicts. The Book of the Seven Emotions Law signed with the name of having the void into the dream immediately appeared in Lin Zhe's hands. He placed this Seven Emotions Law together with the Seven Emotions Law of the Spirit Race. The body of this book is one of your 7 love fragments. Xia Qinghe. It's true that something went wrong here. The Spirit Brilliant Great Sage had expected this. She nodded and sniffed and looked over, and saw the 3 words void into dream signed on the Law of the 7 Emotions. No wonder you asked me if I was a false entry. She was thoughtful, picked up the Law of 7 Sentiments again and looked at it carefully. For a moment, she closed her eyes and used the 7 Emotions Law as the origin to launch a time travel back in time. The chaotic breath of space and time lingered around the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage. A broken shadow of a long river of space and time also looped back through it. Her figure began to blur and reshape. She delved into the time gap, searching the long timeline of Tianlan for any trace of the void into dream in this book. Half a tea break later, the figure of the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage recovered from the blur and became clear. Opening his eyes, the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage's eyes were already filled with helplessness. She sighed. There is no root, no beginning. They're looking for it after all. Hearing this, Lin Zhe wasn't surprised. From the reaction of the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage when they first met, who knew nothing about the void entry dream, Lin Zhe had already guessed a thing or two. All he wanted to know now was who the hell was void into dream, and why did he send the 7 Emotions Law when he needed the God-refining law the most? May I hear it? The Spirit Brilliant Great Sage glanced at the sword box behind Lin Zhe. That's a long story. It all has to start with a supreme being from the ancient era. Speaking of this supreme being, a strong look of admiration and longing flowed from the eyes of the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage. He is Swire Heavenly Emperor, Ancient Celestial Emperor. Upon hearing this name, Lin Zhe subconsciously thought of the words spoken by that ghostly shadow in the realm river. Heaven's destiny is to compete with the Emperor for God. Is this Emperor the Ancient Celestial Emperor? Only to hear the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage say again, the Swift Heavenly Emperor, the creator of the Swift era. He ended the chaos of the world, established the order of the 10,000 races, and inaugurated the ancient heavenly court. He is the god of the 10,000 races who is honored by both heaven and earth. Under his guidance, all the races of the taiga were in harmony and peace. The world prospered and thrived, and one radiant great age after another blossomed in his hands. This Tianlan's oldest Spirit Brilliant Great Sage doesn't talk much, and looks peaceful and quiet, with a look of indifference that has seen too much. But when it came to the Swift Heavenly Emperor, the words were filled with worship and longing. It seems as strong as the Sage of the Unseen also chases after stars. Lin Zhe smiled. Sounds like a great man. If I have the chance to get to know him in the future, I'll be sure to do so, the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage said directly. There's no such chance. Regarding the story of the ancient celestial emperor and the origins between our spirit race and him, I have only learned about it from the ancient legends of the spirit race's ancestors. Oh, Lin Zhe was a bit surprised. As the oldest great sage of Tianlan dating back to ancient origins and the lord of the spirit race, Ling Huang had unexpectedly never seen the Heavenly Emperor and even learned about it from the ancient legends of the spirit race. Was the Heavenly Emperor's time that far removed from hers? According to what that ghostly shadow said, Heaven's mandate competed with the Emperor for God, after which Taiku was shattered. There's no reason. It seemed to know what was going on in Lin Zhe's mind. The great sage of spirit brilliance glanced at the sword box behind Lin Zhe. A lot of things have happened here that have caused problems with the temporal karma of Tianlan. So your perception of Tianlan is not the same as mine. For example, you think that I am the origin of the ancient spirit race, the immortal spirit lord, but in reality, from the time my clan started guarding the divine tomb to me, the spirit clan has been passed down for 12 generations. Lin Zhe froze, then also glanced at the sword case behind him. You go on. The great sage of spirit brilliance continued. In previous years, the Swire Heavenly Emperor entrusted my spirit race with the important task of guarding the divine tomb to prevent those with ulterior motives from plotting to take over the divine tomb and stealing the power of the divine tomb to wreak havoc on the Swire. In the beginning, with my spirit race's guards and the Heavenly Emperor's suppression, no curmudgeon dared to conspire to seize the divine tomb, and there was no trouble. But then, a great event that shook Taiku and broke the Taiku era happened. There's a riot in heaven. There are supreme beings who unite the various races who wish to rebel against the rule of the Heavenly Emperor and fight with him for glory, starting the battle for God that collapsed the Taiku. And the result of this battle, Taiku shattered, the heavenly court disintegrated, and countless powerful people were reduced to robbing dust in this battle. The whereabouts of the Celestial Emperor is also unknown. And so, having lost the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor, those supreme beings who survived the battle of the contending gods hit upon the divine tomb. And as my clan swore allegiance to the Heavenly Emperor and did not dare to fail him, we thus engaged in a battle with those supreme beings that has yet to be decided. At those words, Lin Zhe frowned and asked a crucial question. So, what exactly is the divine tomb? Why do the Heavenly Emperor and those supreme beings value it so highly? Chapter 145, The True Originless Immortal Body. Facing Lin Zhe's doubts, the spirit brilliant great sage only said 3 words. I don't know. Don't know? Well, whether it's those enemies who coveted the divine tomb or my spirit race's ancestors, they don't seem to want anyone else to know the secret behind the divine tomb. The less people know about the mystery of the divine tomb, the better. The spirit brilliant great sage sighed. That's why they deliberately erased all news about the divine tomb. By banishing all karmic destinies concerning the divine tomb with a great divine power, all the spirit people who still remember the mystery of the divine tomb will also gradually forget it, gradually creating vague perceptions, and bequeathing it from generation to generation. Especially when it came to my generation, everything there was about the divine tomb had been completely cut off. Not even some mere words were left behind, and it was no longer possible to trace it back. As of this moment, the Heavenly Lan Divine Tomb has become a mystery with only a few legends left behind for me and the other tomb guardians, and no one knows about it except for those 2 people. Those 2? Lin Zhe's heart fluttered. Based on the situation at hand, one of them, Lin Zhe could probably guess, but another. The spirit brilliant great sage didn't sell her words as she directly said. As the words come to this, one of them should have already been guessed by you. That's right, it's the Supreme Saint Qing Song. As the only beginningless one accomplished in the Tianlan Divine Tomb realm since the shattering of the ancient world, he naturally possesses the ability to be informed of everything. Back then, after Cheng Sang became a Taoist, I was the first to ask him about the secrets of the divine tomb. Lindsay realized. He didn't tell you? The spirit brilliant great sage shook his head. I also don't know what exactly is the divine tomb. All the people who know the mystery of the divine tomb are that secretive. Back then, Qing Song only told me to never pursue the matter of the divine tomb, telling me to just fulfill my duties as a spirit race member and do what I think I should do. The rest, he'll take care of himself. After this, it is as you know it. Qing Song stepped through the 3 major ancient relics, created Daojia Mountain, killed the 8 saints, set up the Qing domain Daoban, and finally, the great sage of spirit brilliance glanced at the sword case behind Lin Zhe. He struck 5 swords in a row, shattering the temporal destiny and karma of Tianlan and sealing the Tianlan divine tomb in a circle, separating it from the rest of the realm. That's what I said before. There's a problem with Skyland spacetime karma, and your perceptions aren't the same as mine, because these 5 swords of his modified the timeline of Tianlan, rattling the trajectory of history and distorting everyone's normal perceptions. It was also from that time that the core of Tianlan changed from the mystery of the god's tomb to the mystery of the beginningless, and entered Qing Song's layout. And what happened after this? You got the 5 holy weapons he left behind and inherited his Dao lineage. You should know it better than me. After listening to the spirit brilliant grand sage's narration, Lin Zhe stared at his brows in silence for a long time. It sounds like Qing Song is fishing. So 18 years ago the change I called the Book of Where. It's not a good thing that it's coming. After a long time, Lin Zhe asked, if there hadn't been the confusion of the heavenly chants 18 years ago, what would you have done in the original chessboard? The great sage of spirit brilliance sniffed as she gave Lin Zhe a deep look. In the original chessboard, you and the Lin family will be annihilated. Why? Because your Lin family has the immortal edge order. In order for Wu Tong to break through the green domain, seeing the Daojak mountain is an essential part. Lin Zhe nodded. So in the original trajectory, both the Lin family and I did perish? Not bad. You and the Lin family are just an insignificant step in the entire chessboard. Is the Lin family just an insignificant step? Lin Zhe glanced at the spirit brilliant great sage, and a wisp of purple aura flickered in his eyes. Before this, Lin Zhe thought that behind the Lin family was also a phaseless person setting up a game, but now it seems, even the spirit brilliant great sage, an ancient tomb keeper, didn't know the Lin family's background and couldn't see the existence of the 8 desolate blood. TSK, Lin Zhe had really underestimated his old ancestors. You guys are hiding really deep. Could it be that the fish Qing Song is trying to catch is the one behind the Lin family? In thinking about the mountain of Daojia left behind by Qing Song, he, Lin Zhe, had awakened his own 8 desolate bloodline at the Daojak mountain. Think of it this way. Lin Zhe suddenly had a sense of realization. Maybe, he, Lindsay, was the one who came. The villain is me? Okay. Then there's one last question. Xia Qinghe. No, I should say false entry dream. The great sage of spirit brilliance had already clearly stated that in the original trajectory Lin Zhe was dead, and there was absolutely no possibility of resurrection. And only the other day Xia Qinghe said she had a similar dream. And in the dream, she didn't kill Lin Zhe. She used the established trajectory to do things outside of it. It's just as godless as the people behind the Lin family getting away with fraudulent deaths. And then think about the fact that she had hoodwinked the spirit brilliant sage and transformed Xia Qinghe into the law of 7 emotions. This person. It seems that to the Lin family. No, if it's just the Lin family still has 2 fraudulent deaths to get away from the existence of the person. She completely does not need to spend so much effort on herself. In other words, Void Entry Dreams might be treating only him, Lin Zhe, in a special way. Why? Because he's a traveler? Void into Dream. Summer Greenwood. This is getting interesting. The purple glow in Lin Zhe's eyes lingered for a long time. At that moment, the spirit brilliant great sage suddenly asked again. There's one thing that I don't know if I should ask. Is it important? It's important. Ask. The spirit brilliant great sage's gaze fell beyond the heavenly lawn. There seems to be someone else in this world's heaven's destiny immortal body. Linza was speechless. Then didn't demon tell you the answer? The spirit brilliant great sage's gaze suddenly became eerie. You mean the originless immortal body that can steal everything for its own use? Without waiting for Lin Zhe to reply, the great sage of spirit brilliance added. Not to mention whether or not an immortal body can steal the origin of a fellow immortal body. Just one point alone makes it impossible for you to be a sourceless immortal body. Because the real originless immortal body. I've seen it before. You recognize it too. I recognize? The great sage of spirit brilliance said. The 9 Dao fruits in Qinghe's hand. Do you remember them? Green and pale. Yes, that's him. The gaze that the spirit brilliant great sage cast toward Lin Zhe took on a hint of inexplicability. The great Dao 9 immortal body. Only one person in a lifetime. There can't be 2 identical immortal bodies in this world. Unless they were originally one person. Also, Qing Song's saint soldier is not something that anyone can hold. Lindsay, I'm sorry, but there really are 2 identical immortal bodies in this world. Ask Hong Tian if you don't believe me. You're overthinking it. I'm not Qing Song. The power of heavenly destiny. I have another means to strike. Back to business. Who is the other one who knows the mystery of the tomb of the gods? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's denial, the spirit brilliant great sage's heart sighed slightly before he glanced at Lin Zhe's hand. The other one. Already dead by your hand. Chapter 146. Death on my hands. Lindsay understood. It's her again. Lu Hanyan. There weren't many people in this world who had feuded with Lin Zhe, and there were only a few who could be named among those who had died at his hands. Zhang Tong of the North Star, the bloodstained swordmaster outside the Daojak mountain. And then there was Lu Hanyan, a great saint of the Devil Dao. And among them, only Lu Hanyan, who was a great saint of the Devil's Path, was qualified to touch the mystery of the divine tomb. Moreover, in this heavenly land's realm, there is only one person, this great demon, who came from outside the realm. As expected, he only heard the words of the great sage of Linghuang. This world has been isolated from the ancient rift by the green pale, erasing all traces, and those who are not transcendent to the green pale by divine means cannot know where the divine tomb is located. She said, therefore, since Qing Song's era, those who coveted the god's tomb have finally subsided a bit. And it's only after hundreds of millions of years that Tianlan has been free of wind and rain, and my spirit race has finally had some respite. At that time, I assumed that this was what Qing Song meant when he said that he would take care of it, and that the heavenly Lan divine tomb realm would be banished forever, forgotten by all. But unthinking, the spirit brilliant great sage showed a helpless and bitter expression. Suddenly, one day, that great demon actually found the Tianlan divine tomb realm, which had been banished by Qing Song, and came across the border from outside the realm, breaking the peace of this realm. This person is exceptionally gifted. His methods are highly skillful, and his strength is unfathomable. I have fought with her tens of millions of times in countless reincarnations, and I have been unable to do anything about her even after exhausting my means, and it has always been difficult to expel her. I had no choice but to follow her into the green domain and keep an eye on her, pinning my hopes on the game of chess left behind by Qing Song. I think maybe that's what Qing Song said back then. Just do what I think I should do. Hearing this from the spirit brilliant great sage, Lin Zhe's brows spread slightly. So, the destruction of the Lin family wasn't just because of the immortal edge order, it was also because of her presence, right? The spirit brilliant great sage nodded. That demon saint's intentions are unpredictable and scheming, since she chose to land in the Lin family and dip into the Lin family's karma as the adopted daughter of the Lin family. There must be some reason that I don't know about. In that case, how can I let her get away with it? Lin Zhe hummed. Then the Lin Zhe in the original trajectory, who was madly infatuated with Xia Qinghe, was also from your handiwork? The moment these words came out, the gaze of the spirit brilliant great sage immediately became bizarre. She looked at Lindsay and hesitated for a moment before saying, perhaps, it's the man himself? Lindsay's mouth twitched slightly, and then asked, what about the 2 phoenixes? The spirit brilliant great sage pointed to the extreme west of Tianlan, the heavenly havoc volcano. There, An old phoenix is sleeping. They are nothing more than sacrifices introduced by old foam. Back then, Ching Tsong banished Tianlan, and old Ghost Fang's lineage was forced to be trapped in Tianlan forever, not allowed to be free. He dreams of going back. A hint of cold disdain flowed from the corner of the spirit-brilliant great sage's mouth. If he has the chance to escape from this cage, he would be willing to kill the entire Tianlan Phoenix clan if he is asked to do so, not to mention the 2 ungrown little phoenixes in the district? So it is. It feels like the protagonist of the original book was the real clown, played by so many dark hands. At this point, the causes and consequences of the entire Green Domain situation were basically clear. The rest is a mystery. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about it? Just wait for some time and go to the river of time and space yourself. All of it would naturally be presented to Lindsay at that time. Thinking of this, Lindsay planned to leave to find a nice place to swim in the mountains. He said goodbye to the spirit-brilliant sage. Before he left, Lindsay suddenly remembered something else and asked, "By the way, you should know about the illusory Moon 7-star record, right?" The great sage of spirit brilliance nodded. The illusory Moon 7-star record is the secret code of a great ancient power in the age of the ancient world, the spirit god palace. That demon saint landed with the illusory Moon 7-star record, so he must have some relationship with the spirit god palace. But that demon saint is dead. Why are you asking? Nothing, thanks. After saying that, Lindsay directly left the spirit race's cloud realm and returned to the Tianlan continent. As he watched Lindsay leave, the spirit brilliant great sage stood in place for a long time. For a long time, she gave a long, languid sigh. Ching Tsong, what the hell did you do? Alas, Lindsay, who had left the realm of the clouds, was already 10,000 times between heaven and earth in the body of an invisible saint. Breaking through to saint was rushed, and he hadn't yet had time to carefully feel the wonderfulness of this saint realm that was a huge gulf from innate. It was only at this moment of idleness that he truly realized the difference between the sacred realm and the innate. This was a realm of life that was completely different from the innate. This realm had already broken free from the bonds of form and bid farewell to the shackles of longevity. The formless one, who is not in the world, is everywhere me. A blade of grass on earth is me, a tree is me, and a wisp of the lilting mountain breeze is me. I am invisible. Therefore, heaven and earth will not die, and I will not perish. Where in the whole wide world can we not get away with it? The realm of the intangible is wonderful. This was already the case with the first realm of the saint's formlessness, so how marvelous should the second realm's formlessness, the third realm's beginninglessness, and even the final endlessness be? Lindsay was looking forward to it. Turning into a wisp of wind, Lindsay drifted into the earth and blew into the homes of ordinary people. Greenfield, Tai Xian realm, a certain mortal farmhouse. 3 simple-looking farmers were looking at the distant sky. 2 of them couldn't help themselves and couldn't hide the excitement and joy on their faces. Zaire has become a saint. Hi ancestor, did you see that? Not only has Zaire become a saint, he has also completely awakened my clan's 8 desolate blood. They were filled with pride and their faces were overflowing with excitement. The other farmer, who was the youngest and had the appearance of a teenager, was staring. He bowed his head and pondered. Without my guidance, he was able to awaken the 8 wastelands' blood and even practice the 8 wastelands' true body. How is this possible? It's only been a few months since that bureau started. Just a few months. How on earth did he manage to get to such a point? What exactly happened to him? The young farmer muttered. The 2 burly farmers looked at each other and said to him, "Hi ancestor, Zaire has now awakened the 8 wastelands' blood, become a saint, and practiced the 8 wastelands' true body, and inherited Ching Tsong's sacred soldier, so we should be able to do without the need to hide, right?" Ha! The young farmer suddenly realized something. Inheriting Ching Tsong's holy weapon. Wait, he's been to the Daojia mountain. Yes, Daojio mountain. Rojak mountain. He must have awakened his bloodline at Daojia mountain. Realizing this, the young farmer known as Gaozu suddenly became excited. In that case, the old ancestor still has at least a wisp of consciousness awake. His old man hasn't been worn out by that son of a Ching Tsong. Good, good. Heaven won't kill my 8 desolate clan. Seeing the young farmers so happy, the 2 stout farmers then took advantage of the opportunity to ask for instructions. Gaozu, since we have such a great situation at the moment, why don't we make peace with Zaire? Chapter 147, The Phoenix Killer. With his strength nowadays, he can be reckless and lead my 8 desolate clan back to the top, reclaiming everything that should belong to us. At those words, the joy on the young farmer's face faded. He frowned again, considering it carefully. And so the 2 waited. They've been in hiding for too long since they've been home, too long since they've seen their nearest and dearest. That heart that misses its nearest and dearest has long pressed on. But for a long, long time, there was never a response from Kojo. Only after a long time did Gaozu shake his head. Do not be hasty. The situation at hand is so bizarre that it's completely messed up. I'm not sure yet if this is another game within a game set up by that dog Ching-song. If everything that's happening right now is a deliberate attempt by Ching-song to fish us out, won't we be playing right into Ching-song's hands if we contact him rashly? With that said, Kojo let out a long sigh. Let's see again. The 8 desolate clan, have been in hiding for so long, hundreds of millions of years have come and gone, so it's not that bad for such a few measly years. Care needs to be taken. Hearing the words of the high ancestor, although the two people have all sorts of difficulties in their hearts, for the sake of the great cause of family revival and the blood feud of the 8 desolate clans, they can only endure it again. As Gao Zhu said, so many years have come and gone, and now that we finally see the dawn of near success, it's not so bad to be in the last few years. They, the 8 desolate clans, had already suffered too much and could no longer afford any more adventures. The two men sighed long and hard in their hearts. With one last look at the distant sky, they emptied themselves of all distracting thoughts, their eyes slowly returning to godlessness. After that, they returned to being ordinary farmers, face to the ground, starting a busy day. Southern Heavenly Domain, Dynasty of the Yongling Emperor. Inside a liquor store, Mr. Guizong, the famous storyteller of the imperial capital, told a new story. This story was none other than the Qing Sage heir's beheading of the out-of-boundary devil incident that had stirred up the entire heavenly lawn in the past few days. He spoke in a well-organized manner, with all the details of the micro-endings, and even some of the minutiae, as if he had experienced them himself, so that one could be in the presence of the people. It was always the case that Mr. Guizong, who came from a mysterious background, always knew first-hand details that were not available to ordinary people. There were rumors that Mr. Guizong was a personal disciple of the ancient Tianji sacred sect, who had exhausted the art of Tianji, and that was why he was able to be knowledgeable in the past and the present, and knew all things under the sun. As for the truth or falsehood, well, Tianji Shangmen has long been lost in the flood of history, and it is impossible to ask for proof. Whether it's true or not, that's something only Mr. Gizu himself knows. In short, in the Yongling imperial capital, if you want to understand what major events have happened recently, you will be right to look for Mr. Guizong. That being said, that Green Sage heir was originally a family descendant of an ordinary mortal royal dynasty in the Green Domain. His family has suffered many calamities due to his high achievements, and his descendants have withered away, leaving only such a sole seedling in. It is so that he sprang into early wisdom, hid his clumsiness, showed his enemy weakness, and got. And how's it going? The crowd was hearing the crux of this top-secret message, and this break suddenly made them take a breath. Mr. Gizu, you're still selling out. Say it quickly. I'll cover your spending at Drunken Immortal House for the next 7 days. To actually break at a time like this old codger is really inappropriate. The crowd laughed and scolded Mr. Guizong for being inappropriate. Yet Mr. Gizu paused for a long time. His gaze was fixed on the second floor of the liquor store. There, a handsome-faced, flamboyant gentleman was alone at a table with a cup of sake in his hand, and was looking at Mr. Guizong with great interest. Seeing him, the always articulate Mr. Guizong ran out of words, a face full of gravity. The crowd was confused. In the next moment, he saw Mr. Guizong get up violently, and his figure turned into a wisp of green smoke, dispersing into the wind and returning to invisibility. The flamboyant male, on the other hand, picked up the sake and slowly drank it down. Only then did he dissipate into nothingness without haste. Seeing this, the crowd inside the wine shop became more and more confused. Only a few scouts from the great emperor of the eternal spirit thought of something, and their faces instantly changed, immediately rushing back to the imperial palace to resume their orders. The other side, Mr. Guizong transformed into a great river in the mountains, wanting to rush southward, straight into the imaginary sea. In the sky, a hawk but instantly burst into the great river. Nico! The eagle's claws shattered the great river. The riverbed is crumbling, reeling in monstrous waves. In the midst of this ripple, Mr. Guizong finally revealed his true self. He landed helplessly on the ground. The eagle breaks the sky. A gust of wind blew. The figure of that windy gentleman then appeared in front of Mr. Guizong. This person was none other than Lin Zhe, who had been touring the mountains and enjoying the scenery of Tianlan. He had been incarnated all over the place for the past few days, traveling between domains, and had been having a good time. But suddenly, his heaven's mandate power sensed a hint of movement. Someone is projecting his destiny, daring to show off the art of heavenly chance deduction in front of the heavenly fate immortal body. Isn't this playing with a big sword in front of Guangdong's door? Lin Zhe then ended his dispersal vacation and immediately rushed here seeking the guidance of heaven's mandate to see which ungrateful one dared to make a move on his head. And this coming, don't come without knowing. Once he came to know that the one who deduced the trajectory of his destiny was actually a storyteller named Mr. Guizong. And this storyteller, Despite his extreme efforts to hide it, it was enough to fool the other saints. But there is nothing to hide under the mandate of heaven. This so-called storyteller, Mr. Guizhong, is an invisible sage. The hallowed saint was actually living in a remote area, willing to be a storyteller, and trying his best to avoid hiding. This made Linze take quite a bit of interest in him. He looked at Mr. Guizhong and said with a smile, "You were telling stories about me just now. How come now that you've seen me in person, you're running away instead?" Mr. Returner was speechless for a long time. Ugh, subconscious, running habit. Good one to run used to. There's no one else a saint can mix with to get to where you are. Linze glanced at him. Offended Spirit Huang? Mr. Guzan. No, now it should be called the Holy One of Guzan. Saint Guizhang shook his head. It didn't offend Spirit Huang. But apart from her, the whole of Tianlan has offended me. 6. Interested in telling us about it? I'm curious as to how the hell you did it. Saint Guzan glanced at Linze, the light of celestial deduction shining in his eyes. How is this to be said? Well, never mind. It might be better for you to start with that. Let's just say that the saint who killed that little phoenix outside the green domain back then was me. Hear that? Linze's eyes narrowed slightly. So it's you. The beginning of the Greenfield game. The returning saint said helplessly. It's me. I killed that little phoenix. An old phone will definitely not stop. I had to keep avoiding him all these years, not daring to venture out. Chapter 148 Guizhang, Tai Xian, 10,000 bloods. But I didn't expect foam old ghost actually with a nothing, lying on the skyjacking volcano to sleep on their own. So many years just didn't move a bit. It made me worry for nothing for so long. On the contrary, it's those other saints, especially that one called Yao Yang, like a mad dog. He's been chasing me for so many years, and wherever I run, he chases me, and those who don't know would think that I've killed his wife and children. I've tried to fight back many times, but who knows? These Yakuza contraptions can't beat me, so they shake people, and halfway through the fight, there's always some other mad dog following them. It's like I've touched someone's cake, making it so that the whole world is deliberately targeting me, making me enemies on all sides. This has made me furious. As a son of the Tianji sacred sect, we have always been the only ones to stir up trouble and drum up storm clouds. When was it the turn of others to stand on our heads? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. It just so happened that at that time, I was eager to achieve success and dedicated to delving into the sect's 10,000 blood sacred art and 10,000 laws melting furnace, which required a large number of bloodlines and special physiques, as well as high-quality canonical arts and spells to be melted and extracted. And those individual saints, most of them have special bloodline physiques in their bodies and have a long history of inheritance, and there are quite a few precious tomes in their gates. So well, the returning saint sighed and spread his hands, revealing an expression of "that's it." Linze pulled the corners of his mouth. Messing with people's bloodlines and stealing their canonical books. No wonder you've gotten to this point. He asked again. As someone from the Tianji sacred sect, the Tianlan saints have made such a big game and you don't even know about it? The Long River Sword sect's canonical texts had a record of the ancient heavenly mechanism sacred sect. This clan is very good at the way of heavenly chances deduction, and likes to study all kinds of strange arts, under the door of many capable people. They know best how to tend to good fortune and avoid bad luck, and they have deeply understood the essence of the Godao. It's always been about hiding behind the scenes and making things happen. And now, the returning sage, a member of the Tianji sect, was unaware of the situation in the green domain? Saint Guizhong immediately shook his head. I wouldn't have touched that unlucky thing if I knew about it back then at all. Alas. The Guruji sage wanted to say something and then stopped. That's just it. I'm afraid you're the only one in the world who can talk to me properly nowadays. A foreigner who is in the middle of the situation but beyond it. In fact, since the ancient times, I have been in a self-sealed slumber, and it wasn't until 18 years ago that I just awakened. As to why I am asleep, you should know that Qing Tsung beheaded the ancient 8 saints back then, right? One of them, named Great Sage Taixian, and I am his only personal disciple. Back then, long before Qing Tsung invited Master Teacher to rush to Daojia Mountain to explain the beginningless Great Tao, Master Teacher had a premonition that there would be a great change in the world. The ferocity of it, even with my master's realm of exhausting heavenly chances, I felt my heart palpitate, only to feel that behind it there was a great terror, a great ferocity that was enough to engulf the ancient world. So in order to avoid the danger, my master and disciple planned to stay away from the Tianji sacred sect, locking their own hearts and minds to vanish from the world and leave the dust, and hide for a few 100 million years first. Linze was not surprised by the words of the returning sage. The people of the Tianji sacred sect would always know the most about self-preservation. The evaluations of the Tianji sacred sect in the various canonical texts were also highly consistent. Places where there were Tianji sacred sect disciples weren't necessarily safe, but places where even they weren't there were definitely dangerous. I only heard Saint Guizang add, but who knew that Master Teacher had suddenly received an invitation from Qingsong? From that time on, there was some bad feeling in Master's heart, but, perhaps for the way of the beginning, the Master finally went, leaving me alone to stay away from the calamity. On his way out, the Master should have entrusted something important to him, but what, exactly? The returning saint furrowed his brows. Is something that I can never think of? I think it should be the Master who deliberately sealed that part of my memory. In short, when I woke up, I had nothing else on me. All I had was a volume of the 10,000 Blood Sacred Art and a copy of the 10,000 Laws Melting Furnace. I will then commit myself to these 2 volumes of secret arts left behind by my Master, with a view to deciphering the explanation given by my Master when he left. In the 10,000 Blood Sacred Art, the Phoenix's bloodline ranks at the top of the list, making it an unbeatable treasure for cultivating the 10,000 Blood Sacred Art. And at that time 2 more baby phoenixes came out. So it was. The returning saint gave another long sigh. Ha! As a result, who knew there was such a big unlucky thing hidden in here? Let someone make a gun for you. Bah! Bad luck. Lindsay nodded. Since that's the case, then you should know that in the original trajectory, you killed the phoenix, not the phoenix. The returning sage hummed. I didn't think much about it at that time either. I just inexplicably looked at that little phoenix with displeasure. Either way, if I can only kill one, I'll kill that little phoenix. To be so reckless and intentional is not at all in keeping with the way I've always acted. Now that I think about it, I was probably hit and shagged. It's no wonder that Yao Yang and the others are looking for trouble from me. Alas, defense is not an option. Upon hearing the words of the returning sage, the purple light of heavenly destiny in Lin Zai's eyes suddenly flickered. Tai Xian De Shang. Again, it's related to the 8 Saints incident back then. Lin Zai took a careful look at the returning sage. He then said, "Can you give me a glimpse of that 10,000 Law Furnace and 10,000 Blood Sacred Art?" The returning saint thought about it and didn't hesitate much. He pulled out a scroll and an ancient book from the void. Take it. At Lin Zai's realm, even the outer realm demons were easily beheaded by him. How could he, Guizong, be as good as that outer realm demon? The fact that Lin Zai was able to ask him nicely instead of directly robbing him in the open was already enough to give him Guizong's face, and he couldn't afford to be unkind. In addition, Guizong also wanted to use Lin Zai's power to see what arrangements the Master Taishan Great Sage had left behind back then. Lin Zai received the 10,000 Law Furnace and the 10,000 Blood Sacred Art. Flip it gently. Divine Gnosis was immediately enabled. You've gone through the mana melting pot. You find that the Furnace of all laws has the ability to draw on the strengths of all schools of thought and the ability to see the key points of all laws, and can melt all laws into one, remove the dross and take the essence, and push forward the new, interpreting the mystery of all laws. If we deduce it and supplement it with a lot of canonical materials, we may be able to come out with a brand new avenue. You've gone through the sacred art of 10,000 bloods. You found that the sacred art of 10,000 bloods can refine the bloodlines of all races, purify the concentration of the bloodlines, or make the 2 bloodlines merge with each other, and the changes are infinite. If there's enough bloodline fusion, we might be able to quench a divine vein. The information about the 10,000 blood sacred art and the 10,000 law furnace flowed through Lin Zai's mind. This too means was somewhat similar to the fusion of Lin Zai's divine enlightenment talent. However, compared to Lin Zai's metaphysical one, the Tianji sacred sects means were more realistic in truth-seeking, somewhat scientific proof of the way. It deals with various theories of transporting chakras and blood phases, citing a large amount of empirical data. For a while, it actually gave Lin Zai the feeling that he had returned to his previous life and was reading various academic papers. This Tianji sacred sect, they're all a bunch of academics. Chapter 149, The Next Step. Collecting the world's learning. Their research discourse on the phases of Gongfu veins and bloodlines made even Lin Zai, a person who had read a lot of books and was armed with all the secrets of martial arts, gasp in amazement. If there are enough feats and bloodlines for these 2 methods to be melted and extracted, it is really possible for it to practice something extraordinary. The subtlety of these 2 methods was unparalleled, and it could be called an inherited masterpiece in any Taoist system. It caused countless people to covet it, but alas, Lin Zai was not among them. As a hangman player, both his god-level enlightenment and his ancestral 8 desolate blood were far superior to these 2 methods. Their existence was nothing more than a weakened version of the inferior alternative to Lindsay. He returned the long scroll and the booklet to the returning saint, taking back the 2 secret methods. The returning saint secretly sighed in relief, and then asked expectantly, "How was it? Might see the hidden doorway?" Lin Zai shook his head and only said, "These 2 methods have infinite potential, and the upper limit is still unknown. The great sage Taishan left them behind, perhaps to lead you a path of transcendent life." After you've transcended, perhaps you'll be able to know the intentions of great sage Taishian. Saint Guizhang sighed, the sea of learning has no boundaries, the law has no limits. I've stolen so many bloodlines and techniques over the years, but I've only managed to harvest a little bit of the skin of the holy arts. It's not easy to achieve great transcendence. At these words, Lin Zhe suddenly froze. Law without end, stealing so many bloodlines and feats. Like, what's wrong? How long had it been since the Long River Sword sect that he hadn't thought about things regarding feats and talents? He lapsed into silence, frowning. His state of mind, it seemed, had been affected in silence. Linza felt that something was probably wrong with his mind. Now he is too comfortable and happy to be self-sufficient. Obviously at the moment, he wasn't strong enough to topple everything. And there are also so many other black hands hiding behind this chess game, surrounded by wolves, with crises lurking everywhere. How could he give birth to a sense of idleness that waits for flowers to bloom and sits back and watches the years go by? It was true that the deduction of the 9 extremes to sacred laws could indeed allow Lin Zhe to directly rush up to the peak of the phaseless saint, possessing the strength to completely disdain the chessboard. But what if it's off the board? Or is it the return of the green song? Or even an unending downfall above the beginning? What should he do then? Ever since Lin Zhe awakened his memories to know that he was wearing a book, he had long since resolved to become the strongest, step by step to the highest, and completely control his own destiny. Not to mention that he also possessed such a heaven-defying plugin that he would be sorry for the existence of the plugin if he didn't advance to the top. And although phaseless was strong now, it wasn't the end of the road for Lin Zhe, nor was it a capital that he could be reckless with. Not enough. Not nearly enough. So, that's not right. Where exactly did it start to go wrong? Could it be that becoming a saint too quickly and breaking through the realm too aggressively caused one to drift? No. God-level enlightenment learned are as enlightened as if they were personally immersed, plus so many feats that hone the mind. There should be no instability of the mind. On second thought, this kind of thought seems to have risen from the heart's morning after he killed Lu Hanyan, for a moment trapped by the emotional ties that have been there since childhood. Lin Zhe's brows spread slightly. The trick of using emotional ties as a lure has always been quiet. And then think about the fact that she set up a situation with her death so that she could help her get rid of the demon saint in the process while accomplishing her goal. Take advantage of all available conditions. It did seem like something she could do. There was no wonder Lin Zhe thought this way. After experiencing the demon incident, he only felt that these old foxes who had lived for countless years had hundreds of hearts and minds all over them. And that just by saying something randomly. They could be laying a trap. Only, Lindsay frowned again. He thought of the Heaven's Destiny immortal scripture from some time ago, thinking about what that ghostly shadow suspected to be the previous generation's Heaven's Destiny immortal body had said. The immortal scriptures are poisonous. The immortal scriptures are poisonous. What is poisonous? Could his current state of mind problem be a manifestation of the immortal scriptures' toxicity? If it's the immortal scriptures, right now, he had only just dabbled in the immortal scriptures to steal the immortal body, and he had already had his mind silently affected. So what kind of bizarre tricks should be waiting for him in the future? To think that the immortal 9 immortal bodies had been passed down for so many generations, leaving behind many legends, behind the immortal body. I'm afraid that there are deeper conspiracies hidden than the heavenly Lan divine tomb. Lin Zhe's face sank slightly. No way. He had to get back on track in a hurry. Keep practicing. Keep getting stronger. The 9 extremes to the sacred law had to be deduced, and the new technique could not be left behind. A Long River Sword sect base wasn't enough, so it would be filled with the domain's base. If one domain wasn't enough, then fill it with the whole of Tianlan. Qingtsong could even have 9 Dao fruits. He didn't believe that he could still be no match for Qingtsong with his fusion and self-creation talents. With this in mind, Lin Zhe began to plot which domain to start with first, to draw on their collections. He remembers, outside of the green domain, the Lai domain was the strongest. In the midst of the fiery realm, Lindsay mused. The returning saint reached out and waved his hand in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Shan? Lin Shan. Lindsay came back to his senses. Saint Guizhang asked, what does Saint Lin plan to do next? You were originally a member of the Bureau, but now you are beyond the Bureau. I think your every move is now the focus of those people's attention, which is the same way with me. I want to act together with Sage Lin, better than being alone like before. I wonder what Sage Lin thinks. Hear the words of the revered saint. Linza suddenly realized something. Wait, Kung Fu? He looked closely at the returning sage in front of him. A strange light erupted in his eyes. Chapter 150. Lin Zhe closed. Fusion. Self-creation. Being stared at like this by Lin Zhe, the Guizhang sage suddenly felt a chill in the back of his heart. What? I didn't say anything else except to offer to do things together. Why are you looking at me like that? You're not right. The returning saint subconsciously tried to run away again. At that moment, he heard the burning eyes of Lin Zhe say this. You just said. How many feats did you steal? Kung fu? The returning saint froze at first, then let out a long sigh of relief. So it was just asking for feats. It scared him. Merit words have come and gone over the years. Harassing that one today and robbing that one tomorrow. Not really counting carefully. But, more or less a couple hundred are out there. Lindsay's eyes widened. Are you kidding me? More? How much? Hundreds. Are there that many formless saints in Tianlong? Saint Guizhong explained. Those things have been alive for so many years, with a wide variety of Dao lineages and intricate forces under their command. One saint can be involved with dozens of forces. At that time, they tracked me down, and these clan forces didn't help much. I was in a fit of anger and it was a critical time when I was lacking the feats to study the 10,000 laws melting furnace, so I did not do anything about it and killed them all in one fell swoop. Awesome! Lindsay's eyes became more and more radiant as he looked at the returning saint. What kind of ultimate invincible great treasure is this? Return to the Sacred One. Change your name to the Sacred One of Treasure. That's hundreds of Taoist lineages related to saints. Even if the overall quality is not as good as the Qinghe Sword sect, which is the direct lineage of the Green Sage, but the quality is not enough. The quantity will come to make up for it. With the techniques of hundreds of Dao lineages, he didn't believe that he still couldn't melt and create a few Dao fruits. Besides, it doesn't say there are only these hundreds. Looking at the returning saint, Lindsay only felt that he was glowing. Treasure light. In that case, I don't know about the return of the holy. One sentence remains. Sage Guizhang then waved his hand, full of concern, and said, the district merit technique strike. If Sage Lin likes it, just take it. Anyway, it's not a family inheritance. It's all stolen from other people's homes, and it doesn't hurt to throw it away and burn it after you've seen it. It was rare that this Lin Shang was interested in these feats, so he just happened to use them as a favor, befriending this breaker who was full of mysteries. With that, the returning sage took out 100 treasure bag and handed it to Lindsay. All the feats seized over the years are here. Lindsay took the 100 treasure bag and perceived it slightly. Good lord, that's a reassuring amount. Linza was satisfied. He said, this friend of Saint Guizhang, Mr. Lin will make sure to make him a friend. If you need anything in the future, just let Mr. Lin know. Waiting for you to say that. Saint Guizhang laughed. Lin Shang is polite. It's good to be able to help Lin Shang. After saying that, the flickering gaze of the returning sage looked at the various shady places around him. In the future, you won't be able to chase me around. Turning his head, he added, speak in haste. Brother Lin, you and I know each other strangely, but it's like we've met before. Since the two of us are so compatible, why don't we find a place to catch up on our ambitions? Linza thought for a moment. That's fine. As it happens, Mr. Lin actually has one more thing he would like to ask Brother Guizhong. Oh, come on. Let's walk and talk. The silhouettes of the two flew towards an earthly dynasty. It's like this. Since I was young, Mr. Lin has been fond of the world's martial arts, has read all the books, and loves to collect all kinds of secret metaphysics. This time, in addition to going out of the green domain to kill that great devil who was behind the trouble, I also wanted to travel all over the domains to see the various divine abilities. Now that I've been gifted by Brother Guizhong, I don't think I'll have that time to visit all parties. And since Brother Guizhong is in possession of such a secret art as the 10,000 methods melting furnace, I'm sure he'll have to visit all the schools and take in the strengths of all the schools, which coincides with Mr. Lin. Therefore, Mr. Lin would like to ask Brother Guizhong to visit the families on behalf of Mr. Lin. By the way, what does Brother Guizhong think? The returning saint laughed out loud. What does it mean to be a fellow traveler? Now that's a true fellow traveler. I am not alone in my ways. With this Lin Shang's personal approval, the next time he went to pay a visit, which other retard would dare to throw him a look? He couldn't wait to see the faces of his nemesis. Ha 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 ha, what a relief. The figures of the two disappeared into the distance. In situ, a breeze shivered and the shade of the forest shook. A shadow manifested from nothing. Heaven's lawn was that big to a saint-level existence. The movement of the two men chasing each other then attracted them. They looked at the direction of the two left. Eyes complex color. A moment actually do not know how to feel. What they're talking about is our Dao inheritance. So grand. You guys can at least say it behind your back. So what can you do? All the saints were silent. It's just a matter of pretending you don't know anything for the rest of this time. Out of sight. Out of mind. Tired. Might as well return. Alas. After saying goodbye to the returning sage, Lindsay found a clear place with bright mountains and beautiful water to retreat to enlightenment. He sat in the void. A book of secret treasures that were held as treasures by the outside world flowed out of the 100 treasures pouch of the sage of returning treasures, circling around Lindsay and returning to the void to be hidden in a moment. In the midst of this first class hidden surroundings, the progress of the divine gnosis talent was growing rapidly. You've gone through the dashing night rain technique. You have comprehended an earth grade upper grade technique. Divine enlightenment LV6. You've gone through heaven and earth together. You have comprehended an earth grade extreme technique. The reference of a single gongfu filled Lin Zhe's underlying inventory once more, expanding it once more. There was the beginnings of a concept about self-creation that was becoming clear in Lin Zhe's mind. He kept on comprehending, kept on fusing, and kept on opening up the thoughts of the self-created method. 1 day, 2 days, time always rushes by in seclusion. In this passing time, the aura on Lin Zhe's body grew more and more appalling. A whole new kind of power burst forth from Lin Zhe's body. A whole new path sprouted in silence. The day he comes out of the gate will be a shocking one. And while Lin Zhe was focused on comprehending the gongfu, outside, Gui Zhang also visited the major famous forces in Tianlan as agreed with Lin Zhe. This time, he came in a dignified manner and walked into someone else's family's library cabinet in a dignified manner, making up for all the feats that he didn't have time to take with him the last few times he came, and returning them to their places one by one. After doing so, he would also unfurl his saint's breath to greet old friends and catch up, but wait a long time. Old friends don't want to show up either. All he could do was slam his mouth and shout that it was a pity that so-and-so was nothing more than that, and he swaggered out of the front door and went on his way. The disciples reported to the saints of each house. The saints also played deaf and dumb and did not see it. The time of the sky lanes was in such a subtle quiet. The slow flow. Chapter 151. No phase finally becomes. This day, dynasty of the Yongling Emperor. Inside the Laka mountain villa. Buzz. A marvelous fluctuation used the mountain villa as the origin, spreading and spreading to the outside world. A magnificent and strange light came from the void, accompanied by gusts of ripples that swept the void and scattered to all parts of the earth. Under the illumination of this magnificent light, the sky lost its radiance, the earth hid its divine splendor, and the ubiquitous flowing winds stopped in their tracks. Only that strange light became the eternity of this moment. It blossoms from the vastness of heaven and earth, and wherever its light covers, all spirits are silent. A sense of holiness that could not be described in words, a vastness of meaning rose from deep within them, making them extraordinarily serene, like a clear spring flowing, quietly resounding and flowing deep. At this moment, it was as if they had been cleansed of their hearts or had been completely shocked by the awakening of a certain supreme being, and there was nothing in their hearts but the vastness of the divine. All beings look up, not recognizing the vastness of heaven and earth, but only the vastness of their hearts, feeling this divine vastness of strange light coming on. Inside the fallen cloud mountain villa, Saint Guizhang stopped the 10,000 Dharma melting furnace deduction in his hands. He raised his head and glanced at where Lin Zhe was in seclusion. It's a lot stronger than that aura from 2 days ago. Such progress in just 2 days. TCH, that's creepy. At this time, a full half a month had passed since Lin Zhe's seclusion. In this half of the month, the sage of the returning collector borrowed Lin Zhe's tiger skin to go from one to the other into the great Taoist unities and borrowed their treasures one by one. Today to the Lai domain. Tomorrow to the Lin domain. The day after tomorrow to the South Heavenly domain. Soon, he had gone through all of the famous and prestigious Taoist systems in Tianlan, ruthlessly expanding his inventory of feats for Lin Zhe and himself once more. And with each return and replenishment of the returning saint, the aura of Lin Zhe's place of seclusion became more and more appalling and terrifying. It's also getting bigger and bigger. The saint who returned to Tibet still remembers. In the beginning, its chi was no more than a handful, and its range was also within the Yongling Emperor's dynasty, which was still under control, and still belonged to the point where an invisible saint could understand it. In the middle of the time, its gas not 5 colors, into smoke and clouds, vast and majestic, covering the vastness of heaven and earth. That formation, as if it had already exceeded the invisible way, overriding the invisible, was breathtaking, and now, its chi transforms into nothingness, giving birth to strange light, waves regretting between the pale clouds and the sea. The sense of sacredness that was so vast and incomparable that it seemed to be able to completely purify and shock people, actually caused even Saint Guizhang, the Taishan great sage's personal disciple, to feel a thrill of fear and creepiness in his heart. As a disciple of Taishan great sage, the great father of Tianji sacred sect, Guizhang sage has seen too many strange and bizarre techniques in his life, including some unseemly and evil ways, which he has also dabbled in a little bit. But Lin Zhe's movements this time, he couldn't see through it. Guizhang, completely impenetrable. Not only was it impenetrable, but it was also a bit of a cold-handed fret. As a hallowed saint, he inexplicably felt a wave of powerless panic. This kind of feeling, even when he was surrounded by enemies on all sides and being chased everywhere, was far less than the slightest bit, and that, by far, was not the end of Lin Zhe. The returning sage could sense that Lin Zhe wasn't about to leave the gate. His aura was still changing. It was still harboring some sort of amazing might. On the day it truly breaks out of the barrier, the heavenly lanes will definitely set off overwhelming waves. Seeing this, Saint Guizang could not help but let out an exclamation. Strange man nah. If Sage Guizang was right about the results of the secret technique of the Tianji sect, it had only been a few months since this Lin sage had broken through the game, hadn't it? How can it be a miracle to have achieved this in a few months' time? Right now, if he were to tell him that Guizang said that Lin Zhe would break through the unmistakable phase in the next second, and that in a few years he would be able to catch up with Qing Song's breakthrough into the unmistakable beginning, he wouldn't be the slightest bit skeptical. Such a strange man. The returning sage glanced in the direction of the green domain and then at the distant sky. Ancient chess game? Ancient green sage? Ha, the table's off for you. And your head's on a swivel. Gee, you guys, how can you fight with such a strange person? The returning sage laughed, before burying his head back into the manifestation melting furnace. The other side. Lin Zhe was perched in the void. A book of feats flowed out of the 100 treasure bag one by one as it did on that day, surrounding Lin Zhe and returning to the void. You've gone through the Great Spirit from heaven. Divine Gnosis LV6, 69.7W/100W. On that day, Lin Zhe had obtained the most powerful and deepest inventory of treasures in the entire heavenly land from within the Qinghe sword sect, a direct lineage of the Qing sage's Dao lineage, and in one fell swoop, he had gained more than 100,000 progresses, pushing his enlightenment talent from LV4 directly to LV6. And now, under the pileup of hundreds of heavenly land Taoist traditions that the returning sage had collected, Lin Zhe's talent had once again changed by leaps and bounds, straight from LV6, 38600/100W, to LV6, 69.7W/100W. Only the last 30W of progress remained before upgrading LV7, and this last 30W, with the added help of the returning sage, the inventory of merit laws within the 100 treasure bag was getting thicker and thicker. I've only absorbed half of it so far. LV7. Fingers crossed. And seeing that Lin Zhe's closed-door seclusion was getting better by the day, the saints who had been observing in the shadows were all collectively silent. Silence, day after day. 7 days later, a terrifying aura riot broke out in the Yongling Emperor's dynasty. Aura that was like a flash flood broke the embankment from within the Sunset Cloud Villa and gushed out in all directions. Above the vault of heaven, a holy light that pierced through the great Tao of heaven and earth and shattered spacetime and realms suddenly erupted from nothingness, showering the entire world. At the same time, the entire Tianlan divine tomb realm trembled violently. The sky is humming and the earth is trembling. It's like the opening of the sky. The saints who had been awake and paying attention to the movements of the eternal spirit imperial dynasty in the southern heavenly domain stared in disbelief at this moment, though they had a feeling this day would come soon. But never in a million years did I expect it to be so ridiculously fast. It's coming. It's really coming after all. No phase. Spitting out the word phaseless, the corners of the saints' mouths were all slightly bitter. Without a phase. Which of them had not pursued these two words for at least tens of millions and billions of years without being able to get started? And now, finally, someone has achieved no phase. But not them. Instead, it was a young man who was merely 18 years old who they had just witnessed breaking through the saint realm to ascend to the formless saint only 20 days or so ago. It's over 20 days. Just after becoming formless they break through to formlessness again. He is treating the laws of heaven and earth, treating the door of the holy realm as a toy to be played with, easily trampling underfoot and crushing Compared to him, what are they? Old things who have lived for at least tens of millions of years? Have you been living like a dog all your life? This has never been seen in ages. The hearts of the crowd of saints were shocked and bitter. One lost its collective voice. Chapter 152, 33 Tao Fruits. Shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Silence, silence. The sensational scene that shook the heavens changed once again. A terrifying crack suddenly crumbled the world, expanding and spreading like a spider web above the firmament. Wisps of void turbulence poured out from those terrifying cracks, splashing the earth and bringing about the end of destruction. The whole world was also plunged into obscurity. The sky and the earth lost their colors. The sun and the moon lost their light. Immediately after, between the countless cracks, a gray flame burning with a dark and unsettling aura blossomed all of a sudden. The appalling pressure of the holy Tao quickly tore through the universe. No, this is, boom. Violet booms bloomed from the gray flames. A hazy ball of light emanating a strange light emerged from the flames, announcing its existence to the entire world. As soon as it appeared, the darkness and uncertainty of the entire world, the negative aura of the entire heaven and earth seemed to have found a lord and come under its rule. For the pointing of its sword, King's Landing. This is Tao fruit. The saints were dumbfounded. How could a Tao fruit suddenly condense out of what was clearly a vision of promotion without a phase? Moreover, looking at this Tao fruit's peerless and unmatched might, it was obvious that it had already reached the peak of the Tao fruit. Just one step away from transcending the Tao fruit and comprehending the true meaning of the unmistakable. What's going on? How can it be a Tao fruit? Didn't he just steal that out-of-boundary demon's demon destruction? How could? Is it hard to believe that he stole another fruit from someone? The saints look at me and I look at you. It's all there. And then look at the returning saints in the Laktas. And not dead. Perhaps it's because their 8 desolate sacred races are exceptionally gifted and have comprehended another path of transcendence from the chaos. But even if it is, it shouldn't be phaseless. One sentence was not finished. Rumble. On the other side of the sky, the thunder is startling. The destructive thunder came down from the sky, wrapped in the vast heavenly might, and bestowed the final judgment on the world. Boom! Immediately afterward, amidst the thunderous light that shook the heavens and moved the earth, another Tao fruit emitting strange light emerged from the chaos, proclaiming its supreme majesty to the world with a vast heavenly might. Seeing this, the pupils of the saints shrunk violently. The second Tao fruit. Clang. The loud and clear sword chirps that tore through the sky and earth shook through. An ancient divine sword tore through the barriers of time and space, descending into this world from a distant barbaric age. Its divine light was so great that the sword subdued the mountains and rivers, and heaven and earth existed forever. Its appearance caused all the swords to submit. It brings all the world to immortality. A Tao fruit symbolizing the immortal sword came out of nowhere. The saints are dumbfounded. Number 3. Kill. In the midst of the chaos, a sound of killing rose and fell. The fourth fruit of slaughter shone in the heavens and earth. This was followed by a fifth, the sixth one, seventh, until 33 pieces, 33 dazzlingly bright stars appeared in the starry sky of Tianlan. They are light for all time. Its divine might is like a star, and its vastness is like a prison. Heaven and earth are in common evidence. Looking at these 33 bright stars that seemed to burst the world, the faces of all the saints of Heaven's lawn were filled with stagnant and wooden colors. They were completely confused. Who am I? What am I doing? Where am I going? The saints were confused. Saint Gui Zhang, who had been studying the 10,000 laws melting furnace at the Sunset Cloud Villa and sending Lin Zhe a supply of feats, also had a jolt and almost pulled his beard off. He knew that Lin Zhe was working on something very big, and that the day he left the gate would surely be a sensation in Tianlan, but he never expected it to be such a sensational method. 33 Tao fruits. Not one or two. It's the 33 pieces of the treadmill. Even Chang Tsong, the ancient first saint, only had 9 of them. Holy, you're not following the rules. It's too much. Where the hell did this monster come from? Above the vault of heaven, the cloud realm, the land of the spirit race. Spirit Huan looked away from the 33 brilliant stars, his eyes lost in lightlessness for a while. The appearance of 33 Tao fruits caused even Ling Huang, the oldest of the heavenly lanes and a great saint with a long lineage, to lose his mind over it. How did that happen? Cheng Tsong, is this really your layout? Or is everything under your nose still what you expected? Ling Huang's fingers twitched. At this moment, even if she had as much faith in Cheng Tsong, the originless immortal body achievement of the beginning, she couldn't help but be drastically shaken. The world shrouded by the fruits of the word, Lin Zhe transformed into a ray of light and scattered among the Tao fruits. An arcane and mysterious power of the utmost magnitude then linked the 33 Tao fruits together. They are attracted to each other by their phallic nature and are close to each other. Gradually, they became 3 groups, each occupying the position of heaven, earth and man. Each group in turn combines the number of 11. Under Lindsay's traction, these 3 groups of dashas gradually disintegrate. They are broken up and reorganized. Break it up again and rebuild it. After cycling back and forth dozens of times, they have stabilized their form. 3 brand new powers were born. One is a god of all things, commanding the supreme with the majesty of heaven and earth. One embraces the heavens and the earth, and blesses the living beings, carrying the sun, moon and stars with the thickness of its essence. One's chi swims in the Taishu, prevailing between the clear and the turbid with infinite changes, interpreting all things. It is said to be God, essence, and gas. Subsequently, the 3 major forces representing essence and spirit returned to the primordial, reorganizing Lin Zhe's body between formlessness and formlessness, constructing a Tao body that crossed the boundaries of space and time and transcended the causality of destiny. The Taoist body descends. The no phase has become a reality. At this moment, Lin Zhe had already crossed the realm of formlessness and had walked into the phaseless, achieved a phaseless great saint who could suppress the ages without being immortal. Chapter 153, Godly Gnosis LV7. And it is not the first entry, but the limit among the great saints, the unfazed and the unfazed. With the powerful aid of the divine enlightenment talent, Lin Zhe had already digested and eaten through all of the Gongfu cannons in the 100 treasure bag, and had removed the dregs and taken the essence in accordance with his own understanding in special circumstances, and had pushed them over and over again. In the end, He made all of his life's learning melt into 33 peak Tao fruits. These 33 Tao fruits were listed in the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, solidifying Lin Zai's original way, which circulated and was unending, and then gave birth to the Xuanqi of the undifferentiated, which corresponded to the essence of the Mori, the Qi of the infinite, and the divine of the unrestricted. With their power augmentation, the present-day Lin Zai could be said to have gone to the limit of the phaseless, infinitely approaching that mysterious and unknown beginningless realm. Looking at the entire epic era of the ages, even back then in that ancient era when the great and powerful rose up side by side, if Lin Zai were to say that he was the second under the beginning, then he would definitely not dare anyone to call him the first. Comparing the previous great demon and that tombkeeper spirit Huang, at this moment, he only needed a single thought to crush them beyond the 10,000 realms. A thought is born. A thought is born. What a great freedom. What a great transcendence. And this was still just the body of normality that Lin Zai displayed on the surface. Lin Zai's 33 Tao fruits were inspired by the 8 desolate bloodline, casting them with the 8 desolate origin as a guide. Those 33 Tao fruits could be birthed as the Moro, the infinite, and the easy. The 3 laws of Moro can naturally unite essence and energy as well. And that was the ultimate thing that Lin Zai had gained from this retreat. As for how strong this ultimate is, Lin Zai had never seen a true beginningless and couldn't make an accurate comparison. However, it was expected that even if it was not as good as the realm of the beginning, it could still be invincible. On top of that, Lin Zai's greatest reliance in this life, his God-level enlightenment, had also finally crossed over LV6 to LV7. You've looked at all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of divine enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of divine enlightenment. Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV7, 28W/1000W. You have read many books and finally realized the true meaning of the law from thousands of Taoist collections, the ultimate way. From now on, all your means will break through the pole, exerting exponentially more power and multiplying combat awareness, and breaking all laws with a single force. The LV7 ability is as simple and brutal as its introduction. In one word, it. At this point, Lin Zai could be said to have truly stepped into the ranks of the most powerful of the heavens and the worlds, and was truly in control of his own destiny. So next, Lin Zai looked back distantly, his eyes glowing with starlight. There, in the direction he came from. Now, it's my turn to have some fun. With a thought, Lin Zai directly disappeared into the river of time and space. He walks outside of time and space in a phaseless body, observing the 10,000 spirits in the river as they sink through the years. Lin Zai disappeared into Tianlan. The horrifying sound that was terrifying to the extreme dissipated. A moment of peace finally came to the shaken world. The wind stops and the trees rest. The hearts of the saints of Tianlan, however, could not be calmed for a long time. They were petrified in the wind. I want to talk about it. Greenfield. It's still the same farmhouse. Incredible. Incredible. Only then did he break the formlessness, and then he reached the formlessness, and he also condensed 33 Tao fruits. There is no one else with such an achievement even if you look at the Taiku. Gao Zhu marveled. This. How did the offspring of my 8 desolate Lin family produce such a heaven-defying demon? Miracle. That's so weird. Gao Zhu was baffled and puzzled. The other two weren't as shocked. They were too far away from both Gao Zhu and Lin Zai's level. They were just unknown. The two men looked at each other and were reminded of what they had been talking about a month ago. So the two men added, "What do you think of the situation at hand, Gao Zhu? Are we allowed to?" Before they could finish a sentence, the two saw Lin Zai in the sky suddenly disappear without a trace. Where is Zell going? Kojo looked up, then said thoughtfully, "It seems that we don't have to go looking for him." What does Gao Zhu mean by this? High Ancestor glanced at the duo. 18 years ago the celestial chaos in the green domain was able to block the prying eyes of the average person. It can't stop such a 1,000-year-old demon. Think he's gone back in time to find you guys. Greenfield. 10 years ago, Lin Zai descended in space and time. Above the border of the green domain, a layer of flowing light appeared. Buzz. Powerful fluctuations came immediately, preventing Lin Zai from entering, sending warnings to Lin Zai, and shielding him from prying into the interior of the green domain. This is the supreme Dao Ban of the green domain. It would guard the green domain as it had done for hundreds of millions of years in the past, turning away all the petty criminals who coveted the green domain and punishing all the ants who tried to challenge the might of the unseen god. However, this was of no use to Lin Zai. Even the great demon and the others could find a way to bypass the Dao Ban and drill the loopholes in it. Let alone him, Lin Zai. All he needs is Aurora property. With a movement of Lin Zai's divine thoughts, the Dao Ban of the green domain dissolved and opened an opening. He walked calmly inside the Dao Ban, and with a single thought, He appeared on the battlefield but had once overthrown the two masters of the Lin family. Kill. The battlefield was filled with the sounds of killing. The brutal war has come to a head. At that moment, two white lights descended from the sky. They enveloped two brave young generals in armor on the battlefield. Subsequently, day was confused with night. The battlefield was thrown into chaos. By the time the chaos was over, the North Star Party had been completely wiped out. We won? What the hell just happened here? Is like a dream. Amidst a cacophony of noise, Lin Zhe took it all in. He looked at the location where the two white lights had just descended. Although it was faint, it couldn't fool Lin Zhe, who had also awakened the 8 desolate blood. That was the aura of the 8 desolate bloodline. Tisk. It's true. Lin Zhe scared and shook his head before stepping inside the spacetime river once again. More than 2 months ago, the node where Lindsay fainted. The beginning of everything. North Star Imperial Capital. Young Master? Young Master, what's wrong with you? Young Master, asshole, come out to me. Alert! Alert! Quickly escort the young master back to the house. You two immediately go to the palace to summon the Imperial Doctor. Go quickly. Due to the fainting of the Lin family's son, the entire street became chaotic. Among the chaotic crowd, Lin Zhe locked his gaze on someone with a subtle expression. He walked like a ghost through the crowd to the man. I can't believe you're here at this hour. This person is a white dress, fresh and elegant like the valley orchid, bright green as the summer green harvest. It was none other than Lin Zhe's old acquaintance, Xia Qinghe. No, to be precise, Void into the Dream. Chapter 154. What it was afraid of was Lin Zhe himself. Across the long river of time and space, Lin Zhe once again saw the Xia Qinghe who had long since died at the hands of Hong Tian and transformed into the 7 emotions law. He gazed deeply into her eyes, a deep purple light coursing through them. Xia Qinghe was oblivious to the Lin Zhe in front of her. She had been watching from afar, gazing at the Lin family male who had been surrounded by layers of Lin family people to escort him back to his home. Gazing at, a pair of soulful, beautiful eyes shone with a color that Lin Zhe couldn't understand. It was not until the figure of the Lin family son was far away on the street corner, no longer visible, that she slowly withdrew her gaze. Then, as if she had finally come back to her senses, she finished watching the hilarity and remembered the purpose of her trip. She stopped paying attention to the fainting of the Lin family's male and turned into a study. Lin Zhe also withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. With a flash of thought, his figure disappeared into the bustling North Star Imperial Capital, re-entering the long river of space and time. 18 years ago, Greenfield border. The two phoenixes burned with the fire of their nativity and broke into the green domain Daoban. Once they entered the green domain, the taut heartstrings of the two phoenixes finally relaxed a bit. Seeing this, the returning sage following closely behind the two phoenixes was annoyed. The perfect material just flew out the window? If he missed this excellent opportunity, would he be able to hunt a second phoenix blood from the shelter of old ghost Feng? No way. Even at the risk of being backfired by the Daoban, he had to give it a try. Thinking of this, the returning sage struck out with anger. At this point, the youngest of the two phoenixes seemed to have sensed something extremely terrifying. A flash of extreme shock and incredulity appeared in his phoenix eyes. He was terrified. He shuddered. He spat out his phoenix element. Immediately following, a large hand probed across the border of the green domain. Nico. The blood of the phoenix waved in the air. Little Phoenix was overwhelmed with grief, but she was ultimately powerless in the face of the saint's might. She could only watch as the phoenix bled and forced her grief to vanish into the void, disappearing. In time and space, Lin Zhe witnessed what was happening in front of him. He reached out and intercepted the period of time. Reverse flow. In the next moment, this world swiftly returned to the moment before Xiaofeng's bloodshed like a rewinding movie. He saw Xiaofeng's flash of fear and trembling frozen in time and space. This touch of trembling fear came completely from Little Phoenix's heart, originating from the depths of her soul, without any trace of faking. When mortal beings are confronted with saints, it is as it should be. But unfortunately, this flash of fear didn't seem to be for the returning sage. The fear he dreaded was another thing that was out of his control and took him by surprise. So, in this Little Phoenix's heart, what could be more terrifying than a saint's pursuit? Lin Zhe turned his head, his gaze piercing through millions of miles, and saw the North Star Lin family at the moment. There, a new life has just come into the world. It's getting interesting. With a whisper, the world resumed its flow. Lin Zhe once again walked into the space-time river. Lin Zhe had already figured out quite a few things after going back in time and space with his phaseless body. He was now left with only one last question. Rojak Mountain. The timeline came to a little over a month ago. Node. Taojiao Mountain Trial. Little friend, be careful. Feel free to come. In the ancient battlefield, Lin Zhe and Venerable Karinai were in the final round of their bout, and this strike would determine their victory. Under venerable Korinai's Korinai bio-destructive force, Lindsay's fleshly body finally received its first traumatic strike, leaving behind wounds. A drop of dark-colored blood fell into the soil of the Daojia mountain and was quickly absorbed and disappeared. The 8 wastes. Blood? Feeble murmurs that no one could hear resounded beneath the Daojia mountain. Lindsay within the spacetime river raised an eyebrow. So that's how it was awakened? TSK. He really did guess right. There was a high probability that the 8 wastes Lin family was the fish Ching-san was trying to catch. To this world, maybe they're the ones who came. Time goes on. Soon enough, it came to the duel between Lindsay and Hong Tian. Hong Tian summoned the crippled sky sword, the holy weapon of the crippled sky Dao sect, with the power of heavenly destiny. The long-dusted saint soldier came across the border and stretched out a rusty sword body at Daojia mountain, seemingly to recreate the saint soldier's divine might in the land of the green domain. But the next moment, the heavenly remnant sword trembled violently, as if it had sensed something extremely terrifying, and immediately severed the call of heaven's mandate and returned to the dusty land. Unbelieving, Hong Tian summoned again. The broken heavenly sword came in response to heaven's command, but once again rejected it. Inside the river of time and space, Lindsay was silent, already unfazed. He saw clearly this time. The heaven-crippling sword was not as problematic as Hong Tian had said, it was still within the Tao, obeying the rules of heaven's destiny. It answers the call of the divine order. Only after it came, it realized that a more terrifying and transcendent power existed here than heaven's mandate. It feared the power that was more terrible than the mandate of heaven. And the force, that old Lin family ancestor sealed under the Daojia mountain had the intention to save the descendants of the Lin family, but the already weakened him had no strength left after awakening his bloodline for Lindsay, making it difficult for him to retreat from the holy soldiers. So it wasn't this Lin family's old ancestor that the heaven-crippling sword feared. What it feared in the first place was Lindsay himself. It was the great sage Lindsay who did not exist in that time and space and came across the long river of time and space. Lindsay's face stared slightly. With his current realm, if he didn't want to show himself to be known, there was no way any power could detect him in space and time, especially in such a special blocked timeline as the 18 years within the green domain. The only one who could swim in this period of time and space was him, Lindsay. In the entirety of Tianlan, how could a mere remnant sky sword detect his presence? Think, broken heavenly sword, the holy soldier of the 8 saints. The 8 saints stained the Daojia mountain with blood, and underneath the mountain, the 8 desolate ancestors were suppressed. The 8 wastelands, the 8 saints. Could it be that the heavenly sword has something to do with the 8 desolate clans? It sensed Lindsay, who had come across time and space, because Lindsay was carrying the 8 desolate bloodline? Thinking of this, Lindsay immediately rattled the river of time. After everyone left the Daojia mountain, with an aria from eternity, descendants of the 8 wastes. Ugh, stillness. The time and space of Daojia mountain is thus fixed. Lindsay stepped out of the long river of time and space, descending into this node with his supreme Dao body, straight into the bottom of the Daojak mountain. Chapter 155, Broken Mountain, Daojacking Extinction. Inside the mysterious space at the bottom of Daojia mountain, a black shadow let out a sigh that reverberated through the ages. Then it ran out of strength and once again entered a weak slumber. The next time it awakens again will probably be tens of millions of years from now. But was he still there at that time? Shaking his head helplessly, the black shadow dragged his exhausted body into a deep sleep, and the red light within the dark space slowly dissipated. But the next moment, the black shadow looked like it had sensed something. With difficulty he struggled to open his eyes again and looked behind himself. Behind him, a valiant young male had descended at some point. He wore a snowy robe. His face was handsome, and his eyes were like bright stars, as if they could penetrate one's mind, with a kind of awe-inspiring authority. His long waterfall hair was pulled behind his head and tied up with a jade hairpin, matching the elegant ancient jade at his waist, adding some subtle and introverted elegance to him. A person of this shape, if the black shadow had seen him, he would naturally be impressed, especially since this was his own bloodline descendant, by the descendants of the 8 deserts that he had just personally awakened. He had just left the Daojiao mountain. The kid named Lindsay. Seeing the current Lindsay, even though the black shadow was on the verge of dying, with his insight and realm he could understand what was going on. He looked at Lindsay, and although the red light in his eyes was dim, it was filled with satisfied relief. Good, kids. Saying that, the red light in the black shadow's eyes dimmed a little more. He's too weak. You have to fight hard to even say a few words. Seeing this, Lindsay utilized the law of prosperity to connect his divine sense to the black shadow, using the resonance of the 8 desolate bloodlines of the same origin to channel the majestic life breath for the black shadow. Don't. In vain. After he said that, as if he had sensed Lindsay's intentions, the Daojak mountain immediately trembled. The ancient heavenly stairs, the rootless monument forest, and the three major regions of the ancient battlefield simultaneously lit up with mysterious strange lights. A power so terrifying that it makes even the world tremble awakens. It was like a sleeping submerged dragon breaking through the abyss, suppressing the space below the mountain to the extreme. Affected by this power, the Black Shadow's eyes lowered, and the red light that filled the air was about to fade. I've been a broken candle. This is dangerous. Go quickly. The 8 wasted mirrors. Clan. You'll understand. The weak words just fell. The Black Shadow completely lost its breath and fell into an infinite slumber. The riotous Daojia Mountain also went back into hibernation as the Black Shadow weakened and hid its greatness. Silence on all sides. Lindsay narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at the Daojak Mountain. Afterwards, a terrifyingly monstrous momentum instantly erupted. Dangerous? I'm not going to believe this. Did he really think that all the books he read during that month of seclusion were for nothing? With his current cultivation level that was infinitely close to the beginningless realm and the true body practiced by the unification of the 3 veins of the 8 desolate bloodline, as well as the extreme means provided by divine Gnosis LV7, even without using the Heaven's Destiny immortal body and the 5 saint soldiers, with Qing Song himself in front of him, Lindsay was confident that he could even fight with him and be undefeated. Not to mention some of the means left behind by Qing Song, the man he is now. Even he can't estimate the upper limit. Today, he would like to see how many tricks Qing Song, the first saint of the ancient world, could actually have. Boom! The lurid pressure rapidly expanded with Lindsay at the center. It enveloped the entire void realm in an instant. Pole path, 8 wastes, God's prosperity, essence's samsara, and Chi's infinity merged into one at this moment. The shadow of a deity that was terrifying to the extreme. How magnificent and sublime emerged in the imaginary realm. He is like a god who governs the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, awakening from the barbaric ancient times, treating the vastness of heaven and earth as if it were a corner of the vast ocean, and ignoring the living beings. Heaven and earth, all in the palm of your hand. Rojak Mountain, 2. It was like a small, chic toy, gently held in the palm of the deity's hand. At any moment, God will crush it. Like this. Bang! God's palms closed slightly. The Daojak Mountain, which had stood in the green domain for hundreds of millions of years without falling or decaying, and was known as the ultimate mystery of the green domain, then shattered in a burst of stone-cold thunder and sparks. It shattered into countless fragments. Is nothing more than that. With a whisper, Lindsay gently held the Black Shadow floating in the shattered void realm in his palm. He then stepped into the river of time and space, returning to the node where he had achieved the unmistakable phase. Yes, nodes. The saints are formless. The great saints are formless. Since the moment Lindsay had achieved the great sage of no phases, he had transcended the boundaries of space and time and realms. He was in a world no longer defined by what he called past and present. He returned to me. Where I am, the world is, and now is, the nodes of sanctification. That familiar farmhouse. Kojo had just finished saying he has returned to the past to find you. Lindsay's figure then stepped out of the river of time and space and arrived in front of the High Ancestor and those 2 familiar figures. A few people looked at each other. There was a moment of stony silence before a cry of excitement overflowing with words rang out. Zell! After a shout, the 2 men came forward excitedly, their lips quivering. The heart seems to have 1,000 words, but the words came out of his mouth. But he didn't know where to start. In the end, all the feelings of the most dearly beloved were all reduced to a cry of, "You have grown so big." Lindsay sniffed, and his heart sighed. 10 years. For the past 10 years, he too had thought that his father and second uncle had been killed long ago. But unthinking, child Lindsay, meet father, second uncle. These 2 familiar figures were none other than the 2 masters of the Lin family, Lin Lai and Lin Yang. Good boy. The 2 didn't finish a sentence. Gao Zhu, who was beside him, then looked as if he had discovered something incredibly big, and hurriedly pushed the 2 of them away to look behind Lindsay. There, a figure that had haunted Gaozu was lying quietly on the ground. This is, you. Gaozu couldn't believe it. You actually brought out the old ancestor. Lindsay glanced at the High Ancestor and held the old ancestor back with a cold expression. Of all these people in the 8 Wastes Lin family, the 2 Lin family members were the cause of the incident. They were the ones who were saved, not their own subjectivity. Besides, they were Lindsay's flesh and blood relatives. Lindsay could understand them. As for the Lin family's 8 desolate old ancestor, he himself was as weak as that, but after sensing the existence of his descendants, he still spared no effort to help Lindsay awaken his bloodline for the sake of his descendants. Lindsay had a natural good feeling about him. This old ancestor, he recognized, but the hidden head of the High Ancestor in front of me. If you don't make your words clear, then don't blame him, Lindsay, for disowning his ancestors. Noticing Lin Zai's coldness, the age-experienced Gao Zu naturally understood Lin Zai's meaning. He had a clear idea of what Lin Zai was thinking, and put in that position. Even if he had been in his place, he would have thought the same way. It is a feeling of helplessness. Lin Lai and Lin Yang then hurriedly introduced themselves. Zaire, this is our Lin family's ancestor, not an outsider. His elderly. Okay. Kojo stopped the two men's words with a wave of his hand. He then said to Lin Zai, these things, I don't ask you to understand me. You recognize me or not. As long as you recognize the Lin family and the old ancestors, that's enough. Chapter 156 8 Desolate Emperors. After saying that, Gao Zu bypassed Lin Zai and arrived in front of the black shadow that Lin Zai had brought out. This black shadow in front of me. Although the body is thin, face pale, lips dry without a trace of blood color. Just like a very sick, not long to die look. However, the unique charisma between his eyebrows still does not lose the wind of the godless one who shook the 8 wastelands and ruled the world back then. Kojo recognized him at once. He couldn't forget, and he couldn't possibly forget. The cries in the bloodline engraved the old ancestors' likeness all the time, reminding the mission of the 8 wastelands Lin family, until death do us part. That's right, this person in front of them was the originator of their 8 desolate Lin family, that supreme being who had shaken the Taiku heaven back then, the 8 desolate emperor, old ancestor. Seeing the 8 desolate emperors in front of him, the high ancestor was agitated, and the emotions he had been holding back for many years finally erupted at this moment. He was like a wanderer who had been away from home for many years, finally returning to the arms of his closest relatives, finding a sheltered harbor and the only giant tree in the sky, descendant of the 8 deserts. Lin Changcheng, see imperial ancestor, evergreen is unfilial, letting the old ancestor suffer in Daojia Mountain. The 8 desolate emperors did not respond. He had exhausted his power, and only a sliver of his true spirit remained to fall into a deep slumber. Long. Lin Changcheng gave Lin Zai a trembling look. Lin Zai hesitated for a moment, nodding and shaking his head. Seeing this, Lin Changcheng frowned slightly. His fingers trembled lightly as he gently rested on the 8 desolate emperors' palms, and powerful bloodline power instantly surged into the 8 desolate emperors' bodies. 1 breath, 2 breaths, the 8 desolate emperors never saw any signs of recovery. His soul had reached the border of being on the verge of breaking. With such a wrecked body, if he were to stay in Daojia Mountain for some more time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Changcheng immediately showed a look of anger. Qing Song dog thief, you asshole. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and the Imperial Ancestor have always treated you well. How dare you lay such a cruel hand on the Ancestor? Upon hearing Lin Changcheng's words, Lin Zai raised an eyebrow. The Celestial Emperor and the Ancestor were not kind to Qing Song? That's not an easy thing to say. Before Lin Zai could think deeply and carefully, he heard Lin Lai and Lin Yang nervously ask, Hi Ancestor, what's the situation with the Imperial Ancestor? Lin Changcheng shook his head with a grave expression. It's not optimistic. He lowered his head and began pacing back and forth, talking about the 8 desolate emperors' situation while recalling what methods could be used on the Emperor Ancestor. Although Qing Song is a lowly person, his methods are brilliant. Humph. This dog thief, knowing that he couldn't touch my 8 desolate family's bloodline, found another way to find the 8 servants clan. When Lin Changcheng talked about Qing Song, although he gritted his teeth and hated that he couldn't eat his flesh, he couldn't help but be impressed by this person's skills. The 8 servants clan is affiliated with my 8 deserts family and has served my 8 deserts family for generations, and their blood can be shared with my 8 deserts family to a certain extent. With his immortal body's ability, as long as he steals the 8 servants clan's Dao fruit, it will naturally not be difficult for him to find a way to restrain my 8 desolate clan's bloodline from the 8 servants clan. Coupled with the laws of the rootless steel forest and the other 3 major taijutsu heavenly court relic fragments, even if old ancestor was an emperor, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. After so many years of sealing and grinding, there is not much left of the emperor old man's true spirit consciousness, not to mention that his old man is still speaking here. Lin Changcheng paused and glanced at Lin Zai, but it's good that the old ancestor came out in time, and there's still a trace of his true spirit left to be indestructible, enough for the cycle of birth and death to solidify eternity. The old ancestor is weak into this kind of oil-exhausted appearance. To be recovered, I am afraid that 9 million years of work is difficult to restore the whole law. 10 million years. At this juncture, their 8 desolate clan could not afford to wait. The Daojiao mountain collapsed and the 8 desolate emperors came out. Those rebels who secretly plotted against the 8 desolate clans back then, led by Chung Tsong, absolutely could not sit back and wait for death. They're probably holding back some bad moves right now. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Changcheng's frown deepened. He looked up at Lin Zai again. You would bring the Emperor Ancestor out of the Daojia Mountain, so you must have returned to the node where the Daojia Mountain trial awakened your bloodline. The old ancestor should have been awake at that time. Did he confide anything important to you? Lindsay thought for a moment. There are 2 sentences. 8 Wasteland Mirror. The clan. Does this count? The 8 Desolate Mirrors? Lin Changqing's eyebrows twitched slightly. Yes, the 8 Desolate Mirror is my 8 Desolate clan's family's treasure. If we have the 8 Desolate Mirror in our hands, the imperial ancestor will definitely be able to wake up from his muddled state. That being said, the sorrow between Lin Changqing's brows had not diminished by half. This was because the 8 Desolate Mirrors had long since been unaccounted for with the fragmentation of the Lin family. If he still had the 8 Desolate Mirrors in his hand, how could Lin Changqing have ended up in such a state all these years? Lindsay would agree. Tell me, what's going on? How did our Lin family get left behind in the heavenly Lan divine tomb realm? Stay in the god's tomb? Lin Changqing smiled with an unspecified meaning. What if I told you that our Lin family was from here from the beginning? Is the Lin family native to Tianlan? Lin Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. This could be a bit different from what he expected. He had always thought that they, the Lin family, were the outsiders who coveted the divine tomb. And then consider that Tianlan's timeline and perception was tampered with by Qingsong. Put it this way, Lin Zai suddenly asked. Answer me one question first. Is the information provided by Spirit Huang true or false? Lin Changqing was slightly surprised. You're very perceptive. Worthy of being the most unexpected variable in this endgame. You've asked the key point of everything. Lin Changqing gave Lin Zai a deep look. What Ling Huang said is basically true. She didn't lie to you. Except, the problem is that it shouldn't be her saying it. It's us, the 8 wastes. When these words came out, Lin Zai's expression snapped. It's not for Spirit Huang to say, but for the 8 desolate clans. Could it be? Lin Changqing said. That's right, as you think. The Tomb of the Gods does have a tombkeeper present, but this tombkeeper is not a spirit, but the 8 wastes. As soon as the word 8 wastes fell, the clues of the past were all strung together in his mind. The 8 desolate clans, the 8 saints, and the 8 servants clans, can perceive the great sage Lin Zai's crippling heavenly sword, the 8 desolate emperors under the Daojia mountain. A magnificent grandiose picture of the defense of the divine tomb gradually emerged in Lin Zai's mind, only to hear Lin Changqing slowly say, Qingsong's tactics are indeed brilliant. He modified karma and adjusted the trajectory of history so that my Lin family disappeared from the flood of history and replaced it with the spirit race. He thought that this would wear down our mission and honor, thus crushing my 8 desolate clan. Ha! Delusional! Lin Changqing smiled disdainfully. Even if everyone in heaven and earth forgets about the divine tomb and the existence of the tombkeeper, I, the 8 desolate family, will not forget. The mission and honor of my clan is innate and engraved deep in the bloodline. How could he, Qingsong, be able to speculate on this hidden secret? Chapter 157, The Past of the 8 Desolate Clans. Lin Changqing spoke of the glory of the 8 desolate clans, all in the manner of the heavens boss and I'm the oldest, and his words were filled with disdain for Qingsong. In Lin Changqing's eyes, even if Qingsong was a supreme saint, he was just a reptile on the ground. Less than half as honorable as the 8 desolate races. Linza was speechless. Where did you, a defeated general, get the confidence to despise Qingsong, a supreme saint who can cut off the karma of the heavenly lanes? Besides, such a thing as a grave guardian isn't that sacred, is it? Lin Changqing seemed to have seen through Lin Zai's mentality. He said, do you think that's all there is to guarding someone's grave for them? With the power of my 8 desolate clans' bloodline to annex the world. Which one in the greatness of this Taiku can be worthy of my 8 desolate clan to guard his grave? Lin Zai choked him out. How about the Swire Heavenly Emperor? Of course His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is worthy. Lin Changqing smiled. He's an exception, but it's not because of his power or status. Oh, the Celestial Emperor is worthy, but not because of his power and position? You'll understand when I get to it later. Just listen to me for a moment. In short, my 8 desolate clan guards the divine tomb not because the owner of the divine tomb is so honorable and remarkable. We, the 8 desolate clans, guard the tomb because the divine tomb is buried with a poor and vicious being. His existence once caused Taiku to fall into a sinking state, causing order to be lost in heaven and earth. He is the embodiment of the world's extreme evil and darkness. If the power he left behind is stolen by certain people with ulterior motives in the Taiku world, it will be another calamity of destruction that will plunge Taiku into chaos. Therefore, the divine tomb must be guarded. As for who's going to town, Lin Changqing's face showed a look of reminiscence of the past. In order to solve this problem, the ancient celestial court gathered the 10 great emperors to discuss this matter for the first time. Because guarding the divine tomb is simple to say, but the actual conditions required are extremely harsh. First and foremost, the person guarding the divine tomb must be strong and able to defend against incoming enemies from all sides. This alone is difficult for more than 99% of the members of the Taiku Heavenly Court. The Taiku world is filled with 10,000 clans, And there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There are too many capable people lurking among the pale. In the entire heavenly court, other than the 10 great emperors and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, there is no one else who has the strength to conquer the entire Taiku. So this heavy responsibility can only fall on the 10 great emperors and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Second, buried in the divine tomb is the most evil and darkest of heaven and earth. He possesses an extremely powerful power of compulsion, capable of triggering all the evil thoughts in a person's heart, amplifying them 10 million times over, causing one to fall into the abyss of darkness. When the essence is full, the spirit is deficient. When the spirit is full, the chi is deficient. When the chi is full, the essence is deficient. It is said to be pervasive, even in existence at the level of the 10 great emperors would fall into his path if they were not careful. So in addition to being strong, one must also be able to hold fast to one's heart and resist the compulsion to seduce within the divine tomb. And at that time, the only one who could fulfill this condition and completely ignore the dark compulsion within the divine tomb was His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. But His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, as the Lord of the heavenly court and the God of all the races, needs to sit in the heavenly court to rule over all the races, and is unable to reside in the divine tomb. So in the end this burden will be taken over by the 8 desolate emperors of my clan. It can only be my 8 desolate clans as well, because my 8 desolate race is the only race in the Taiku world that can be compatible with all things in the heavens and the earth and merge the 3 chakras of essence, chi and spirit into a single, rounded body with no flaws or omissions. How easy is it for the evil in the divine tomb to try to erode my 8 desolate clan? Plus, my 8 desolate clan has a huge power and a lot of capable people. And most of the clan's ancestors have great powers who hold important positions in the heavenly court, each of them being able to hold their own, which is enough to help the emperor's ancestors solve their problems. In addition, I have 8 subordinate servant clans under the 8 desolate clans, and each of the 8 servant clans has its own abilities, either skilled in attacking, defending, or deducing, enough to guard the god's tomb in each of their respective roles. Therefore, who else is left out of the 8 desolate races in this world? Speaking here, Lin Changqing's face once again displayed that trace of superior supremacy, but this time, it is also true that it should be. After all, according to this, the 8 desolate clans were almost the number 1 clan in the Taiku. On top of that, there is the 8 desolate emperors, who are second only to the ancient celestial emperors in terms of the existence of the greatest bulls, and there are all the major 8 desolate backbones that can hold their own, and there are also the 8 major service clans underneath for the 8 desolate clans to use at their disposal. What a bully! It wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that it was the number 1 black force in Taiku, not to mention that Lin Changqing was proud of his bloodline and called it an honor. At this moment, it was Lin Zhe, a descendant of the 8 desolate clan, who also felt a hint of pride for the clan's strength. Awesome, my oldest ancestors, only to hear Lin Changqing say again. But alas, a subsequent change of events caused the entire Taiku to all go haywire. That's what Spirit Huang told you, that there are supreme beings who do not submit to the rule of the heavenly emperor and have started the battle for God. Lin Changqing sighed. This battle begins with the heavenly fate emperor. He united the leaders of the various races and turned on 5 of the 10 great emperors, all at the same time turning on His Majesty the heavenly emperor. The remaining 3, on the other hand, have long since had the intention of retiring, so they took this opportunity to stay away from the fight, not interfering in the battle between His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Destiny Emperor. What about my clan's 8 desolate emperors? If he could, of course the Heaven's Destiny Emperor would want to turn on my clan's emperor, but he knows that's simply not possible. Speaking here, a touch of increasingly honored glory flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes, because, as the world knows, the name of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is the 8 Wastes. 6. No wonder this high ancestor had previously said that the Heavenly Emperor was qualified to have the 8 desolate races guard their tombs, but not because of his strength or status. Even if everyone betrays His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, my 8 desolate clan will never betray him. Lin Changqing added. In short, the battle for God is on. His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, fought 6 against 1, and fought the group without losing a single battle with his own strength. The Heavenly Fate Emperor and other supreme powers were unable to break through the heavenly court for a while, and the battle situation is in a scorched state. Seeing this, the imperial ancestors have the intention of helping His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor to power through the strong enemy, but they are afraid that it is a deliberate ploy by them to move the tiger away from the mountain. The situation is a momentary dilemma. Just in the nick of time, a monstrous hatred erupted in Lin Changqing's eyes. That son of a showed up. He's on his deathbed. Betrayed His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 158. He is a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor. This man is Qing Tsong. A hint of biting hatred passed through Lin Changqing's eyes, and when he spoke Qing Tsong's name, he hated that he couldn't break his body into pieces and eat his flesh and blood. Because of him, the heavenly emperor disappeared, and Taiku collapsed. Because of him, the order of heaven and earth is once again in chaos, and the 10,000 races are once again in dispute. Even more so, because of him, my 8 Wastelands clan fell apart, and the clansmen were brutally murdered and their wives were separated. That son of a... Lin Changqing clenched his fists, squeezing so hard that his knuckles turned white and clicked. The two of them, Lin Lai and Lin Yang, also had unusually ugly faces, as if that Qing Song had an undying blood feud with them. Linza was relatively calm. For one thing, he was not a party to it, and only just learned of the family's past, for which the hatred was not yet much tangible into it. Secondly, he has practiced so many techniques, his cultivation level has long been transcendent, and his Taoist heart has long been solid as gold, and he is not so angry that he lost his temper over this matter. He calmly asked, a figure like the heavenly emperor, Qing Song is even capable of plotting against him? Humph. Lin Changqing snorted coldly. Of course that son of a doesn't have this ability, but it can't be helped that he has a special identity and has been bestowed with means by the Heaven's Destiny Emperor and other rebels. At those words, Lin Zai's heart stirred. Qing Song has a special identity? Thinking again of Lin Changqing's previous statement that the Heavenly Emperor and the Imperial Ancestor had treated him well, Lin Zai said, could he be a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor? When these words came out, Lin Changqing immediately glanced at Lin Zai in surprise. Did I guess right? Although Lin Changqing was very reluctant to admit it, he could only bite his teeth and nod his head. Qing Song is exceptionally gifted, and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor holds him in high regard, so he took him under his tutelage to become His Majesty's only heir, teaching him the way of the Heavenly Emperor. It is also for this reason that my clan, from the Emperor ancestors down to the various 8 deserts juniors, all favored Qing Song and treated him with courtesy, never setting up defenses against him to hide their secrets, treating him as if he were a member of their own family. But unthinking this son of a was so treacherous that he betrayed his benefactor at the last critical moment. Lin Changqing's face was gloomy and dark. Aren't we good enough for him? Linza shrugged his shoulders. Non-committal. Some things are not good or bad. Maybe it's simply because you're in his way. An existence like the god of the 10,000 races, which was like a blazing sun, was enough. And then later? Lin Changqing sighed. And then later, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor was nowhere to be found. The Heavenly Fate Emperor was heavily defeated, and the Taiku world collapsed and disintegrated into a billion trillion pieces of dust because of this battle for the gods. And so the order collapsed. Immediately afterward, because of the loss of the Heavenly Emperor's suppression, Qing Song aimed his spear at the Divine Tomb and at my 8 desolate clan. Lin Changqing said helplessly. In the end, that's what you know. He started with the 8 Servant clan, which is also known as the so-called 8 Saints of the ancient times, and found some ways to restrain our clan, sealing and imprisoning the Emperor Ancestor, and continuously grinding down the Emperor Ancestor's true spirit, with a view to completely chopping down the blockade of the 8 desolate bloodlines, thus opening the door to the Divine Tomb. Having lost the patronage of Emperor Ancestor and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor one after another, my 8 desolate clan no longer has the power to fight back in the face of this bastard Qing Song, so I can only choose to avoid him and bide my time. Thus, in order to avoid Qing Song's pursuit, our clan was forced to choose to turn into a whole, splitting the 8 Wastelands clan into 2. One unit fought against Qing Song in the open, attracting Qing Song's attention and buying more time for the clan. The other team hid in the shadows, taking away the 8 desolate families' underpinnings and secretly leaving the Divine Tomb, preserving the flame of the 8 desolate bloodline in order to seek the day of their resurgence. So, Lin Changqing looked at Lin Zai with a complicated expression. It's not that I, the High Ancestor, am cold-blooded, but we chose to stay and fight in the first place. In this long battle, anyone can die, including myself. Resist, only resist. Lin Changqing turned around and landed his gaze on the sleeping 8 desolate emperors. That's why I watched the Lin family's children die prematurely time and time again. Indifferent, because the sacrifice of any Lin family member is for future revenge. Lin Zai asked again. Then why did you later step in to save father and second uncle? Faking your own death, while a logical method won't stand up to the scrutiny of someone with a heart of gold. You've been hiding for so many years. Aren't you afraid that you'll be caught by Qing Sang this time when you venture out? Lin Changqing sniffed silence. This through the vicissitudes of the years still rigid and unbending old man rare a trace of divine fragility. Yeah, why would I risk my life? I'm constantly asking myself the same thing. Maybe it's because over the years, I've seen too many deaths of the Lin family's children, and I've finally been moved to compassion. Or perhaps, I'm not as great as I thought I was, able to watch my own descendants' bloodline be completely severed for the sake of the family's revival. Meh. In the end, I will still be as afraid as mortals, afraid that I will become a loner, afraid that I will really have no children and no grandchildren. Completely extinct. Looking at the 8 desolate emperors, Lin Changqing's figure suddenly stooped a lot, becoming more and more old. Lin Lai and Lin Yang couldn't bear to see it. Hi ancestor, it's not your fault or the family's. All of this is a forced and desperate move. If you didn't do this, I'm afraid that our Lin family would have been destroyed from the very beginning, and would have been wiped out by Qingtsong in one fell swoop. Yes, my 8 desolate clan has fallen to this point now. If we want to blame it, we can only blame heaven's will. Blame Qingtsong. Who would have thought that the heavenly fate emperor would rebel? Who would have thought that Qingtsong would turn against us on the brink? The two persuaded Lin Changqing. There were no words for a moment in the small farmhouse. Silence, or silence. How many clansmen from their lineage had been sacrificed for this moment of silence? In the end, it was Lin Zhe who sighed softly and skipped this slightly heavy topic. Well, what Qingtsong did to my clan, I'll pay him back in one lump sum. Now it's better to talk about what to do next, right? You've been in the green domain for many years, so I'm sure you've already had all sorts of strategies to deal with it. Lin Changqing shook his head. That was before. The situation is now a messy mess. And how many people's scheming hearts and minds have gone down the drain? He glanced at Lin Zhe. Right now, not to mention me, even Changsan probably can't do anything. But anyway, Lin Changqing stroked his beard in delight. The old ancestor has come out of the mountain, and you have the strength to break through the heavenly lanes. This situation had to be not bad for us. At this point, we're kind of back in the game. The next words, Lin Changqing looked at Lin Zhe. As an existence capable of breaking the Daojak mountain, Lin Zhe was also a person who could make up his mind. What do you think? Chapter 159, The 3 Secret Arts of the 8 Desolate Clans. What do I think? I'll sit and watch. Although he knew about the relationship between the Lin family and the divine tomb from Lin Changqing, there was obviously more unknown fog about this do-over. For example, the false entry dream, and the little phoenix that reacted abnormally. Are they related to the 8 desolate clans? And are they coming for the divine tomb? After thinking about it, Lin Zhe asked. Before that, I have one more question. You say, have you ever heard of a being called Void into Dream? Void into the Dream? When Lin Changqing sniffed, it was as if he had triggered some kind of stress reaction. His eyebrows suddenly tightened. This name, where did you hear that? You know her? Lin Changqing nodded and shook his head. I used to know, but I don't anymore, he said. Back then, in order to prevent myself from falling into the hands of Qingtsong and divulging the hidden secrets of the divine tomb and my clan, I used the 8 desolate blood prohibition to banish all the core secrets about the divine tomb. The message of the false entry into the dream is one of them. That is to say, Void into Dream has the most direct connection to the divine tomb and my 8 desolate clan? Exactly. So you might unseal the message about her? It's important to me. Lin Changqing pondered for a moment. The 8 desolate blood forbidden is a forbidden system used by my clan in life and death situations to live towards death. Once the blood forbidden is turned on, there is no way back. The blood ban can't be lifted unless... Lin Changqing glanced at the sleeping 8 desolate emperors. Unless the patriarch reverses the blood ban with his origin blood, otherwise it is. There are clansmen with high cultivation who use our clan's greatest treasure, the 8 Wastelands Mirror, to act on behalf of the bloodline patriarch's power. The circle went back to the 8 Wastes Mirror. Awakening the beginning emperor requires the 8 desolate mirrors, and reversing the 8 desolate blood forbidden also requires the 8 desolate mirrors, so it really can't work without it right now. Then where exactly is this 8 desolate mirrors? Dropped. Lost. Can be said to be lost. Lin Changqing sighed. Back then, my 8 desolate clan fell apart and was forced to split into 2 veins. They took away most of the clan's heritage, and the 8 desolate mirrors were among them. I originally thought that with the power of the 8 desolate mirrors, they could protect themselves, find a quiet and secretive place to pass on their bloodline, and wait for the day they rise again. But after so many years over, there is no news from them at all, and I have never sensed the clan's aura again. I am afraid that the situation on their side is no better than mine. Lin Zhe gave a hum. What about the little phoenix that died 18 years ago? Did you notice anything unusual? That little phoenix? Lin Changqing frowned as he thought. Isn't it just a sacrifice introduced by old foam? What's wrong with him? It's okay. Lindsay waved his hand. Back to business. Didn't you ask me what I thought? He mused for a moment. I'm going to leave the Heavenly Land Divine Tomb. This trip will allow us to search outside the Divine Tomb for more hidden secrets about that year. And secondly, we can also look for traces of another clan to bring back to the 8 desolate mirrors to save our old ancestor. San Lai well. One guy ran away after lying to him. It's a debt he's been keeping. He had to go and get her back and educate her properly. You have a way to break Qing Tsong's Dao ban? Naturally. Receiving a definite answer. Lin Changqing's heart stirred as he sniffed. Alright then. I'll go with you. 1 is too dangerous. 2 is more or less the same. It had been so many years since the Lin family had fallen apart, and he wanted to look for the people who had once been his clan. Lindsay shook his head. No, this piece of the Heavenly Lawn God's tomb isn't that simple, and although it looks calm at the moment, we don't actually know what undercurrents are raging. Perhaps we've got enemies on all sides. This time of year is all the more reason to keep an eye on all sides. My Lin family is already weak, and if you leave Tianlan with me as well, then the divine tomb that our 8 Desolate clan has been guarding for many years will be completely finished. How many years of hard work have gone down the drain, and how many of the clan's sacrifices have been in vain? Lin Changqing sighed deeply. Alright then, you yourself must be careful out there. Especially don't easily expose your identity of the 8 Desolate clan. I know. The two men set their next course of action in a few words. After that, Lin Changchang added, by the way, you awakened your bloodline with the help of the old ancestor, and given the state of the old ancestor at that time, I'm sure he didn't have the means to pass on the core secret techniques of my clan to you. Although with your current strength of being able to ignore the Qing Sung Dao Ban, I'm afraid these secret techniques won't be of much help to you. But when you're walking around, it's good to have a little extra means. Oh, the core secret method of the 8 Desolate clans? They're all saint-level spells? Lin Changqing was speechless. Still all at the saint level? You've got it all figured out. Those who can become saints are each the embodiment of the Tao, the ancestor of the Tao. Where in this world are there so many saints and holy laws? Do you not really think that everyone in this world can easily become a saint like you? And that everyone has 33 Tao fruits? That saints are no better than dogs and great saints walk all over the place? It's just that this place, Tianlan, is a bit special, making you think that there are many saints. And when you go out, you'll understand just how rare the existence called saints really are. Glancing at Lin Zhe without any good humor, Lin Changchang added, my 8 Desolate clan uses bloodline as the foundation of its existence, and tapping into the potential of the bloodline is the core of my clan. That's why what I'm going to pass on to you are the 3 secret arts about my clan's bloodline: immortality, true body, and transformation of Xian. After saying that, Lin Changqing pointed a finger into Lin Zhe's brow. In a flash, the 3 major bloodline secret arts immediately surfaced in Lin Zhe's mind. You have realized the core bloodline of the 8 Desolate clan's secret art of immortality. You have realized the true meaning of divine immortality. Your spiritual will has been solidified. Your resistance to all negative emotions that shake your mind and will has increased dramatically, and you have deciphered more mysteries of spiritual application. Your power has increased dramatically. You have realized the core bloodline secret art of the 8 Desolate clans. The true body, essence of the prana is full, and power is the proof of the way. You've realized, Huan, she is like a vast ocean, and the spirit of the universe is transformed into Xian. Chapter 160, The Fruit of the 8 Servants Clan. Under the thrust of God-level enlightenment, in less than a moment, these 3 secret arts had been thoroughly consumed by Lin Zhe, wielding them as if they had been immersed in bodily instinct for many years. And this so-called 3 secret arts looks complicated, but summarized in fact is through the stimulation of blood potential, so that the physical body to be reinforced, the spirit to be protected, the aura to be expanded. In Lin Zhe's understanding, it was a template progression that increased the blood and blue bar caps and doubled all aspects of resistance, as well as adding a few more passive skills, allowing him to make the leap from being an elite monster to a boss monster. And how counterintuitive boss monsters are. Those who have fought bosses understand that it's not even on the same level as elite monsters, but such a boss monster, with the blessing of the 8 Desolate bloodline, almost everyone in the 8 Desolate clan, this fight was a complete otherworldly version of a boss attack. No wonder it was said that the 8 Desolate clans were able to be so powerful to that point back then, almost becoming the #1 clan in the Taiku, just for this bloodline power. He should. On the other hand, in the next instant after teaching Lin Zhe the 3 great secret arts of the 8 Desolate clans, Lin Changqing's entire body froze. He took a closer look at Lin Zhe, and his old face twitched up slightly. With his bloodline realm, plus the fact that Lin Zhe hadn't deliberately hidden it, he could naturally see the powerful aura of Lin Zhe's body that belonged exclusively to the 3 core secret arts of immortality, true body, and transformation Xian. Moreover, the attainments of his realm were so profound that his development of the power of his bloodline even far exceeded that of him, Lin Changcheng, the high ancestor. But he could swear that before that, there was absolutely no trace of the 3 great mysterious arts on Lin Zhe, and he definitely hadn't practiced the 3 great mysterious arts in advance. In other words, Lin Zhe had completed his comprehension of the 3 great secret arts in a split second, right under his nose. Is this stuff that easy to learn? What's wrong? Lin Changqing was silent for a moment. It's nothing. Thinking of Lin Zhe stealing the ability of the demon destruction tribulation like the originless immortal body, and thinking of the heavenly fate immortal body ability he had performed in the great demon battle against the great demon, Lin Changqing knew that this descendant of his must be harboring some shockingly great secret. However, Lin Changqing wasn't interested in this and didn't pursue it. Everyone has their own opportunities. And who hasn't got some secrets if they've made it this far? It was enough for him to make sure that this was his Lin family's bloodline descendant. But there are some things that are so important that you should be reminded of them. So Lin Changqing said, there's something I might have to remind you of. You say, the originless immortal body and the heavenly fate immortal body are held by Qingtsong and the heavenly fate emperor. These two are not simple characters. You must beware of them. Don't be careless. Linza understood Gaozu's mention. However, the matter of God-level enlightenment could not be understood, and it was impossible for him to tell anyone else. He simply said, I know it in my heart. That's good. After discussing some follow-up matters with Gaozu and leaving some emergency measures with each other, Lin Zhe bid farewell to the three. Gaozu, I'm counting on you to take care of father, second uncle, and grandfather. Lin Changqing nodded. Don't worry about it. Before leaving, Lin Changqing suddenly added, right, I almost forgot. Since you've already broken the Daojak mountain, the 8 servant clan sacred soldiers and those 8 Dao fruits that Qingtsong left behind as array vein seals, you can go ahead and safely retrieve them. With your strength nowadays, they can't help much, but at least they are the things of the 8 servants clan, and they have some traits connected to my clan's bloodline. It's always better for you to use it than Qingtsong's 5 holy weapons. His things, you can use them as little as possible. Maybe holding something bad. Lin Zhe let out a hum. He didn't need Lin Changqing to tell him that he understood. Ever since the last time he noticed that something was wrong with his state of mind and suspected that the immortal scriptures were poisonous in the making, Lin Zhe had tried his best to use the heavenly fate immortal body as little as possible. Qingtsong's holy weapon naturally the same reason. Other people's things are always not solid to use, let alone an old fox with a deep heart? That was why when he had fused the 33 Dao fruits of his own creation, Lin Zhe had only considered the 8 desolate bloodline that was entirely out of his own, without considering the heavenly fate immortal body and the Qingtsong sacred soldier within the core. To him nowadays, Qingtsong's saint soldier or the heaven's destiny immortal body were all just supplementary means. But then again, speaking of saint soldiers, shouldn't he also look for suitable materials to sacrifice one out himself? It's better to use someone else's than to raise your own. With this thought, Lin Zhe's figure dissipated into the heavens and earth. Long River Sword Sect, the depths of the Forbidden Land. The late and pale half-saint Qing he opened his eyes. The resistance of the Dao Ban tells me that it is you who have come. Lin Zhe stepped out into the void and appeared in front of the old half-saint. The half-saint looked at him, his gaze complicated to the extreme. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that? A young junior who was only at the Life Xian realm a little over a month ago had now grown to this level. The great demon was no match for him. Spirit Brilliant treated him with courtesy, and even the Dao forbidding left behind by the green sage was now instinctively resisting him. Such strange things are unheard of. Breathtaking. For a while, the half-saint's heart was filled with emotions. Lin Zhe, on the contrary, bowed to the half-saint greatly. Late-born Lin Zhe, meet the half-saint. I can't afford your gifts nowadays. The half-saint shook his head repeatedly. Lin Zhe laughed and said, you have the favor of preaching to me. How can I say I can't afford it? What Lin Zhe perceived in the half-saint was only the confusion of an old man who had desperately guarded the green domain for his entire life, just as it was in the beginning, unchanged to date. It may be a sign of sincerity and purity, or it may be another layer of calculated camouflage, but it was true that he had been kind to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe treated him with courtesy. The half-saint and Lin Zhe looked at each other and smiled. That would be considered old man me dipping into your light. Say, what do you want to do today? Don't tell me it's to catch up with my old man? We just met the other day. Lin Zhe also opened the door and said, truth be told, the latter does have a favor to ask this time. I wish to beg for the other 8 Dao fruits other than the Long River Sword Sect Dao fruit as well as their respective saint soldiers. I hope you can make it work. The half-saint nodded and with a wave of his hand directly handed the 8 Dao fruits to Lin Zhe. Take it. As for that sacred soldier, the half-saint looked deeply at Lin Zhe. Daojia Mountain is no longer there. The sacred soldier formation vein has lost its usefulness, so you can take it yourself. And you don't ask why. The half-saint laughed and shook his head. You came to ask my old man when you could have taken it for yourself. How could my old man still not know how to ask you why? Not to mention the fact that my old man is counting on you to go and ask him that one question for me. Why? Lindsay was silent for a moment. I'll be sure to relay that for you. Receiving the 8 Dao fruits, he then paid his respects to the half-saint. Lin Zhe left the Sword Sect's Forbidden Land. Chapter 161, Feng Yuan. After leaving the Sword Sect's Forbidden Land, Lin Zhe had wanted to directly use the power of Heaven's mandate to summon the 8 Servants clan's holy soldiers, and then he would be considered to have recovered his 8 desolate clans affiliation and ended the matter. However, on second thought, The other 8 sects are also ancient Taoist lineages passed down from the era of Qing Song, and even though their inventory collection is not as good as the Changha sword sect, which is a direct lineage of the bloodline, it is not too bad, though that wouldn't provide much help to the present-day Linza. But you can't do it without short steps. A mosquito is still meat, not to mention that the 8th sect, being a formation vein, could be given a holy weapon inheritance by Qing Song for many years. It was possible that they would have more things about the 8 servants clan present there. It's worth the trip. With this thought, Lindsay's figure dispersed with the wind and transformed into green smoke, straight to the nearest crippled Sky Dao sect. Crippled Sky Dao sect. Lindsay's figure manifested. An immortal old man then bowed towards Lindsay. Zhang He of the broken Sky Dao sect. Greetings to Sage Lin. The old man named Zhang He was none other than the great sage who was known as Old Zhang in the Daojak mountain back then. A salute was performed, and Zhang He's heart was filled with sighing sighs. When he thought about it, he was a towering Fate Xian great sage, the head of the 9 clans, while the other party was just a genius seed with potential that was still being developed. He sees it, and is practicing as an elder senior. But how long has it been now? The roles are greatly interchanged. The other party had already flown the dragon to the heavens, becoming the uncrowned supreme ruler of the heavenly lanes and achieving the position of a great saint. In front of it, he, Zhang He, the former Fate Xian great sage, had instead become a junior creation. The Taomatization of the world is a bit of a problem. The purpose of Lin Shang's visit, his old man, the half-saint, has already sent a message to inform us. His old man has said that the 9 clans of the Green Domain will assist Lin Shang with all their might, and that whatever Lin Shang needs, the 9 clans will oblige. Please help yourself. Lin Zai nodded. Then I'll bother Patriarch Zhang. I wouldn't dare to. Sage Lin please. Zhang He didn't say much, and after a dare, he led the way for Lin Zai in the front. According to reason, facing a great saint, Zhang He had to shoot a few more sentences anyway, in case there was a sentence that spoke to the heart of the great saint, and get a few sentences of the great saint's insights and true passages, the true transmission of insights from the great sage. Even if it was just 1 or 2 sentences, it was enough for him to benefit endlessly. If it had been a different person, Zhang He would have already given a shot, but facing Lin Zai, Zhang He really couldn't shoot up. His heart twisted. The scene at Daojia Mountain was still like yesterday. Yesterday's trialists. Today's great saints. You can at least delay a year or 2 more. I also feel better. You, don't even act a bit. Don't say it. It's the same thing. The Taomatization of the world is a bit of a problem. With Zhang He, the Fate Xian great sage, personally leading the way. There wasn't anything ungrateful along the way that came and bumped into Lin Zai. Soon, Lin Zai arrived at the place where the crippled Sky Dao sect enshrined the crippled Sky Sword. On the offering table in front of you, it was still the same rusty broken sword from the beginning. The rust spots all over its body tell of its long past, and the uneven gaps in the section like cracked teeth painfully told Lin Zai about the 8 servants' sorrowful past. Perhaps it was because he had completely awakened the 8 desolate bloodline and practiced the 8 desolate clan's secret arts. Seeing this heavenly remnant sword again, Lin Zai inexplicably felt affectionate, and could sense the long-ago story the heavenly remnant sword was telling him. Seeing this, Lin Zai's heart sighed slightly. He then placed his hand on the hilt of the heaven-crippling sword. Come on, I'm taking you home. Buzz. The moment Lin Zai gripped the heaven's remnant sword, a marvelous fluctuation instantly spread across the sword. It was the throb of blood. Immediately following, a crack like a spider web exploded from the sword. Bang! Cracks exploded. The heavenly remnant sword washed away its lead and receded from its rust spots, revealing its peerless divine blade hidden underneath them once more. Clang! The loud and clear sword sound tore through the sky and pierced through the clouds. The shadow of a broken sword that spanned the entire world floated between heaven and earth, signaling its return. It took a long time for the piece to return. Inside the crippled Sky Dao sect, Zhang He stared with wide eyes as he watched the heaven-crippling sword's mutation. There is still such a layer of change in the heavenly sword? Having controlled the heaven-crippling sword for many years, it wasn't as if they of the heaven-crippling Dao sect hadn't studied this saint soldier. But after studying and studying, the remnant heavenly sword remained the same, never showing any other gesture to anyone, and now this washed out, showing the appearance of the absolute sharpness. Zhang He saw for the first time in his life. So, who is the master of the heavenly sect? The corners of Zhang He's mouth twitched, wanting to speak. He knew in his heart that since the half-saint had opened his mouth and said for Lin Zai to take the sacred soldier away, then there must be some deeper reason for this that he didn't know about. Then there were some things he shouldn't ask or know. He could only force all his doubts into his mind. Lin Zai retrieved the heavenly crippling sword, and the 8 desolate bloodline in his body seemed to have received a hint of a complementary enhancement to regain its glory. Although this hint of complementary enhancement was not much, to an existence at his realm, It was already invaluable to have a hint of progress. So next, Lindsay soaked in the crippled Sky Dao Sect's bookstore. After seeing the crippled Sky Dao Sect, he went to the Yinyang Xian Sect to retrieve the Saint Soldier and view the Yinyang Xian Sect's treasury. And so on, 4 days on end. Waiguang Realm. Sycamore eventually decides to go after the Feng Yuan her brother left behind. She was mortified by her foolish speculations of the other day. After all, Lindsay had already become a saint. He was already the uncrowned king of Tianlan. With his realm and strength, how could he possibly covet a tiny Feng Yuan? Alas, it was a wasted caution and some wasted time. Sprinting all the way, Wutong finally arrived at the place where Feng Yuan fell back then with his original impression and that weak bloodline perception. This should be the right place. Sycamore frowned as she searched for the lost Feng Yuan in the dense mountain forest. But why is the bloodline sensation so weak? That's impossible. Sycamore looked again at the lush verdure of the mountains. A piece of life. This made Sycamore feel more and more bizarre. The Phoenix Yuan such as fire. The place where it fell, not to say that grass does not grow, but it must also be withered and hard to grow right. This verdant and lush which is like the appearance of the Phoenix Yuan, but it's clear that the bloodline is here. Feng Yuan must have appeared here. Sycamore was confused. Forget it, let us follow the bloodline guide and go over to see it first. She frowned as she looked around the mountains. In the end, she finally found the place where Feng Yuan had fallen at a broken cliff. This bluff corresponded distantly with the opposite mountain bank, and the mountains returned to the range, looking as if they were originally one, only hardened by some force. As his eyes looked down, a huge deep valley appeared before Sycamore's eyes. The deep valley was uniquely shaped and angular, looking as if some giant creature had once lain down. The cross-section is charred and blackened, as if it had been burned in a fire. Could it be? Sycamore's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly ascended into the sky to see the shape of the deep valley from above. It's a heck of a winged phoenix. Chapter 162, The Holy One of the Gurus is a good Samaritan. How is this possible? What he saw in front of him made Wutong's body tremble and subconsciously exclaimed in shock. His eyes filled with a strong color of disbelief. How can? She had clearly witnessed her brother's fall, obviously saw the bloodline collapse with his own eyes. How could he have any chance of surviving in that situation? Why? Sycamore furrowed her moth eyebrows. It wasn't that she couldn't accept the fact that her brother was alive. She just couldn't accept the overwhelming possibility. Because the one who had struck out to kill her brother was a supreme supremacy saint. The saints read the saints and write the heavens. There is no one who can question his authority. Under that saint's furious strike, even the older generation of the clan would never be able to revive and bathe in fire again. Not to mention the fact that it's just a small phoenix that hasn't reached adulthood. His resurrection was to Wutong as if a mortal had suddenly jumped out and slapped the half-saint Qinghe in the face, then said that the half-saint was a piece of trash. Isn't this a pure joke? But the joke just happened. Looking at this deep and dark phoenix deep valley in front of him, Sycamore frowned in silence for a long time. For a moment, she delved deeper into the valley, closing her eyes and unfolding all her senses, pushing her bloodline senses to the limit. She sensed Feng Yuan's trajectory, perceived the change of its breath from deep to shallow, then from shallow to deep, and finally lost track of it in one flight. Sycamore was shocked. Someone helped brother? It was normal for the aura of the phoenix element to go from deep to shallow. That corresponded to the yearly decline of the phoenix after its fall. But then it actually went from shallow to deep until it completely recovered and returned to the top. There was no doubt that someone must have stepped in to help him. Moreover, this person who had struck was actually able to reverse the injuries caused by a saint. So he must also be in existence at the same saint level. Land of the Green Domain. Saint level existence. Two people immediately came to Sycamore's mind. Because in this special land of the Green Domain, there were only so many two special cases of existences that could be called saint level. One was the direct descendant of Supreme Saint Qingsan, half-saint Changhe. However, the half-saint Changhe had never had much intercourse with their Phoenix clan, so how could he possibly come to the rescue for no reason? And the siblings were also strangers to Qinghe. The likelihood of Qinghe making a move is too low. Sycamore dismissed that possibility outright. As for the other person, naturally, it was the recently extremely popular Lin Shang Lindsay. His words, Sycamore suddenly thought of a very crucial point. Brother fell 18 years ago. This monster, Lindsay, was also born in the Green Domain 18 years ago. And, Wutong thought again of Lindsay's overreaction at the North Star Academy back then. What did you say your name was? Wutong, Sycamore, he acted. Then as if he had known the name Sycamore from early on. But the name Sycamore was nothing more than an alias she had taken based on the bloodline of the Phoenix. As a Phoenix clan, isn't it normal to be named after a sycamore? Even if it were his brother instead, I'm sure he would have given himself such an alias. At best, you can change the words with the same syllable. After all, The name Sycamore is still more of a girl's name. And so on. Is it possible for the brother to take this name as well? Sycamore suddenly realized something. She frowned, lost in thought. 10 days later, Lindsay completed the retrieval of the 8 servant clan's saint soldiers and read through the 8 great clans' collections as much as he could. This trip, not surprisingly, did not allow Lindsay's cultivation to have a sudden breakthrough, only barely counted some gains. After all, with the help of the returning sage, Lindsay had already eaten up almost the entirety of the famous and renowned Great Tao Unity inheritance of the Heavenly Lan, and his realm and treasury had already reached an extremely terrifying point. It would have to be a massive pile of canonical books to make the current him improve. On the contrary, in terms of the bloodline, because of the return of the 8 servants clan Dao Fruit as well as the sacred soldier, the 8 desolate clan's origin bloodline in Lindsay's body had been increased and strengthened again. The power of the 8 servants clan was like an 8 trigrams array, firmly guarding the 8 desolate blood in the center of the array therein, with its heart and veins connecting and complementing each other, causing it to be refined in all aspects. He's gotten a lot stronger again. Lindsay loved this feeling. The path of cultivation is as it should be, getting stronger and stronger and stronger, until you go to the top. The sacred soldiers and Dao fruits have all been retrieved, and the canonical books of various places have been read pretty much, so it's time to leave this comfort zone. Lindsay stood with his arms folded, looking away from the end of the world in Tianlan. There, it seemed, a greater, more thrilling journey was waiting for him to set sail. But before that, Lindsay looked back at the green domain again. This realm that still surrounds a heavy fog. Thoughts flashed in his eyes. Lindsay dissipated into nothingness. Southern heavenly domain. The returning saint was burying his head in cracking the furnace of all laws. This gong method is different from the previous book of heaven and earth with the same life. Perhaps. It even works like that? Interesting. As the sage of Gui Zhang buried his head in his hands, Lindsay's silhouette appeared behind him. Brother Gizu. The returning sage returned to his senses. Oh, it's Lin Shang. Since you broke the cage and achieved great sage with a momentum that no one has ever seen before or since, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. It's just a trip to see some old stories buried in the past. Upon hearing this, the light of Saint Gui Zhang's eyes suddenly had a slight subtle change. Then has Saint Lin seen the ins and outs of this chess game clearly? Lindsay glanced at Sage Gui Zhang. Brother Gui Zhang, you're still hiding from me at this hour? Without waiting for the returning sage to respond, Lindsay added, that day, you deliberately deduced my destiny to lure me to the southern heavenly domain, didn't you? Given your realm, it's not right to make such a clumsy blunder. Saint Gui Zhang smiled and was about to say something when Lindsay added, luring me to the southern heavenly domain, befriending you by accident, and then throwing out the 10,000 laws melting furnace, revealing the fact that he'd ransacked all the great Tao units of the heavenly Lan, and then logically, in the name of helping me, borrow my momentum to strike at the great Tao unification, and continue to take their Tao unification into your and my hands as much as possible. It may seem like a win-win for you and me, but in reality, Lindsay trailed off. The beneficiary, from start to finish, is just me. Smooth sailing, Brother Guizhang, there aren't many good-hearted people like you. The returning sage's smile lagged. You knew about it at that time? Then why did you? This kind of thing that can only benefit me. How many come? I naturally come. After saying that, Lindsay patted the returning sage's shoulder. Well, this is the end of the small talk, so you and I will get straight to the point. As you can imagine, Mr. Lin is indeed a pure 8 desolate clan member. The first line of the 8 deserts that your 8 servants clan Taishan lineage serves. Chapter 163, Taishuan's lineage. 500 billion futures. Lindsay didn't hide anything and directly opened the door to pick out the connection between the 8 servants clan and the 8 desolate clans. And after hearing Lindsay's unobtrusive personal admission, the Guizhang sage's complexion only changed slightly. Lin Shang is of the 8 desolate clans? I have heard about it. And I also heard that out-of-boundary demon talk about it in that duel before. Seeing the returning saints still pretending, Lindsay directly let go of the bloodline breath that belonged exclusively to the 8 desolate clan. And at the same time, he took out the Taishan seal, a holy weapon belonging to the Taishan clan of the 8 servants clan. Under the stimulation of Lindsay's bloodline, the Taishan seal became extremely active. As if it had finally reunited with its closest relative after being separated for so many years, emanating an affectionate and reliant sigh of longing throughout its body. The Taishan seal is here, true or false? Seeing the Taishan seal appear in front of him, and showing his infinite closeness to Lindsay, the returning saint stagnated and had no words. It was a long time before he gave a soft sigh. Although I had expected it earlier, I didn't realize that in today's Tianlan, there are really still 8 desolate clansmen in existence. After saying that, Saint Guizhang bowed to Lindsay. Taishan Guizhang meets the 8 Wastelands Lord family. Lindsay nodded. You knew my identity early on. Did you figure it out yourself? The sage of Guizhang smiled helplessly as he shook his head. Even the major Taiku powers couldn't find any trace of the 8 desolate clans. So how can I be so capable of deducing the identity of the Lord's family? The reason I have this guess is merely by virtue of the marvel of bloodlines. That day when you fought with that demon saint. After the demon saint revealed that you were of the 8 desolate race, I have been secretly keeping an eye out. Later, indeed, I sensed in you a trace of affinity originating from the bloodline. So I deliberately lured you to the southern heavenly domain and staged this. Sage Guizhang said, if you are truly a member of the 8 desolate clan, then you should understand what I mean, and I deserve to assist you. If it's not, then I'm not at a disadvantage. At least I'm on your boat in plain sight, enough to make my old rivals jealous for a moment or two. But I didn't expect. The returning sage shook his head and scared his mouth. Rather unbelievable. You actually really are a descendant of the 8 wastelands. Under an attack like Chingsong's, it's really surprising that there's still a pure 8 desolate bloodline left. Lindsay glanced at Guizhang. Speaking of surprises, you've surprised me even more. Chingsong adjusted the cause and effect and timeline of Tianlan, modifying the trajectory of history, and the vast Tianlan had long since become a cage in Chingsong's hands. In this cage, no one else would be able to know the glory and past of the 8 servants clan and the 8 desolate clans, except for that high ancestor of the Lin family. That high ancestor, after all, is the top powerhouse that survived from the era of the ancient celestial court, and has gone through a great wave. Plus he is the most original primordial 8 wastelands bloodline, with its own means of profound subtlety in. But you return to the saints of Tibet. Even an ancient great saint like Ling Huang couldn't escape Chingsong's cage, so how could an invisible person like the Holy One of Guizhang have any virtue? Upon hearing this, the returning sage revealed a look of remembrance. He explained, among the 8 servant clans, Yin and Yang are good at balancing, the 5 elements are good at changing, and the crippled heavens are good at attacking, and my Taishan lineage is good at deduction. As I told you earlier, long before Chingsong made his move, my master had an ominous premonition in his heart. This is not a falsehood. At that time, master felt that something bad was happening, and before he left, he gathered the deduction power of the entire Taishan lineage, catalyzed the Taishan seal to the extreme, and burned his own life to make himself briefly enter the realm of heavenly mechanics and mysteries, and accounted for all the heaven, earth, and humans to forcibly divine the change in the future. Speaking here, the returning saint extended a palm. 5. I only heard Saint Guizhang say heavily, in that unknown realm of the arcane, master his elder saw 5. 937, 000, 000 futures. Lindsay froze. But every future evolution makes the master feel his heart skip a beat. I once asked my master what he really saw. Shifu just shook his head. He couldn't say anything because if he did, some things wouldn't happen again. I also asked Master Teacher how many of these 500 billion futures have been favorable to us, and jokingly said, and may I ever break through formlessness, advance to formlessness, or even achieve beginninglessness, surpassing you, Master Teacher. But never did I expect that my joke seemed to have touched my master's scales, and he was furious, saying that I was a wolf, that my sword had gone astray, and that I had gone off the deep end. He proclaimed heaven and earth, removed me from Taishan, expelled me from the Taishan lineage, and caused me to be sealed and banished. Saint Guizhang showed a mournful expression. At that time, I didn't understand what Master Teacher was doing, and I even had hatred for his old man. I obviously respect him so much and honor him like a god. How could? Ugh. He sighed. It wasn't until the moment I awakened, until I saw the heavenly land that had changed the heavens and the earth, that I realized my master's good intentions back then. That's why Saint Guizhang glanced at Lindsay, a different kind of complexity in his eyes. I see. So your choice to kill that phoenix was also deliberate? Saint Guizhang shook his head. That's not true. At that time I had just awakened. It was a time of impatience and eagerness. My temperament was a bit fiery. But, the returning saint's words turned again. He said with slight uncertainty, it's also hard to say that I'm not under the influence of some other kind of power. Lindsay slightly squared his shoulders. Oh, how? Saint Guizhang said. As you know, we of the Taishan lineage of the Tianji sacred sect have always sought the way of heaven and earth with a calm and indifferent heart, and we have always been very sensitive to abnormal changes in our state of mind. I was thunderous and eager to learn, but in retrospect, I seem to have been a little too impatient. At that time, the returning saint's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed as if something had silently influenced my state of mind, making me more fiery and irritable without even realizing it, thus guiding my decisions, noiselessly affecting the mind. A faint light flickered in Lindsay's eyes. That sounds kind of familiar. Chapter 164, Phoenix's Trail. Of course, it could also be an illusion created under the demonic growth of my mind during that time. In short, the returning saint wrinkled his brow in careful thought for a long time. In the end, he still shook his head inside. It is hard to say clearly about such things as a change in state of mind. I can only say that there is this possibility. Linza let out a That's just it then. That's enough of this topic. Let's get back to business. This time I came to see you. Mainly for one thing. Sage Guizhong busily said. To share the worries of the master's family is the vocation of the 8 Servants clan. Not to mention that you, Lin Sheng, have such talents. How would Guizhong dare not listen? Go ahead. Lin Zhe then said directly. I intend to break the heavenly Landao ban and go to the outside world to find some important clues about the breakup of my clan back then. And by the way, look for the clansmen who survived back then. But in that case, there might be some unexpected changes on Tianlan's side due to my departure and the disappearance of the Dao ban. That's why I need you to watch Tianlan's side for me, and keep a close eye on their every move. With that said, Lin Zhe waved his hand, transforming a strand of will into a seal that landed in the hands of the returning sage. If a major change occurs, this item will save your life and I will be able to come back immediately. Guizhong received Lin Zhe's seal of will. Don't worry, Lin Sheng, I will guard the heavenly Lan divine tomb. Lin Zhe added. Also, the green domain should be unimpeded after the Dao ban disappears. At that time, I'll trouble you to watch over the Lin family more for me. The people of the Lin family are not yet able to understand the Xian of the innate, and it's inevitable that there will be mistakes in dealing with outsiders. Guizhong smiled and nodded. This is something I will do even if Lin Sheng doesn't say so. You are a descendant of the 8 deserts, and your Lin family is naturally the main family that my 8 Servants clan should guard. Speaking of this, Guizhong asked expectantly, by the way, since you, Lin Sheng, have awakened the 8 desolate blood, then I'm sure there should be other clansmen existing in this realm, right? Although Guizhong was inquiring, the implication in his words was already certain. After all, in Guizhong's opinion, as far as the Lin family was concerned, dead or injured, in the end, only Lin Ao and Lin Zhe's grandparents and grandsons were left. And how could Lin Ao, a mere mortal who had not yet entered the innate, teach the already awakened Lin Zhe? Or how to help Lin Zhe awaken? Therefore, Guizhong dared to conclude that the 8 desolate bloodline must not have been broken. Outside of the North Star Lin family, the 8 desolate bloodline that circulated in the open, there must be another one hiding in the shadows. And this speculation is very important for return to Tibet. After all, whether it was this battle of the Divine Tomb or the 8 Servants clan's connection with the 8 deserts, the core of it all was the 8 Deserts clan. Everything begins with the 8 wastes, and everything should end with the 8 wastes. If even the people of the 8 desolate clans are dead, then why is he still struggling and fighting so hard? Just rest. Therefore, as far as Guizhong was concerned, the more surviving clansmen of the 8 desolate clans, then the more reason he had to fight on and the more hope he had for victory. Greeting the expectant eyes of the Guizhong sage, Lin Zhe's expression did not change in the slightest. He shook his head in denial. No, I am the only one who strikes in this realm. The reason why I was able to awaken my bloodline is just some other strange encounter that is hard to replicate. Lin Zhe did not inform the returning sage of the existence of the Lin family's high ancestor and his father's second uncle. None of these characters who can become saints are simple. Deal with these old foxes who have lived for countless years. If you don't keep an eye out, you don't know when you'll be taken to the ditch by him. He continued, and that's exactly why I'm going to the outside world to find the rest of the clan. As he was speaking, Lin Zhe suddenly sensed something. Someone was calling his name strongly. The body is the realm of the unseen, and those who recite its true name attain the true self in endless time and space. Lin Zhe seeks induction. It's her? He paused. What's wrong? It's okay. Something popped into my head that I need to double check. Anyway, I'll leave the Tianlan side to you for now. On his way out, Lin Zhe glanced at the manifestation melting furnace in the hands of the returning sage again. Almost forgot. He threw out the 100 treasure bag that the returning sage had given himself earlier. Your treasure bag. Previously you brought back those techniques. I slightly have some insights and feelings. Are left in the 100 treasure bag. I think it must be somewhat helpful for you to study the 10,000 laws melting furnace. After saying that, Lin Zhe's figure had dissipated and went to that place of perception. Greenfield. Waiguang realm. The place where Feng Yuan fell. Sycamore was resting with her eyes closed, recovering her overexerted energy. For a moment, there was a breeze. There was the familiar smell of sycamore in the wind. There you are. When he opened his eyes, the man in front of him was as he had always been. Even after achieving Supreme Saint, he still had that gentleman-like appearance. The old look of white clothes like snow. Black long hair is still a green jade hairpin pulled half bun. Waist wearing a piece of goat fat ancient jade. A male peerless elegant dress. At first glance, this was just a family scion with some family lineage strike. No one would have imagined that he would be a supreme saint who dominated the heavenly lanes. The person who came was none other than Lin Zhe. It's been about 2 months since I've seen you since the North Star. Yeah, 2 months. But Lin Zhe saw that the sycamore in front of him was still the same, while he himself had become a saint. Inexplicably, he actually had a trance-like feeling that things were different and years had passed. At those words, Sycamore laughed helplessly. At that time it wasn't because I was afraid that you would arrest me, but I didn't realize I was overthinking myself. How could a character like you care about a phoenix that isn't even full grown? After laughing, Sycamore got down to business. This request to see you is on a matter of great importance. After saying that, Wutong put away her smiling face. She looked at Lin Zhe nervously. You know my brother, right? Lin Zhe frowned slightly and unnoticeably. The fact that he knew about Wutong was from a certain novel from his previous life, and it was the biggest secret deep inside Lin Zhe's heart other than his god-level enlightenment, which he had never told anyone. Where did Sycamore learn that? He glanced at Sycamore without moving. What makes it so? Sycamore pointed to the deep, charred valley behind Linza. This place was supposed to harbor the phoenix element left behind after my brother's fall, but after I searched, I realized that my brother's phoenix Yuan had already returned to full strength many years ago, remodeling his phoenix body. Apparently, someone helped him, and within this green domain, the only person who has the ability to reverse the injuries of a saint, besides the half-saint Qinghe, is you. Plus the way you reacted when you asked for my name in the first place. Thought there was no one else but you. It turns out, in that light, it does seem like it can only be me on the bright side. But alas, Linza denied. It wasn't me. There was someone else who helped him. Sycamore paled. Not Lindsay? But, if it's not Lin Zhe, who else can it be? But, just as Sycamore was in disbelief, she heard Lin Zhe's words turn again. I'm quite curious about the answer to that question. 2. Chapter 165, The Person Behind the Curtain. It's you! The words just fell. Only an arcane fluctuation slightly swirled around Lin Zhe's body, flickering like a wave of water. Immediately afterward, the entire world was turned upside down. What Sycamore saw in front of her eyes, the flowers and plants quickly withered, and then bloomed again, and then withered again, entering a cycle from life to death and back again. The mountain breeze and the fallen leaves in the forest also flew upstream like a river hanging upside down, flying in the air. In the sky, the sun and moon hang upside down, and the stars and rivers move horizontally. The whole world was flying backwards, as if it had entered a time tunnel through the ages. The rapid changes around them made Sycamore a little dizzy. By the time she recovered, the deep phoenix-shaped valley in front of her was long gone. In its place was a dense woodland raging with blazing fire. A phoenix silhouette, if there was one, was rising in the mid-air of this woodland, spreading its wings between heaven and earth, emitting a loud and clear phoenix cry. And in front of that phoenix silhouette, a tall and upright figure was standing, towering over the phoenix silhouette in the firelight. Sycamore drifted off. Was she going back in time? Back to the scene when her brother first got out of the trap? But wasn't it said that in this great land of the green domain, no one could manipulate the timeline and reverse time and space? Did? She looked at Lin Zhe, filled with astonishment. You've surpassed the Qingtsung Supreme Saint. Lindsay ignored her. He just quietly looked at the phoenix shadow, in front of that person. In this moment, his eyes became extraordinarily deep, filled with the dark mists of the unknown. Seeing Lin Zhe ignoring her, Wutong also dropped her gaze on the phoenix silhouette. Right now it was more important to figure out what was going on his brother's side than what was going on with Lin Zhe. What you see in front of you, that phoenix shadow was flickering brightly. It was as if it was speaking some secret word to the one in front of him. The man, on the other hand, was frowning, as if hesitating in some sort of consideration of the phoenix's cryptic words. It went on like this for quite a while. It was only then that the man finally loosened his tongue and said with a sullen face, "This is the last time I'm going to help you. In the future, no matter if you live or die, no matter if you win or lose, karma is eliminated. What the future of this realm is and where it is going, are no longer my concern." After saying that, the man raised his hand and pointed out a radiant and extremely bright primordial light to fall into the land below the phoenix's silhouette. In the next moment, the fire among the mountains and forests became unusually warm. It was as if a dry riverbed had finally found its source and was once again in a raging torrent. Boom! Infinite flames erupted from the depths of the earth, between the mountains and the forest. The fire burns. Nico! The loud and clear sound of a phoenix resounded through the sky. Boom! The earth trembles. Stonebreaker! A magnificent phoenix shadow tore through the blockade of the earth and rose up to the sky, eventually regaining its life in the infinite nirvana. Amazing! And in the face of the phoenix shadow's nirvana conception, the man merely glanced at it faintly, leaving a heavy, "You're on your own." With those words, he turned around and left, disappearing without a trace. With his departure, the blazing flames roiling the sky also immediately disappeared into the clouds. Sky's the limit. By now, the whole mountain forest was quiet and silent. No sound in all directions. Lindsay was silent. The sycamore was also silent. From time to time, she looked at the clouds where the phoenix flames had disappeared, and from time to time, she looked at the figure that was far away. In the end, she looked towards Lindsay, and after hesitating to roar again and again, she finally opened her mouth to take the lead in breaking the silence. You said it wasn't you who helped my brother, but if I'm not mistaken, that guy from earlier. Sycamore was confused at the first sight of the man. It was because the person she saw had a look that was 8 times similar to Lindsay's, and they are all youthful looking, just when they are young and green. Two people so similar, and of similar age. If it is not Lindsay himself, then it can only be. He's your big brother Rinch, right? But as soon as she finished speaking, she immediately said incredulously, but didn't he die a long time ago? How can? After a moment of silence, Lindsay withdrew his gaze. He spoke, his tone very calm. There is no body of Lindsay in the Lin family mausoleum. As a matter of fact, both my Lin family and the North Star Imperial family have come to a conclusion regarding Lindsay's final destination. Lindsay died in an accidental battle, and his corpse is nowhere to be found. He glanced at Sycamore. Do you understand the meaning of a corpse? Mean, no body was found? Lindsay shook his head and nodded again. After that war, my Lin family sent people to carefully carpet search the area where that war took place. There they saw several beasts that were gnawing on the carrion of the corpse, and in the beast's stomach, a pile of undigested crushed meat and bones were found, as well as a sheepskin ancient jade that symbolizes the identity of my Lin family's first lineage. Lindsay unclasped the ancient jade at his waist. The ancient jade was engraved with the word Zay. Just like this one, they came off the same piece of ancient jade material and were finely carved by the same master. The only two in the entire North Star. One for me and one for my big brother. Lindsay. Sycamore understood. So you guys just assumed that Rinch had been divided up by the beasts? Lindsay hummed. That war, it wasn't small in scale. If Lindsay met it, odds are that he wouldn't be able to survive. And if he's still alive, how could he not contact his family? Nowhere to be found after all these years. In theory, it should be dead. Sycamore pulled the corner of his mouth. This man, why are you so calm? Aren't you curious as to how your brother and mine knew each other? And how both of them swindled their way to death? Both without saying goodbye? Lindsay calmly said. It's just a game of chess. Chess falls into dangerous moves. Open fire and dark arrows. You're just used to it. Sycamore couldn't understand. What do you mean? It means that this is a bureau that has been counted by countless mighty men. And you and I are all players in it. Except that I have awakened. And you, so far, have been kept in the dark. Sycamore froze. Without waiting for her to continue her questioning, a strange light had clicked into her mind. Boom! Countless images instantly exploded in Sycamore's mind. She saw that there was all the past about the change of the phoenix. A few moments of muddiness later, she came to her senses, her form trembling, her face a little bitter. How could this be? That's not true. Some good image in Sycamore's mind was shattered. Old ancestor, my brother and I, were both victims who were pushed out by the old man. No. Lindsay denied Sycamore's self-hatred. He looked at Sycamore, and a light as dark as an abyss flowed in his eyes. From what I've seen so far, you're more than just victims. P.S. It's New Year's Eve, so I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve and good luck in the new year. Chapter 166, Settling Scores with Them. Instead of being the sacrificial victims introduced by the Phoenix ancestor, you two siblings are the real masterminds manipulating this change. Lindsay's voice was like the muffled thunder of a ghostly abyss, exploding in Wutong's heart and causing her to tremble. Me? Sycamore subconsciously retorted. How can that be? She believed that her brother was the mastermind. After all, the evidence was right in front of her, and all the signs pointed to the fact that that brother of hers was not a simple man. But she's Sycamore. She's all mixed up in this. How can you maneuver such a big game of chess? Lindsay was non-committal, only silently throwing out a sentence. If not, then have you ever thought about your role in this do-over? And why did your brother have to drag you along? Why did it have to be one phoenix and one phoenix that went into the green domain? Was it just to block that blow from Guizhong? At those words, Sycamore's expression flinched. Yeah, what is my role in this doing? If I had been the one to die in the first place, would I have sought Lim Cheol's help as well? But I don't know Lindsay either. Letting Lindsay say that, Sycamore suddenly became a little suspicious. It couldn't be that there was a Rael her living deep within her consciousness watching this silently. Could it? The person she is now is not her true self? Thinking this way, Sycamore was suddenly a bit emo. She was in deep thought. Linza took in all of Sycamore's reactions. In fact, he was unsure of Sycamore's true identity and his intentions. He was merely speculating based on the novels of his previous life and the changes in this life, and felt that Wutong's identity wasn't that simple, so he spoke out to test the waters to see his reaction. But look at Sycamore's reaction. In Linzai's eyes, a sparkling light of heavenly destiny quietly went out. At this time, Wutong suddenly shook her head again. No, if I think about it any longer, I'm going to be messed up by your Dao heart. She looked up and asked Linzai rhetorically, just talking about me? Then tell me about yourself. And your big brother Linja. That's your own big brother. Could it be that with your cultivation you didn't notice a hint of abnormality? Linza shrugged. In this life, he was reincarnated, and his past life's persistent wisdom did not awaken until the year he turned 18. At such a young age, how could he be so smart as to pay attention to such a big game as the situation in the Green Realm? He was able to perceive the change in the Lin family and deliberately bide his time, which was already considered to be his early childhood wisdom. And about his older brother Lim Cheol. Linja accident that year. Linzai is not yet 10 years old. The last time they met, almost 9 years ago, coupled with the fact that Linja had always been rather quiet and unassuming, the two brothers were not as close as other blood brothers. At that time, Linzai thought it was because Linja didn't like himself and was afraid that he would compete for the position of heir to his Lin family. But now it seemed that where he didn't like himself, it was that he wasn't Linja from the start. Rather, he was another old monster with a mature soul. In that sense, they're really two brothers. One is a reincarnated traveler and the other is an old monster who has been reincarnated and born. TSK. So when it came to Linja, Linzai didn't really have many memory points. But it doesn't matter. Lindsay said, it doesn't matter if it's detected or not. The important thing is that Rinch and your brother are clearly not as simple as our respective big brothers. One is a dead phoenix who only entered the Green Domain 18 years ago, and the other is a descendant of a mortal Imperial Dynasty family member who descended into the Lin family. So by all rights, these two shouldn't have any interactions. But on the contrary, they each know each other and say things like they'll help you one last time. Obviously, they were born from other old monsters from the beginning. As for who each of them are, that's actually a pretty good guess, because they can go in and out of Qing Tsong's territory freely, and they can make a mess in Qing Tsong's chess game. That in itself is a huge clue. The entire Taiko 10,000 races that could have this ability must be just a handful of people. Linzai was naturally able to correspond with them one by one after he got out of Tianlan. What really puzzled Linzai was Linja's arrival. Think about what Rinch said. This is the last time I'll help you. What happens in the future of this realm is no longer my concern. Thinking about it again, Linja had suddenly played a hand at war and disappeared before the demon Saint Lu Hanyan was about to enter the Lin family, faking his death and leaving the game to avoid all the karma. It is easy to see from this that Linja has a negative attitude towards the whole game of chess, and he does not want to be involved in it. It was only because of some force majeure that he had no choice but to be reincarnated into the Lin family. Then, what kind of power was it that could compel even an ancient powerhouse like Linja to enter the game? Could it be that Qing Tsong is up to no good again? But if it's Qing Tsong's aim was to completely suppress all the 8 desolate clansmen and slaughter the Heavenly Emperor bloodline. He had the Taiku Mighty One reincarnate into the Lin family. Was he trying to use the same trick to get Linja to act as an insider, and finally strike back just like the Battle of the Contending Gods? To completely wipe out the 8 desolate clans? Lindsay thought deeply. Sycamore reached out and waved her hand in front of Linza's eyes. What happened to their identities? Why are you talking in halves? Linza glanced at Sycamore. Because I can't guess. Sycamore. She rolled her eyes. So what are you pretending here? Linzai smiled. You're very outspoken. Not afraid of me? Sycamore spread her hands. Scared to death. You're a great saint. But think about the fact that you are a great saint. You can bring me back to life if I die. Kill me a few more times. And die in peace. Only I can't think of anything you can't do. Then what am I afraid of? It's just a few dozen pounds of meat anyway. So feel free to toss it around. Linza shook his head and lost his smile. This hasn't changed a bit from when he was at the North Star Academy. He asked. You already know the cause and effect. Do you have any plans for the next? Originally, I was planning to come to find my brother's phoenix element so that I could replenish my origin and refine my true body. But now well. Sycamore spread her hands. You all are monsters with deep hearts. And I'm the only one who's still a cutie. Whatever you guys want. It's not like I can resist a little phoenix. Linza nodded. They treat you like a little cutie. And you don't want revenge? You know, if it wasn't for that incident back then, you'd still be enjoying the highest level of courtesy in the Phoenix clan. And might still be a Phoenix princess. As soon as these words came out, Sycamore immediately looked firm and cut off a word. Think, Aunt Jarius. by the way you put it, I'd like to know what they're up to. And, Sycamore said, hesitating for a moment, what they brought me for. Very well, then accompany me. Where to? Going after them? Of course. Chapter 167, Strange Heavenly Fate Silk Threads. After saying that, Lindsay then looked at Wutong with a slightly deeper meaning, keeping a close eye on her every subtle reaction. The violet light of heaven's destiny once again blossomed quietly in the depths of Lindsay's eyes. Numerology, heavenly evolution. And Sycamore heard this. Ha! She let out a big ah word, with a great deal of confusion in her eyes. She paused for a moment before asking, not quite sure. You're taking me with you? After a pause, she added, I mean going to fight them for revenge? It's those people who are just like you and Ching Tsung. Well, at least all of them are at the saint level? Lindsay nodded. Or what? They teased you so much. Don't you want to see their faces for yourself and be your own master? Ah, this. After confirming that Lindsay really meant this, Sycamore had a hard look on her face. No, brother, did you see it clearly? I'm Sycamore, a young phoenix that was not only underage, but had been hunted by a saint, the kind that now struggles to even hit an innate. You're looking a little too high for me if you're going to take me along to seek revenge on those high coming and going saints. I don't have that kind of power. You know that, right? No, I'm just saying, Sycamore hurriedly explained. In fact, looking back, those what calculations, what layout, seems to have me without me. I have no grudge against them. I don't even know them. So where is the talk of seeking revenge? Sycamore shook her head repeatedly in resistance, almost writing I don't want to find death on her face, and really want to say what chess game counts. Under the heavenly way, all beings are chess. Then I still have to go to destroy the heavens? Not so much. Really, I'm fine just the way I am. In terms of solidity, Sycamore is as good as ever. After she said that, she changed the conversation to throw the topic back to Lindsay. And, since so many great powers are plotting to fall, is there a possibility? Sycamore paused as she looked fixedly at Lindsay. The fact that you came to me and took me to settle the score with them was also expected? You're not afraid I'm going to go down on my deathbed? That's not really something Sycamore said. Honestly speaking, after being enlightened by Lindsay, Wutong herself had some vague skeptical perceptions of herself, and was really afraid that there was still a certain old monster hidden deep in her soul, who could erase her and replace her at any time for the sake of a certain plan. Not to mention Lindsay, who had already gone this far. In terms of mental cultivation and vision, Lindsay was far above her. If she could think of something, there was no way Lindsay could not think of it. In that case, how dare Lindsay be in her company? Facing Sycamore's question, Lindsay smiled. Meh, that's exactly what I was hoping for. Sycamore's expression froze momentarily. It took her a long time to hold back a word. Hi. Lindsay's gaze moved away from Sycamore and landed on the deep valley of the phoenix in front of him. Another look at the place where the demon saint had fallen in the first place. He murmured in an inexplicable tone with deep eyes. These old monsters are truly brilliant. Taking one step and counting 100. They move on the wind at the first sign of danger, and are as slippery as loaches. Sycamore she didn't feel that way. Although her realm cultivation was not enough to understand too much of the tactics and calculations of the chess executives, but she was deeply aware of one of the most realistic truths of all. Just one sentence. From the time she had first met Lindsay until now, it had totaled no more than 3 months. It's the month. It's not a year. In terms of superiority, who can be as superior as you, great sage Lindsay Lin? Sycamore guessed that those behind the scenes were also in a daze right now. But, it doesn't matter what those behind the scenes think, or if there is a deeper calculation behind their own backs. In short, she, Sycamore, never in her life wanted to go against an existence so outrageous as to be out of the ordinary like Lindsay. This is something that I'm sure the old Sycamore in my own soul would very much agree with, if she existed. After all, she had witnessed firsthand just how perverted the man in front of them really was. Wutong was thinking like this, when Lindsay's meaningful gaze once again looked over. Her complexion flinched, and she immediately made her position righteously clear. Don't worry, I'm not some old monster, and I definitely won't have any bad intentions towards you. I swear. As these words from Sycamore fell, the destinies in the heavenly fate vision became clearer. Lindsay saw all the threads of heavenly destiny on Sycamore's body. At a glance. This is? His eyes touched. There was a moment of silence before he said, let's hope so. Then, Sycamore slightly retreated 2 steps. If there's nothing else for Lin Shang, I'll leave first. Not looking for your brother? Looking for? He all but resurrected running behind my back. I can't protect myself right now, so I'm looking for. The little woman has a low level of skill, has a heart, and really doesn't dare to bother Sage Lin. This is to find a feng shui treasure land to retreat and cultivate to go. To wait until the coming day when the bloodline becomes successful, and then come back to fulfill this wish. Lindsay hummed. Go ahead then. Did I hear you wrong? Sycamore froze. Letting me go so simply? So, I'm really gone? With that said, Sycamore tried to back away slowly. He had been backing up a dozen steps or so, but he hadn't seen Lindsay blocking him. Are you really going to let her go? Go! She immediately turned and ran. The air left a string of residual shadows with blood-colored flames. Lest a step slower Lindsay would backtrack. Sycamore is gone. Lindsay didn't stand in the way. The fact that Sycamore stayed or not didn't matter to him. He could have left Wutong alone after seeing Lin Jia and Wutong. The reason why he said so much more than he did was simply because he felt that Wutong's identity might not be simple, and he wanted to stimulate her with words to make her reveal more cracks, as a way to deduce and observe her heavenly destiny silk threads. And what he saw, clearing the fog, Sycamore's heavenly destiny threads were relatively clean, just like an ordinary heavenly pride cultivator, and the connection between her and Wutong was just that one dim thread of blood relatives left. That would be considered good news. Just, looking in the direction that Sycamore had left, Lindsay frowned slightly, because Wutong had a strange thread of heavenly destiny coming from nothingness, but ultimately pointing to him, Lindsay, and the providence contained in that silk thread. It's endless years. It's an extremely long, dreamlike stretch of years. Chapter 168, Southern Heavenly Gate. Feng Jiu Gu. It surrounds the past, rages in the present, and cleanses the future. It's intricate and complex, but also like a dream, like a fantasy, permeated with a sense of broken and disorganized that people cannot see through. Lindsay had never seen such a strange thread of heavenly destiny before. And it's still about you. He looked at Sycamore's departing back and frowned in silence for a long time. A moment later, he raised his hand and waved it gently. An illusory 8 desolate blood seal then silently followed Wutong and struck into his destiny. Keep an eye out for now. With one last look at Sycamore, Lindsay's figure transformed into the wind and disappeared without a trace. Southern Heavenly Domain. An ancient long step that emanated an ancient vicissitude and a heavy aura of age appeared in front of Lindsay. This long staircase seemed to be endless, connecting straight to the depths of the clouds, heavy clouds deeply locked. A glance could not be seen. On the long steps, a weathered crack is densely covered, and is silently telling of the vicissitudes it has gone through. This was none other than one of the 3 great relics of the ancient times, the heavenly staircase of ascending God. According to the ancient legends of the heavenly lanes, this was a path to heaven that could lead to the divine court. However, the road to heaven is long and endless. To date, not a single person in the entire heavenly land had been able to make it to the end of the heavenly ladder in one piece and witness the gate of the divine court with their own eyes. Of course, that's on the bright side. As for the secret existence that can walk through the heavenly ladder also won't go around telling people that they have walked through it. Lindsay stepped onto the ascending divine heavenly stairs. A powerful illusory force came at once, wanting to make Lindsay fall into an illusion. This illusory force was as strong as the heavenly ladder at the first level of Daojak Mountain. Looking up again, he pierced the void and saw the large missing section in the middle of the celestial ladder. It seemed like that Daojak Mountain was really the fragments of the 3 great ancient relics stitched together. After confirming this, Lindsay ignored the illusory power of the heavenly ladder and went straight up the 9 clouds to reach the end of the heavenly ladder. The end of the ladder. A tall, grand, arched stone gate with a hollow center underneath loomed large. It was situated deep in the clouds, like a gigantic divine mountain of heavenly veins, suppressing the entire sky as far as the eye could see. It also looks like an ancient giant god from the barbaric wasteland, emitting a solemn and solemn atmosphere, guarding the vast sea of clouds seen through the stone door. But sadly, this ancient giant god was already decaying and falling apart. Dense cracks spread throughout the stone door. The top corner of the stone door was also missing a couple of pieces, and the floor was full of small pieces of stone that had fallen off. The whole is filled with a sense of fragmented loss. However, this sense of loss didn't cut down on the majesty of this giant god, but rather added a bit of time-polished precipitation. If there are mortals to see it, suddenly feel their own small, the heart of awe arose. Do not dare to offend the face of heaven. Standing in front of a tall stone door, seeing the few clear fonts on the door, Lindsay's face revealed a few moments of puzzlement. South Heavenly Domain. So it's this Nanten? As far as the eye can see, the crumbling stone door was clearly engraved with 3 large words that would last for eternity. Its name is Southern Heavenly Gates. South Heavenly Gate. A familiar name. There was also the existence of the Southern Heavenly Gate in the ancient myths of Lindsay's previous life. And it's not just the Southern Heavenly Gates. There were also monks and Taoist priests in this world, and some of their legends were slightly similar to those cultural allusions in Lindsay's previous life. Lindsay suddenly thought of those world projection fragments he had seen in the Realm River. Those fragments have those who practiced martial arts, those who practiced sorcery, and those who had 10,000 demons clumped together to honor demonic magic alone. Hundreds of flowers blossomed, and all of these fragments are part of what was once the Swift world. It was only after the battle for God's ancient times shattered, they had evolved over countless years, and ultimately embarked on their own separate paths. I'm sure that to these worlds, ancient existences such as the ancient court of heaven have also long since become an absurd piece of mythology in history. So, will the same be true of the earth that Lindsay was once on? From history, to vapid legend? It's worth begging the question. If he could find the earth that once was among the countless fragments of the ancient world, Earth, taking one last look at the broken southern heavenly gate, Lindsay went to his next destination. This day, the heavenly lanes were once again in turmoil. The crushing breath of destruction invaded the world. In the midst of the shattering, space and time are in chaos. Cause and effect are reversed. The time and cause and effect of the entire world were all in disarray, and layers of mirage-like shadows emerged. The saints of heaven's lawn were the first to notice the awakening. Temporal dislocation. Karma reversed. Someone is modifying the destiny of this realm? No, it's not a modification. It's an overwhelming light shot up from the sky above the green domain. Boom! The pupils of the saints shrunk violently. As far as the eye can see, the supreme Tao prohibition that had shrouded the entire green domain and connected the entire lifeline of the heavenly lanes collapsed at this moment. The entangled destinies of heaven's lawn for countless years were relieved at this moment. Setting things right. Skyjack volcano. Deep in the depths of the never-ending Inferno Valley, the behemoth that had been sleeping for years violently opened its crimson eyes. Nico dash. It let out a hiss that pierced through the clouds and shook the sky. Then, a huge divine phoenix tore through the magma and rushed out from the depths of the volcano, lifting its wings and flying furiously. The wings are like clouds that hang down to the sky, laying down shadows that cover the sky. Boom! Amidst the shadows, a blazing holy fire covered the entire sky. The entire western part of Tianlan turned scarlet due to its presence, transforming into a burning field of fire. Bears! A burning sun rises in the realm of the west. A wave of invisible to intangible flame gas spread from the Skyjack volcano to the entire skyline. Between the falls, horrible heat scorched the earthly earth. Boom! The supreme being, who had been silent for many years, once again announced his existence to the world. Old Ghost Feng has awakened. A look of scorn passed through the eyes of the saints of Tianlan. Although the phoenix old ghost since the existence of perennial slumber, never intervened to interfere in the affairs of Tianlan, hundreds of millions of years, woke up only a few times, but they wouldn't dare forget such a terrifying existence. Feng old ghost, Feng Jioga. This was an existence that could rival Tianlan's first Holy Spirit Huang, especially since he's a badass, cranky as hell. The saints didn't dare to be slow. They couldn't even care about such a big event as the unsealing of the Qing domain Dao Ban, and rushed to see Feng Jioga. We greet the great sage of the Phoenix clan. However, the awakened Feng Jioga didn't pay attention to the saints who were saluting. At this time, his eyes no longer tolerate other things. There is only finally broken open the cage of the free and the pain of getting what you want. Coming. The day has finally come. Old ghost Chang Tsung. You can't trap me anymore. Feng Jioga angrily shook his feathers and rushed straight up into the clouds, rushing out of the realm. Children, follow me. The fire in the sky was rampant, burning the sky. Go home. Nico dash. In the heavenly tribulation volcano, a shadow of a phoenix rose up into the sky, followed closely in Feng Jioge's footsteps. Chapter 169, Beware of the Primordial Manifestation. They were loud and powerful, like a firework meteor that cut through the sky, dragging out a splendid trail of fire. Underneath the traces, the entire realm of the west looked like it had been burned red, warm and brilliant, forming a stunningly beautiful landscape. It was not until the last phoenix was far away that the stunning sight faded. The heavenly tribulation volcano where they originated had also been phoenixed out, and not a trace of the phoenix could be found anymore. The Phoenix clan, which had been entrenched in Tianlan for hundreds of millions of years, then left the clan and withdrew from the stage of Tianlan. Seeing this, the saints of Tianlan were rarely silent for a long time. That's gone? You Phoenix clan is not easy to wait until the road ban is unsealed. You can properly liquidate the Qingsan left behind the legacy of the investigation. The result you do not do anything. Directly away? This is a little too dry. The saints looked at each other. After a long period of silence, they let go of their senses again to check for traces of Feng Jiogu and the other Phoenix clan members. Results, is really gone. Walked pretty fast. Couldn't even see a phoenix feather. The saints' faces became increasingly strange. It was a moment before someone spoke softly. It's good to be gone. With less interference from the Phoenix clan's great sage, there will only be more opportunities left for us. Gentlemen, the old man will go first. The words just fell. The wind was blowing loudly in the forest. and the streams were gushing wildly in the mountains. The saints of the heavenly lanes successively transformed themselves into all living things and sneaked into the mysterious and unknown green realm, wanting to have a glimpse of the splendor created by the supreme saint Ching Song hundreds of millions of years ago. As for Lin Zhe, who had broken through the Dao Ban, he had already left Tianlan by now. After the green domain Dao Ban broke, nothing special happened. The green domain is still the same green domain, and the people are still the same. So Lin Zhe left straight away, and went to the edge of Tianlan once again. Boundary River. Boundary River. After losing the restriction of the Dao Ban, the Boundary River became clear and bright in front of us. Lin Zhe could easily sense the aura of that one other world on the other side of the Boundary River. At this point, he only needed a thought to cross the border. Only, looking at the Boundary River in front of him, Lin Zhe frowned. Inside and outside the Boundary River, it was empty. Hong Tian, gone. No, to be precise, someone had taken action against Hong Tian. Lin Zhe, who had already touched the threshold of the beginningless, could easily detect some subtle changes. He sensed that 3 faint residual scents had been left behind at the scene. There had been a battle between these 3 breaths, just a short time ago. One of them was Hong Tian. One was the Boundary River Ghost Shadow, the obsessive body that was suspected to be the last generation's heavenly fate immortal body. And the last one, powerful and strange. The only ones who could be called powerful were the Heavenly Lantern Saints. But among the saints, there was no one with a breath similar to this one. Realm outsiders? Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly became as deep as an ancient well. This place, the Heavenly Lan Divine Tomb, was not a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased. Reverse. He tries to reverse time and space in a bid to discover the identity of the third party. However, not to Lin Zhe's surprise, the Realm River's past was obscure and difficult to understand, and a cloud of mist shrouded the Realm River's past, blocking Lin Zhe's peak. Sure enough, the person who did it wasn't very human. In that case, then try again to project Hong Tian with the sensory connection of the Heavenly Fate immortal body. Lin Zhe pushed his Heavenly Destiny immortal body to the extreme. A magnificent purple light suddenly spread all over Lin Zhe's body surface. Under the illumination of the purple light, the space-time around Lin Zhe began to distort. Constant backsliding. Eventually, Lin Zhe found another piece of Heavenly Destiny purple light that echoed him in the black mist. Found it. Lin Zhe ingested that violet light. An eager picture then appeared before Lin Zhe's eyes. In the scene, Hong Tian and Ghost Shadow were running for their lives. There was a powerful being they couldn't fight that was chasing them. The powerful being was hidden in a murky black fog. He probed out his demonic palm and pointed it straight at Hong Tian. Hong Tian's pupils shrunk violently. In the nick of time, the ghostly figure blocked in front of Hong Tian, tearing through the boundary layer with his last strength and sending Hong Tian inside. Go! The palm of the devil arrives. Boom! The image shattered with a bang at that moment. The powerful force shattered this section of the long river of spacetime and overflowed from the upper reaches to the lower reaches, wanting to smash all the curmudgeons who dared to pry into this section of spacetime. Terrifying power invaded all of a sudden. The purple light in Lin Zhe's eyes flickered greatly. Scatter! Buzz! The violet light of heaven's destiny was like a star in the night sky, illuminating the entire boundary river and blocking the terrifying power that had overflowed from the upper reaches to the lower reaches from this world. Boom! The two powerful forces collided, suddenly causing countless ripples in the void. Ripple, ripple. Even the violet light of heavenly destiny around Lin Zhe was shaken by it for a few moments. It went on like that for a few moments. It was only then that the terrifying power finally dissipated away, annihilating into nothingness. Look around the boundary river again. Under the impact of the two forces, the boundary river was already scarred, with chaotic mottled cracks everywhere. And what created all of this was nothing more than a trace of unknown power pulled in by Lin Zhe's forceful peering into the past. Beginningless. Lin Zhe spat out these two words with a slightly condensed expression. There was no doubt that the unknown figure that could make Lin Zhe's heavenly fate violet light falter and feel tricky. That unknown figure that had taken on Hong Tian was bound to be a supreme beginningless one. As for the beginningless, even in a place as special as Tianlan, there was only one person, Ching Song, who had struck. The transcendence and scarcity of the beginningless can be seen. They have always been divine, and there are only some ancient legends that cannot be verified. And now, for the sake of Hong Tian, a beginningless had actually made a move. And not sooner or later, but after taking the immortal scriptures. What the hell happened to? Lin Zhe furrowed his brows and began to scrutinize his surroundings. Hong Tian is a smart man. If something unexpected had happened, he would have found a way to leave some clues. After searching for a moment, Lin Zhe did find some suspicious power residue. Gathering these residues together, they were synthesized into a few large, crooked letters that emitted a purple light. It was obvious that the person who left the message was in a hurry and the situation was urgent. And the big words are, The immortal scriptures are poisonous. There is great terror in the mystery of the immortal body. Beware of the primordial manifestation. Primordial manifestation? It seemed that during the time when he was busy with his own breakthrough, Hong Tian should have learned some hidden secrets about the destiny of the immortal body through the residual obsessions of the previous generation's heavenly fate immortal body, and that was why he had left behind this immortal body message. He's got a heart. But unfortunately, Lin Zhe wasn't a manifestation immortal body at all. The first generation of manifestations. Let the current generation of manifestation immortal bodies have their headaches. Lin Zhe waved his hand to erase the traces left by Hong Tian. He then crossed the boundary river and began to search for traces of the 8 desolate clansmen and the demon Saint Lu Hanyan. Incidentally, look for Hong Tian, the unlucky man, chased and killed into the boundary layer by the beginningless one. He didn't know how he was doing now. Let's hope it's still alive. Chapter 170 Holy Martial Continent. Martial God. There are no years in the river of the world. Lin Zhe observed, drifted, and searched through the long river of worlds. I don't know how much time has passed. Someday. Sacred Martial Continent. Mount Wushu. Thud. The sound of a dull ancient bell rang out, breaking the silence that had existed on Martial God Mountain for nearly 10,000 years. Dang! The sound of the ancient bell was melodious, and through the quiet forest path, it was transmitted into a certain dusty stone room that had been sealed for many years. A moment later, 2 golden rays of light suddenly surged out of the dark stone room. Martial God bell ringing. A divine messenger from the upper realm has descended? Boom! A loud noise pierced through the clouds. The golden light violently broke through the stone room, revealing a white-haired old man with immortal style in a burst of flying smoke. The rest of the people meditating in the Martial God Mountain were also awakened. Seeing the white-haired old man who came out of the gate, they were shocked and immediately saluted, not daring to be a bit slow. We greet Martial Emperor Lai Shan. The one who was crowned with the name of Martial Emperor is at the very top of the sacred Martial Continent. Every Martial Emperor was a godly man who had achieved great feats, breaking the shackles of the Celestials and breaking the shackles of the Celestials, and could pass through the 9 heavens above and explore the yellow springs below, being able to do what no man could, especially this martyr mountain Martial Emperor in front of them. In terms of strength, he was a legend of the sacred martial arts, sitting on the throne of the first Martial Emperor for thousands of years without anyone being able to shake it. In terms of status, he was even the first and only ascender ever in the history of the sacred Martial Continent, the shut-in disciple of the sacred martial myth, Martial God. His existence was like a divine needle that fixed the sea, firmly fixing this sea named Saint Martial, causing the Saint Martial masses of powerhouses to only look at the ocean. However, this martyr mountain Martial Emperor had been sitting on Martial God Mountain for thousands of years without ever coming out. There are even said that the martyr mountain emperor failed to ascend life exhaustion and death. He can take Wushin Mountain and replace it, and so on and so forth. Rumors flow into the Wushin Mountain caused some ripples, but also have not seen the martyr mountain emperor personally appeared. And now, just a bell ringing made martyr mountain Martial Emperor, a legend of the world, lose his temper like this. Could it be that the sound of the bell was left by the god of Wushu? The art of ascension. The word comes to mind. The minds of the people in the mountain immediately came alive. The gazes of the pairs of eyes that surveyed Martial Emperor Lai Shan all took on some inexplicable coloring. But at the moment, Martial Emperor Lai Shan was not in the mood to take care of them. His mind was all on that Martial God bell in the ancient house in the back of the mountain. He suddenly arrived in front of the Martial God clock. The ancient bronze bell was still shaking uncontrollably, emitting gusts of green-colored waves of air ripples. Among them, the south in particular is the densest. In the south, whoosh! In the next moment, Martial Emperor Lai Shan broke through the air and headed straight to the south of the continent, southern region of the Holy Martial Continent. Dragon Tang Empire. Lin Zhe descended into this strange land. He looked around at the green mountains and the golden blazing sun above his head, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It's not easy to finally land. Since stepping out of the Realm River, Lin Zhe had lost track of how many worlds he had seen and how long he had been drifting in the long river of worlds. He only knew that Lin Changqing was right. Not every world was heaven's lantern, and not every world had as many saints and could hold as many saints. Lin Zhe had traveled all the way here, and had seen the strongest worlds topping out at carrying an innate second-tier divine vein realm. And a world with this kind of upper limit couldn't even withstand a strand of Lin Zhe's chi. Lin Zhe, you remembered that when he first came out of the Realm River, he had caused a world full of living beings to shatter and destroy because he had accidentally leaked a trace of his breath. Hundreds of millions of living beings have been subjected to unmitigated suffering. Of course, Lin Zhe had remodeled that world before he left, bringing them back in time to the moment before the destruction. After all, this wasn't like the projections in the Boundary River. This was all real world, all living, breathing people. Such a thing as hundreds of millions of living beings suffering undeservedly because of him was something that Lin Zhe could not accept at the moment. As for the future, maybe Lindsay would get used to it after time? Just like an elephant doesn't care how many ants it steps on as it walks. In short, since then Lindsay had carefully traveled through the 10,000 worlds, having seen every new and strange world, but every one of them struggled to withstand his descent. This made Lindsay miss Tianlan more and more. There was a time when Lindsay thought that Tianlan was a novice village at best. As a result, this is not a newbie village. He is the opening round of the International Summit Tournament. However, it was good that Lindsay was gradually able to let go after familiarizing himself with the process. Soon, he found a world that could slightly host his descent, and this world is connected to another, stronger realm that is very malleable. It's worth a look. Lindsay immediately decided that it was the one, so he descended directly into this realm. But, Lindsay looked at his feet. At his feet was lying a giant wolf with a twisted body and a bloody gash. He seems to have accidentally stepped on another one. It's so brittle. LOL. And the other side. A man and a woman in gorgeous clothes were staring at Lindsay in disbelief. Goo-doo. The two men looked at each other and swallowed hard. They're not mistaken, are they? Someone had actually stomped the Lord Demon Wolf King of this area to death. Wait. No. I don't think he stepped on it. Just a gentle step out of that void. Then the Demon Wolf King was gone. The two men's bodies trembled slightly. Whether it was coming out of the void or the might of that lightly stomping on the Demon Wolf King, it had touched the blind spots of the two men's knowledge. They didn't know what kind of tactic this was, nor did they know exactly what kind of powerful person he corresponded to in the legend. Was it the legendary martial saint, or martial emperor? They only knew that the person in front of them was incomparably powerful. It far surpassed that martial Dao Patriarch Longshire City Lord they knew. Dragonstone City Star Ocean Academy Qin Mufeng. Thank you Senior for saving me. Senior's great kindness. The Qin family is grateful. The man named Qin Mufeng immediately saluted Lindsay and thanked him. In his words, he mentioned that he came from the Star Ocean Academy and the Qin family, both of which were not small forces in Dragonstone City. Sort of identify yourself and cast a stone. The other woman also reacted. Ruan Mei thanks Senior for saving her life. The Qin family? Star Ocean Academy? Lindsay glanced at the two. Subconsciously, the powerful Holy Will operated, wanting to obtain information about this world through the fluctuations of the two men's intentions, but his thoughts had just probed out. Swish! Heaven and earth lose their colors. The world has lost its color. The sky is dark. The earth turns to the stars. The whole world shook in a flash. Like a fragile cloth, a crack suddenly densely covered the whole world. This world has come to an end. Toward the end of destruction. Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei looked horrified. What's going on with this? But the next moment, the four directions cleared. The world was restored to its former tranquility. The scene of doom just now seemed to be a fleeting illusion. Star Ocean? Never heard of it. The two were in a state of shock and uncertainty when Lindsay's calm voice came. Besides, there's no need to thank me. I have come from another distant land. Landing here was just an accident. Chapter 171 Dragonstone City. In the meantime, Martial Emperor Lai Shan, who was speeding south, stopped in his tracks. Looking at the bizarre celestial phenomenon that flickered in the sky, his entire body was stunned. Although the weird celestial phenomenon of the square was only so short a moment, the general public couldn't even notice it, or only regarded it as some kind of weird celestial phenomenon change that was hard to see for ages. However, as the first martial emperor of the sacred martial arts and the shut-in disciple of the martial god, his cultivation had long since reached the peak of the sacred martial arts, and he was only one opportunity away from becoming the second ascended one after his master. The martial god, that flash of change in the heavens was clear to him. That was clearly the precursor to the shattering of the world. It was the instinctive trembling emitted by the spirit of the world. To be able to make the world fear to such an extent, even his master, the martial god, the number one recognized myth of the ages, was far inferior. Martial Emperor Lai Shan's fingers trembled. An ordinary divine envoy of the upper realm is powerful to this extent? Martial Emperor Lai Shan wasn't sure who the lower realm person was, nor did he know his exact identity. The reason why he said ordinary was that he subconsciously felt that the bigwigs of the upper realm who had a face would be unlikely to come to this relatively barren lower realm for a walk, and the one who could come would most likely be an ordinary upper realm god envoy. It could be seen in the tube. An ordinary upper realm divine envoy was strong to such an extent. What about the great figures of the upper realm? Thinking about it like this, wouldn't that master he ascended to the upper realm? Forget it, it's imperative to hurry up and find that divine messenger first. That person has only just arrived in the lower realm and has resorted to such means. Could it be that something ungrateful has rushed him? He had to get to the south and find that divine messenger as soon as possible before more mischief happened. With this in mind, Martial Emperor Lai Shan exerted all his strength to step up his efforts to rush to the south. and at the same time urgently issued a martial emperor's order to the southern countries to look for strange and powerful people. The other side. Qin Mufeng and his duo were still in a state of shocked and muddled trepidation. In that instant of breakage just now, apart from Martial Emperor Lai Shan, I'm afraid that it was the two of them who felt it the most deeply. It was because Lin Zai's great sage's thought was aimed straight at the two of them. In a trance, it was as if they saw a demon god standing above the entire world, mastering life and death, reversing yin and yang. He can bestow the final judgment at any time. Life and death. The two of them were immersed in the fear they had just experienced, nearly collapsing their martial heart, and it was difficult to extricate themselves for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Zai sighed softly in his heart. This place was not Tianlan in the end, allowing him to toss and turn as he pleased. Better to use gentler means. Meditation. Lin Zai's calm voice seemed to have some kind of special magic power, soothing the panic in the hearts of the two. They quickly calmed down from the momentary shock of the party. After that, the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. What just happened to? But it was too late to think about it. Qin Mufeng then gathered his thoughts. Leaving a powerful man hanging is a very rude and humiliating thing to do, so he followed Lin Zai's words. Having said that, to Senior this may be just an accident in passing, but to the two of us it is a life-saving favor as if we were rebuilt. The two of us will never forget the favor of saving our lives. We don't dare not feel it in our hearts, nor can we fail to repay it. Saying this on his lips, Qin Mufeng's heart was also quickly alive. Exotic people, suspected to be martial saints or even martial emperors. The dress was gorgeous and elegant. The workmanship was fine, and the style was on the side of retro and conservative, like the style of the eastern region's Tianshu Empire. He wears jade on his waist, has a noble and calm temperament, is well-groomed, and does not speak in an old-fashioned manner, and looks young. The probability was that it was a descendant of a large family from the eastern domain's Tianshu Empire. Based on his observation of Lin Zai's words and attire, Qin Mufeng quickly had a general judgment of Lin Zai's identity. Does the Tianshu Empire have such a young at least martial saint-level powerhouse? Moreover, reasonably speaking, like the martial saint martial emperor, this kind of heavyweight existence that could influence the situation of a country entered their Dragantang's territory. Dragonstone City as a party of the important city had no reason to receive a little bit of wind. Could it be that there is a change in the upper echelons of the empire? Thinking like this, Qin Mufeng added, it just so happens that Senior, you are new to my Dragantang Empire and are not familiar with the place, so I think there are many inconveniences. Why don't you accompany the two of us back to Dragonstone City, so that I can do my duty as a landlord and repay your great kindness? Senior, I wonder what you think. Senior? Lin Zai thought for a moment and asked, where is Dragonstone City? How far is it from the center of this country? Qin Mufeng immediately said, Senior, don't worry. Longshire City is one of the three major cities of the Dragantang Empire, located in the core of the empire. No matter the historical heritage or the level of martial artists are located at the very top of the Dragantang Empire. All sorts of machineries are organized, and Longshire City has everything. This place isn't far from the Dragantang Imperial capital, and by riding a blood smoke colt, one can arrive in just half a day. 3 major cities? I think there should be quite a bit of information available. Then go and see. Being new to this realm, this trip to Dragonstone City, for one thing, can experience the otherworldly customs and see the cultivation system of this realm. Secondly, it is reasonable to say that this world should also be one of the billions of fragments that evolved after the shattering of the ancient times, and should have the traces left by the ancient world back then. Lin Zai could have started with a major city like Dragonstone City and searched for its roots to find out what all those extraordinary events had happened after the battle of the contending gods back then. Seeing that Lin Zai had agreed, Qin Mufeng's face was instantly delighted. Without a doubt, being able to hook up with such a powerful person was something that many people could only dream of. This time, it might be a heavenly opportunity for their Qin family to turn the tide. Thank you for your love. Senior, you. Qin Mufeng was about to say you please get in the car, but looking around at the goods and wagons scattered about and the corpses all over the ground, he paused again. Seniors, forgive me. We had an unlucky trip, encountered the enemy backstabbing, attracted the demon Wolf King. The carriage servants have suffered, so we have to work hard. Seniors, to accompany the two of us to the stage station in the nearby small town. Before Qin Mufeng finished speaking, Lin Zai said, why bother? He appeared beside Qin Mufeng in a flash. All you need to do is tell me which direction Dragonstone City is in. Just a bearing? Qin Mufeng was puzzled in his heart, but he still followed Lin Zai's meaning and pointed in a direction. That way. The words fell. Wow! The surrounding scenery underwent a shocking change that was like turning back time, and everything in his eyes was rapidly regressing. In the next moment, a magnificent giant city had appeared in front of the two. On the tall gate building, 3 large characters with dragons and phoenixes were deeply engraved. Longshore City. Strings of people were traveling under the gates, in and out, to and from the city. In my ears, it was the same familiar clamor. Everything as usual. They returned to Dragonstone City. The two of them, Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei, were completely dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? The mythical shrinking of the earth and the sky at your fingertips? Hell no. Chapter 172 Divine Order. Negation. Lindsay ignored the Qin Mufeng duo who were shocked at his methods. As early as the first moment he saw this Dragonstone City, he had already gently used some of his heavenly fate sight to observe the city's fateful veins, searching for the roots and the ancient traces of it. He saw the re-emergence of this city's midst 1,000 years ago, its decline 2,000 years ago, and its origins buried in the dust of history. Just as Lindsay was searching for the Dragonstone City's natal pulse, on the upper floor of the city gate, 2 sharp-eyed guards spotted the trio that had appeared outside the city gate at some point. Its second young master and Miss Ruan. Quickly, you quickly go and inform the family head that the people have been found. I'll go and meet the second young master and the others. After saying that, one of the guards who looked even more robust and stout stepped on the city wall and leapt, gently landing in front of Qin Mufeng and the two of them like a swallow gliding. Second young master. Miss Ruan. Finally, I found you guys. How are you guys feeling? Are there any injuries? Seeing the guards coming, Qin Mufeng's face, which had been shocked at Lindsay's methods, collapsed. Even you guys know? The guards nodded with a gloomy expression. The two of you have just traveled, and the Chun family has made a small move on their side. Qin Mufeng wasn't the slightest bit surprised when he heard this. He snorted coldly. Humph. Apart from the Chen family's gang of underhanded villains, there won't be a second family that dares to move on the heads of my Qin and Ruan families. The guards said. The Chen family has always had a strong momentum over the years, with the intention of asking for the position of city lord. Naturally, they can't just stand by and watch our Qin family's marriage with the Ruan family shake up their position. After saying that, the guard glanced at Lindsay again, only to find that Lindsay was also staring at him, his eyes filled with a searching intent. Under his gaze, it was as if he himself had become transparent, the existence of a physical shell unable to bring him any sense of security. That gaze was like a scrutiny issued by a god from the upper world. Inexplicably, the guards somehow felt cold and a little creepy at the back of their hearts. He winced. Second young master. I wonder if this. Qin Mufeng hurriedly gave the guard a wink, telling him to behave himself, and said, this senior is the savior of Xiaomei and I. If not for senior passing by chance and stepping in, I still don't know how it would have ended today. You quickly go back to the mansion and tell father and the others to make good preparations to welcome the seniors. Go, and be quick about it. Qin Mufeng's solemnity made the guards realize Lindsay's importance. He didn't dare to take his time, and after hastily thanking Lindsay for saving his life, he prepared to rush back to inform the Qin family. At this moment, an untimely and arrogant voice came. Yo, isn't this second Prince Qin? I haven't seen you in 2 days. Why are you in such a sorry state? Could it be that you took Miss Ruan out to fool around and let someone catch you in broad daylight and that's why you scurried back? A purple-clothed young man with frivolous words and a light-hearted posture walked out of the city. He looked Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei up and down, a trace of undisguised pity sweeping through his eyes. Then he looked at Lindsay on the side, and a deep dark haze slipped under his eyes. It appears to be this man. Damn it, if it wasn't for him, Qin Mufeng and Ruan Mei wouldn't have come back alive. The purple-clothed youth's words were harsh. The guards blackened their faces and then tried to pressure them. Qin Mufeng shook his head. Just think of it as a dog barking. Talk to him down. After saying that, Qin Mufeng ignored the purple-clothed youth and said directly to Lindsay. I'd made senior look at the joke. Lindsay ignored him, still looking at the guards. Qin Mufeng came to a realization and said, oh, I forgot to introduce myself to senior. This is my Qin family's personal guard, a Morning Star martial artist. Not an outsider. A Morning Star martial artist? In the veins of Dragonstone City that Lindsay saw, this already belonged to the 4th step of Dragonstone City. Is that the only way to get to the 4th rung of the ladder? It shouldn't. Lindsay frowned slightly. According to Qin Mufeng, Dragonstone City was already one of the 3 major cities in this empire. As one of the 3 major cities, it was surprising that his 4th-ranked martial artist was only the equivalent of Tianlan's Hotian 5th level. This level of world was hard enough to even carry a trace of his will. So how could he be allowed to descend to this world? Could it be that a certain stage of this realm's system was just as different from heaven's lands as one heaven and one earth? After thinking about it, Lindsay opened his mouth and asked, where in this place is there a large collection of books? Ha! A sudden question from Lindsay made Qin Mufeng freeze. Wasn't he talking about the Qin family? But he quickly reacted and said, yes, Star Ocean Academy is. Star Ocean Academy has existed since the beginning of Longshore City's establishment, and its heritage is the greatest in my Longshore City. Even the three great clans can't compare to it. If you want to go to the Star Ocean, Senior, I can guide you. My Qin family has some status in Dragonstone City, so I can introduce you to Senior. Linza nodded. Let's go then. After saying that, Lin Zhe walked into the city, ignoring the purple-clothed youth for a single word from start to finish. He wasn't interested in the Qin family's feud, nor did he really want to understand it. He came to this world for a walk, just wanting to see the otherworldly flavor and find traces of the ancient times. Seeing Lin Zhe leave, Qin Mufeng and the others hurriedly followed. Only the purple-clothed youth was left with a displeased face. Gee whiz, don't know what the hell is going on. You dare to touch the person my Chen family wants to kill? The attendant beside him had a worried look on his face as he said, Fourth young master, that person who was able to save Qin Mufeng from the demon Wolf King, I think he has at least the strength of a Blazing Sun martial artist. A Blazing Sun martial artist has gone to the Qin clan, so I'm afraid it will have some effect on our plans. The purple-clothed youth's eyes flickered slightly. What can a Blazing Sun martial artist do? In Dragonstone City, it's a dragon he has to. Suddenly, the purple-clad youth paused. Inexplicably, there was a strong sense of palpitations in his heart. The whole world gradually lost its color before his eyes as well. He is losing touch with the world. He was drifting away from the world. The world abandoned him. A sense of suffocation, a sense of powerlessness, all at once flooded into his body. What's going on? Fourth young master, what happened to you? The youth in purple heard the attendant's call, but he could no longer respond. The world abandoned him. Heaven and earth denied him. His shell deflated. No, he was in a rage, but there was nothing he could do. All you can do is watch yourself be denied by the world. It eventually dissolved into nothingness. Outside Dragonstone City, the purple-clad youth's entourage also stalled. He looked in front of him suspiciously. Wasn't there someone here just now? That said, what was I doing outside of Dragonstone again? It seems to be accompanying the fourth young master on an errand? 4 young masters? Doesn't my Chen family only have 3 young masters? Old enough to remember even that wrong. He shook his head helplessly and rushed back to the Chen family. Qin Mufeng had returned. He had to hurry back to report. Chapter 173, going to invite Martial Emperor Lai Shan. The disappearance of the Chen clan's 4th young master didn't attract anyone's attention. Much less could Lin Zhe be distracted by it. Ever since Lin Zhe had refined the immortal scriptures to achieve great sagehood and brought the heavens mandate immortal body to great completion, he had been the living heavens mandate walking in the human world. Even an invisible saint's exalt could not arbitrarily call him by his true name and explore his trajectory, or else he would surely be tainted with karma. Not to mention the malice towards him like the Chen family's 4 youngsters. The demise of the Chen family's 4 young men was merely the inevitable result of the backlash of heaven's destiny. This kind of small character was not worth his personal attention. At this moment, he had already entered the Star Ocean Academy's library under Qin Mufeng's introduction, with Qin Mufeng, the second youngest member of the Qin family, introducing him and personally vouching for him. Lin Zhe's entry into the book depository went smoothly, and nothing unpleasant happened, and almost all of the Star Ocean book depository's treasures were open to him, which saved him some trouble. Picking up a technique called the Vast Sea Prime skill, Lin Zhe hurriedly swept through it, taking in all of its wonders. In the meantime, you've gone through the Haze Prime tips. You have realized a spirit-level martial art. Lin Zhe's eyebrows twitched slightly. Good. It's safe to assume that God-level Gnosis also applies to feats outside of the Tianlan system. Even though the increase in progress is minimal, a mosquito is still meat. With the astronomical amount of money that Lin Zhe needed to upgrade nowadays, he couldn't even fill up the huge Tianlan, so he could only travel a few more worlds and rely on watermilling to save up little by little. After confirming this, Lin Zhe stopped focusing on the progress of divine Gnosis and immersed himself in this realm's canonical mysteries. After reading this vast expanse prime skill, Lin Zhe realized that although the martial artist system of this realm was weak, just like what that Morning Star martial artist had shown, it was not without its redeeming qualities. Compared to Tianlan's cultivation, the martial artists of this realm paid more attention to the excavation and development of the fleshly essence, and it could even be said that they only cultivated the fleshly body. They are deeply committed to shaking heaven and earth with their flesh and building bridges between heaven and earth with their flesh. The flesh is the greatest divine treasure of their heavenly gift. It is quite a bit of sainthood in the flesh. As such, this realm had its own peculiarities in the drilling of the essence spirit chi, and some of their whimsical ideas could often open up a whole new line of thought for Lin Zhe. This couldn't help but give Lin Zhe a few moments of interest. He could have started with that, drawing on the uniqueness of his world and touching on the same things. This might help him find the opportunity to advance to the beginningless faster, thus stepping through the beginningless realm in one fell swoop. So, Linza immersed himself in it and watched with great interest. There were no words for a moment in the collection. City Lord's mansion. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe with the majesty of a superior, with a wind of anger and self-contained authority between his eyebrows, was analyzing a confidential document that had just been urgently sent from the upper levels of the empire. And the information that came from this interpretation made even he who had many years of chi-nourishing kung fu and had been living at the very top of Dragonstone City for a long time shudder and change his face. Surprisingly, it's a martial emperor order issued by Martial Emperor Lai Shan himself. For him as the Dragonstone City Lord, a veteran martial arts grandmaster, the Martial Emperor's order was not rare. After all, his cultivation realm was already infinitely close to the peak of the sacred martial continent, enough to touch that divine dragon level. What's really rare is this person who issued the Martial Emperor's order. Martial Emperor Lai Shan. This Martial Emperor was a living fossil among martial emperors, the second holy martial legend after the martial god. Back when the Dragonstone City Lord was still a child, Martial Emperor Lai Shan had been famous for thousands of years, and he could be said to have grown up listening to the legend of this martial emperor. It is rumored that since the Martial Emperor claimed to dominate the sacred martial arts, after ascending to the top of the first Martial Emperor, he has since retired to the Martial God Mountain, has been nearly 5,000 years have not asked about the world, and now, his old man has actually come out. It also issued a Martial Emperor order to their Dragon Tang Empire. And the content of this Martial Emperor's order turned out to be a search for an unfamiliar powerhouse who had newly appeared within the empire's borders. What kind of strong person could even be worthy of Martial Emperor Lai Shan personally going out to look for? The City Lord couldn't figure out that a strong person who could make Martial Emperor Lai Shan pay attention had entered their Dragon Tongue territory. How could they not have heard anything at all? Is there really this one person? The City Lord could not help but ponder over the deeper meaning behind this Martial Emperor's order. City Lord. At that moment, a guard outside the door came to report. Come in. The guards walked quickly into the mansion. Reporting to City Lord, the Qin family's second youngest and the Ruan family's young lady have just returned to Dragonstone City. The City Lord hummed and didn't raise his head, just said casually, it's quite a life, being able to escape from under the demon Wolf King. With that, the City Lord waved his hand. Go. The three great families are just that, and the City Lord has a clear idea in his heart. In normal times, he might have inquired to see to which point they were fighting to come, but right now, nothing was as important as Martial Emperor Lai Shan's Martial Emperor order. This enlightens the City Lord. Qin Mufeng and his duo did not escape with a great life, but a strange and strong person who does not know his name saved them from the demon Wolf King. At this moment, that strong person has already entered my Dragonstone City and is in the Star Ocean Academy. Do you see? At those words, the City Lord raised his head, a ray of strange light sliding through his eyes. Strange and powerful? Favor this time of year. Is there such a thing as coincidence? The City Lord slightly straightened his face for a few moments. Tell me carefully, what's going on? The guard immediately gave a brief account of what had happened. In the meantime, the Chen family's fourth young master came by, and we had thought there would be a conflict between them, but it turned out. The City Lord nodded. In other words, the Chen clan's oldest fourth boy has gone up against that person personally? The guard didn't respond, and he stalled, his expression suddenly a little puzzled. The City Lord frowned. What's wrong? The guard hesitated for a moment. City Lord, if I remember correctly, doesn't the Chen family only have 3 young masters? The City Lord looked stagnant. What asshole talk? Weren't you still talking about the Chen family's oldest 4 just now? Are you not amusing this seat? Also, when did the Chen family only have? At this point in the conversation, the City Lord also paused. Wait, how many kids are in the Chen family? The City Lord couldn't remember either, and in his mind, this cognitive memory of his seemed to be being blurred and corrected by some mysterious force. He forgot something. Noticing this, the City Lord's heart was filled with horror. No good. He hastened to immediately carve a few bloodstained glyphs into his hand while he still had a moment's cognizance. After an instant, he stopped. He looked up in bewilderment. What was I doing? You mean there's a strange and powerful man from Dragonstone City, don't you? Also, how did I injure this hand when? The City Lord glanced at his hand. He jerked to his feet, his pupils snapping shut, like frightened prey. The whole thing was filled with uneasy trepidation. Go! His fingers trembled. Quickly summoned the Imperial Capital. Go invite Martial Emperor Lai Shan. Chapter 174, you guys, looking for me? Dragon Imperial Capital. Whoosh! As a blue stream of light that pierced through the clouds and cracked the air cut through the sky at a speed that broke through the sound barrier with an audible pop. Boom! In the glorious Dragon Emperor's divine palace, the immortal white-haired old man tore through the clouds and descended from the sky with a sky-tearing cloud chi. He was clad in the chi of clouds and haze, and his body glowed with radiant light. and an air ripple swept across the divine palace, as if a godman had descended to the world, and a horrifying mighty pressure dominated the pale sky. Those who didn't know would have thought that this person had come to raise an offense to overthrow their dragon totem imperial capital. When the people of the divine palace saw it, they couldn't help but be fearful. The Woody myth is a myth after all. This might alone has far exceeded the great emperor of their Longting empire. If it really moves. Looking at martial Emperor Lai Shan, who had already stirred up the divine palace just by exuding the might of a martial emperor, the dragon emperor was bitter in his heart. Is this a way of giving him a hard time for not having been out to test his sword for years? That's a big no-no. Your elder's prowess has been laid down by countless supreme beings with their lives. He wasn't that self-absorbed and wanted to live more years. Thus, Emperor Longting hastily clasped his fists and said, Senior Longyin, see Senior Lai Shan. Seeing that their great emperor had spoken and taken a stand, the crowd of the divine palace immediately bowed their heads in obeisance, fearing that martial Emperor Lai Shan would find a reason to make a move. They didn't want to offend this Saint martial myth. We greet martial Emperor Lai Shan. Seeing this, the white-haired martial Emperor Lai Shan waved his hand and casually helped everyone up. Hearing that the Dragon Tang imperial capital responded to the news that the martial emperor had been found, martial Emperor Lai Shan did not care about anything else, and sped all the way towards the imperial capital divine palace without a moment's delay. It seems to have scared the dragon's people instead. He withdrew his might and reappeared as an ordinary-looking white-haired old man. There is no need to be polite, virtuous nephew Longyin. When he said that, he went straight to the point. The old man received a response. And it was you who said that the people had been found? The ripples of air in the sky dissipated, and the appalling air pressure rose back up. The crowd was relieved. Yes, we have received news that an unknown and unfamiliar powerhouse has indeed appeared on Dragon Tang's side recently. As to whether it's the one you're looking for. Speaking of this, Long Yin's face showed some incredibly bizarre colors. I think it's bound to be him. Because, I have never heard of such a bizarre avatar. Martial Emperor Lai Shan's heart stirred. Tell me about it. Long Yin first glanced at Martial Emperor Lai Shan, unable to see the depths. Then he said tentatively, have you ever heard of a power that can erase all traces of a person's existence? Before the words left his mouth, he immediately continued, it's a true and complete erasure. Even his parents, his brothers, and his old friends have completely forgotten him, and even the traces of his life and the objects he used have all disappeared without a trace. I can't find a record of him in the Imperial Directory either. No shadow, no trace. It's as if this person never existed. This completely erases a person's existence. Martial Emperor Lai Shan's expression changed violently. He thought of the omens of the world's impending collapse at that time. Could that one time be? Can completely erase a person's existence? This kind of thing is more horrible than destroying the world, right? This had already exceeded the boundaries of mere power, reaching the realm of the rules of cause and effect. It was a great power that could only be controlled by the legendary god of creation. At this moment, Martial Emperor Lai Shan deeply doubted his judgment. Was that really an ordinary divine envoy of the upper realm? Or is it that the people of the upper world are all such existences? Where is the guy now? Long Yin pointed to the southwest of the empire. That one is right here. The words were not yet spoken. Wow! A brilliant white light suddenly illuminated the world, stopping everyone in their tracks. Immediately following, rumble, muffled thunder rang out. In the sky, the wind rose. They keep coalescing and pooling. Eventually, a giant face floated above the entire imperial capital, overlooking the multitudes. He was high in the 9 heavens, his gaze indifferent and majestic. It's like a high god casting scrutiny from beyond the boundaries, watching the fish in the pond, bringing a creepy wariness to all. This. What the hell is this? What the hell? In the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, the divine appearance spoke up. You guys, looking for me? Dragonstone City, Star Ocean Academy Collection. Lindsay frowned. Martial Emperor is no more than that. The highest achievement in this realm was different from what Lindsay had expected. It wasn't a huge chasm as in the case of Hotian to an 8. The upper limit of this realm was not much stronger than other small worlds, and it, surprisingly, was able to carry Lindsay's hallowed grandsage. Could it be related to that martial god? Or the upper world? This is... Lindsay flipped to a book about the imperial family of the Dragantang Empire. It was a record of a special true essence that belonged uniquely to the Dragantang royal family, the Dragantang true essence. It was said that once the dragon tendency true element was activated, the user's body surface would condense a layer of Lin armor as tight as dragon scales, while the body shape would undergo a sharpened change and fill the true element with absolute violence, causing the user's battle power to increase greatly. Often, they are able to cross the ranks. The world calls this change Dragonized. Lindsay's eyes flashed slightly. The bottom of the book also reads, There have been countless celestial pride who wanted to crack its principle to replicate the dragon's true element, but they all ended up with no success. This Dragon Tang true element seems to recognize only the Dragon Tang royal children. Non-royal children cannot be stained. For the nay. Lindsay closed the book. He can be sure of that. It's the Dragonborn. Dragonborn, descendants of the dragon race, a special group of people who have inherited the blood of dragons. Its existence was similar to what the Red Spirit race was to the Phoenix race. Both were subordinate to the superior race. Only one was indirect and the other was direct. In the long past, the dragon descendants had also been famous and were the top-ranked existence amongst the 10,000 races. However, for the Tianlan world, dragon descendants had already become legends. Naturally, let alone the pure dragon race. Lindsay also only had knowledge of it in the records of the Great Tao Unification, and had never seen it before. At the time he was kinda sorry. After all, as a Chinese, the dragon totem was engraved in his genes. However, it was unanticipated that it would be seen in this small world at the moment. It's amazing that there are dragon descendants in this world. Lindsay was pondering. Then in that case, there were dragons that came to this world once? The Dragonborn did not create something out of nothing. Since there was a dragon descendant, there must have been a dragon in his ancestry. Dragons exist in the world. No wonder this realm is not powerful, yet it can manage to carry me. At that moment, Lindsay sensed someone in this realm intent on probing his existence. Someone in this strange world had actually noticed his descent. Interesting. He turned his head and immediately cast a glance at the overstepping man who was intent on exploring his traces. You guys, looking for me? Chapter 175 Dragon Family, Dragon Clan. The heavens were silent under the face of Mithraea. Everyone in the Dragon Tang imperial capital was as if they had lost their souls, like walking corpses staring blankly at the huge face of the deity that covered the entire sky. The face was filled with awe and fear originating from the instincts of living beings. The body was also more than cold and trembling. Cthulhu. This is God. At this moment, the crowd finally understood just how great an existence those ancient myths and legends of the gods were. It was also the first time that the concept of the word deity really corresponded to the depths of the mind with an entity. Everyone was immersed in shocked horror at the descent of the gods, and in all directions, there was a depression, as if they were plunged into the final eternal night. Sujio. At last a hero belonging to mankind picked up his courage and made a pious kowtow to the gods on behalf of all the spirits of the world. Under a blackened sky, the immortal white-clothed old man bowed to the heavens. Lower realm martial artist martial god mountain master Lai Shan. Welcome the divine envoy of the upper realm. Lindsay's gaze gathered on the white-clothed old man, Lai Shan, and a deep purple halo unfurled the threads of his heavenly destiny related to himself one by one. Martial Emperor Order. Martial God Bell. Divine envoy of the upper realm. Looks like this is the guy. You knew I was coming? Lai Shan shook his head. I don't dare to spy on the divine messenger. The reason why I was able to perceive the presence of the divine messenger was because of a martial god bell left behind by my benefactor. The martial god, when he ascended back then. NTI once said that if the martial god bell rings, it means that a divine envoy from the upper realm has descended upon the sacred martial continent. So let me lead the way for the divine envoy to the martial god bell, and at that time, you will understand everything. After saying that, Lai Shan looked around. My martial god mountain is located in the central part of the Holy Martial, and this place is the southern Dragon Tang Empire. So I would also like to ask the divine envoy of the upper realm to follow me to move to the martial god mountain. I see, the god of Wushu? The level of this world was not high, but as the only ascended person in this realm, he must have understood some of the world's mysteries. It wasn't surprising that what he had left behind could detect abnormal fluctuations in space. The reason why he left behind the martial god bell that could detect spatial fluctuations was also probably to prepare in advance for his failure to ascend, or to receive his return from the upper realm. Thinking of this, Lindsay lost interest. He had just thought it was the dragon that had sensed his descent. I didn't expect just that. Turning his head, Lindsay looked towards Dragon Emperor Longyin. Lindsay was still more interested in the dragon race right now than that what's-her-name martial god clock. Sizing up Longyin, there was indeed a marvelously powerful bloodline within its body. A dragon pattern was also engraved in its soul. Sure enough, it's a dragon descendant without a doubt. Rumble. In the sky, thunder startled at first. A thunderbolt landed in front of Longyin with lightning speed. Boom! Longyin's eyelids jumped and his face violently turned white. Heart rate went straight up. Done. At this moment, it was as if Longyin's mind had turned on a walking lantern, thinking of all the bad things he had done in his life. But come to think of it, he hadn't done anything bad, and he hadn't offended the gods. Why did the thunder strike him? There are others in this god's palace who are more evil and worse than him. With this thought, thunder's punishment was delayed. that whistling thunderbolt flashed in front of Long Yin. It even gradually condensed its form and changed into a young man wearing a white robe. Long Yin's pupils dilated violently. Is this, God? He immediately lowered his head and bowed to Lin Zhe. Mortal Long Yin, see the honorable God of the upper realm. Lin Zhe ignored him and just looked Long Yin up and down, using him as a base to search for the roots of the dragon bloodline, returning to the ancestors and purifying them from generation to generation. Eventually, Lin Zhe searched for the bloodline of Long Yin and saw someone called Long Mu. In his hand he held a glowing golden pearl, in which the shadow of a divine dragon was vaguely lingering, and this precious pearl was the source of Long Mu's bloodline. Found it. Long Yin, who had his head lowered, his face twitched. He could feel that he was being looked at by this one, and it was as if his entire being had become transparent. But he didn't understand what the hell this one was looking at. What's there to look at when you're a big man and not a stunning beauty? It's hard not to. Thinking of certain myths and legends about strange gods with special fetishes, Long Yin's face turned green all of a sudden. At that moment, Lin Zhe's breathless voice reached Long Yin's ears. What indiscretion are you thinking of? Long Yin's heart fluttered. Don't dare! Don't dare! Lin Zhe asked again. Is that precious pearl left behind by Long Mu still there? The moment these words came out, Long Yin and the other direct clansmen of the royal family all changed their faces. It was because Long Mu was none other than the founding emperor of their Dragon Tang Empire, the originator of the Long family, the emperor of sacred martial arts who opened up the path of martial artists. But the word Long Mu is the original name of the ancestor. The descendants of the Dragon family has never mentioned. History books have not left the pen. Only respect for the Dragon Emperor ancestor. So tens of thousands of years. Nowadays in this world, even some of the descendants of the Dragon family do not know the original name of the Dragon Emperor Patriarch. Especially the ancestor Long Mu left a treasure pearl this matter. It's the Dragon family top secret. Only the successive great emperor and clan old dragon protector can know. Not to mention this divine envoy of the upper realm that this martyr mountain martial emperor spoke of. Unless, Long Yin and the others looked at each other as they thought of a possibility. Thinking about that legend about the Dragon Emperor Patriarch. Legend has it that the originator of the Dragon Emperor met a god from beyond the heavens when he was young and was rewarded with a gift from the god. Therefore, it was only because of this that the Dragon Emperor Patriarch was able to create the martial system in the midst of chaos and open up the path to heaven for Saint Martials. Thinking about it this way, it's hard to believe that that deity is? Long Yin asked eagerly. You have an old relationship with the Patriarch? You can think of it this way. Is it really so? Long Yin's heart swam as he actually met the same deity that the Dragon Emperor Patriarch had met tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, when the Dragon Emperor Patriarch met God, God gave him wisdom and the power to create the path of a martial artist. That self. Long Yin only felt that his lustful heart demon was about to strike. He stopped it in a hurry and didn't dare to think about it further. Back to the esteemed God. The precious pearl left behind by the Patriarch is being enshrined in my clan's forbidden land, and has never been disturbed by outsiders for tens of thousands of years. Saying this, Long Yin paused and glanced at Martial Emperor Lai Shan. Except for that martial god back then. After saying that, Long Yin was busy explaining again. Honorable God, forgive me. The descendants of the dragon family are incompetent, keeping the Patriarch's treasure pearl empty but not being able to use it. And at that time, the god of Wushu showed unprecedented potential. So the ancestors wanted to utilize the power of the god of Wushu in order to solve the mystery of the treasure pearl. At those words, Martial Emperor Lai Shan froze. Did such an item still exist in the Dragon Tang Empire? How come I've never heard of it from my master? He looked at Lindsay again. So this divine messenger's real purpose wasn't the martial god Bell, but that precious pearl? In response to Long Yin's plea of confession, Lindsay merely gave a soft Take me to see. Chapter 176, You are the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Yes. In response to Lindsay's request to see the dragon family's top secret treasure pearl, Long Yin didn't half hesitate. Joking aside, let's not mention the fact that this exalted god in front of us might be the original owner of the precious pearl. The mere gesture of this party's descent was not something that he, Long Yin, could refuse. Can't you see that even the hallowed holy martial legend Lai Shan Martial Emperor is respectfully shouting, Divine Envoy of the Upper Realm? He's dragon hidden my ass. With this one's prowess, he could have taken it for himself, and no one in the entire holy Wudu would dare to stop him. He was willing to condescend to inform himself that it was a person who was principled and polite, and had a human side. If he, Long Yin, dared to be ungrateful, then I'm afraid that what he would see in a moment would not be humanity, but divinity. Long Yin turned around, bowing slightly to lead the way ahead. Your Holiness, please. Led by Long Yin, Lindsay soon met the precious pearl he had seen in the Heaven's Destiny sighting when he had sought out the blood of the dragon hidden. It was being enshrined in the dragon family's forbidden land, being worshipped by the dragon family's people in the sun and moon. absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Venerable God, this is the precious pearl left behind by the Dragon Emperor Patriarch back then. Lindsay didn't reply. He looked at the precious pearl floating in mid-air, emitting a dazzling colorful luster, revealing a thoughtful look. For a moment, he looked down at the earth beneath his feet. In the earth, Lindsay saw a huge object that had been silent for many years at the bottom of the sacred martial ground without decaying, and had become one with the earth. Its body resembles a long snake, and its head has antlers, eagle claws, fish scales, cow's ears, and a mirage belly. It was the true spirit of heaven and earth, the true dragon. Lindsay looked up at the sky again. Seeking the trajectory of the precious pearl, Lindsay saw the dragon spirit, which had been scattered into countless tiny fragments, in the sky of the sacred martial arts. In turn, these dragon spirit fragments were gathered together by a special force in the middle domain area of the holy martial arts, desiring to put all the dragon spirit fragments together in a complete manner. And the source of this special power was none other than the ancient martial god Bel on Martial God Mountain. So it is. Hearing this, Long Yin's eyes lit up. Worthy of being a god of the upper realm, did you see through the secret of this precious pearl just by looking at it? Long Yin was about to open his mouth to inquire and solve the mystery of the ancestor that had trapped the dragon family for 10,000 years. However, he saw Lindsay reach out and hold the precious pearl in his hand. A magical power that Long Yin couldn't comprehend was then poured into the multicolored treasure bead. Immediately following, anon, a noble chirp from the barbaric era, from an ancient creature, sacred and majestic, full of overbearing might, resounded throughout the entire sacred martial. And as soon as this exorbitant hissing appeared, Long Yin's entire body was instantly shocked and numbed in place. Something seemed to be awakening in his blood, breaking through the shackles of mortality in response to that high hiss. Boom! Spatial oscillations. An illusory behemoth rose up from within the precious pearl, continuously enlarging until it covered the entire sky of the holy martial. The corners of Long Yin's eyes trembled wildly. This is, beneath a sky covered in massive shadows. The minds of the people of the Dragon Tang Empire had gone blank. Martial Emperor Lai Shan was also lost in thought over this. He lost his voice in a daze. Dragon! The dragon family's forbidden land. The mesmerizing luster of the jewel shines through. The true dragon that had been sleeping for many years gradually revived its consciousness. Moo, is that you? No one responded. The spirit of the true dragon opened its huge pupils. An extraordinarily conspicuous figure of a man in white was reflected in the dragon's eyes. You're not Moo. It glanced again at the dragon cane next to it, who was constantly shaking out of fear or excitement. Feeling the aura of the bloodline on Long Yin's body, the spirit of the true dragon had a slight hint of realized sadness in its eyes. The descendants of Moo's bloodline. So, it's been so many years. Ugh. The spirit of the true dragon sighed softly. Afterwards, it gathered its thoughts, then said to Lindsay, "Posterity, I don't know if you awakened me because of Xiao Mu's arrangement or because of some accident. In any case, if you can awaken me, you must have some kind of potential trait that's different from the norm and is enough to transcend this world. In that case, will you promise me something? Of course, I won't let you make a trip for nothing. In return, whether it's my Dragon Clan's secret code, or certain worlds outside of the world's supreme dharma, or even some bloodline spirit bodies, I can promise you." Lindsay waved his hand. "Let's talk about these words afterward." He looked at the spirit of the true dragon in front of him with interest. "Tell me first, as an adult true dragon whose might is no less than that of a Lai Xian, and with a huge true dragon clan at your back, how did you end up in this life and death situation? Could it be that you've messed with some powerful saint who isn't afraid of your true dragon clan?" The moment these words came out, the spirit of the true dragon froze. Its large pupils slightly opened, revealing a little eagerness and a little joy of meeting a friend from another country. "You know about Fate Xian and saints. You're from Taiku, too, Swire." Lindsay's eyes flashed with brilliance. Get the right guy. The ancient true dragon clan really didn't let him down. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know about Tianlan?" "Tianlan?" The spirit of the true dragon's eyes stared. Familiar words, I should know. It is a pity that when I fell into this realm, I was injured too heavily, and the dragon spirits were all scattered in this world, and I only tried my best to save this last main spirit, resulting in too many memories being mutilated. Or else, it looked up at those familiar dragon spirit fragments in the sky, and a hint of helplessness showed in its eyes. In its current state, even if the dragon spirit was right in front of it, there was no way for it to polymerize it and return to its heyday, not to mention the chaotic scene in the east and west right now, and the other people of the Saint Wu continent. Martial arts this thing are all there because of its arrival. The Saint Wu people probably can't count on it, and it is even good if it cannot add to the chaos of it. But, glancing at Lindsay, the spirit of the true dragon rekindled a glimmer of hope. Greeting the hopeful gaze of the spirit of the true spirit, Lindsay merely gently snapped his fingers. The scattered dragon spirits distributed throughout the world then immediately gathered. If this were to be placed before he went to the Star Ocean, Lindsay really wouldn't quite dare to affect the entire world so recklessly for fear of tearing it apart. However, after going to the Star Ocean to learn the systematic means of this realm, and after touching on it, Lindsay would be able to use the means of this realm to integrate his own power to pry it out, as he wished. It's better to read more, whether it's upper middle class or lower class. Learn a little bit and there's always an appropriate occasion to use it. When you walk in the jungle, you have a lot of skills. Under Lindsay's traction, the dragon spirits scattered in the world soon gathered to replenish on the true dragon spirit. 1 breath, 2 breaths, the aura of the spirit of the true dragon is expanding, constantly strong. Anon. However, in a moment, the once terrifying true dragon's chi returned as king again. The power. It's back. The domineering true dragon chi swept out of the sky. The powerful dragon's might made the entire world tremble. No one among the holy warriors bowed down, submitting to the food chain of honor and inferiority inscribed in their biological instincts. King's Landing. However, the overbearing majesty was less than a moment. In the dragon family's forbidden land, after the spirit of the true dragon that had returned to its full strength saw the person in front of it, the entire body of the dragon trembled violently, and let out a hoarse roar of fear. You are Heavenly Fate Emperor. Chapter 177, Pursuing the Heavenly Destiny Emperor. At this moment, the hallowed true dragon spirit seemed to have turned into a frightened kitten, with all the dragon scales on its body standing up. The large dragon pupils were strewn with unbelievable fear and despair. The entire dragon family's forbidden land echoed with its crazy words that seemed to have seen a ghost and was scared out of its wits. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be alive? I clearly witnessed your death at the hands of my clan's dragon emperor. All hell will break loose. How could you? How could? The huge body of the true dragon spirit curled up into a ball, and the majesty and sanctity that originally belonged to the true spirit of heaven and earth disappeared. Because as a swift dragon clan it deeply understood the terror of the Heavenly Destiny Emperor, and clearly knew exactly what kind of person the Heavenly Destiny Emperor was. That was a supreme who could call out to the Swire Heavenly Emperor and rebel against the Heavenly Emperor. And it was such a figure that it had attacked with the Dragon Clan in its year of war with the 10,000 Dragons formation, witnessed his fall with its own eyes. But now, he revived and just appeared without warning in front of it, which had just regained its memory. Nightmares. What a horrible nightmare. Looking at the true dragon spirit that was like falling into a nightmare, Lindsay was speechless. If I were the Heaven's Mandate Emperor, would I have spoken to you properly? And would you have survived until now? When these words came out, the spirit of the true dragon first froze. Also, the overbearing style of the Heavenly Destiny Emperor. This person is indeed unlike. It took another careful look at Lindsay, and in its large dragon pupils, the violet light of honor and supremacy was glowing brightly. No, the bundle of forms can change in 1,000 ways, but the mandate of heaven will never lie. The Heaven's Fate Emperor is Heaven's Fate. You are the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Lindsay sighed. This big guy had slept for too long and got sleepy, right? Memory confusion brain is still not clear, just take a rest first. I am just another person who inherits the fate of heaven after the Emperor of Heavenly Destiny. These words caused the spirit of the true dragon to freeze. Inherit the Heavenly Mandate? Isn't the Heavenly Mandate the exclusive power of the Heavenly Mandate Emperor? This thing can still be inherited? And even if it can be inherited, then it should be inherited by the Dragon Emperor of my clan. Lindsay frowned. You don't even know about the Heavenly Fate Immortal Body? What is the claim of the Heavenly Fate Immortal Body again? Are we talking about the same thing? One man and one dragon looked at each other, both silent. There seems to be some kind of cognitive bias between the two of them. It was as if it was the same game, and Lindsay had already updated to version 2.0, while the spirit of the true dragon was still stuck in the oldest 1.0 era. Start at the beginning and tell me everything you know. The spirit of the true dragon's tightened dragon scale slightly stretched. It is only right that this should be the case, and what I ask for is also related to what happened back then. After saying that, the spirit of the true dragon looked at the sky above his head and was silent for a moment. It then said slowly, that year, the heavenly court disintegrated, the taiga collapsed, the heavenly emperor disappeared, and the Heavenly Fate Emperor was seriously injured and defeated. In one night, the whole situation of Taiku changed its shape drastically and came into another time. At that time, the various races of the ancient world caught wind of the situation, and they all wanted to take advantage of the benefits of heaven and earth to occupy the first opportunity, share the legacy of the heavenly court, and become the hegemon of the new era. Some of them occupied the major emperor's Taoist star palaces, some occupied the major caves and blessed places under the heavenly court, and some stole the heavenly court's divine weapons and canonical books. A moment of chaos, with all the races occupying the mountains as the kings, and there is a trend of the group's domination. Naturally, my dragon race is no exception. It's just that compared to them, my dragons play bigger. Speaking of this, the true dragon spirit's tone was filled with sighs. Every time I recall it, it has to sigh. How dare they in the first place? Only heard it say, "We've set our sights on the severely injured Heaven's Destiny Emperor." That does seem pretty big. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Even the 8 desolate emperors that Qing Tsong had found a weakness to restrain were able to withstand hundreds of millions of years of erosion from a powerhouse of Qing Tsong's caliber without being destroyed. Not to mention the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, a rebel leader who was directly facing the Heavenly Emperor, the spirit of the true dragon side. Who says otherwise? But the truth is, how many people could have put up with that kind of situation back in the day? The power of that heavenly destiny is unique in heaven and earth, supreme, and even one as strong as the Heavenly Emperor cannot covet it. At the word of command, the word follows the law, and heaven and earth follow, and all things are irreversible. How can such light not make one long to spy? The spirit of the true dragon said, "In the past, the Heavenly Fate Emperor was powerful and unmatched. No one was able to hit the Heavenly Fate. But now, a Heavenly Fate Emperor who fought with the Heavenly Emperor and lost with serious injuries. At that moment, he was like an old dragon guarding a great treasure that had lost all its teeth. How could he not be moved? Not to mention the fact that my dragon race was loyal to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor back then and drove for him. The Heavenly Fate Emperor plotted to kill the Heavenly Emperor. It is also righteous for my dragon clan to avenge the Heavenly Emperor as a follower of the Heavenly Emperor, and it is only right for the division to do so. So under the leadership of my clan's dragon emperor, my dragon clan almost came out in full force, forming the 10,000 Dragons formation to seek out the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's trajectory to pursue an attack. Along the way we fought each other. I don't know how many tens of thousands of times we exchanged blows, and I don't know how many years have passed. All I know is that my clan keeps losing clansmen to the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, and the Heaven's Destiny Emperor keeps being worn down by my clan, and victory is gradually in sight. And then one day, after paying a heavy price, my clan's dragon emperor finally killed the Heavenly Fate Emperor. I'll never forget that scene. The spirit of the true dragon is full of memories. It's just a pity that I was already at the end of my strength at that time, and I was seriously injured by the breath of Heaven's destiny to fall into this realm, making it difficult for me to regain my integrity. I also don't know if my emperor later succeeded in stealing the sky. Speaking here, the spirit of the true dragon suddenly glanced at Lin Zhe. How blinding was the honorable purple glow in his eyes. It was silent. And then later, the spirit of the true dragon turned its head and tried not to look at Lin Zhe. Then later, my dragon spirit was scattered and I slept in this ancient fragment. And I don't know exactly how long I slept. So long that even my dragon body has fused with this earth. It wasn't until one day, under a coincidental circumstance, that someone in this realm inherited my bloodline and stimulated my dragon spirit, that I was able to awaken from my slumber for a moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe immediately became interested, and he asked, "What kind of chance coincidence is it? Your dragon race's procreation." The spirit of the true dragon sidetracked. "Anyway, because of the arrival of this child Long Mu, I was able to awaken and shake the boundary layer with my dragon spirit, sensing the existence of another powerful ancient remnant realm. I think that someone from my clan might exist in that world, and if I can find them, I will be able to solve the predicament I've encountered. So I entrusted Long Mu with this matter and sought the upper world. As for what comes after that again, you should know that too." Chapter 178, The 9 Supreme Beings. What happened after that? Lin Zhe was already aware of after he realized that the so-called martial god Bel possessed the power to gather scattered dragon spirits. It was nothing more than that the martial god discovered the secret of the dragon spirit, and then established the martial god mountain, leaving the martial god Bel as a backhand, breaking the boundary and ascending to look for the dragon race's strongest person to save the dragon spirit, and other processes like that. In this regard, Lin Zhe was not interested. He only cares about one thing right now, looking at the true dragon spirit in front of him. A meaningful and strange light slowly flowed through Lin Zhe's eyes. "At this point, I'm done with my story. Now it's your turn." After saying that, the spirit of the true dragon then asked curiously, "What did you mean when you said just now that you inherited the heavenly destiny of the heavenly destiny immortal body? Did the dragon emperor of my clan fail to win in the end? There's also what you just said about Heavenly Lan. As far as I know, even before our clan pursued the Heavenly Fate Emperor, the Heavenly Lan side was already stirring, and all the Taiku parties had their eyes on that piece of treasure in the god's tomb. Now that so many years have passed, has the god's tomb ever been breached? And who has become the final winner?" Lin Zhe slowly said, "You have quite a few questions. Forgive an old dragon who has been asleep for too long and is desperate to know what has changed in the afterlife. Then let's start with Tianlan," he said. "First of all, the situation in Tianlan is rather complicated. And there hasn't been a real winner emerge from this battle that the various races have been targeting Tianlan so far. Secondly, I don't know how your Dragon Emperor is doing. Since your Dragon race raised their clan to snipe the Heavenly Fate Emperor, Tianlan has lost track of the Dragon race. This kind of answered one of Lin Zhe's previous doubts. Previously, Lin Zhe had wondered what demons and devils had come to such a lively final round of Tianlan, and even the Phoenix clan had landed among them, while the Dragon clan, which was the strongest in heaven and earth, was conversely still missing a seat. As it turns out, we now realize that the dragons aren't not coming, but are playing another high-end game. After a pause, Lin Zhe added, in addition, the Heaven's Destiny immortal body is the term used by our later generations, and the exact origin and time of the legend is no longer available for examination. Its words, the 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao, only one person in a lifetime, i.e., if the previous generation does not die, then it is impossible for the next generation to appear. And there are 8 others similar to this statement, and they are collectively known as the 9 immortal bodies in later times. Speaking here, Lin Zhe quietly looked at the true dragon spirit's expression, only to see that when the spirit of the true dragon heard the words 9 immortal bodies, the large dragon pupil vaguely skimmed over a trace of uncertainty. The 9 immortal bodies, of only one person in a single lifetime are actually 9. Shouldn't? The spirit of the true dragon murmured softly and asked eagerly as if confirming something important, other than the divine order. Which ones are there? Specifically, Lin Zhe said, there is the sourceless immortal body that transforms everything into itself and can swallow the heavens and devour the earth. There are breakthroughs without bottlenecks, and with just a buildup of elixirs, one can go straight up to the 9 heavenly queens of the Empyrean immortal body. There is also comprehension of heaven and earth. Lin Zhe hadn't even finished speaking, and just after hearing the first few, the true dragon spirit's pupils shrunk violently. Originless, ethereal, and heavenly destiny. 3 of the 9 immortal bodies are all. Is that really so? How is this? How is this possible? The spirit of the true dragon sounded like it had suffered some kind of mental trauma, and its tone was hurried and disorganized. 1 generation does not die. 2 generations do not live. Doesn't that mean? It looked at the high and vast sky and let out a shocked murmur originating from its soul. Could that battle for God have actually caused all 9 supreme beings to fall? At those words, Lin Zhe's eyes stared. Here it comes, the 9 supreme beings. The 9 supreme emperors? It refers to the 9 of the 10 great emperors of the heavenly court? The spirit of the true dragon shook its head and nodded again. Long immersed in the shock of this shocking news, it kept letting out a low murmur. How is this possible? The 9 supreme beings have all fallen. Throughout the entire Taiku, who has that ability to kill the 9 supreme beings without a single one left? Boo! Lin Zhe plucked the strings of the world's harp and swept away layers of airwaves, causing the spirit of the true dragon to quickly calm down. Meditation. After a moment of silence, the spirit of the true dragon shook its gigantic dragon head, still speaking in a horrified tone. You later generations will not understand what the 9 supremacies really mean to our Taiku. His existence is like 9 heavenly divine pillars supporting the Taiku, carrying the lifeblood of the entire Taiku, symbolizing an epic of singable years. The head-on conflict between the 2 supreme beings, the Heavenly Fate Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor, had already stirred up the entire Taiku. Not to mention the appalling absurdity of the 9 supreme beings all falling? Hearing this, Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow. That great battle actually only involved the 2 supreme emperors, Heavenly Fate and Heavenly Emperor? What about the other 9 emperors of the heavenly court? They weren't? The spirit of the true dragon shook its head. It's not the same. The 10 great emperors are the 10 great emperors, and the 9 supreme emperors are the 9 supreme emperors. One represents the ancient celestial court, and the other represents the entirety of the ancient world. But in a sense, the 2 aren't that far apart. Because of the 9 supreme beings including the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Fate Emperor, a total of 5 supreme beings are all in the heavenly court, while the remaining 4 have no desire to govern and live in seclusion amongst the ancient 10,000 races. But regardless of whether they are in the heavenly court or not, and whether they govern the world or not, the significance and status of the 9 supremacies in Taiku is unshakable. Lin Zhe was speechless. So, why don't you tell me what kind of characters the 9 supreme beings are? How am I supposed to know if you just say that? The true dragon's ringtone paused. It looked deeply at Lin Zhe and said almost word for word, the King Slayer. The King Slayer. Hearing this title, Lin Zhe froze. You know, that place in Tianlan is called the God's Tomb. The Tomb of God and the Godslayer could go together too well. At this moment, the true dragon spirit added, you know about Tianlan. Then you should also know the meaning of the 3 words Godslayer. Knows, but not completely. The true dragon spirit's eyes flashed with great doubt as it didn't understand what had happened in that place in Tianlan. Not sure about the ancient old news it can understand, but not sure if the Godslayer is a bit too much? As I said earlier, the situation in Tianlan is rather complicated. The spirit of the true dragon sighed slightly, feeling that it had spoken in vain just now. Forget it. It was a barbaric time when the heavens were immoral and fed on all races. You've seen it? It stalled. Of course it was passed down from the clan. I wasn't even born then. You go on. It suddenly doesn't want to talk much. In short, the heavens in that era were ungovernable, and every once in a while they would turn into evil gods to prey on and harvest the strongest people of all races and enslave the heavens and the earth. As a result, all the races of the ancient world are in fear and live under the shadow of the evil gods' rule all day long, causing all the spirits of the heavens and earth to suffer greatly, yet they are powerless to resist, and can only live under the will of heaven in a stifled manner. Just then, 9 people against the heavens stepped forward. Chapter 179, Daojie Mountain, Land of the Fall of the Heavens. They rose in the dark age of the Xuntian's violence, and carried the banner against the heavens with the strength of its 9 people, lighting a flame called hope for the ancient races that had suffered from the Xuntian for a long time. Saying the word fire, the spirit of the true dragon's huge dragon pupil also lit up with a ray of fire. It added softly, "Yeah, just that one spark. After all, no matter what realm we and other ancient beings cultivate to, we will always be from the heavens, and the Tao will be under the evil god, which knows us like the back of its hand and kills and destroys us when it raises its hand. This has already been proven by countless supreme beings of various races who have been preyed upon by the evil god, whether it's the dragon clans or the phoenix clans. In front of the evil god, they're all just ants, and they can't shake the evil god even if they put everything they have into it. We can only watch the evil god devour them." What despair it was. That's why not too many people favored them in the first place. At that time all the clans hated to get away from the vortex of Taiku and hid the strongest members of their families from the predations of the evil gods. Naturally, not to mention joining them against the evil gods of Cthulhu. Some people even advised them not to do such meaningless things and to think of ways to preserve themselves. But the dragon face of the spirit of the true dragon displayed a look that I didn't know whether it was mockery or emotion. A star's fire can start a prairie fire. Someone has to be the first. Someone has to step up. Otherwise how can the world see the light when there is not even a hint of fireworks? The spirit of the true dragon let out a soft laugh. This passage comes from a handwritten journal left behind by a certain ancestor of my dragon clan who had personally experienced the dark era and followed the 9 supremacies in the battle against the heavens. And he said that these were the words that he had heard that caused his blood to boil the most. That's why he chose to follow the 9 supreme beings. And even though he knew that there was little hope, even though so many people didn't look favorably on the anti-heaven, he joined the anti-heavens camp without a second thought, because like that supreme being said, someone has to step up. Someone has to be the first. The fire in the true dragon spirit's eyes burned quietly. I can probably understand the feelings of my ancestors. After all, even I who wasn't around during that era can't help but feel my heart pounding, let alone my ancestors who experienced the dark ages firsthand. After saying that, the spirit of the true dragon glanced at Lin Zhe. And this is the significance of the 9 supreme beings to us. The ancient beings. Lin Zhe nodded. The lone forerunner in the darkness is honored in any world. He asked. And then what happened? How did they succeed against heaven? The spirit of the true dragon gently shook its head. The hardships and suffering of the battle against the heavens cannot be depicted by the words on the handwritten notes, and the despair therein. The handwritten notes of the forefathers can only tell 1 or 2 things. After all, their opponent is the evil god, the high and omniscient and omnipotent Cthulhu of the Taiku world. How many mighty sacrifices? How many wise men's joint calculations would it take to win? The tragic splendor of it would have been unimaginable had it not been for the old folks who personally experienced that era. In short, under the leadership of the 9 supreme beings and the operation of the various parties of the Taiku 10,000 races, that wayless evil god was finally nailed to death on Daojie Mountain by the supreme celestial emperor. Did you say robbing the mountain? Lin Zhe's eyes stared slightly. The celestial emperor nailed the evil god to the Daojie Mountain. The spirit of the true dragon nodded. That's right, Daojak Mountain. The Great Daojak. That is, the place where Cthulhu fell. The name is obvious and easy to understand. What's wrong with it? It's okay. And after that, the 9 supreme beings succeeded in regicide and stripped the gods of their power? The spirit of the true dragon glanced at Lin Zhe with a slightly deeper meaning. That's right. The 9 supreme beings are all people who are tainted with the blood of the gods. They harvested the blood of the heavens and refined the power of the heavens individually, thus giving birth to and evolving the 9 supreme beings' supreme power. Apart from the 9 supreme beings, no one else may dip into it, much less covet it in the slightest. The 9 supreme beings thus traverse the Taiku, without peer or pair. Among them, the supreme being who personally nailed and killed the evil god even took the place of the heaven and changed the blue sky. He is the god of all races, worshipped by all races. He is the god of all races and is revered by all races. Under the rule and governance of him and the other 8 supreme beings, Taiku finally regained its vitality, welcomed back order, and stepped into another new epoch. This is the story of the Godslayer, the 9 supreme beings. As far as I am concerned, he is the invincible new god, and even more so, the supreme faith. So you say that the 9 great immortal bodies have passed on to the world, and the 9 great supreme beings have all fallen, this kind of thing. The spirit of the true dragon still sighed and shook its head. I still can't imagine it. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 9 supreme beings have all fallen. Throughout ancient times, who could have that power after the death of the evil god? It can't be that the 9 supreme beings are fighting each other, can it? But even so, the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Fate Emperor and other supreme beings on this side of the Heavenly Court are fighting because they are fighting over the gods. But what about the other 4 supreme beings who have no desire to govern and live in seclusion in the 10,000 clans? He can't fight again, can he? And the fight to the end even all fell. There is not a winner. It's not like there isn't a winner, at least so far. The probability was that Ching Tsung, who had laid down the situation of the Daojak Mountain, was alive. Lindsay silently recited the name of Ching Tsung. Knowing the story of deicide, he realized that the name Ching Tsung was interesting. Green and pale, and the Taojiao Mountain, the so-called place where the heavens fell. He looked deeply at the spirit of the true dragon. At this moment, the spirit of the true dragon was still pondering over this extremely abnormal and strange matter of the 9 supreme beings all falling. Suddenly, it thought of something. It carefully stared at Lindsay. Wait, 9 immortal body transmissions. The Heavenly Fate Emperor died at the hands of my clan's Dragon Emperor, but now the Heavenly Fate has been passed on to you. Not good. Then won't my clan be? The Dragon Clan could set their sights on the severely injured Heaven's Destiny Emperor. Then some other shameless power could just as easily set its sights on the Dragon Clan that had narrowly defeated the Heaven's Destiny Emperor and was greatly wounded. That's right. It's talking about the Phoenix Clan. Bad. The spirit of the true dragon shuddered, and the large dragon pupil immediately flashed with a trace of monstrous anger. It immediately pried the world with its dragon spirit, echoing the dragon's body that was buried under the ground of the sacred martial continent and had almost become one with the world. Anon. The dragon rages in the 9 heavens. Boom. A great earthquake erupted in St. Wu and the ground cracked open layer by layer. A behemoth from the ancient age finally revealed its true form in this realm, casting miracles. This friend, thank you for helping me repair my dragon spirit. I am mindful of your great kindness. A piece of 7-colored dragon scale fell in front of Lindsay from the huge dragon's body. This is my life scale. If you have a call in the future, no matter when or where I, Long Yu, will definitely be there. Chapter 180, Heaven's Destiny Emperor's Backhandedness. Even though it knew it might never be able to help this one, the true dragon's spirit's eyes were not blind and its heart was not obsessed. At first it just thought that it was impossible for a mighty person to exist in this small place of St. Martial, so it didn't take a closer look at the strike. But then Lindsay's means of prying the world to gather the dragon spirit and repairing it until it was complete had actually made even one of its adult true dragons who had reached the fullness of Fate Shin feel his heart skip a beat. The answer to what this means is self-evident. The existence that came across the border in front of me may not be a high and noble saint, but it is bound to be at least a half saint, coupled with his Heavenly Fate immortal body that was inherited from the Heavenly Fate Emperor. I'm afraid that even the true saints would be helpless against him. How could it be Long Yu's turn to help such a character? But no matter what, Long Yu have received the other party's great grace. This grace the other party may not care, but as a true dragon clan, Long Yu cannot not repay, even if it is to seek help from the clan's ancestors and the Dragon Emperor. If everyone in the Dragon Clan is okay. Thinking of this, the sleeping true dragon's body violently opened its eyes, and its pupils, which had been devoid of light due to age, regained their divine splendor. No! It had to hurry back and check. Anon. With a furious roar, Long Yu flew into the 9 heavens above, heading beyond the world. At that moment, Lindsay took a step across to Long Yu, stopping it in its tracks. He said, "Don't be anxious, even if the Dragon Clan is in danger now. What can you do if you go there with a mere true dragon that is no more than in the realm of life Shin?" At those words, the true dragon Long Yu widened the pupils of his lantern-like eyes. It does not understand and is greatly shaken. Listen to what it says. What do you mean by a mere life Shin true dragon? Hitsujin, the strongest person under the sages, the existence that was crowned with the name of Great Sage, no matter which era or which ethnic group, was the proper top-tier powerhouse, the proper head of the family's words, and a real dragon. Their true dragon clan was blessed with exceptional talent, and each of them was a proud son of their time, taking on 1,000. It is one of the most powerful bloodline legacies among the ancient races. These two together, that's a well-deserved supreme powerhouse, a great power in the ancient world. How did this come down to 2 words in your mouth? Do you think the saints are all cabbages to be planted wherever you want? If this were to be a different person, Long Yu would have to reason with him on the spot and teach him exactly what it meant to be a life-shin true dragon. But right now, forget it, you've got a big fist. You're in the right, Lindsay added. And after many years, things have changed, and it's unknown whether or not the land of the Dragon Clan is still there. So it's inevitable that you'll have to put some thought into it. It just so happens that I'm also going to walk up to that realm of the Taiku to seek some answers. And right now there's still a lack of a qualified guide. So why don't you go with me? Going together? Then I will trouble you. Sir, Long Yu agreed to Lindsay without much thought. For one thing, Lindsay was indeed right. Secondly, with Lindsay's strength, if there were some accidents on the road, he would more or less have something to look after. Long Yu didn't move on the surface, but a trace of haze flashed in his heart. In the end, the Dragon Clan had sniped at the Heavenly Destiny Emperor, causing the Heavenly Destiny Emperor to die. And there was a blood feud between them and the Heavenly Destiny Emperor. Instead, the one in front of him was an immortal body that had inherited the Heavenly Mandate. This kind of inheritance, was it related to the Heavenly Fate Emperor or not? He offered to travel with us. Could it be that he is intentionally using me to search for someone from my clan? With this thought, Long Yu turned his head and led the way ahead. Behind the huge dragon, Lindsay's gaze flickered with a different color even as he looked at Long Yu. Long Yu had a skeptical mind. And why wouldn't Lindsay? Ever since being set up by Lu Hanyan, Lindsay would never trust anyone easily again. Especially those old monsters who had lived for tens of millions of years, each with hundreds of hard eyes. If you really believe in them without reservation, how to be brought into the pit do not know. So whether it was Tianlan's spiritual brilliance Lin Changqing returning to Tibet or this true dragon from the ancient age in front of him, Lindsay had never really believed in it. Especially this true dragon named Long Yu in front of him, a survivor from the hands of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. Looking at the faraway dragon body of the true dragon, Lindsay's eyes flashed with the purple light of heavenly destiny. As early as when Long Yu said that he had fallen to this realm from serious injuries at the hands of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, he had his suspicions. After all, as a grandly accomplished Heaven's Mandate immortal body, Lindsay knew better than anyone else in this world what the power of Heaven's Mandate was all about. Under the illumination of Heaven's destiny, even if he, Lindsay, was so weak that he had only one breath left, the gaze of Heaven's destiny would definitely not be merciful to those who coveted it. Those who are wounded by the divine order are destined. Death is but a matter of time. But this true dragon had actually survived from the ancient times until now. Moreover, when Lindsay gathered and repaired the dragon spirit for him, he hadn't noticed any damage to its destiny. As a Heavenly Fate Emperor, his Heavenly Fate couldn't even gaze upon a Fate Xian true dragon. It's just counterintuitive. In that case, there is only one possibility: the Master of the Divine Order prevented its death from occurring. In other words, the existence of this dragon was intentional on the part of the Heavenly Fate Emperor. This is one of the backhanders he left behind. Lin Zhen narrowed his eyes in thought. One person and one dragon had different thoughts, and soon left the sacred martial arts, arriving at the edge of the sacred martial arts and the upper realm. Sacred martial land. Martial Emperor Lai Shan and the others froze as they watched the one man and one dragon leave. They looked at me. I looked at you, wide-eyed and staring at each other. Oh dragons and gods, today was destined to be unforgettable for Saint Wu. The darkness of the junction of the two worlds. The huge dragon body covered the entire black void. Above the dragon's head, the white-robed Lindsay stood in the void. A broken void tunnel was silently placed in front of the two. A man and a dragon stayed at the boundary crossing for a long time. It's too messy. What exactly have the people in this realm done? It actually shattered all the space-time karma at the mouth of the realm, and all the laws are in disarray. It's no wonder that martial god didn't have a response for so long. Long Yu sked. Judging from the origin perception, this realm should be counted as one of the larger and stronger among the many scattered Taiku fragments. But now even the boundary mouth was shattered into such a state, so the inside was even more unthinkable. I'm afraid the people in here aren't all fighting maniacs, fighting all the way from the ancient times to the present, are they? Long Yu looked up at Lindsay. How? This realm may go in? Lindsay frowned and nodded. It's not hard to get in. Only, within that chaotic and broken boundary opening, Lindsay sensed a very familiar aura. That's... Long Yu suddenly looked as if he had seen something horrible. Its eyes widened as it exclaimed in a terrified tone. Ghost! In front of Long Yu's eyes, at the entrance of the boundary, a ghostly figure shrouded in black mist slowly appeared. He revealed two blood-colored demonic pupils from the mist, as he had done back at the Tianlan boundary river, quietly looking at Lindsay. Chapter 181 Hong Tian reappears. Half man, half ghost, dark void, broken boundary crossing skywalk. Long Yu looked at Lindsay from time to time, and then looked at the ghostly figure that suddenly appeared. His mouth couldn't stop murmuring, to hell with it. It doesn't understand. How did another mandate of heaven pop up? I'm a jerk, aren't I? Waking up to 2 destinies in a row? When was it even possible to just mass-produce a supreme power like heaven's destiny? Long Yu's doubts were not answered. Lindsay and Ghost Shadow both stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a bit gloomy for a moment. Seeing this, a series of words could not help but pop up in Long Yu's mind. True or false mandate of heaven? Fate of heaven wars? Gee, the post-apocalyptic people are pretty advanced in their play. It slowly took a few steps back, giving Lindsay and the ghostly shadow space for the great battle, so as not to be affected by the aftermath of the heavenly fate struggle. But right at this moment, the ghostly shadow's gaze moved away from Lindsay and swished down onto Long Yu. The stern light of heaven's mandate was suddenly given to Long Yu's gaze. Lindsay also slowly dropped his gaze onto Long Yu. Long Yu was speechless. Why are you two looking at me? Long Yu was about to open his mouth to say something. Instead, its consciousness suddenly blurred. A strange force squeezed its consciousness and forcibly took over its body. In the next moment, Long Yu's eyes lost their divine splendor. It became as indifferent and unfeeling as shin ice, like that high heaven, high above the 9 heavens. Indifferent to the living, terrifying to the extreme. A powerful pressure that could cause the entire space and time to turn upside down, tremble, and submit all of a sudden filled the entire realm, suppressing the past, dominating the present, and controlling the future. The supreme, holy and mighty power of the vastness of heaven's destiny suddenly overrides the vastness, forcing all the karma and destiny to be collected to a point, renewing the destiny of the karma. Boom! A gigantic hand controlling the direction of history and correcting the wrong course of events broke the boundary layer and descended from the sky, pinching the ghosts and shadows, and strangling the throat of destiny like a god's descent. How small and fragile that ghostly shadow appeared underneath this heavenly giant hand. It is as if it is saying, how dare a person with a mole cricket act against heaven? And his heavenly destiny compared to the heavenly destiny of this huge hand in the sky is nothing more than a glowing fire compared to the white moon. One is the sky and the other is the earth, not to be mentioned in the same breath. Seeing this, Lindsay thought to himself, such a vast and boundless force of heavenly destiny could only possibly come from one person. Emperor Heaven's mandate. Long Yu was really the backhand he deliberately left behind. And the purpose of its existence is thought to be the obliteration of ghostly shadows, fixing mistakes and setting things right. If you think about it, I'm afraid that the one who made a move against Hong Tian and Ghost Shadow at the Boundary River in the first place was also him. As the ancestor of the mandate of heaven, he was hunting the successor of the mandate of heaven. Thinking about the words that Ghost Shadow had said that the immortal scriptures were poisonous, as well as the beware of the primordial 10,000 laws that Hong Tian had left behind, Linza narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the 9 supreme beings have been secretly raising pigs? Not. With the might of the 9 supreme beings, they have long been able to suppress the past and future, and end all karma. Even if they want to raise pigs, they don't need this kind of means similar to the parasitic soul. There should be a deeper reason about the origin of the immortal body. With this thought, the heavenly destiny emperor's giant hand that came across time and space to collect karma shook the ghostly shadow with overwhelming force. The ghostly shadow was about to be wiped out of existence by the heaven's destiny emperor. At this point, beyond the realm, sacred martial continent, on Martial God Mountain, the ancient martial god bell once again emitted a crisp ringing sound. Thud! The ancient bell sounded melodious, swinging into Long Yu's ears. Long Yu's originally indifferent eyes violently skimmed over a trace of struggle and flashed with a hint of spiritual light. Its consciousness is being freed from the bondage of divine order. And along with Long Yu's consciousness shaking, the huge hand that came across time and space to fill the sky also weakened a few points. But he was still moving forward, rolling up an extinguishing storm with the momentum of grinding down everything. Under this fierce heavenly destiny storm, the ghostly shadow's morose black aura was dispersed, revealing its true appearance underneath its black aura. That's Hong Tian. Seeing the ghostly figure's true face, Lindsay froze. Who else could that familiar green-shirted youth under the black gas be if not Hong Tian, who had fallen into the boundary layer, only compared to the original appearance of the spirit? At this time Hong Tian's face withered. Flesh and blood to see the bones, such as the walking dead, has long fallen into the half-human and half-ghost. Thud! The martial god bell played again. A purple stream of light rushed out from within the deep core of the martial god clock. Static. Time and space stood still by the edict of heaven. Brother Lin, help me. Lindsay's eyes were slightly cold, and the 8 desolate blood in his body was rapidly running, and his essence, chi and spirit were catalyzed by the 3 paths. Sam Ro, Infinity, Prologue, Aurora, Pro. Lindsay held the sky with one palm, holding onto the huge palm of the heavenly fate emperor that came across time and space in the stillness of Hong Tian. The martial god bell accelerated its humming, continuously reviving Long Yu's consciousness. The ghostly shadow Hong Tian also sensed something, echoing the power of Heaven's mandate left behind by Hong Tian, assisting Lin Zhe in squeezing the Heaven's mandate emperor out of this spacetime. Boom! Several powerful forces rushed against each other like a great collision of heaven and earth, triggering a world-destroying might. Anon. In the end, along with a dragon roar from Longyu, the heavenly fate emperor was squeezed out of this spacetime and dissipated into nothingness. But likewise, the large sacred martial continent as well as several surrounding worlds were destroyed under the aftermath of the impact of the power of several parties and disappeared without a trace. The only thing that remained was the ancient martial god bell, dripping and spinning. What just happened to me? Longyu woke up and looked around in a daze. What's going on here? Linza ignored it. He reached out and summoned that martial god bell and dropped it into his palm. As soon as the martial god clock fell into Lin Zhe's hands, a large swath of large purple characters immediately surfaced in front of him. The martial god bell was left for you and that old thing. And to be able to see these words left behind, then it must be you who have come, Brother Lin. Brother Lin. I believe you can see that Hong Tian has gone into a desperate situation. I really don't know who to trust now. I would never have imagined that my destiny had been guided and controlled. And this person who guides and controls my destiny could still be the past me. No, again, maybe the future me. Seeing this, Lin Zhe glanced at the ghostly shadow Hong Tian. After the ghostly shadow Hong Tian gave Lin Zhe a deep look, he disappeared as bizarrely as he did at the beginning. Just like an obsession that dissipated when it was finished. Ha 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 ha. Heaven's destiny, Heaven's destiny. Those who play with Heaven's destiny will also eventually be played by Heaven's destiny. No wonder none of the successive Heaven's destiny immortal bodies have been able to end up in a good way. I'm going crazy. How long is this damn fate going to play tricks on me? Behind it was a large piece of dazzling handwriting, and it could be seen that Hong Tian's mental state at that time was really not good. I think maybe in this generation, the only one I can trust is you who also carries the fate of the immortal body. Go, enter that upper realm, and I will give you all the backhanders you can against fate. But remember, you can't trust anyone when you go in there, including myself. Chapter 182, Seeing the Small World Again. Green Clothes Sect. With the fall of a self, the messages left by Hong Tian inside the martial god clock all ended here. After Lin Zhe had finished reading, the words were erased from existence by a powerful force of Heaven's mandate, and not the slightest trace of them could be seen. On the side, Longyu twisted his head. His memory perception seemed to have slightly deviated again. That clock just now. Looking at Lin Zhe who was sizing up the martial god bell, Longyu also came over. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, but even the Saint Martial world was gone. But this broken clock was still able to stay, which made Longyu somewhat surprised. Is this the martial god bell? I can't see that the thing left behind by that martial god has this kind of power. This doesn't seem like the kind of tactics someone in a weak realm like Saint Martial could have. Is it hard to believe that? This guy came from the outside like the two of us? Lin Zhe glanced at him. You don't know your territory? Longyu carefully recalled. That time period when he came my dragon spirit was in a weak period, only in accordance with the means left behind by Xiaomu to shallowly confide some with him, and did not know too much about it, and about this martial god. Maybe it is because I have been sleeping for too long and the dragon spirit is getting scattered day by day. There are some specific details that I can't remember. Very vague. Fuzzy. It seemed that Hong Tian had used the power of heavenly destiny to conceal his existence when he arrived, creating a virtual Saint Martial god destiny? So it was no wonder that he hadn't noticed it at first. That's right, if that guy didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, he'd probably be dead already if he was being chased by the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe's gaze retracted from the martial god clock. He glanced at the location where the sacred martial world had once been. It's broken after all. That's just it. Remodel. Divine command edicts. The sacred martial world that had disappeared from the long river of space and time recoalesced. The fortune lines of the sacred martial world intertwined one by one in front of Lin Zhe's eyes, eventually reverted to the original position. Go! Lin Zhe and Longyu turned around and walked into the upper realm. Holy martial world. Time and space retracing. Everything goes back to the moment before the destruction. Martial Emperor Lai Shan, who was still in the Dragon Tang Empire, gripped his florid white beard and was filled with red light. It's Master's voice. Master is back. Wait, that's not. After a pause, a flash of panic appeared on Martial Emperor Lai Shan's face, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. Just now, did something happen? Never mind. My mission is accomplished. Right now there are gods' ambassadors and true dragons descending, so that counts as a new ascended one appearing, doesn't it? Next, ascending to the upper world is important. I remembered that my master had said that if another ascended person appeared in the Holy Martial, it would usher in the opportunity to ascend and cross the boundary gate. At that time, he would be able to ascend to the upper realms as well, and continue to follow in his master's footsteps. Just What exactly is this so-called chance of ascension? Staring with a frown, Martial Emperor Lai Shan returned to the Martial God Mountain and continued to ponder the opportunity of ascension. The mysterious upper world. Lin Zhe and Long Yu's figures slowly emerged. To the honorable God surrender. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In his ears, an unfamiliar voice came. As far as the eye could see, it was a group of Taoists dressed in green-colored Taoist robes. They were looking at the Lin Zhe duo with the awe of worshipping a god. This. Senior brother, did we really invite the Holy Spirit here? I don't have a reason. My spirit summoning skill is not yet on fire. How can it be? Stop it. Don't have any eyesight. Why don't you hurry up and pay your respects to the two honorable gods? Yes. The green-clothed sex crowd of small paths pay their respects to the honorable god. May the honorable god. Hearing this kind of talk, Lin Zhe's eyes dilated slightly. What a familiar scene. If he remembered correctly, when he accompanied Hong Tian to fish for the heavenly fate immortal scripture to enter that small world projection for the first time. This was the scene. The same exalted god descends. The same green-clothed sect congregation trail. This is no coincidence. Consider that under the Ghost Shadow's true colors is Hong Tian. And then consider that Ghost Shadow banished the heavenly fate immortal scripture to that small world. Lin Zhe's gaze stared slightly. So you've been telling me something important since that time? Lin Zhe thought like this. On the side, Long Yu, however, looked like he was having a fit. He came up to a few green cloth sect trails at once. What did you say? The green cloth sect. You few damned brats. How dare you call yourselves disciples of the green clothes sect? Ha! Long Yu transformed into a wildly indulgent-looking green-haired youth. Entering the upper realm. I do not yet know what this realm is like, let alone what the dragon race is like today after all these years. To be on the safe side, Long Yu concealed his dragon body and first disguised himself as a human to walk this realm. At this time, he, who had transformed into a green-haired youth, was looking furious, his angry hair like a wild lion, as if the faith in his heart had been blasphemed, and he was acting very indignant. A trace of powerful life pressure then naturally poured out, pressing down on the several green-clothed sect trails, causing them to feel as if they were under a heavy burden, making it difficult for them to breathe. Mighty! This must be the realm of the innate, and into the innate deep and powerful. Several green cloth sect trails looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes, so it was said in quick succession. This, me, us, back to the words of the exalted god. My green clothes sect has been using the green clothes sect as the name of the mountain gate since the imperial year of the spirit of the Taichu era. Ergo it has been hundreds of years. There are no mighty men here who have spoken against us. This. We do not know where we have offended the venerable god Taboo. I hope that the venerable god will be generous and forgive us for not knowing. Who knew that the words had just fallen? The look of shock and anger on Long Yu's face increased. The imperial year of the spirit of the great beginning era? Asshole. You brats are really bold. How dare you make fun of this seat? A few green-clothed sect disciples were confused. Wait, it's not right to say the green door. It's not right to say that it's the year of the spirit emperor of the Taichu era. What the hell does this want from them? It's not possible that this one is in a bad mood and wants to kill for fun on any excuse. Is it? A few people looked at each other. Danger. My life is over. Forgive me, your holiness, your honor. Spare me your life. Lin Zhe stops Long Yu. What's the problem with the imperial year of the spirit of the Taichu era and the green clothes sect? Problems? There's a lot of problems. The imperial year of spirit in the Taichou Chronicle. That's an earlier chronicle than the Taiku Heavenly Court. And it's also the last chronicle under the rule of the evil god. Even if every Taiku can't remember his or her own birthdate, he or she will never forget the great significance symbolized by the words imperial year of the spirit of the Taichu era. At those words, Lin Zhe was silent. After a long time, he said, that is to say, we have returned to the time before the Taiku Heavenly Court, right? Long Yu directly shook his head and retorted, how can that be? Even that period of time and space in the ancient Heavenly Court was shattered beyond retrospection, beyond interference. Not to mention the evil god era that was far before the Heavenly Court. Lin Zhe pointed around. Take a look around first and carefully feel the environment of heaven and earth here. Chapter 183, The Beginning of Time. With your peak life Xian realm, coupled with your unique true dragon bloodline, it shouldn't be difficult to feel it. Seeing Lin Zhe's bashful look, Long Yu stalled. He immediately put his eyes around and unfolded his heaven and earth sight and sound, carefully feeling the world in front of him. Indeed. There seems to be some sense of dissonance in the aura Dao here. Look up. Long Yu went further up to perceive deeper. He shivered and winced. Long Yu looked like he had encountered some great terror as he opened his eyes filled with fear. Looking up, he saw the shadow of a supreme being looming over the head of this world. All the Dao rules of this world are under his control. Or perhaps the source of all the dharmas and all the paths in this world is him. Its name is God. Long Yu trembled as he uttered this fascinating yet dangerous word. God. It was a time when there was a God. We're really back in the Taichu era. Long Yu couldn't believe it. How is that possible? How is this possible? Since the 9 great supreme beings killed him, all of the primordial causes and consequences have disappeared, and this period of time and space has completely collapsed and been lost forever, making it simply impossible for it to reappear. Even the 9 supreme beings can't retrieve it. After all, that era was the era of the gods, a past that the 9 supreme beings had united with all the races of the ancient world after calculating and scheming from all sides and paying countless sacrifices before they were finally banished. It's by no means possible for one person to intervene, unless there are still people in the ancient afterlife who can intervene to meddle in God's destiny, and so on. Interference with God. Did Long Yu suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. He turned pale with a swish of his face. He looked up at the sky above him. Clear skies. How lofty. How vast. The living creature on the earth is like a tiny ant compared to the vastness of the sky. Can never see the end of the sky. Nor will it ever be possible to speculate on its greatness. Boom! A heaven-shaking thunderbolt cut through. In a trance, Long Yu seemed to see this world transform into a giant palm. All is held firmly in the palm of this giant hand, controlling the destiny of all living beings until eternity. Yes, who else in this world can rule the will of God but God himself? Treadmill. Long Yu suddenly cursed. If I had known it would have been better to die on the battlefield. Lin Zhe glanced at Long Yu. What's the rush? If it's really what you think it is, you could have died 800 times already with that treadmill, not to mention the times you've cursed worse before. Long Yu pulled the corner of his mouth. That's true. It's just that this makes then this whole thing of them returning to the primordial era even more bizarre. Thinking back carefully, from the beginning of the battle for God to the entire dragon clan sniping at the heavens mandate emperor, then he was seriously injured and exiled to St. Wu, and then the heavenly fate immortal body awakened him. It's back to the Taichu era in a daze. Also coincidental that it seems to have been deliberately arranged. Long Yu scratched his head and added, treadmill. Long Yu felt that he would have to be tricked out of his brain if he went back to those years in the Taiku. Not enough. Not enough at all. Forget it. You guys can do whatever you want. Long Yu no longer thought about these have-nots, and these things shouldn't be his concern. Couldn't figure it out anyway, much less resist it. Anyway, since someone had arranged for him to come, let's just go with the flow, and we'll naturally understand his intentions afterward. Long Yu looks away. After putting aside these thoughts, Long Yu looked at the world again with a different view. The era of the beginning of the earth. This was an era that many people had never set foot in, and these may be bad times, but it's not entirely bad for Long Yu. A latter-day man, at least. Here was a large number of secret methods of the divine generation that had been lost and destroyed in the Taichu era. There were a large number of heaven and earth divine patterns that were only in the hands of the most powerful, as well as certain wonders of heaven and earth that were created from the mysteries of the great Tao, etc., etc., etc. And their whereabouts are all deeply engraved in Long Yu's brain that came from the latter days, especially the green cloth sect in front of us. If it wasn't for the later epic proof, who would have thought that it was this small and insignificant green clothed sect in front of them that had come out of a man named Ching Song? Not to mention that no one would have thought that it was this Ching Song who had successively accomplished the feats of Godslayer and Emperor Slayer. Neither the evil god nor the heavenly emperor was able to defeat him. Gee, such a legend. I'm afraid the protagonists in those folktale stories wouldn't dare to write like that. Looking at the crowd of disciples from the green clothes sect in front of him, Long Yu's eyes were glowing. According to this disciple, the green cloth sect has only been around for a few hundred years now? According to this point in time, Ching Song should still be studying at the green clothes sect right now. If I go ahead and make friends with him now, won't I be able to rest easy in the future? Wonderful. Long Yu suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with making a trip to Taichu-ji. However, when one thought of the depth of Ching Song's mind and city, even the evil god and the heavenly emperor had fallen prey to it. If he ventured to him himself, he was afraid that within a couple of words he would be fooled into seeing that something was wrong. Long Yu was very self-aware of himself. He had never been a dragon for playing with his brain, especially in the presence of such a legend. After thinking about it, Long Yu decided to find someone to borrow a good brain. He glanced at Lin Zhe and transmitted all the news about the green cloth sect into Lin Zhe's sea of consciousness. What do you think? Lin Zhe's eyes flashed with a great light after receiving Long Yu's transmission. Green and pale. It's a great way to get your hands on something. He had long wanted to see who was behind all this. Go! The question is how to get close enough to him to keep him from getting suspicious? Lin Zhe said. If this Ching Song is really as deep-hearted and wise as you say, then the best way to approach him is not to lie. Sincerity is always the biggest must-have. Lindsay pointed at the disciples of the green clothes sect in front of him. That's how we got here. That's how we're going. Got it. The green door. Not good. Sect master is not well. The green clothes sect master's face twitched when he heard his disciples yelling and screaming. What a shame. I'm not dead yet, the disciple nervously said. It's not the sect master. It's senior brother Lee and the others. They went to the village to preach and cast spells and had an accident, summoning two great gods. According to senior brother Lee's observation, these two great gods are most likely transcendent existences above the innate fifth realm, and they're heading towards my green cloth sect at this moment. Ha! Above the fifth realm of the innate. It was about to be the day when the spirit emperor would patrol on behalf of heaven again, and there were still existences above the innate fifth realm that dared to venture out? They're not afraid to die. I'll be damned. The sect master was shaken. Go! Quickly command the entire sect to greet them. Receive the two great gods. What are you waiting for? Don't go yet. Aye. Disciple will go now. Chapter 184 Mortal Array. The Green Door. Lindsay and Longyu arrived at this special region where Ching Tsung existed under the guidance of the disciples. As soon as he arrived at this place, Longyu quietly unfolded his intentional perception, taking in the entire green clothes sect. In his perception, the overall standard of the green clothes sect was not high, and the strongest person had only just arrived at the innate second realm divine vein. Seeing this, Longyu couldn't help but feel happy and transmitted his voice to Lindsay. It seems that the clan's records are correct. The green cloth sect at this point in time isn't strong, and Ching Tsung hasn't made a fortune yet, so we've come at the right time. Lindsay hummed. But his consciousness skimmed over each and every one of the green clothes sect. At the same time, he secretly activated the beginningless saint soldier within the sword box behind him, using the power of heaven's mandate to search for traces in the saint soldier to trace the source named Ching Tsung. In just a flash, Lindsay had already taken in the eyes of nearly 10,000 disciples of the entire green cloth sect, large and small. However, none of these could react with the beginningless saint soldier belonging to Ching Tsung within the sword box. It shouldn't. Linza frowned slightly. With his current realm that was infinitely close to the beginningless, coupled with all the extreme Dao means he had learned, as well as the 33 Dao fruits that pass through the heavens and the earth, even if Ching Tsung's original body was in front of him, Lindsay was confident that he was invincible, not to mention pinching his holy weapon to a precise spot to sense his presence. Unless, at this point in time, Ching Tsung hadn't come to Qing Yi sect yet? Lindsay was mulling it over. On the face of the road, a middle-aged Taoist priest in green clothes flew in a hurry. This Taoist priest is the master of the green cloth sect. As soon as he saw Longyu and Lindsay from afar, he did not need to utilize any techniques. The hierarchical respect and inferiority engraved in the chain of life had already told him heavily about the dreadfulness of these two existences. Mighty, an absolute powerhouse. Your honored guest is at our door. The path has missed the welcome. And pardon. After meeting, the green clothes sect master first gave a respectful salute, then nervously looked at the sky and lowered his voice to the two of them. As the two of you also know, the days of the Spirit Emperor's hunting patrol on behalf of the heavens are approaching, and nowadays, this outside is not the place to talk. I also ask you two great gods to follow the little Taoist into the mountain gate for another meeting. After saying that, the green clothed sect master solemnly said to the Taoist child beside him, "Open the mighty on grand formation." Yes, as the words fell, a huge mysterious formation appeared in mid-air, then merged into the void and disappeared. Please. The green-clothed sect master led Lindsay and the two of them to step inside the mountain gate. It was only until he broke through a film of subtle mist that the green-clothed sect master let out a long sigh of relief. Turning his head, the green-clothed sect master then had the effort to pay his respects. Path Qinghong see the two great gods, where I am rude, I still hope. As Qinghong was speaking, she saw that the duo of Lindsay and Longyu were looking at themselves with serious faces. A heavy pressure immediately surged into Qinghong's heart. When did he mess with these two? Qinghong did not realize that just as he opened the Maitian Grand Formation to enter the formation. Hua! This is the Maitian Grand Formation? Interesting, worthy of being the Godslayer's treasure back then. This formation is quite something? More than just an origin. This thing was developed and researched specifically to deceive the will of the evil god. Back then, the ancestors of the anti-heaven formation camp almost all relied on the help of the Maitian Grand Formation to be able to carry out a series of arrangements. Otherwise it's still a toss-up as to how this battle will be won or lost. It's also thanks to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's learning that he was able to create such. Speaking here, Longyu paused. Then his face changed violently. No, at this point in time, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor hasn't even risen yet. So where did Tama get a great formation that is so heaven-defying? Naya, hell no. At those words, Lindsay's eyes flickered slightly. With a spread of the palm of his hand, A small ancient clock lay quietly in the palm of his hand, emitting a metallic color under the sunlight. Don't be in a hurry. Don't forget that you and I aren't the only ones who came here. There's also a martial god. But this isn't right either. As a great contributor to the battle of god slaying, the Maitian Grand Formation, its entirety is tainted with the karmic power of the evil god's death. And the 9 greatest supreme beings have long since teamed up to banish it and completely bury it in this lost past along with the evil god. As a matter of fact, it's simply impossible for anyone to be able to set up the Maitian Grand Formation again in the later generations. The person who opened the formation is right in front of you. Don't you know if you ask? Thus, Lindsay and Long Yu's serious gazes fell heavily on Qinghong. Where did you learn this Maitian Grand Formation from? Qinghong froze. Ha! He then let out a long sigh of relief. So that's all there was to it. He thought he'd messed with the two of them with his poor hospitality. He said, this Maitian Grand Formation was passed down from the upper sect. It is also the Yin-Yang Xian sect that governs the realm where my Qing-Yi sect is located. According to the Xian sect's meaning, this formation has long been publicly known to all major powers in the world, and both large and small sects must master this formation. Guess it's no secret. Could it be that the place where the 2 great gods are located has not yet publicized the Maitian Grand Formation? Lindsay and Long Yu exchanged glances. Long Yu then added, the 2 of us were in danger on the way and had some changes, and I don't know how many years it has been since we arrived at the Green Cloth sect this time. That said, it was only thanks to your disciples' invocation technique, which mistakenly opened a certain unexpected node, that the 2 of us were able to get out of the trap. Qinghong sniffed in realization. So that's how it is. Xiao Dao said that this is almost the day of the Spirit Emperor's hunting patrol on behalf of heaven. How do you 2 still dare to roam around in the outside world? Originally there is this kind of encounter. It's no wonder that the 2 of you don't know about the existence of the Maitian Grand Formation. And you tell me, Qinghong said. Actually, regarding the Maitian Grand Formation, Xiao Dao doesn't know much. The Xiao Dao only knows that roughly 500 years ago, the Yin-Yang Xian sect suddenly and urgently summoned all the major innate sects belonging to the Yin-Yang domain to teach the massive heavenly formation, requesting that each sect must be skillful in executing it, as it can greatly help us avoid the senses of heaven on the day of our patrols, and evade the Spirit Emperor's patrols. I have to say, this formation is indeed miraculous. Since the opening of this formation, the number of powerful people sacrificed by all clans on their hunting days has drastically decreased, causing many key hunting targets above the innate 5th realm to escape this calamity. I don't know what kind of talent of the heavenly warp was able to develop this kind of deceptive art. It's really marvelous. Qinghong sighed before adding, later on, perhaps it was the effect of the Maitian Grand Formation that grew the confidence of the clans. According to the rumors, the major top forces of Taiku intend to form a Maitian formation network, transforming all the major clans into formations and plunging the entire Taiku into the shroud of the Maitian formation, completely shielding the heavens. The Mitten Formation Network? Hearing this word, Long Yu and Lin Zhe exchanged glances, both thinking of a key point. That is the reason they entered the beginning of time, to which God belongs, and were not detected by him. The 2 men looked up at the sky. It seems that their mesmerizing array network has been realized. Chapter 185, Lin Hai Lin family. Looking at the sky over the distant mountains, sniffing the breeze of the forest, Long Yu was silent for a long, long time. It was a long time before he murmured, messed up, all messed up. Long Yu began to doubt the form of his existence. Was all this in front of him just a dream before he died? But if that's the case, that's probably for the best. Glancing at Long Yu, who was beginning to doubt his life, Lin Zhe transmitted his voice again. Don't be anxious, there's another thing behind that will make you even more unexpected. Long Yu raised his head fiercely. There's more. Isn't this messed up enough? In response, Lin Zhe only returned 4 words. Qing Song is gone. Long Yu froze. What do you mean? Literally. The Qing Song you speak of is not in the Green Cloth sect at the moment. Long Yu couldn't believe it. Impossible. He looked toward the major peaks of the Green Cloth sect in the distance, and his powerful divine sense was suddenly like a storm passing through the area, quickly sweeping through the entire mountain gate. Boom! The majestic true dragon's might was like a flood breaking through the dike, so vast that it swallowed the world. A pair of true dragon's pupils covered the changes of the 10,000 elephants. At this moment, everyone in the green clothes sect suddenly felt creepy, their hairs standing on end, and their bodies were cooled through. You are. Qinghong's face was even whiter with fear. Dragon race great sage, Long Yu, who hadn't seen any abnormalities in his divine sense, grabbed Qinghong's collar. I'm asking you, do you have a disciple named Qingcong here? Green and pale? Listening to this name, it should be a direct disciple who has passed on the secret method of the green clothes and has been admitted under his door. But he didn't remember that there was one named Qingcong under his door. This should not be available. No, I can't believe there really isn't. Long Yu looked like he had suffered a huge blow, and his entire body looked a little disoriented. How is this possible? Compared to Long Yu's huge reaction, Lin Zhe was much more calm. He was used to unexpected things like this. Everything that was happening right now was going outside the script that Lindsay knew at every step, but Lin Zhe didn't care. Soldiers come to the rescue. If there's a favor he takes it. If there's no favor, him, with his strength today, he can't get rid of anyone, including those 9 supreme beings. There's one that counts. As long as you dare to come out, Lin Zhe will dare to go head to head with him. Why not? Qing Song has long since achieved the realm of the beginningless, and naturally the beginning of his roots has long since been erased. What's wrong with not seeing Qing Song in the Qingyi sect? Long Yu nodded and shook his head again at his words. Logically speaking, with the might of the beginningless one, it is indeed possible to do this. But the problem is that this was the primeval era when gods existed. The power of God overrides the rules of the unseen. Lin Zhe glanced at Long Yu. The realm of the beginningless. You know again? Although I cannot speculate on the might of the beginningless one, I have a vivid memory of this past. Being a taikonaut, what could resist such a magnificent and grandiose epic? I remember the elders of the clan once said that God's position is absolute and transcendent, and that his harvest rule over all races is naturally inevitable. To make an analogy, it's like the innate to the innate. Even if your innate cultivation is strong, the innate only needs a thought to isolate the heaven and earth to suppress the aura, so that you have the power to make it not. In the presence of the innate, mortals are after all mortals, and may not cross the heavenly moat between the innate and the post-innate. And God's suppression of us is even more so. He is the only God. So in the era that belongs to him, he is the absolute supreme, and all the races are all mortals and ants to him. If he does not allow the beginningless to exist, the beginningless can never exist. He is the source of everything and the end of everything, and that, in turn, is the supreme realm, without end that so many cultivators seek. Speaking of the word endless, Long Yu had a look of emotion. Endless, endless, what is endless? The world often flirts with this realm called, if I say you can't have no end, you can't have no end. And that's treading water. Linza pulled at the corner of his mouth. This, final interpretation is mine? Extinct. But in that case, how did the 9 supreme beings defeat the evil god? Are you really relying only on this so-called Mighty formation network? He didn't think it was very good. At this time, Long Yu added, I know what you're thinking. God's supreme uniqueness is indeed an irreversible corollary. But there are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, and 1 recluse. The victory of the 9 supreme beings is this overwhelming glimmer of life that has been sacrificed in exchange for countless. He took the trick, that is, the times of God, and his times, which I mentioned earlier. He acknowledged the supremacy of God in the beginning of time in order to deny the uniqueness of God in the beginning of time, and ultimately to banish and bury his time. Wait, denial. Speaking of this, Long Yu suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Lindsay. Linza instantly understood. It is true that other people cannot interfere with the times of God, but the power of God can. The heavenly fate immortal body. Hong Tian, are you trying to say that it was that martial god who denied Qing Song's existence? Even if Qing Song was the weakest of the 9 supreme beings, Hong Tian didn't have that ability to deny him. Long Yu hesitantly nodded. Perhaps, the heavenly fate emperor can? Not to mention whether or not the heavenly fate emperor can negate another supreme. As far as I know, the heavenly fate emperor and Qing Song are all the way in the same boat. This, Long Yu had a bit of a headache. He doesn't have enough brains. One by one, each one defied common sense as Long Yu knew it. Well, it's as good as it gets. Lindsay was calm. When you go in, don't trust anyone. Even if Hong Tian didn't say this, Lin Zhe, who had fallen for a big trick, knew it. There are some things that other people's words don't count, and he'd like to witness them with his own eyes. First piece. Lin Zhe looked to the southeast of this realm. There was a small fishing village there, as well as a little boy. It was clearly an immortal body that only existed after deicide, but it appeared in the primordial era before deicide. The Big Dipper has gone backwards. Lindsay will have to take a good look. With a thought, Lin Zhe disappeared into the green cloth sect. Southeast, small fishing village near the sea. No, it should be called Linhai City now. As the saying goes, one man gets a government position, because there has been out of a great genius character. The original small fishing village has changed the barren and desolate, promoted to a large city. On that day, the lord of Linhai City was blessed with a son and held a big wedding banquet. All the great clans came to celebrate, and even the emperor sent congratulatory gifts. It was only because this city lord's mansion was located in the former clan of the genius demon that came out that year. Now that the absolute character although has broken the dust, more than 10 years have not returned to Linhai, but the rest of the might always sheltered the city lord's mansion. making it immortal and undefeated. Like the sun. Chapter 186 Heavenly Emperor, Lin Bahwang. The city lord's mansion was decorated with lights and colors. Joyful. There was a steady stream of guests coming and going. Congratulations, City Lord Lin. Congratulations on your precious son. Congratulations too. Hearing a cry of congratulations, the middle-aged Linhai city lord could never stop smiling on his face. He laughed out loud while greeting the crowd. Ha ha ha, sit down, all of you. People are seated. Then someone surveyed the little baby in the city lord's arms. And this survey was a big surprise. Just see this baby head born spirit light. Body has purple gas. Body surface also floating a layer of light gold film, such as spirit child descending. End is extraordinary. This is the companion spiritual light. My goodness, a spiritual child descends. The guests seated in the chair were taken aback. From ancient times to the present, where babies are born with special colors, or accompanied by spiritual light and other wonders, are not born with the luck of the sky, is a great good fortune. Its future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. At the very least, it would have to be an existence like an innate god. I'll be damned. In that case, wouldn't the Lin family have two demonic figures? TSK. In the future, with two great gods sheltering him, his Lin family was afraid that he would completely step into the Dragon Gate and raise his family to transcendence. Right? No wonder the old guy's face was all smiles, and he hadn't stopped laughing since the beginning. The guests present looked at each other, and then looked at the meal on the wine table and thought it didn't smell good anymore. They admitted that they were sour. That's it. Who wouldn't be sore about that? Congratulations to City Lord Lin. Congratulations to City Lord Lin. Goo. I said this morning how refreshing. Better spirit. Originally dipped in the young Master Lin's aura. But sour or not, what should be flattered still has to be flattered. They are still counting on the Lin family's fingers to leak out some benefits. City Lord Lin. Look at the young master's gusto, it's remarkable. He's bound to be a figure that drums up the wind and clouds in the future. I don't know if you can wash the young master's pulse and feel his bones? This cannot be delayed. The city lord laughed and said, ha ha ha, who says otherwise? When this little guy came in, it got me all worked up too, just for fear of holding him back. Solely wait a few years and send it to his big brother to take with him and teach him personally. The city lord's words were a joke, a brag, and a knock on the crowd. The implication is that the matter of the spirit child descending into my Lin family, I have already had someone notify his elder brother, so you had better not move your bad intentions. And as soon as the crowd heard the city lord mention the Lin family boss, they naturally understood the meaning of his words. His elder brother in the city lord's mouth was the same overwhelming figure who had turned Linhai from a small fishing village into a large city back then. The crowd immediately spoke kind words and flattered the city lord again. City lord, has the child been given a name? There's no rush on the name thing. We have to think about it. I'm afraid that a cheesy name would be bad luck instead. That's true. The crowd is talking. Suddenly a maid came running and whispered a few words in the city lord's ear. The city lord's face changed slightly. I'm sorry everyone. There are sudden important matters. So Mr. Lin will excuse me for now. You eat and drink well. Old 3, entertain all the family heads. Saying that, the city lord immediately went along with the maid. City lord's house Lin family. Book depository. Putting down the Lin family almanac in his hands, Lindsay gently sighed with a puzzled expression. He picked up another ancient book in his hand. There are 5 big words written on it. In Lindsay's opinion, these 5 big words were very harsh. He was silent for a long time. This is really inverting the Big Dipper, murmured softly. An old crone walked outside the hideout. The old woman leaning on a dragon head crutch, walking quite a famous superior style, very heavy majesty. She first calmly glanced at Lindsay, and then glanced at the Lin clan's secret method in Lindsay's hand. Only then did he slowly say, to be able to conceal myself from the old body and enter my Lin family's book depository without a sound. Your Excellency is a good stance. But, however great Zun she is, he should also understand the consequences of stealing my Lin family's secret techniques. Especially since what Your Excellency stole was also the fundamental method for my Lin family to establish their clan and take root, the purple moon illusory heart pupil. As he spoke, a purple crescent moon covered the crone's pupils, reflecting a mesmerizing moonlight. Who is the owner of this method? Your Honor wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Saying that, the old woman had already condensed her powerful aura to press towards Lindsay, hoping to attack him and catch him off guard. Yet it was a clay cow in the sea. The old woman's aura did not play a half role. Only just condensed is instantly disintegrated. Seeing this, the old woman frowned. Masters, when did such a character come to Linhai City? This is going to be difficult. In the midst of his mind, a purple moonlight quietly flowed along the crone's shadow outside the book depository. The crone's movements naturally could not be hidden from Lindsay. Not to mention that this move was also from Lin Zhe's fusion of the self-created purple moon illusory heart pupil. That's right, the gong method that the old crone was using. The Lin family's so-called secret method for establishing the clan was precisely the purple moon illusory heart pupil that Lin Zhe had passed on to that little immortal body boy in the broken world projection back then. As early as when he discovered that the small fishing village had turned into Linhai City, Lin Zhe had detected the aura of this technique. So he hurriedly sought the route trajectory to the Lin family book depository and checked the beginning and end of the entire Lin family. And the results obtained really let Lin Zhe was taken aback. It was difficult to speak for a while, and there was a long silence. Because, in addition to discovering that the purple moon illusory heart pupil, a technique that only he and the immortal body little boy would know, truly existed in the Taichu era, he had also discovered an even more outrageous thing in the Lin family almanac. It was recorded in the Lin family almanac that the Lin family had a Lin child who was gifted and learned. Under his leadership, the Lin family became invincible and increasingly large, and it only took less than 2 years to leapfrog the Linhai fishing village into Linhai City, a heavy city that was now famous. 3 years later, the Lin family Lin's son stepped through the shackles of immortal and mortal, entering the realm of the innate god. So the world knows that the Linhai Lin family out of a world-class demon. The Lin family then shocked the world, and will not be able to fall. Another year. The Lin family liner can break through the red dust, break the dust, into the misty sky realm, no longer on Earth, leaving behind only a legend that makes people reverie. And the name of this demonic figure who drove the Lin family and changed Linhai with his own strength is Lin Bawang. Yes, Emperor of Taiku, Lin Bawang. The moment he saw this name appear in the Lin family yearbook, Lin Zhe's entire body instantly went numb. He was never expecting that he had met with his own heavenly emperor ancestor a long time ago. It also never occurred to me that everything in the broken little world was real enough to affect that lost past. What is this? Cause and effect reversed? Inverted Big Dipper? What went wrong? Lin Zhe began to review in his mind the various events he had encountered, both large and small, in conjunction with the plot of the original novel. Silence. Intense footsteps sounded outside the book depository. Immediately after that, one by one, the Lin family fishtailed into the room. Formation. They stepped into the book depository at a specific pace, surrounding Lin Zhe in layers. How are you doing, Grandma? The city lord also arrived at the book depository, and with a flash he stood at the front, holding the old crone back. Chapter 187 Emperor. Infant. The old body is fine. The old woman shook her head and looked at Lin Zhe with a grave expression. You have to be careful. The strength of the person coming is not low. I understand. This thief knows that my Lin family's purple moon illusory heart pupil is from the 8 deserts, yet he still dares to covet it. So naturally he has a few points of strength in him. It seems that the 8 deserts entering the netherworld heavenly realm for more than 10 years without returning home has finally caused certain people to sit up and take notice. Is there a sure thing? The old grandmother leaned on her dragon head crutches, a touch of worry deep in her stern eyes. In response, the city lord was very confident and said, Don't worry, grandmother, the 8 deserts have left behind a number of immortal gods means when they left home. Together with my half-step innate cultivation, it's enough to defend the enemy. As a half-step innate level existence, in this world of people where innates did not come out, it was not too much for the city lord to call himself invincible. Coupled with the inheritance and means from a true innate divine being, he was confident in repelling the incoming enemy. Only, as his eyes fell on Lin Zhe, the city lord frowned slightly. The half-step innate realm brought him powerful and incomparable strength, and also gave him spiritual senses and perceptions that were difficult for mortals to comprehend. Relying on this meditative perception, the city lord actually vaguely detected a bizarre sense of familiarity in the visitor. The familiarity came at an inexplicably strange time, and it was very eerie. It actually made the city lord suddenly have the illusion that this thief was not an outsider. Odd. After thinking about it, the city lord snapped. Your honor is trespassing on the important place of my Lin family's book depository. You have not given my Lin family too much face, have you? Linza was speechless for a moment. He looks around for a second. It's full of them. All of them from the Lin family. They were all his old ancestors of Lindsay. This was in stark contrast to the Lin family, which had collapsed and fallen to the point where only a single lineage was left in the latter days. At this moment, if Grandpa was here to see this extremely prosperous Lin family, I think he wouldn't have to keep a straight face all day long. The heart sighed softly. Lin Zhe opened his mouth and said, Ancestor, patriarch is not to blame. In my life prefer all kinds of stunt secret method. Suddenly saw the purple moon illusion heart pupil this kind of canon. Really itchy? Then do not wait to ask the patriarch. Their own eyes first. I hope the patriarch will bear with me if I am rude. Humph. The city lord coldly grunted. What a hi-han. Then tell me how this seed is going to be seared? Peeking at his family's family secret method. This matter is a great hatred that shakes the inheritance no matter when it is placed. How can such a great hatred be taken away with a single word of connotation? Don't worry, matriarch, I have enough sincerity to resolve the misunderstanding between you and me. Lindsay smiled. Speaking of sincerity, because Lindsay cultivated his whole life, although it was just a few months, never needed to think about heavenly materials, earthly treasures, pills, wonders, and other scarce resources, so he never pursued to take anything. This also led to the fact that he was now a phaseless saint, but his 2 bags were empty and he was penniless. But it doesn't matter. Dan, come on. Lindsay reached out and grabbed it, and a jade bottle that emanated a crystalline light and was not mortal at first glance appeared in his hand. Medicine, come. With another grip, a spiritual grass that burned with flames and formed the momentum of a fire-bathing phoenix came calling. Lindsay pushed the 2 items in front of the city lord. I think these 2 things are enough to show my sincerity. Seeing this, how could the city lord not understand? This spaced-out hand alone was enough to indicate the identity of the other party. Innate divine beings. A true innate deity had come to their Lin family. The city lord's heart couldn't help but tighten, and the confidence and ease he had previously felt was completely gone. The godman's dignity was not something that he, a half-baked half-step innate plus some innate means, could fight against. One bad move, and their Lin family would be wiped out today. You are actually a divine being descending on my Lin family. Please forgive Mr. Lin's poor eyesight for failing to recognize the true face of Mount Lushan. I hope the godman will bear with me if I am rude. This so-called sincerity makes the godman laugh. The godman looks at my Lin family secret method. It is the honor of my Lin family. This sincerity does not count since, and I ask the godman to take it back. As soon as Lindsay's identity as a godman was made clear, the previous archery situation immediately disappeared, and the identities between the 2 were switched. As he spoke, the city lord was about to bow to Lindsay. Lindsay's eyelids jumped and he hurriedly stopped the city lord. There is no need for that. This seat is not an unreasonable person. Indeed, it was this seat that took it without telling me in the first place, and it is only right that I should send a gift to make amends. This, seeing that Lindsay didn't look like he was deliberately saying the opposite and fishing for law enforcement, the city lord was momentarily unsure. He glanced at what Lindsay was holding. Mortal eyesight limits him, and he does not recognize these 2 things. But that didn't stop him from realizing it was really good stuff, especially that flame spirit grass. The moment it appeared, it pulled up the temperature of the entire book pavilion by several times, making the surrounding aura extra active. If there is a clan member who cultivates the fire genus technique to swallow it, the future is bright. The city lord gulped. These things, he wanted, but reason tells him you're thinking about fart eating, for no reason at all. Why would this godly man want to give the Lin family such 2 heavy gifts? Just because he looked at the Lin family's purple moon illusory heart pupil? Not so much. Really, the city lord couldn't figure it out. There was bound to be a problem. Dare not. But please God, man. At that moment, the old grandmother behind her thought of a possibility, and she tapped the city lord's shoulder and said softly, this part of Linhai has not seen the shadow of an innate godman for decades, apart from the 8 deserts. Yet today, he suddenly appeared and even went straight to my Lin family, and gave such 2 great gifts in the name of making amends. Do you think this will have something to do with the 8 wastes? At those words, the city lord came to a realization. It's still got to be grandma. Yes, what made the Lin family so highly regarded by an ascended divine being? The only thing that can make the ascendant look good is the ascendant. I'm afraid that this person in front of me is 8 wastes' best friend in the ascendant realm. Today, he specially came to see the spirit child and give a gift to his Lin family. And then he thought of the spiritual letter he had sent to the 8 wastes the other day. The timing also matches. The lord of the city felt more and more that this was the case, so he was in a slightly higher mood. Could it be that you have an old relationship with my son? 8 wastes? More than old. Sort of. Lindsay acquiesced to the city lord's statement. Indeed. I wonder what your name is. Lindsay said. The single word is Z-E. Z? The city lord nodded secretly in his heart. There was no doubt that he was an innate medium. Didn't all those ancient mythological fairies and gods have a single word for their name? Mr. Zay, you should be here today for my Lin family's spirit child, right? Rather, it is my son who has been blessed with 3 lifetimes, having only been born not thick enough to be fortunate enough to meet an ascended divine being, and to have the divine being personally give him a gift. Mr. Lin thanked Mr. Zay on behalf of my son Juan. Of course Lin Zay knew what the spirit boy was in the city lord's mouth. Every move under the sun is in his eyes if he wants it to be. This spirit child Lindsay looked towards the baby that was being held in his arms outside of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, emitting spiritual light throughout his body. Empyrean ancestor, I never imagined that our meeting again would be in such a way. Chapter 188, Reversal of Cause and Effect. Look at that. This spirit child's head was born with a spiritual light, and his innate divine sense was powerful. The body is covered with a golden film of light, and the physical body is holy and free from dirt and dust. The body is tainted with purple chi, innate affinity for aura, and all the chakras are connected. Its essence and spirit complement each other, coexist and depend on each other, and are rounded into one, incomparably harmonious, with such a remarkable characteristic. Throughout the entire Taiku, who else could there be besides the patriarch of the 8 desolate blood? There was no mistaking it. That so-called spirit child with a spiritual light emanating from his body was none other than the future mighty heavenly court's 8 desolate Lin family's old ancestor, the 8 desolate emperor. But look at the infant in front of you who is still at breastfeeding age. It was hard for Lin Zhe to connect him with the future great figure that had stood alone on Daojia Mountain for hundreds of millions of years, his body still proud of heaven and earth, unyielding and unbending. Has the boy been named yet? Hearing Lin Zhe's words, the city lord and the old grandmother exchanged glances. It hasn't been named yet. Lin is afraid of giving a vulgar name and adding bad luck to this child for nothing. Was planning to have his big brother come back and take up a word by trickery, but I had not thought that my son would be so blessed as to have a godly man condescend to descend. If I can get another name from Mr. Zhe, my son will have 3 lives. Lin Zhe hurriedly interrupted the city lord. Wouldn't dare let him say it again. Plus it would really be inverting the Big Dipper. But don't. Better wait for his big brother to come back and start. In addition, this seat is here in Linhai for another important matter. And coming to the Lin family is just a passing visit. You don't have to care about this seat. And even more so, you don't have to raise a large crowd. So this seat will take its leave at this moment. That's good. Even though the city lord vaguely sensed some inexplicable sense of cordial familiarity in this Zephyr Godman. And even though this Zephyr Godman was releasing as much goodwill as he could towards their Lin family, but at the end of the day this was an ascendant whose origins were not exactly clear. The ascendant deity was temperamental. If one were to offend him in a bad way, it would be a huge disaster for the Lin family. This situation is to be avoided as much as possible. The city lord added, in that case, my Lin family still has some prestige in this part of Linhai. There are some mundane matters, Mr. Zhe. If it's not convenient for you to come out, you can just open your mouth and leave it to the people of my clan. With pleasure. Lin Zhe nodded and disappeared after taking one last deep look at everyone in the Lin family. Seeing Lin Zhe leaving, everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. When the innates say they are leaving, they all come and go without a trace like this. The old grandmother lamented. However, he saw that the city lord had been looking at Lin Zhe's departing position in a daze. What's wrong? The city lord shook his head. It's okay, maybe it's my illusion. I always feel that this person has a very familiar sense of affinity. Maybe it's because you sensed the aura of the 8 wastes on him. The city lord let out a hum. The matter of an ascended divine being coming to my Lin family. I don't know if it's good or bad, just to be on the safe side. Wait for me to send another spirit letter to 8 wastelands to inform him first. So much the better. Alright, all disperse. After going out all mouths are tighter. Don't spoil today's happy feast. Yes, matriarch. After uncovering this little episode of the Godman's visit, the Lin family returned to a melting atmosphere of joyful banquets. 9 heavens above. Lin Zhe took in the Lin family's situation. Looking at the smiles on their faces, Lin Zhe couldn't help but raise some smiles as well. This bizarre and unexpected trip to the beginning of the world, no matter where it leads. For Lin Zhe, he had met his past ancestors, met the prosperous Lin clan of the original source, met the imperial ancestors who were still in their infancy, and went to speak to his ancestors. It's already a no-brainer. But then again, in this particular divine generation time and space, even the 8 desolate emperors and the ancient celestial emperors, who had long since achieved top-level beginninglessness and obliterated their starting roots, were able to find the trajectory of their existence when they were young. Then why did Qing Tsong deviate from the trajectory he had once been on and leave the Green Cloth sect? Did Hong Tian do something to set it up? But Lin Zhe didn't sense any traces of Hong Tian having been here in the vicinity of the Green Clothes sect. Moreover, with Hong Tian's situation, Lin Zhe does not think that he can evade the Heavenly Destiny Emperor's pursuit while still having the spare capacity to mess with Qing Tsong, who is also an immortal body supreme. In that case, Lin Zhe pondered, his eyes flickering and flashing. From the point that there was a purple moon illusory heart pupil inherited here in the Lin family, Lin Zhe could probably ascertain that Heavenly Emperor Lin Boan was bound to have possessed the power of the immortal body already. In other words, the abilities of the 9 immortal bodies did come before deicide for some unknown reason. With this inference, then it was highly likely that Qing Tsong would also possess the power of the originless immortal body at this very moment. With Qing Tsong's ambition, would he who possessed the originless immortal body in advance still go to the Green Cloth sect to learn the art? That seems to make sense. Except that would be a complete reversal of cause and effect. And this karma also involves God, the only supreme being, and the 9 supreme beings. Who is that capable of shaking, of reversing such a huge wheel of time and space? Lindsay stared at his brow and thought, the immortal scriptures are poisonous. 9 supreme beings have all fallen. This was like God's means of targeting the 9 supreme beings, and the appearance of the Mightian Grand Formation and the 9 immortal bodies in the divine generation caused cause and effect to be reversed and the divine generation to reappear. Again, this was like the handiwork of the 9 supreme beings who had changed their destiny against the heavens. Lindsay looked up at the infinite high sky. Could it be that the game between the 9 supreme beings and the gods had not actually ended? Until now, they've all been fighting against countless variations of the situation, begging for that silver lining for each. Just as Lindsay was pondering the deeper meaning, there was a turbulence in the void beside him. Long Yu's figure emerged from it. Why did you suddenly just say leave? If it wasn't for the fact that you had just imperialized the heavenly fate and I was extremely sensitive to the scent of the heavenly fate, I wouldn't have been able to find you. Saying that, Long Yu looked around. Did you discover the black hand behind the scenes? It's even possible for you to utilize the power of heaven's mandate. But after looking around, I didn't see anything unusual. Lindsay glanced at Long Yu. I was just thinking that if there was Qing Tsong in Taichou, there was likewise a heavenly emperor. If you can't find Qing Tsong, wouldn't it be better to go find the heavenly emperor? Long Yu shrugged. Then you're destined to be disappointed. It's a dead end. If you want to find the heavenly emperor, you still have to find Qing Tsong first. Without waiting for Lindsay to inquire, Long Yu said, His Majesty the heavenly emperor traverses the ancient and modern worlds, and no one can trace his origins. The first appearance of the Heavenly Emperor in the various types of Taichu history books about the Heavenly Emperor is based on Qing Tsong having a mysterious master, which leads to the existence of the Heavenly Emperor. It was also at that time that the mysterious 8 desolate clans entered the stage of history with the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Beginningless. That's right. Long Yu sighed with emotion. That's why it's said that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is matchless and learned. Whether it's his cultivation realm, or his godly, heaven-defying great formation, it's a heavenly collapse in terms of this Taichou Chronicle. Chapter 189, The Snowy Green Twin Saints. If it were not for the later historical proofs, who would dare to believe that under God's rule, there was still a supreme being who was able to avoid God's influence and escaped God's capture to achieve the beginningless? It was also for this reason that the Taiku 10,000 races saw in the Heavenly Emperor the hope of escaping the shackles of destiny. And it was only because of this that the anti-heavenly teams of that year were able to grow stronger by the day. Otherwise, how could those old monsters who have been hiding all their lives, one more cunning than the other, follow the Heavenly Emperor to fight a long battle that is simply impossible to win? People were always in awe of the existence of the Heavenly Emperor. Whether it was the former Ling Huang, Lin Chongcheng, or the current Long Yu, when the Heavenly Emperor was mentioned, they always had endless words of respect. TSK, such a great man, just a few benefits leaking out of his fingers would be enough to benefit for a lifetime. If I could find him, I would have gone myself. Pity. Long Yu shook his head and sighed for a while. Forget it. A moment later, he rubbed his hands together with both eyes and said to Lindsay, I thought about it just now. Why are we thinking so much, regardless of how we actually came to Taichou, and whose arrangements and calculations are behind this? In any case, we've come here, so we can't come for nothing. Let's just let go and do something big. Anyway, how this Taichou has nothing to do with us. There are still tens of millions of years until I'm born. By then we'll just pat our asses and leave. Who will recognize us? Lindsay raised an eyebrow, and a radiant strange light erupted in his eyes. What do you mean? Long Yu locked eyes with him, raised his eyebrows and laughed evilly. You know, as I said before, there are many long-lost secret methods of the divine generation in Taichou. Immortal materials and divine materials, especially those old undead ones, are now all hiding from the Spirit Emperor, not daring to venture out. We can do it. Hey! The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. Go! A light wind blew by, and Long Yu had already disappeared into the air. Lindsay took one last look at the Lin family residence and also went along with Long Yu. He showed up here just to see the former Lin family ancestors, and didn't want to interfere too much in their normal lives. As for the Heavenly Emperor Lin Bakuang, like Long Yu said, why think so much? Go big first and add some more underlying strength. It might be possible to take this opportunity to break through the no phase in one fell swoop and reach the other shore of the beginning. At that time, this boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Dustless Holy Land, Treasure Pavilion. It was time for the disciples on patrol to hand over and change guard again. Senior Brother Yi, I've worked hard for you guys for the next 2 days. Well, open treasure court. Routine handover check. Yes. Clank. With a dull sound of gold and iron clashing, The door to the sacred treasure pavilion opened. Senior Brother Yi, please check. Before the senior disciple in charge of today's patrol could finish a sentence, he was stunned by the sight in front of him, only to see the treasure pavilion in front of him in a state of disarray. There is a jar in the east, a booklet in the west, and vacancies all around. It was as if he had been patronized by robbers, and when the wind blew, it blew unhindered into the heart of his senior brother, pulling him out of his skin. Days. Damn. Which goddamned one even. Senior Yi stopped his senior brother's roar of pain. He looked into the depths of the treasure pavilion with a gloomy expression. There's movement there. Clang. As soon as he drew out his sword, he gathered his awe-inspiring sword power. The senior disciples and the disciples from the various holy lands accompanying them also immediately spread out their formation, preparing to surround them. Among them, the senior brother in charge of today's patrol was especially the most important. Treasure pavilion theft. Such a big event even happened under his nose. Once this matter let the elders know, Light will be expelled from the Holy Land, relegated to mortals. Heavy will be subject to all the sect punishment. Life is worse than death. He could not forgive. Never forgive. The senior brother was furious. His eyes were red, and he hated that he could not break the thief who stole the treasure into pieces. At that moment, senior brother Yi held out his long sword to stop him. His eyes had turned amber and were staring straight into the darkness. Don't go over there. It's the snowy green twin saints. At those words, senior brother's feet stumbled and his face stagnated. Surprisingly, the snowy green twin saints. He had not only heard of the great names of the snowy green twin saints, but he had heard them like thunder, because looking at the entire Tai Cho, there was no other bandit more shameless and daring than them. Said they are shameless, because these two goods as a life shen above the Hall of Saint level combat power existence even for the old not respect, without the self-consciousness of the ancestor of a way and face, specializing in the lower 9 streams, even did the line of robbers, openly and secretly stealing the treasures of the various great sects. To say that they were bold was because these two goods had the audacity to act recklessly and make a big show of their presence on a day when the Spirit Emperor was about to patrol on behalf of heaven, fearing that the Spirit Emperor wouldn't be able to find out and hunt them down in advance. In just these 2 days' time, nearly 10 Holy Land sects had already been tragically looted by them, and tens of thousands of people had witnessed the powerful figures dressed in snow and dressed in green. This caused the great name of the snowy green twin saints to sweep across the entire Taicho with incredible speed. When I first heard this news, my brother also laughed at which clans are so unlucky. I have to take this as a warning and be careful. But he never expected that the double saints would be so fast, and today it was their family's turn to be unlucky. The senior brother's face was bitter. Instead, senior brother Yi said, "Go inform the elders. Go." As if waking up from a dream, senior brother hurriedly went to the sect hall. The only thing left in the hidden treasure pavilion was senior brother Yi's increasingly condensed monstrous sword power. He was only seen slowly walking towards the snowy green twin saints in that darkness. Wherever they passed, there were densely packed sword marks. It caused the entire treasure pavilion to be filled with an extreme aura of destruction. Boom! A long river of sword rain descended from the sky, turning the overbearing destructive power into a surging wave, wave after wave, shaking the heart. Smell this extremely terrifying threat of destruction. The snowy green twin saints who were scavenging in the hidden treasures lagged. What a domineering power of destruction! How could this kind of power appear in a mere divine sea realm junior cultivator? Could it be the sword in his hand? The green saint of the twin saints landed his piercing gaze on the longsword in senior brother Yi's hand. Ha! Surprisingly, it's extreme extinction heavenly gold. Extremely extinguishing heavenly gold. The ultimate divine item among the great immortal gold divine materials. It was an excellent holy weapon casting material that even the great saints were mesmerized by. Xing Shang was naturally even more so, and he looked at it with glowing eyes. A child's home, playing with extreme extinction heavenly gold. Confiscated. After saying that, Xing Shang's large hand carried a powerful confining force to grab towards senior brother Yi with an unrivaled momentum. However, in the face of Xing Shang's attack, senior brother Yi did not avoid it. He held the sword and stood, standing 3 feet of green peak in front of his body. The whole person was like a divine sword of heaven and earth that made the world broken. Proudly at the top, pregnant with invincible momentum. One sword over the sky. Chop. Chapter 190 Stopper Sword. Stopper Immortal Body. Clang. An overwhelming divine blade burning with annihilating black flames slashed through the Qing sage's confinement with a devastating momentum. Whoosh! The pitch-black destructive sword awnings went forward with an unbeatable momentum, heading straight towards the green sage's original self in the darkness. Pust. Sword chi arrives. Bloodstains remain. A deep blood scar was carved into Qing Shang's palm, and destructive black flames surrounded it, constantly burning and destroying it, making the deep scar more and more hideous and difficult to heal. Snap! Rolling tang of blood dripping down the floor of the treasure pavilion. such as lava as warm, so that the immortal stone iron pouring floor also melted and burned through, and constantly spread to the surrounding area. Actually has turned into a sea of molten lava and fire trend. Bear. The fire burns. The berserk fire gas rose, reflecting a fiery red light, making the surrounding temperature soar suddenly, seemingly from the cold winter months into the summer heat. Endless fire and blazing heat distorted the light and shadows, vaguely condensing a true dragon's silhouette in the air, mightily shaking in all directions. Boom! The supreme dragon might was as substantial as it iterated between heaven and earth, shaking people's hearts, to make the hearer tremble. The only thing that caused such a vision was just a few drops of the green saint's blood, and his own power was even more unimaginable. However, looking at the hideous wound on his hand, Qin Shang's eyes were filled with disbelief. On the side, the snow saint who was observing the dustless Holy Land's secret collection of books also took a rare break from the book and sized up the two. This so-called snowy green twin saints were naturally the Linzai and Longyu duo who were scavenging around. I'm bleeding? By a divine sea realm? Green Saint Longyu muttered woodenly. Bleeding wasn't really a big deal for him. It was just a bit of skin. But the problem was that the person who made him bleed and break his skin was just a divine sea realm. Divine sea realm. It was the divine sea realm of Treadmill. Even if he was more powerful and talented, he couldn't cross two whole realms to break through the defense of one of his adult true dragons and injure his dragon body. Could he? In particular, he was also an imperial of the dragon bloodline, carrying the blood of an imperial dragon, possessing the blood of the imperial dragon. Although he was not a saint, the name of Green Saint given to him by the outside world was indeed not worthy of its name, and he didn't have the confidence to touch the high and mighty saints, but he dared to say that he could fear no one below a saint, especially during this special period where the Spirit Emperor was about to patrol on behalf of heaven and no existence above the innate fifth realm dared to venture out. He even dared to say that he was invincible in the beginning of Tai, but it's just. Longyu stroked the hideous wound and stared straight at senior brother Yi with eyes like he had seen a ghost. Even if there was a sword made of extreme destruction heavenly gold, it still didn't make sense at all. Off the charts. It's outrageous. There must be something very wrong with this man. Again, Longyu did not believe in evil. Just now counted him careless. This time he would seriously try this evil guy in front of him. Swish. Longyu once again probed out with a palm. At the same time, Longyu also carefully observed the details of senior brother Ye's attire and responses, using this as a basis to recall in his mind, looking for news about this person. A guy as evil as this could never be a nobody in history. Facing Longyu's probing palm once again, senior brother Yi was still expressionless as he gathered his sword momentum. Whoosh! With one sword, there is no one who can defeat me. Extinction. Senior brother Ye's sword seemed to have the most extreme sharpness in the world, enough to slice through anything. Longyu's might and palm force was like a pose in front of his 3-foot green peak. Sword into no man's land. Lawlessness. Only destruction. Chop. Swish. A bit of a gateway. But, whoosh. Longyu dodged the sword chi with a sidestep. Evil thing? He can't resist it head-on. Can't he dodge it? However, as soon as Longyu dodged away, that sword chi was like it was equipped with navigation tracking. A twist locked Longyu once again. You can't resist it head-on. And you can't hide from it. It's really outrageous. Longyu had no choice but to display the true dragon's majesty and force his way against the sword chi. Longyu then, at the cost of a new bloodstain, appeared behind senior brother Yi in a flash and pinched the longsword in his hand. With the sword in his hand, it was only then that Longyu seriously began to take a look from this precious sword made of extreme extinction heavenly gold. He would like to see where it went wrong to be so evil. First look. Good sword. Second look. Why does this look so familiar? Take another look. This is... Longyu's memories were evoked. As I said last time, there are 9 extreme divine artifacts in this world that are independent of heaven and earth. They are known as the heaven-slaying 9 divine artifacts, and they are unrivaled under the heavens and there is none that can match them. One of those swords. Look, it's this one I constructed. It is the most offensive of the 9 divine artifacts of heavenly regicide, and the meaning it interprets is just like its owner. The Stopper Supreme. What stops the war? To stop the war with the war. Asterisk. Stopper sword. The stopper sword is here, and the holder of that stopper sword. Looking at the expressionless senior brother Yi who was close at hand in front of him, Longyu's entire body suddenly stagnated, and his undershirt went cold. Sweating it out, he silently wiped clean his pinched stopper sword, then with a dry laugh, he gently put it down. A good sword indeed. Not bad. After saying that, he flashed back to Lin Zai's side again. Hurry up. One and done. Lin Zai glanced at him. You don't want that sword? Longyu immediately denied 3 times in a row. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'll just borrow it. Lindsay was speechless and glanced at that senior brother Yi again. The power in him that destroys everything and nothing can stop it. Lin's eyes flashed. That's right, crossing two great realms to injure Longyu, a true dragon. This kind of unreasonable and extreme destructive power could only be the stopper immortal body of the 9 immortal bodies. The stopper immortal body. The strongest spear of the 9 immortal bodies. Its power was extremely singular compared to immortal bodies such as Heaven's Destiny Originless, which were not as complex. The stopper immortal body then focuses on one attack, but it was this simple one attack that allowed the stopper immortal body to secure its name as an immortal body, because it's offensive. It is the ultimate offense. What is the ultimate offense? Simple to understand. Just like Lindsay's previous life. Those page tour small advertisements advertised, ignore defense, knife blitz, knife cut. The main fight is a no-nonsense must hit, must hurt. Even if it's a small person at the first level of the Hotian, as long as I have the stopper immortal body, even if a saint comes, he must give me a blood drop, before the stopper immortal body. All beings are equal. It doesn't matter if you're a high and mighty saint or as mortal as a mole, you have to light up the blood bar. When Lindsay first learned of the existence of the stopper immortal body, he had coveted it for a long time. It didn't have the same fancy versatility as the Heaven's Destiny immortal body, but just based on the fact that it was bound to hit and injure, it sat firmly in the top 3 of the immortal body rankings in Lindsay's heart. Unfortunately, the immortal body is difficult to find. The huge Tian Lan. Lindsay only found Hong Tian So 1, and also the probability is that Hong Tian owned designed to find the door. It was not easy to find the stopper immortal body, but unintentionally, the unintentional willows have come to life. The stopper immortal body. It's coming. Chapter 191 Yi Shaoran, Yin Yang Great Sage. One thought in this. Lindsay's eyes immediately roamed over senior brother Yi. The Heaven's Destiny immortal scripture could go back to the past from the future. There was no reason why the stopper immortal scripture couldn't. And where would the stopper's sutra be? There doesn't seem to be any on him. Noticing Lindsay's gaze, senior brother Yi, who had always been expressionless even when facing Longyu, couldn't help but frown. He subconsciously gripped the longsword in his hand, always feeling that this person in front of him would steal something important from him in the next moment. This man. It's not right. The dustless Holy Land. The retreat of the Supreme Saint. Old Ancestor. The snowy green twin saints have come to attack. They have taken by force and plundered my sacred ground's treasure pavilion, causing my sacred ground to lose face and all its treasures. Please also ask the Old Ancestor to come out and clean up the snowy green twin saints to show the heavenly authority of my Holy Land. The moment the elders of the Holy Land received the report from the disciples under their door, they knew that something bad was going to happen, and that the sect was about to lose face. The name of these snowy green twin saints was not for nothing, and the previous encounters of several clans had proved the strength of these two people far above the Fate Xian. If not for the intervention of a true saint, I'm afraid that no one would be able to stop the twin saints. The elders then immediately came to the retreat of the Supreme Sage, pleading for the Old Ancestor to be able to take action to stop the twin saints and preserve the majesty of the sect from loss. Invite the Old Ancestor to come out. The elders' voices echoed through the deep mountains and carried into a wooden hut. Inside the cabin, an old man opened his eyes. His eyes that had survived the vicissitudes of time looked through heaven and earth, taking in the crowd. Alas! The old man sighed languidly. As a supreme saint, how could he not know about the arrival of the snowy green twin saints? If he was able to do so, would he tolerate others standing on top of him and wreaking havoc on the clan? But alas, he cannot. As a survivor who had escaped the last patrol, the Spirit Emperor had never given up hunting him, keeping an eye on him. If he dared to make a move against the snowy green twin saints today, then he wouldn't need to wait until the next patrol day. He would be in trouble. If he were to die, what would be the point of having the dustless Holy Land? Go back. What happened tonight? You can pretend it never happened. The old man's words echoed in the sky. The elders were upset. But Old Ancestor, they are bullying people too much. The parade is approaching, and each has its own destiny, let them go. The Old Ancestor's decision had been made, and the elders could only follow it even if they were no longer willing. Yes, I respectfully obey the Old Ancestor's decree. Where's Shaoran? Can he break through to Tian Yuan? Back to the words of the Old Ancestor. Yi Shaoran just broke the Divine Sea 7 years ago. God see? Not bad. Just in time to miss this patrol. Yuan confide in him. The recent rest some. Do not break through the Tian Yuan. To wait for the patrol day after. That's just it. You summon him to the back of the mountain, and the old man will personally deal with him. Zun Laozu. Bad. It's that Shaoran kid who's in charge of patrolling the treasure pavilion tonight. Not good. That kid has always been bold and fearless. If he meets the snowy green twin saints, Old Ancestor, I'll go and bring him back. Elder Ancestor? Inside the deep mountain cabin, It had long been empty. Dustless Holy Land Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Lin Zhe was about to go up to Yi Xiaoran to climb up and make friends. On a nearby wooden frame, a black shadow then stepped out from a layer of wooden compartments, eventually transforming into a linen-clothed old man. Once this old man appeared, a deadly low pressure originating from the hierarchical respect of life permeated the entire treasure pavilion. It caused Long Yu's scalp to tingle for an instant, his sweaty hairs standing on end, and his entire body involuntarily trembled. No doubt about it. The visitor is the Holy One. There's no mistaking it. I'm just taking a little something from you. As for you to risk being hunted by the Spirit Emperor by running out? Long Yu came up beside Lin Zhe. No kidding. We really need to go this time. After saying that, Long Yu was afraid that Lin Zhe, a heaven's destiny immortal body, would not have a head of iron. So he added, even if you're not afraid of him, you still have to be concerned about the Spirit Emperor. Don't forget, we're not from the right place. Don't be a dick. Long Yu was still planning to woolgather a few more families before the parade day before patting himself on the back. If the outbreak of the Holy War lured the Spirit Emperor here in advance, or even made that sole supreme being behind the Spirit Emperor notice that something was wrong, then it's questionable whether they can walk away unscathed. Not to mention woolgathering, especially these two people in front of them. One of them was also a future Stopper Supreme. Long Yu was truly afraid that as soon as he exited Tai Chou, a heavenly flying sword would suddenly slash at him to take his little life. Mud. No one had told him that Supreme Stopper had come out of this dustless Holy Land, either. Lin Zhe glanced at Long Yu breathlessly. What's the word? Does he look like a rash man who's ready to strike at the drop of a hat? He also planned to make friends with the Stopper Immortal body so that he could plot the Stopper Immortal scripture in the future. Xiaoran, see old ancestor. Seeing the old man appear, Yi Xiaoran immediately put away his sword and saluted to show his respect to the old man. The old man looked Yi Xiaoran up and down. Seeing that Yi Xiaoran was unharmed, he sighed in relief. Well, it's good that you're fine. After saying that, the old man then sized up the so-called snowy green twin saints. Seeing Long Yu, the old man was slightly surprised and a moment later, he averted his gaze. To Lindsay. The old man frowned slightly. Was it a mistake in his perception? The feeling that this person gave him, how was it vaguely similar to when he paid homage to the Yin Yang Great Sage at the Yin Yang Xian Men back then? As if it came from the same source? It was as if he had inherited the mantle of the Yin Yang Great Sage and refined the Yin Yang Dao fruit, and even refined it a few more points. But the Great Sage of Yin and Yang was obviously still alive on Earth, and his holy position was secure. So how could there be a second person walking on the Yin and Yang way? Odd. The old man was silent for a moment. Who is the Yin Yang Great Sage to you? Linza smiled without saying anything. It's just that the Spirit Emperor's heavenly patrol is imminent, and the old immortal doesn't want to cause trouble and lure the Spirit Emperor ahead of time. The old man only came here to bring back Xiaoran. As for this dustless sanctuary, the old man took Yi Xiaoran away and disappeared, leaving behind only a light sentence. Make yourself at home, both of you. After the old man left, there was silence in the treasure pavilion for a long time. For a long time. Only then did Long Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Grandma. Finally gone. Out of breath. What words? Long Yu's eyes widened. Do you know who that man was just now? After a pause, Long Yu said, I'm not talking about that old one. I'm talking about that young one. That Tama is the future Stopper Supreme. One of the 9 most powerful existences in the Taiku world. An existence that fights alongside His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Can I not be afraid? Then, in that case, you are quite bold. You just tried to confiscate his sword. Long Yu grimaced bitterly. Can we not mention this? Okay, what else do you need to take? Hurry. Go, 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 don't take it. I'm really afraid I won't make it back if I take it again. By the way, what did he mean just now when he said Yin Yang Great Sage? Are you from the Yin Yang lineage? Less prying. Got it. Next house. Inside the hidden treasure pavilion, the usual tranquility was restored. Chapter 192 Dragon Heavenly Realm. The Forbidden Land of the Dragon Clan. Dragon King Tianqing's face was sullen and had a preoccupied look on his face. He quickly passed through a dragon mountain and arrived at the Dragon Palace where the Dragon Emperor was located. King Tianqing, what happened? Why are you preoccupied? The dragon generals guarding the Dragon Palace couldn't help but tighten their heartstrings when they saw the Dragon King's azure face. Tianqing as the Dragon Clan 3 Dragon King and the oldest and most calm is also the strongest one. The dragon will also rarely see him this low and with some anxious appearance. Today, like this, I'm afraid that there's something really big going on. Tianqing didn't respond to the Dragon General and only said seriously, keep an eye on the Dragon Palace. I have a major matter concerning the survival of the dragon race to discuss with His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, and no one is allowed to trespass without permission. With a jolt, the Dragon General hastily straightened his body. Yes, don't worry, Tian Chang looked around and left a few seals before entering the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace, Heavenly Realm. 9 clouds. Thick clouds covered the sky. The great ancient creature cast a great shadow from the depths of the clouds. Rumble. Thunder at first shock. The vast and magnificent mysterious voice then echoed beside Tian Chang's ears. It seems that it is indeed a major event that shakes the life and death of my dragon clan, and I have never seen you this serious and prudent before. See His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. After paying his respects to the Dragon Empress, Tian Chang went straight to the point. Your Majesty, recently have you heard about the snowy green twin saints robbing the major clans? What? They're coming to my dragon clan's forbidden land? Tian Chang shook his head. In contrast, it was the clan that was looted by the twin saints that approached my dragon clan. Oh, the Shadow of Greatness was a little surprised. I only heard Tian Chang say with a straight face. They said that the snowy green twin saints are from my dragon clan. A soft, non-committal chortle came from above the clouds. Tenzing's face grew heavy. Yeah, at first I thought it was ridiculous too. Since entering the year of the Spirit Emperor, my dragon clan has adhered to the way of recuperating, explicitly ordering that the clansmen shall not set foot outside of the dragon clan's forbidden land, and even if they do go out, they shall not interfere with the various clans. How could the snowy green twin saints be from my dragon clan? Until Tian Chang took out a jade bottle emitting golden light from his bosom, which contained a puddle of reddish golden liquid. The people from the dustless Holy Land have produced this ironclad evidence. This is the blood of the green sage left behind when the green sage of the snowy green twin sages was injured in a battle with the people of the dustless Holy Land. Tian Chang looked at the bottle of reddish golden liquid in his hand with an excited expression. Without a doubt. This is indeed dragon blood without a doubt. And it's still royal dragon blood. That is to say, this Qing sage is your descendant. The shadows in the sky stuttered slightly, followed by a powerful invisible wave that swept across the entire dragon clan's forbidden land. I have few heirs, all of whom are still in the dragon clan. Celestial Green nodded. Yes, that's the problem. Bloodline sensing. Qing Sheng is not under any of the imperial dragon sublineages, yet it is on the contrary the most orthodox imperial dragon's blood. So I immediately teamed up with Old Black and Old Gold and gathered the power of our 3 dragon kings to catalyze the dragon blood terrace to search for its roots. In the end, it was discovered that the source of Qing Sheng's bloodline came from Imperial Dragon Sun Icheng. The streamers in deep space stopped flowing. A long silence fell within the Dragon Palace heaven. Long time. It was only then that a long ago exclamation came from the depths of the clouds. Cheng, not yet an adult. Celestial Green was silent. The shadow of greatness gradually cast a mysterious light on the earth, and Tian Chang could vaguely glimpse the beginnings of the mysterious creature from this minuscule light. How many generations of green is he? The dragon blood table shows that he is the 5th generation blood of His Highness Chang. The uniquely endowed dragon race has a long history that makes all races jealous. Every member of the dragon race needs to go through millions of years from birth to adulthood before the dragon blood matures and breeds the next generation. But now, Cheng Du had not yet reached adulthood. Yet his 5th generation descendants had already appeared in the Taichou, and had even broken out into the fame of the snowy green twin saints. The answer to what this means is self-evident. That's right, the green sage came across time and space from the future. In this age where Cthulhu no way rules over everything, it's amazing that someone can go back from the future to the present. This meant that in the distant future, a great being must have appeared that could break the gods' blockade. That's why the green sage returned to the primordial era. Tian Chang immediately said, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, can you see what will happen tens of millions of years from now? Mysterious shadows drooped a cloud of gloom. Just because it's possible doesn't mean it's feasible. He, who does not allow it. In this time and space where God exists, everything is subject to God, God's rules are the rules. And if he does not allow it, then everything is useless. Then can we try to reach out to the green sage and get it out of his mouth? Do not act rashly. The voice above the clouds became solemn. We dragons are God's top priority. And every move we make becomes a trigger for God to discover him. Likewise, that descendant of mine understands this, which is why he didn't come to us in the first place when he returned to Taichou. But he was smart enough to ultimately pass on important information to us through the snowy green twin saints in this way. Celestial Green lagged. What you mean is, mysterious shadows pranced over the clouds, laying down a sheet of thunder. The fact that they were able to go back in time means that an existence must have appeared in the future that can break the God's blockade. But it's only limited to breaking God's blockade, because if he were able to override God, there wouldn't be a current Taichou, and God's existence should have been erased by him long ago. So in the future, even if they win, it's not a complete win, but they're in a cutthroat win. And then think about the Maithreya formation. That was rumored some years ago. The Maithreya Grand Formation. This thing is no small blow to the majesty of God. It must be that the one in the future wants complete victory, And that's why he wishes to reverse the past and further weaken God by reversing cause and effect. From this point of view, the future of the 10,000 races, at least, is pleasing. Except for us, the dragon race. Tenzing froze. Except for us? The mysterious great being said softly. If you were that child, and you knew that the future would turn out well, then would you wade through the past with such fanfare? Tianqing thought about it. It should not be that the realm of that child is not high, and it is not yet at the point of executing chess omniscience. If I were him, I'd rather do nothing or mess around. Yeah, but he did it anyway. So I guess we in the future may have made a bad decision that led to a less than perfect end for the dragons. Or even, Tianqing's face went white. Then we can only watch and wait like this? There was silence in the Dragon Palace heavenly realm for a long time, until a stray wind blew by. That hoary voice just rang out. Maybe, he'll have something. Who? Great Sage Tai Xian. Chapter 193, Spirit Emperor. Tai Xian. Tai Xian Great Sage. As a legendary great sage who had profoundly gained the essence of the Go Dao, had escaped the hunts of 3 generations of spirit race lords, and was proficient in the way of heavenly chance calculations, the Tianji sacred sect that he founded was the recluse Holy Land in the eyes of the Taichu 10,000 races. Likewise, he was the only Holy Land sect in Taichou that dared to use Tianqi as its name. On this day when the Spirit Emperor was about to go on a hunting tour on behalf of heaven, the Tianji sacred sect welcomed a large number of visitors. They all came here to seek an audience with the great sage Taixian, wanting to obtain guidance from him in a trigram performance to escape this hunt. Tianji Sanctuary. Greetings, ancestors. Many more heavenly Yuan cultivators have come down the mountain wanting to seek an audience with the holy ancestor. The column of sacred sect elders within the holy temple waved their hands impatiently. They've all declined. Tell them that life and death have their own destinies under the sun. Instead of wasting time here, why don't we go back and ponder over that mighty on grand formation, and maybe let them escape? Go ahead and go. Don't be an eyesore here. After saying that, the sacred sect elder threw himself back into a heated argumentative talk. Transfer the chakra from the Qihai point to the Ji chakra point, and then reverse the fire chakra line with water chakra at. This isn't right. You have to consider the clash of water and fire auras. How is it wrong? This idea of mine was originally meant for cultivators with strong physical bodies. Powerful? How powerful can it be? If you mess up like this, even a divine sea realm cultivator would have to explode and die. I can go to hell with you. Don't quarrel. You look at this again. The Wu-Wei Taoist sect's spring breeze and rain art. If we get the spring breeze and rain art's line pulse key to. Yes. There's also the dustless Holy Land's pure world skill, which are all key points we need to study, right? I told you the old man was a great opportunity this time. Yes, what we didn't dare to do in the past. We all let the snowy green twin saints do it. Now we only need to contact the snowy green twin saints and make a deal with them. Then we will be able to accomplish a great deal and study those 2 books of our sacred sect's heart. It's a heavenly opportunity. What heavenly gift? Nonsense. But no matter what, we are going to peek at and also crack the secret methods of other sects, and let people pursue us in the future. Shucks. What stealing? Isn't that what the snowy green twin saints did? If you want to pursue the matter, go find the twin saints yourself. Ooh, that makes sense. Seconded. The more the sacred temple's grandmasters spoke, the more this was the case, and each of them favored the proposal to go to the snowy green twin saints to make a deal. Thus, they finally looked at the white-robed old man who sat alone on the formation platform, his body permeated with a mystery of leaving the dust, his aura as deep as an abyss. The white-robed old man opened his eyes and looked at the crowd. There seemed to be waves rising and falling in its calm gaze. He wanted to say something, but in the end it only turned into a soft sigh that no one could hear. LOL. He closed his eyes again, no longer speaking or asking questions, but only letting the disciples decide for themselves. All the ancestors were puzzled at the sight. In the past, when they resolved various matters, the holy ancestor would at least say yes or no. Why don't you say anything this time? Holy ancestor, does this count as acquiescence? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and when they saw that the holy ancestor didn't say a word for a long time, they took it as his acquiescence. So, who's going to reach out to the twin saints? The Spirit Emperor's parade is coming up. I'm not going. Me too. All the people of the sacred sect were all deeply aware of the essence of the Go Dao, and even if contacting the twin saints was no more important to them, they would definitely not take half a risk. None of us are suitable, so let's send a disciple as a representative. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Then this. Alright, senior brothers, since none of you are willing, I'll go. A young Taoist stood out from the crowd. The moment he saw this young Taoist stand up, the Taixian great sage, who had originally closed his eyes and didn't want to ask questions, snapped his eyes open. His awe-inspiring gaze went to the young Taoist. The young Taoist froze. Master? The great sage Taishan stared at him for several breaths before he spoke. Guizong, why do you want to go back to master? The creation of the 10,000 law furnace and 10,000 blood sacred art is the top priority of my Tianji sacred sect, and my sect has put in countless hours of effort for these two methods. Now that there is such a good opportunity to acquire the laws of his family, Guizong naturally can't bear to miss it. What's more, all of the senior brothers are too talkative or let the disciple approach the twin saints. It's better to talk. The Taishan great sage was silent and speechless. It was a long time before he sighed languidly. Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid. You, great sage Taishan closed his eyes and waved his hand. Go on. Yes. The return of the collection left. In a few moments, the sanctuary returned to a lively discussion of arguments. Not for a while. The great sage Taishan suddenly spoke out again. All of you go down first. The crowd did not know what they meant, but they did not dare to disobey the holy ancestor. So they all retreated. Soon the rowdy sanctuary was swept away. Stay until no one is around. A phantom with a graceful figure appeared in front of the Taishan great sage. Late generation spirit emperor. Meet the great sage. The phantom that appeared in front of the Taishan great sage was the spirit emperor, the lord of the spirit race, who was feared throughout the entire Taichou, and possessed the ability to patrol the heavens on behalf of the heavens. The great sage Taishan looked the spirit emperor up and down. Girl is a bit more polite than your ancestors. The spirit emperor smiled lightly and didn't pick up the topic. The great sage Taishan added, it is said that manners are given before troops, and you have given your manners, so what will you do next to deal with my old man? The spirit emperor shook his head. The great sage has escaped the hunt of my father, the spirit emperor, and my ancestor, the spirit sage, and the latecomer thinks that he is not as good as my late father yet, so how can he carry out the act of hunting and killing his predecessor? Oh, the great sage Taishan remained motionless. Not here for the hunt. So you've come to try to draw my old man in? The great sage is joking. My spirit race was born upholding God's will, and if God wants to devour all living beings, then the great sage will always be my spirit race's enemy. Interesting. It seems that the spirit emperor has come here for something not so small. The spirit emperor took light steps within the sanctuary. The late generation has always disliked politeness, so I'll get straight to the point. I have come here to ask the great sage for an item, and this thing is only possessed by you, great sage. In the entirety of the beginning of the heavens, there was a slight change in the eyes of the Taishan great sage. His figure also gradually vaporized, gradually drifting away from the dust and smoke. Why should the great sage be like that? You and I both know the importance of that item, and even if you don't give it this time, I'll come back next time. No matter how far you run to the ends of the earth, great sage, I will find you. After saying that, she looked around. What a good Tianji sacred sect nah. If it's just abandoned by the great sage like this, it's weirdly unfortunate. Great sage, you don't want to see the scene of Tianji sacred sect's corpses strewn all over the place, do you? The spirit emperor stretched out her plain hand. Give me the Book of Ages, and I can make the decision to spare everyone in the Tianji sacred sect from the hunt during the epoch in which I perform the Heavens Patrol. Chapter 194, The Greatest Treasure. The Book of Ages. The words Book of Ages came off the tongue with precision. The Taishan great sage's face hadn't changed at all. From the moment the spirit emperor had descended this time to ask for something from him, he had known that the invisible forces of that established destiny have formed a dragnet over this world. All of it will eventually lead to that long-destined outcome, he said. The girl had the nerve to open her mouth. Since you know that the Book of Ages is in the old man's hands, you should also know that I was able to evade the traces of the 3 generations of your spirit race, and even the one behind you, by relying on this item. You want me to hand over the Book of Ages, so it's not up to you to decide what happens to the old man in the future. The spirit emperor casually struck out a brilliant golden Tao mark formed by countless heaven and earth divine patterns. I, the spirit emperor, have the power to act on behalf of the heavens, and I have one word to say. After glancing at Tao Trace and then deeply at the spirit emperor, Grand Sage Taishan fell silent in a rare moment. This time it was the spirit emperor's turn to be surprised. She had thought that the Taishan great sage would simply balk, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. It didn't occur to me that he would actually consider thinking about it. A cautious and life-threatening person like Old Ghost Taishan was not someone who could be forced to compromise by a single Tianji sacred sect. Moreover, as the only legendary figure under the age of divine rule who relied on the Book of Ages to take an alternative path to the way of heavenly evolution, escaping the control of God's destiny, and having the title of the transported one among the 10,000 races, the Spirit Emperor also didn't believe that he would just hand over his bottom card so bluntly. This couldn't help but make the Spirit Emperor frown with a moth brow. Can the old man ask why you suddenly want the Book of Ages? The Spirit Emperor said, for the snowy green twin saints. It's nearing the day of the parade, And there's actually someone on your side who's so bold as to dare make such a ruckus under my nose. Such behavior. If it's not bent on seeking death, then it's deliberately provoking me. How can I not notice? Speaking of the snowy green twin saints, the Spirit Emperor's frown tightened. But these two. The Spirit Emperor paced back and forth within the Great Hall. No matter how much I tracked them down, even checking the thousands of eyes that my clan's 7 emotions technique has divided into, I can't find a single trace of them. They are like non-existent people who suddenly fell from the sky without roots. Speaking here, the Spirit Emperor looked at Grand Sage Taishian. I then only thought of 2 possibilities. For one thing, they forcibly accomplished the beginning without beginning against the forbidden bar of the gods. 2, their names are written in the Book of Ages, and heaven and earth remain nameless. But either of these 2 is a variable that God will never allow. Once this matter comes to the attention of my Lord, this world will suffer another great destruction. The Great Breaking, equated with the vicarious heavenly patrols, are both feeding activities aimed at preying on the living beings of heaven and earth. But they are different is that, on behalf of the Sky Patrol, hunting is carried out by each of the Lord of the Spirit clan on behalf of the emphasis on a word on behalf of the word. Its meaning is like a periodic sampling. Meaning, whip whip can be. And the Great Breaking was initiated by the awakened God himself, hunted by God himself. At that time, there will be a great cleansing and sweeping of the entire world without distinction, and all-powerful cultivators will become the food of the gods. Of course, there are lucky ones who manage to survive. After all, God understands that you can't do everything you can to catch the fish. For those delicacies he valued, he didn't begrudge waiting another ripening period. But this does not include the spirit people, who were created by God himself. After each great breaking, God would honor the successive spirit lords, consoling them for their hard work and allowing the spirit lords to return to God's embrace. For example, his grandfather, the spiritual sage, and his father, the spiritual emperor, both accomplished God's mission, were honored with God's supreme gift, and were able to return to God himself, thus becoming great again. But this kind of honor was still too much for the still young spirit emperor. She didn't want to end her life so early. Her spirit emperor year had just begun. It was formally for this reason that the Spirit Emperor had directly approached the Taishian Great Sage in hopes of obtaining the Book of Ages and rushing to resolve this matter before the god awakened. After listening to the Spirit Emperor's account, the Taishian Great Sage's mouth said, "So that's how it is." But he had an ancient look in his eyes, as if he had known this would be the reason for it all along. When he said that, he was silent again. The Spirit Emperor waited quietly. For a long time, the Great Sage Taishian finally made his decision. The Book of Ages. I can give it to you. A cold light swept across the Spirit Emperor's eyes. This old geezer. But I have one condition. The cold light in the Spirit Emperor's eyes faded for a few moments. To be able to make you willingly hand over the Book of Ages. This condition must be difficult. But, say it, it won't hurt to hear it. The Taishian Great Sage, however, shook his head. This condition is not difficult for you at all. I only heard him say solemnly, I want you to swear by the spiritual source that you will not betray God in any way. No matter what. If the slightest thought of betrayal rises, you will be spiritually disintegrated, and your body will die. This oath, the Book of Ages, is witnessed with heaven and earth. The Spirit Emperor froze. Did she mishear? Old man Taishuan's so-called condition was merely for her not to betray God? Pledging allegiance to God. Isn't that what she's supposed to do? And since when did old man Taishian worry about God? He was afraid that he couldn't wait for God to die. What's the matter with this old man? What's in his head? At that moment, Great Sage Taishian reached out his hand. A mysterious ancient book that flowed with the heavy aura of age then appeared before the Spirit Emperor's eyes. It turned naturally, and with each page, a long period of time turned over like history. Take the oath. The Spirit Emperor didn't understand what kind of medicine old man Taishian was selling in his gourd, but thinking about it left and right, this spiritual swearing was equal to nothing for her. How could she betray her father God? Thus, after she had deduced her fortune again and again, and was certain that Taishian Deshang was not joking, she immediately made a vow, lest Taishian Deshang would regret it again if he had a brain fart. I, the Spirit Emperor, swear by the Book of Ages. The Spirit Emperor made an oath, and the Book of Ages erupted in a burst of intense light, recording this oath witness. It was then pushed in front of the Spirit Emperor by the Taishian Great Sage. Looking at the Book of Ages that was close at hand in front of him, the Spirit Emperor was still a little slowed down. The Book of Ages. This was a supreme treasure that was symbiotic with the beginning of the heavens and earth, and was as old as her father God, San Tian. The world says, the Great Way is 50, and the heavenly diffusion is 49. There is one thing to hide, and there is a silver lining. It is this Book of Ages that is being referred to. Such a supreme treasure that could be ranked alongside the father god San Tian was just handed over to her? She froze for a long time. It was only then that he asked the Taishan great sage with disbelief. Why? After handing over the Book of Ages, the Taishan great sage's eyes finally revealed for the first time a hint of complex and unspeakable exhaustion. Because the old man wants to try again. He said, man will prevail. Chapter 195 Atonement of Taishan, Phoenix Concubine. Man's got it made? Ha! Foolish. With an inability to understand the little cutie. Thoughts. The Spirit Emperor left. She kept her word and did not make things difficult for great sage Taishan and his disciples. After the Spirit Emperor left, the feeling of exhaustion on the Taishan great sage's body grew stronger. All back. He summoned the various departing sacred sect ancestors again. When the column of ancestors saw that Grand Sage Taishan suddenly had a sense of exhaustion that they had never seen before, they all couldn't help but wonder what exactly had happened in the party. Holy Ancestor, you just... Grand Sage Taishan stopped the crowd from asking questions. He said with a straight face, from today onwards, I am no longer the Taishan Great Sage, and I will no longer be sheltering the Tianji Sacred Sect. You guys go. The crowd was in a state of shock. Holy Ancestor, could it be that disciples and others have done something wrong? I still beg the Holy Ancestor to forgive me. Forgive me. Holy Ancestor, be gracious. Pray for the Holy Ancestor's mercy. We have grown up in the Sacred Sect since we were young, and have been favored by the Sacred Sect. The Sacred Sect is our home. So where should we go when you tell us to leave? A hint of intolerance vaguely swept across the calm face of the great sage of Taishan, but it was quickly covered by the unchanging composure of the ages. The old me is getting older and more powerless, and now I am no longer able to shelter the Tianji Sacred Sect. What? The crowd was full of questions. You are a great saint who has transcended time and space, and has long been in existence where heaven and earth die but people don't perish. So where is this talk of being old? Great sage Taishan didn't care about the crowd's reaction. That's all there is to say. You, all go down. After saying that, great sage Taishan closed his eyes and no longer cared about the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd understood that the Holy Ancestor's mind was made up, and if they continued to make a scene, they would only make the Holy Ancestor unhappy. Then they all winked toward one of them and retreated. Soon, the crowd departed, leaving only the man who was being winked at by the grandmasters in the hall. After everyone had left, the man came up to the Taishan great sage and bowed respectfully. Master, you just dispersed the four, and as soon as you returned, you said that you were incapable of sheltering the Tianji Sacred Sect any longer. Could it be that the Spirit Emperor came by just now and asked you to hand over that divine object? Otherwise, you will use the lives of the people in the Sacred Sect as blackmail? Is that why you want to preserve the holy sect in this way? The great sage Taishan was quite pleased. You're still so perceptive. If it weren't for your deep obsession, you would have been the first of your 3 siblings to become a saint. The man froze. 3 masters? Didn't Master accept only me and Guizong? Could it be that Master had taken on another disciple in the future? But he didn't press the issue. In the age of the gods, probing into the future of destiny is an absolute taboo. Except for his master Taishan Deshang. Other people will be punished by the gods for probing too much into the sayings of destiny. He quickly put the matter out of his mind and asked again, then how do you plan to deal with the Spirit Emperor? Master? The great sage Taishan uttered a sentence that shocked him to the core. The old immortal has already given it to her. You mean? The disciple was incredulous. Why are you? The Taishan great sage shook his head. I must atone for this. Atonement? Soon. When the day comes, you'll understand. Go on. The disciple is gone. A mournful, long-drawn-out sigh came from the sanctuary. After that it was plunged into permanent darkness. By the looks of it, we'll have to leave after the last job. What? The message you wanted to convey to the dragons has finally arrived? Long Yu's words stuttered, and his face suddenly had the embarrassment of having his small mind crash through. He panicked a little. Me, actually. Linza laughed. This old dragon's small mind shouldn't be too obvious. When he first awakened the other day he couldn't fly back to meet his clan immediately. But to the Taicho era, there really is a dragon race when the existence of the dragon race but not even mention the matter of the dragon race, but instead of the unusual to go to rob the various clans and tribes of the treasure. But when it comes to treasure, which family's treasure base can be as deep as the dragon clans as the true spirit of heaven and earth? This old dragon put the ready-made dragon clan not to go, instead to make such a big show, really afraid that other people do not know, also really afraid that the Spirit Emperor cannot find out, with such an unusual behavior. Lindsay wasn't a little cutie. Wouldn't he not understand his little mind behind it? However, Long Yu's move is in line with Lindsay's intention to collect the world's classics, so he didn't poke and prod. Just go with the flow. Come on, who doesn't have a mind of their own? Seize the moment, before the Spirit Emperor comes after us. You know this part of Taichu better than I do. Who's next? That said, Long Yu pulled the corner of his mouth. Come on, this is a real bandit. He thought about it. It's the last vote, so of course we have to do a big job. Let's just rob the Phoenix clan. Lin Zhe was speechless. Fake publicity? I see that you dragons are quite rich. Long Yu pulled the corner of his mouth. I'm not like the Phoenix clan's gang of contraptions with such a small heart. I'm serious. There's a great opportunity over at the Phoenix clan at this time of the year. A truly great opportunity. Tell me about it. Long Yu rubbed his palms together. Don't you want to find the Heavenly Emperor? Lin Zhe's eyes slightly opened. He's in the Phoenix clan? I don't know. You tricked me? I wouldn't dare. Long Yu even said. But there is a person in the Feng clan who has a deep connection with the Heavenly Emperor. Princess Feng. If I remember correctly, at this point in time, Princess Feng is being forced into a marriage union by the clan. If we go at this time to teach the Phoenix clan a lesson and rescue Princess Feng, we will be doing Princess Feng a favor. In other words, we are benefiting the Heavenly Emperor. Would you call that a great chance? Lin Zhe gave a hum, and asked, this Feng Fei you speak of, she is the confidant of the Heavenly Emperor, the second princess of the Phoenix clan, who was named Phoenix Concubine after marrying the Heavenly Emperor. Because of her, the entire Phoenix clan has thrown themselves into the Heavenly Emperor's camp, and it can be said that the entire Phoenix clan is her dowry. And, nope, with the word Phoenix Concubine, who would dare to make up nonsense about her? So, dare you go? Cut the crap and point the way. Cool, go. The two were planning to head to the Phoenix clan. Senior Double Saint, please stay. Hearing this voice, Lin Zhe froze, almost thinking he was hallucinating. This sound is not. I am the second disciple under the great sage Taishan of the Tianji sacred sect, Gui Zhang. This time, I have sought out the two saints because I want to make a deal with the two seniors. A young Taoist appeared in front of Lin Zhe and Long Yu. Looking at the young Taoist in front of him, sure enough, it's you. A strange smile surfaced on Lin Zhe's face. Brother Guizhang, long time no see. Guizhang was dumbfounded. This, senior, we have met before? Lin Zhe smiled mysteriously. You'll know later. Hearing this, the corners of Guizhang's mouth twitched. As a disciple of the Tianji sacred sect, he was too familiar with such words. He told people that all the time, and every time he said it, he got a kick out of watching them look confused. But after that fell on his head. He can't get high. Chapter 196 The Green Song in the Book of Ages. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make? Returning to the collection of his mind, he went straight to the subject path. I'm not going to hide it from you two seniors. Gui Zhang is here because he wants to trade you two seniors for the two supreme secret laws, as well as the friendship of the people in my sacred sect for the laws of the major sects in your hands. Upon hearing this, Long Yu immediately became interested. If others didn't know, could he? Long Yu, a latter-day person, a dragon royal blood who pinched the standard answer, still not know the temperament of this group of people from the Tianji sacred sect? Nothing else? Just one point. As an ancient power that cherished its life to the extreme and deeply understood the essence of the Godao, it was instead the first to commit to the Heavenly Emperor's banner and become the head of the 8 servant clans. This would be enough to prove that these old S from the Tianji sacred sect were extremely venomous in their gaze. Naturally, something that could be called a supreme secret method by the Tianji sacred sect would definitely not be inferior either. Thinking of the various legendary records in the clan about the heavenly chant sacred sect's great sage Taishan, thinking of the sacred sect's lineage's unique heavenly chants deduction art, Long Yu's heart couldn't help but be on fire. Those two secret laws you speak of, could it be your Taishan lineage's unique heavenly chants trigram evolution method? Gui Zhang shook his head and said, the heavenly chants trigram evolution is the highest secret of my Taishan lineage, and it is never divulged. But, Gui Zhang added with a twist of words, these two supreme secret techniques I'm talking about aren't necessarily weaker than the art of heavenly chants either. No weaker than the art of the sky? Only to hear Gui Zhang say heavily, these two methods are the art of seizing heaven and earth after millions of years of deduction by the people of my sacred sect. My sacred sect named it the furnace of all laws and the sacred art of 10,000 bloods. Nowadays though it is still continuing to be deduced and perfected, but as long as we have the secret methods of each family provided by you two, we will be able to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses, and develop and perfect them thoroughly. I'm sure the two of you know the capabilities of my Tianji sacred sect, and this is by no means a big statement. The sacred law will be perfected in less than 10 years. At that time, my sacred sect promises to give you two engraved volumes in return. After saying that, Guizhang looked at Lin Zhe and the two of them with anticipation. Long Yu fell into deep thought. He didn't doubt the ability of the Tianji sacred sect. History had already proved the horror of these old S. He just thought the name Mana Melting Pot. One must know that the Heavenly Emperor's honorific title among the 9 supreme beings was the supreme of all laws Na. The head of the 8 servant clan under the 10,000 Dharma Supreme had unexpectedly produced a 10,000 Dharma melting furnace. It's kind of relevant any way you think about it, right? And Lindsay was stunned speechless as early as the moment he heard those two familiar names. The furnace of all laws, the holy art of all blood. Is that even where they come from? Is this some kind of karmic cycle? But Lindsay always felt that something wasn't quite right. Timeline. It's early. If the 10,000 laws melting furnace and 10,000 blood sacred technique were really born because he had gone back in time to make a deal with Guizhang, accomplishing a cycle of karma, that's a little premature. One must know that the future Guizhang had only just begun to start cultivating the 2 secret laws of the 10,000 laws melting furnace, but now there's not even a battle against the sky. The stopper supreme being all still stopped at the divine sea realm. The return of the Hyde has then come to make a deal and has also put out a 10-year perfection, though 10 years may be an exaggerated pretense. However, with the ability of the Tianji sacred sect, it would never be able to drag on for as long as tens of millions of years. What's more, if one had the intention, one could have simply given him the original that they perfected in the future in the name of aiding the return of the treasure. There's no correspondence at all on the timeline, and it's a stretch to say that there's a cycle of cause and effect. Lindsay was more inclined to the idea that this spacetime had become an independent spacetime from the time it was banished by the 9 great supreme beings, and had been completely demarcated from the future. What one does here can change the past, but not the relative future. But if so, Lindsay frowned again. What is the point of the existence of this time gap? Think about it. Lindsay looked at Guizhang. Since that's the case, why don't we go to the Tianji sacred sect? As it happens, I have some questions I would like to ask Great Sage Taixian. Just what I wanted. As the day of the Spirit Emperor's hunting expedition on behalf of heaven approached, it was strange to be wandering around outside all the time. Guizhang immediately agreed. That's great. Too please. Guizhang was at the forefront leading the way for the Lindsay duo. As for whether the snowy green twin saints will take the opportunity to rob their Tianji sacred sect, kidding aside, the Tianji sacred sect was not the dustless Holy Land. With his master Taixian great sage around, even the Spirit Emperor didn't have that power. The group immediately went to the Tianji sacred sect, the hinterland of heaven, Spirit Nation. The Spirit Emperor flipped open the thick book of years. Communicate this evanescent one with what your heart desires. A large, ancient character then immediately surfaced on the page. Z. The Spirit Emperor's face immediately sighed in relief, and a trace of a smile that was surely so emerged. Sure enough, it was a leak that was written into the Book of Ages. Humph. Let's see how you can still hide now. The Spirit Emperor wanted to reach out and grab that Zephyr character, rooting it out and forcibly erasing his qualifications to stay in the Book of Ages. But just then, another large, ancient character came into the Spirit Emperor's eyes. Another leak? Pale? After reading this word, the Spirit Emperor was instantly a bit annoyed. I don't know how to die. How dare you use Tsang as your name? She instantly switched targets, ready to clean up this rabble-rouser who had dishonored God the Father first. However, the very moment she touched the word pale, something seemed to have been awakened in the depths of her true spirit. A memory image from nowhere flooded into the Spirit Emperor's mind. In that picture, there was a young Taoist dressed in green, as well as the Spirit Emperor himself. Ching Song, the war is over. Next, the Spirit Emperor in the picture suddenly had some little girl gestures. She looked at the young Taoist she called Ching Song with a desire to speak. Next, no. Ching Song's head didn't even turn back as he looked away into the distant sky. The real battle is only now officially being fought. The Spirit Emperor's youngest daughter's posture was gone, and her face instantly turned white. How is it possible? Hasn't father, him already been crucified by your master? Ching Song smiled. That's who I'm talking about. The curse of the heavens, or perhaps human nature as it is. Kill a heaven and naturally someone will become the new heaven and take its place. The Spirit Emperor froze as if he was recognizing this man for the first time. Do you trust me? The Spirit Emperor didn't hesitate in the slightest. This question is too redundant for you and me. I will always stand behind you, even if you want to kill the other 8 Godslayers. Otherwise she would not have betrayed her father God and dealt the fatal blow. Of course, it was also to avenge the devouring of her grandfather and father by an evil god. The Spirit Emperor's words caused a flicker of complex and unspeakable emotions to surface in Ching Song's eyes. Tell me what you want me to do. Ching Song hesitated. The Spirit Emperor could see Ching Song's hesitation. It looks like what we're going to do next is dangerous. Chapter 197, If you don't let me pay, I'll pay. The mouth said danger, but the Spirit Emperor's silky wings were filled with smiling tenderness. Because he cares. Noticing the Spirit Emperor's gaze, Ching Song avoided it in silence. For a long time. Only then did he say softly, one day in the future, you will get the Book of Ages. At that time, I want you to hide the Book of Ages. Do not give it to God. Upon hearing this, the tenderness in the Spirit Emperor's eyes suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a strong sense of fear and doubt. The meaning in Ching Song's words actually caused even she, as the lord of the Spirit Clan, to feel a chill down her spine. Don't give it to God. Hasn't he been banished by your combined efforts? What the hell were you thinking? Also, hasn't the Book of Ages been released by your master? Ching Song raised his hand to stop the Spirit Emperor's shocked questioning. You'll understand in the future. The Spirit Emperor stalled. Looking at Ching Song's serious and resolute face, she seemed to understand something. After a slight silence, she let out a long sigh and stopped pressing for the cause, only saying, then how do I get the Book of Ages? You know, during that time in the past, the Book of Ages has always been held in the hands of that old fox Taishan. The old fox holds the Book of Ages in his hand and has seen all the changes in heaven and earth. So I'm afraid that if I want to take the book, I'm afraid. Ching Song smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, he will definitely give. The Spirit Emperor was puzzled. Ching Song looked at the distant sky and inexplicably spoke a meaningful sentence. He had to give it because it was his last chance to live in the belief that man will win. The Spirit Emperor was still puzzled. It was clear that as the lord of the spirit race she was already a great being above billions of living beings, in charge of heaven and earth. But in front of this green-clothed Taoist, she seemed like a stupid girl who didn't know anything. But she just nodded and still didn't press the issue. Because as early as that year, from the beginning of that divine punishment heavenly fire in the spirit god palace, she had already decided that she would walk along with this green-clothed Taoist. Where he goes, she goes. The picture of the Book of Ages is thus framed. That ancient character Song also dissipated into a streak of starbursts. The Spirit Emperor who received all of this resided in the spirit god palace, his eyes bright and uncertain. Chang Song, meh, no wonder that old fox Taishan dared to give this item to me. But if you think you can contain me by relying on this Ching Song, then you are too whimsical. A section of the district's illusions. At this point in his words, the Spirit Emperor hesitantly paused again. The Book of Ages was the supreme treasure of the natural creation of the great Tao of creation. It cuts across the past and the future, responds to all changes in the unchanging, finds eternity in all changes, and represents the number of changes in the whole world. Taishan great sage that old fox precisely rely on this treasure to realize the way of change of heaven and earth. Mastered that line of life, which can be in the rank alongside her father god, repeatedly escaped capture. Is what it shows really an illusion? What's more, this person named Ching Song had also engraved the Book of Ages with the name of heaven and earth to stay. Or perhaps, this was some means possessed by that old fellow Taishan after he completely grasped the Book of Ages? Thinking of this, looking at the Book of Ages that was close at hand, the Spirit Emperor only felt as if this supreme treasure had become a hot potato. She thought twice and paced back and forth in the Spirit God Palace. Eventually the Book of Ages was walked over to again. I'd like to see what the hell you guys are up to. The Spirit Emperor decided to use the power of heaven. Under the authority of heaven, the spiritual emperor is like God himself. At that time, all curfews will have nothing to hide. Theocracy. Open. Under the powerful divine authority, the Book of Ages turned its thick pages. With each turn of the page, a heavy breath of age comes over you. The Spirit Emperor acted on behalf of heaven and traveled through the Book of Ages in the body of a divine progenitor, searching for the branding on that word song. Ching Song. Now. Vast divine voices rose and fell above the long river of history that the Book of Ages was turning over. One breath, two breaths, the Book of Ages fluctuates nothing. The Spirit Emperor changed his face. How is that possible? The Book of Ages didn't move, which meant that it hadn't found any traces of change about this Ching Song. In other words, Ching Song is a non-existent person, but obviously, his name was engraved on the pages of this book. So how could it be possible to find no such person? Unless, the Spirit Emperor's pupils suddenly shrunk. The Book of Ages does indeed span the past and the future, and the changes of all the spirits of heaven and earth are on it. But if a being has no past or future, then naturally the Book of Ages can no longer trace everything about him. And that means, no beginning, no end. The Spirit Emperor's embroidered brows were knitted tightly, and a palpitating pallor emerged between them. Under God's forbidden rules, this world should follow the eternal ways that have not changed for ages. But now, the Book of Ages had revealed an existence that was suspected to have reached beginningless and endless, plus what was revealed in that conversation between Ching Song and her. The answer to what this means is self-evident. Something big is going on. Looking at the Book of Years in front of him that was still turning the pages of history, the Spirit Emperor's eyes showed a trace of tragic helplessness. Fate. Originally, when he had initially obtained the Book of Ages, the Spirit Emperor had intended to first figure it out on his own, just like the Taishan Great Sage had done, because then she would be in a position to step off the board and talk to her father God as an equal. It wasn't that the Spirit Emperor wanted to betray God. She had just grown up witnessing the scene of her father, the Spirit Emperor, returning to the arms of the Father God, and was more or less resentful, wanting an equal dialogue for once, but now with the matter of no beginning, no end in front of her. How would she dare to delay the great event and bury the foundation of the god and their spirit clan's ancestors for the sake of her own selfishness? Waving his hand to put away the Book of Ages, the Spirit Emperor then planned to enter the land of divine sleep to ask Father God. Before she left, the words Ching Song had confided in her replayed in her mind again. Do not give it to God. In the image shown by the Book of Ages, in some time in the future, she seemed to have a close relationship with the one called Ching Song, and was involved in their rebellion. She doesn't understand. How could he have gotten that way? Never. A look of disgust appeared between the Spirit Emperor's brows. How dare you mess with my mind with such a cheap trick? If you won't let me hand it over, I'll do what you want. Young as she was more or less a rebel. With a flash, the Spirit Emperor disappeared into the Spirit God Palace with the Book of Ages. Appearing again, he had already arrived at the land of divine sleep. The Spirit Emperor worshipped before the towering divine monument, saying the words of the tongue. Father God, I hope you will forgive the Spirit Emperor for his hasty surprise. However, this matter is of great importance and involves the supreme treasure, the Book of Ages, and the Spirit Emperor does not dare to make a soul judgment, and ask Father God to do it. The empty land of God's sleep, quietly, the divine tablet also did not move at all. A dead silence. That magnificent supreme being seemed to have long since departed. The Spirit Emperor looked up in shock and looked around in confusion. God. No? Chapter 198, Great Sage Taishan sitting in death. The sacred sect of the heavenly mechanics. A turbid wind that came from nowhere blew into the sanctuary, caressing Great Sage Taishuan's head full of white hair. The breeze was soft, and Great Sage Taishan slowly opened his tired eyes. What he saw in his eyes was filled with a dark greatness that seemed to bring about the end, as deep as the night. You did come. Also, even the old man I can glimpse the arrival of this step, not to mention you who are above all things omniscient and omnipotent. The Taishan Great Sage was not surprised that this moment had arrived. He slowly closed his eyes as the Tao fruit within his body leisurely turned and hovered. But you came here for nothing after all. Surrendering the Book of Ages is the last atonement the old man can make for this realm from where I stand. Other than that, the old man won't interfere. The winds of the turbulent world flow slowly. It surrounded the Taishan Great Sage. Listen to the wind. The Taishan Great Sage laughed lightly twice. Ha! The battle of the Great Tao has nothing to do with enmity. What he's going to do is out of the old man's hands. As for what the old man has done, that is indeed the old man's shame to the world. If you want to reproach, the old man's life is yours to take. Clunk! Blasted winds startled the window. The wind whispered softly in the temple. The Taishan Great Sage shook his head helplessly with a complicated expression. You refuse to do it? Just as well. The old man himself. With that, the Tao fruit within the Taishan Great Sage violently collapsed. A heavenly fire instantly erupted from the Tao fruit, wrapping the entirety of the Taishan Great Sage and burning everything about him. Hoo! The calm turbulent winds were expedited at this moment. You kept the old man alive for no other reason than to give him something to worry about. But the old man is his master and disciple, and he has not been unkind to the old man. So how can I make things difficult for him? Great Sage Taishuan's body quickly became twisted and charred in the heavenly fire. And go too. Great Sage Taishuan's voice dissipated into the turbid wind. A generation of legendary saints. This life was cut short by self-immolation. Facing the self-immolating Taishan Great Sage, the winds of turbulence have finally ceased, with the dark canopy dissipating in the sanctuary. In the meantime, Lin Zhe, who had just arrived at the Tianji Sacred Gate, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His Taishan Dao fruit suddenly became clearer and more active at that moment in the party, as if it had broken free of some kind of bondage. But right at the same time as this breaking free of his bonds, there was an accompanying wave of sadness that he had never felt before that surged into Lin Zhe's heart. In the bloodline, there was also a boundless cry of sorrow. What's up with this? Why are you looking so ugly all of a sudden? Long Yu's voice came from the front. Long Yu was looking sideways at the pale-faced Guizang. Gazang frowned. I suddenly have a very bad feeling. It's as if Master He. Quizzo closed his mouth and quickened his pace. This way, come with me. The group immediately went to the sanctuary. The doors to the sanctuary were closed. It was unusually quiet all around. It was so quiet that there was not the slightest sound. The uneasiness in Guizang's heart grew stronger. He gave the gate a quick snap. Enlightened Master, disciple has invited the twin saints here. No one in the sanctuary responded. Tap tap tap. Instead, outside the sanctuary, a purple-robed man walked quickly. Elder brother, you're here too? Did you also? The person who came was none other than the great sage Taishuan's eldest disciple, Guizang's senior brother. Elder brother didn't reply back. Upon seeing Guizang appearing here with a pale face, he expected certain terrible things. The The people of the Tianji sacred sect practiced the art of heavenly chance deduction, and their intuition was never nebulous. Every uneasiness inevitably foreshadowed the occurrence of certain things. The two master brothers looked at each other. Immediately, he pushed open the door to the sanctuary. As soon as we entered the great hall, the withered and charred corpse on the futon then came into view. Master! The face of the Guizhong duo instantly changed drastically, and with 2 steps, they ran to the front of Tai Xian Great Sage's corpse, not daring to stretch out their trembling hands in disbelief. Master! How? I just went out. How come I came back to, on, while you were away? Master gave the Book of Ages to the Spirit Emperor. What? Could it be that the Spirit Emperor has gone back on his word? Master nah. The master and brothers were plunged into endless grief. Behind the two, leans aside with slight emotion. He sort of understood where the grief had just come from. The 8 servants clan and the 8 desolate clans were connected by the same breath and bloodline. When a clan leader passes away, the clan should grieve together. Standing before the corpse of the Taishian great sage, Lin Zhe arched his hand in a salute, as a farewell to this old senior of the same clan. On the other hand, Long Yu, who was on the side, was in an unbelieving frenzy, and there is some fear in the madness. One could only hear him frowning and repeatedly chanting, "The Taishian great sage is dead. Taishian, treadmill. Weird, weird, he, how can he die? How can it be that he's dead? This is just outrageous, unbelievable, unbelievable. Am I hallucinating from too many years of sleep and brain fog?" While saying that, his body was still trembling gently. Linza touched him. "What for? I see your reaction is even more exaggerated than the two of them." Long Yu clenched his teeth. "Something bad happened. We're in trouble. What step in this treadmill went wrong? We've been robbing everywhere, and we haven't gone over the head of Great Sage Taishian. So how can we influence his old man? It's broken. What's to be done? We shouldn't have come here." Lin Zhe waved his hand and struck out a heavenly destiny chi. "Meditate. Speak properly." It was only then that Long Yu calmed down a little. He said, "You don't know. The Taishian Great Sage is not only a legendary figure of the Taichu era, but he is also one of the most important players in the anti-heaven camp. He is the wise counselor of the entire anti-heaven camp, a figure like a military advisor. His talent is so outstanding and respected that even His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor respects him. It's the other gold standard in the anti-heaven camp besides the Heavenly Emperor, and there are quite a few people who have joined because of his existence. But now the Taishian Great Sage has unexpectedly. Long Yu thumped his chest. "What can we do after this? We're not unintentionally influencing the future, are we?" In response, Lin Zhe's attitude was very calm as he only said, "Maybe. He's used to it." From the moment they entered the beginning of time, nothing remained the same. The bizarre disappearance of Qing Song, the Maithreya grand formation that appeared in advance. There was also the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor Lin Boang. Each one is a big enough change to shake up the future. Experiencing all of this and then looking at the fall of the Taishian Great Sage, it wasn't so surprising. The only point Lindsay found interesting. He looked at the corpse of the Taishian Great Sage, perceived the changes around him more carefully. "Cut off your own Taoist fruit." Yes, Great Sage Taishuan sitting down was not due to fighting with others. He was disintegrating his Taoist fruit and burning himself to death. Chapter 199, Fragment of the 8 Desolate Mirrors. Self-decapitation? The moment these words came out, Long Yu and Master Guizhang both froze. Their attention was fully focused on the sitting down of the Great Sage Taishian, and the mood at that moment was as if the sky had collapsed, so naturally they didn't carefully check what the Great Sage died of. Now that Lin Zhe had mentioned it, several people realized that something was wrong. The Great Sage Taishian did not die at the hands of the Spirit Emperor as they thought. Rather, they died in self-unraveling. This went straight to the head of several people. They had thought that Great Sage Taishian might die at the hands of the Spirit Emperor, and that he might die from the backstabbing of a certain few great saints of the Devil's Path. But they had never imagined that the Great Sage would die from his own decapitation of the Tao. How could a great saint somehow suddenly set himself on fire? The two Guizhang brothers and sisters looked at each other with bewilderment. For a long time, it was only then that Guizhang said, "Senior brother, what exactly happened during the time I was gone?" The purple-clothed senior brother said, "The Spirit Emperor made a visit and asked for the Book of Ages. It was given voluntarily by the Master." "Why?" The purple-clothed senior brother shook his head. "Senior only said one thing. He said he was going to atone for it." "Atonement? What does that mean?" Master didn't go into detail. He only said that one day in the future, we would naturally understand. Guizhang opened his mouth to say something, but there was nothing to say. In the end, it only turned into one sentence. "So Master's self-immolation is also because of that so-called atonement?" The purple-clothed senior brother was silent and nodded hesitantly. "Maybe. Guizhang noticed his senior brother's hesitation, and as if he had grabbed his savior, he immediately asked, "You've always been more perceptive. Senior brother, have you guessed something?" Elder brother thought for a moment and said, "Senior had once unintentionally said something about it. He said, if I had not been too deeply attached, I should have been the first of our three brothers to become a saint." Guizhang's eyes stared for a moment. The third master's brothers? Who else? The purple-clothed senior brother shook his head. Senior didn't go into detail, so I didn't dare to pursue it. Returning to Tibet, and the purple-clothed senior brother fell into silence, and all of a sudden there were no words. Silence, or silence. They were now full of disbelief and confusion. If their master's father had died at the hands of the spirit emperor, at the backstabbing of a certain great saint of the devil's path, they could have pondered how to avenge their death. Whether you can report it or not, there is more or less a goal. But now, after learning that the master had sat down voluntarily, it was as if they had lost their center of gravity. Bewildered. Nothing but bewilderment is still bewilderment. A moment of bewildered silence followed. After all, it was the purple-clothed youth who was the eldest senior brother who took the lead in conditioning his mind. He first solemnly kowtowed towards the corpse of his master, great sage Taishian. Only then did he get up and wipe away the tears from the corners of his eyes, coming before the Linzai duo. "It happened so suddenly that my brothers and I were a bit out of sorts," making the twin saints laugh. "No harm done. Thanks to the twin saints for understanding," the violet-clothed senior brother said. "Even though the senior master is seated, my Tianji sacred sect will still continue on. The deal previously discussed between senior brother and the two seniors remains valid. The sacred soldier of this sect, the Taishian seal, bears witness with all the ancestors. The snowy green twin saints' reputation outside was already bad, and now it coincided with such a big mess in their Tianji sacred sect. Just the perfect time for the twin saints to take advantage of the fire. The purple-clothed senior brother had to be on guard, so he naturally brought up their Tianji sacred sect's holy weapon, the Taishian seal. The implication was that although his master, the great sage Taishian, had unexpectedly sat down and died, the holy weapon was still there and his heritage was still there. "If you want to do it, weigh it yourself." Linzai laughed. The matter of making a deal with the Tianji sacred sect was not something he was comfortable with to begin with. On the one hand, he had long ago read the full version of the two secret books, and on the other hand, he didn't need it. As for those snatched secrets, in the past, Guizhang had sought out the canonical collections of the various Taoist systems for him, and today, he returned the canonical collections of the various races. "I'll return the favor." The true purpose of his visit to the Tianji sacred sect was that he had some questions he wanted to ask this great sacred ancestor of the Eight Servants clan. But unforeseen plans can't catch up. A legendary great saint who was adept in the way of heavenly chance deduction would actually collapse into self-immolation. It was unknown what kind of future this Eight Servants clan ancestor had seen before choosing such a way. Linzai sighed in his heart, so he gave Long Yu a wink. Long Yu understood and handed a Qiankuan bag to the purple-clothed senior brother. This Qiankuan bag was loaded with the various sectarian texts that they had harvested over the past few days. The purple-clothed senior brother received the Qiankuan bag, and once his divine sense probed into it, the worry between his brows relaxed a few points. "Thanks to this, I haven't yet asked the two seniors for their honorable names. Single name a yup. Zay? Really?" As if he had heard something he wasn't quite sure of. The purple-clothed senior brother raised his eyebrows violently. "Does Senior Zay have a small bell on him? Don't misunderstand. Senior, I have been entrusted to forward an item to someone whose name carries a zephyr. It also said that this person would come to the Tianji sacred sect one day and ask me to recognize him with a small bell as a token." At those words, the purple light in Linzai's eyes flickered, his eyes as deep as an ancient well. "When did this person you're talking about come to the Tianji sacred sect?" "It was about 500 years ago when that man came to visit Master, and it just so happened that I made the tea." 500 years ago. It was exactly the time that the green-clothed sect master Qinghong had said that the massive heavenly formation had appeared. Did he say anything when he came to visit the great sage? The purple-clothed senior brother shook his head. "I waited behind the door after making the tea, and I didn't dare to eavesdrop without my master's permission. I only roughly know that that person and master seemed to be old acquaintances, and the results of the deliberations were not pleasant. By the looks of it, it should be that he wanted to join forces with the master to do something together and was vetoed by the master. An old acquaintance of the great sage Taishian? When did he know great sage Taishian?" Linzai narrowed his eyes. After being chased by the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, what had happened to this kid Hong Tian? After that he found me and asked me to pass on an object. Although the master disagreed with him, he didn't mean to intervene and interfere with others, so I agreed to the matter. "I don't know about Elder Z." The purple-clothed senior brother hadn't finished speaking. A small, ancient bell then hovered in front of his eyes. Is this the thing you're talking about? It really is you. In that case, this 500-year-old commission. I have finally completed it today. After saying that, the purple-clothed senior brother took out a shining irregular bronze mirror fragment from the void. What goes around comes around. The bronze mirror fragment fell onto the palm of Lindsay's hand. A strong sense of blood connection immediately surged through Lindsay's heart, causing the 8 desolate blood in his body to let out a violent whine. Blood, burning, gas, howling wildly. The ancient bloodline was as if it had been reborn under the call of this lens, glowing with layers of chi and blood densities that flowed with strange light. Under the warmth of the chi and blood densities, the bronze lenses also found a place to belong and slowly integrated into Lindsay's 8 desolate true body. Chapter 200, Goodbye Hong Tian. Lindsay realized in his heart. There was no doubt that this bronze mirror fragment originated from their 8 desolate clan's greatest treasure, the 8 desolate mirror. It was just that for some reason. The 8 desolate mirrors had shattered and had even fallen into Hong Tian's hands. This kid, Lindsay immediately had the intention of linking the 8 desolate mirrors back to their origin with the power of heaven's mandate to see what had happened to Hong Tian. With the special nature of the 8 wastelands mirror, it should be able to exempt Hong Tian's heavenly fate true realm and see his past during the time he held the 8 wastelands mirror. Only, Lindsay looked at the endless high heavens again with some hesitation. To use the power of heaven's mandate to countershock the 8 desolate mirrors and Hong Tian, the immortal body's successor, it was rare to have to get real. With Lindsay's current cultivation level that was infinitely close to the beginningless realm plus the power of heaven's mandate that was already originating from the heavens and was very sensitive. Once the real thing is moved, I'm afraid that the so-called Mightian formation network can't be concealed at all. It would be bull ***** to bring in the god of Cthulhu incarnate by then. Lindsay was brave, not naive. He didn't want to go up against God's kind of endless realm that was above everything right now. But on second thought, he had left Tianlan originally to explore the ancient past and find the 8 desolate clansmen that had been left behind. And his purpose wasn't in the Tai Chu era at all. This time, when he mistakenly entered Tai Cho, it could be completely said that he came here for Hong Tian. If you really have any signs of being discovered, the big deal is to pat yourself on the back and leave immediately. Anyway, the Spirit Emperor's hunting patrol on behalf of heaven was imminent, so he had intended to leave before it was too late. Moreover, taking advantage of this period of time, he also followed Longyu to loot quite a number of canonical collections, increasing some of his reserves, so how could it not be considered a loss? Thus, Lindsay decided to imperialize the heavenly fate and the 8 desolate mirror fragment to look into Hong Tian's past. Say it and do it. Lindsay immediately disappeared into the void and unfolded the heavenly fate true realm. Manifest destiny. Now. Boom. With a tremor in space and time, a ripple in the river of years. Above the shards of the 8 desolate mirrors, the past immediately surfaced before Lindsay's eyes. A figure came across time and space. The visitor was familiarly green and plain. It was Hong Tian without a doubt. Only the one in the 8 desolate mirror fragment had a bit more stability and a few more scars that had weathered through the years than he had back then. The once spirited spirit is gone, replaced by the wretchedness of being tormented by fate. Brother Lin, you're finally here. Linza was a bit surprised. You knew I was coming? As a heaven's destiny immortal body, everything about Hong Tian was taboo that onlookers couldn't pry into. It was already not easy for the 8 desolate mirrors to retain even a trace of Hong Tian. If one wanted to peer at this trace from the 8 desolate mirrors again, it would have to be a heavenly fate immortal body that made a move to personally break through one's heavenly fate true realm. Hong Tian, however, knew in advance that he would definitely probe the traces on the 8 desolate mirrors and left this wisp of wool early on. This also meant that Hong Tian had long known that Lindsay possessed the power of heaven's mandate. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian's face revealed a trace of inexplicability. Originally, it was unknown, but as I slowly came into contact with those traces of what had been, I knew, after all, there is never just one heaven's destiny immortal body in this world. Lindsay was puzzled. You're talking about the heavenly fate emperor? At the mention of the heaven's destiny emperor, the color of hatred flickered in Hong Tian's eyes. Not bad. He's truly the only heaven's mandate. The rest of us heavenly fate immortal bodies are nothing more than stand-ins and sustenance for him to hide behind the curtain. Once our immortal bodies mature, that's when our lives will fall. Heaven's destiny is like this, and so are the rest of the immortal bodies. This is the real reason why the 9 immortal bodies are invincible in the world, yet they keep falling and passing on. That's why I left the words for you to beware of the primordial manifestation at the Boundary River in the first place. But now it seems that I was overly concerned. Hong Tian's gaze was filled with complexity as he looked at Lindsay. Brother Lin, your capabilities are far, far greater than I imagined. It looks like you've been through quite a bit since the Heaven's Destiny Emperor hunted you down. Lindsay said, where is your true body now, so I can come and find you and help you? Hong Tian shook his head. I didn't leave this wisp of wool behind to complain with you, Brother Lin. There's something I have to tell you. First, don't go looking for Ching Song anymore. This person never really existed from the beginning. Ching Song doesn't exist? Before Lin Zhe could think about it in detail, Hong Tian changed his words again. But you can always trust him. Anything he leaves behind, you can feel free to accept it as you wish. After saying that, Hong Tian immediately said again. Second, the Book of Ages. The Book of Ages from the Taichou Chronicle Time and Space should have been passed on to the Spirit Emperor by Tai Xian by now, and the Spirit Emperor will most likely offer it to God, so you won't be able to obtain it in this time and space, but within our original time and space. The Book of Ages was never truly liberated to return to the origin of heaven and earth. It was left by the Heavenly Emperor within the Tao Palace in the 33rd heaven. You must obtain it. Third, watch out for that dragon next to you. He's a backhand left behind by the Heavenly Fate Emperor on purpose. The previous outburst outside of the Taichu era was nothing more than a deliberate act of paralysis on his part. A paralyzing move? That's right, Brother Lin. The person the Heavenly Fate Emperor really wanted to kill was always you. When these words came out, great disbelief surfaced on Lin Zhe's face. When did he have a grudge against the Heaven's Destiny Emperor? Is it possible that it's because he stole the Heavenly Fate, causing himself to become a thorn in the side of the Heavenly Fate Emperor as well? Why? Hong Tian didn't answer, but said, do you know who the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's body is in this life? Without waiting for Lin Zhe to reply, Hong Tian heavily spat out two words. Phoenix. That little phoenix that broke into the green domain back then and was forcibly killed by Guizhang. It's him. It dawned on Lin Zhe in his mind. When Guizhang said that he felt that he was affected by some power and killed Xiaofeng, he felt that something sounded familiar, but he just didn't think about it carefully. After all, at that time, existences like the Heavenly Fate Emperor were still too far away from him. But now remember, the immortal scriptures are poisonous. The return of the hide was inexplicably affected. It was really the handiwork of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, no doubt. Ah, the original protagonist. Now that's something. TSK, Heaven's Destiny Emperor. That's quite a big deal. But if that's the case, then wouldn't it be a deliberate act by the Heaven's Destiny Emperor for Guizhang to mistakenly kill Xiaofeng 18 years ago, leading to a change in the plotline? Why did he change the original script on the fly? Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. He remembered that he had looked back in the past and had seen fear and trembling in the eyes of the Heavenly Destiny Emperor, also known as that little phoenix, and what he's afraid of seems to be. Lin Zhe rubbed his brow. Thinking about it this way, the root of all the problems seems to pull back on itself. It came down to the unexpected effect his own crossing had on him. Gotta target one more. After leaving the Taichu era, go find the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's body in this world and have a good chat with him about what's going on and deal with him. At that moment, he heard Hong Tian say again, Brother Lin, this may be the last time we meet. Chapter 201. Hong Tian takes his leave. What makes you say that? An obscure look of relief appeared on Hong Tian's face, because the real Hong Tian has been dead for many years. From the time we met, any Hong Tian you've seen, Brother Lin, has been nothing more than a walking corpse that I've sunk into in order to break through the predestined prison of Heaven's Destiny. Now that this walking corpse has done what he had to do, he can finally erase this tired body. This, Lin Zhe opened his mouth in consternation, wanting to speak. Only after a long time did Lin Zhe let out a soft sigh. You and I have known each other for a while. Do you have any unfinished business? Hong Tian quietly looked at Lin Zhe, his eyes waveless and unmarked. If you have the heart, Brother Lin, when you arrive at the Taiku Remnant Realm, just watch over the Heavenly Fate Holy Land for me. If, that is, the Holy Land remains. As for the rest, taking one last look at Lin Zhe, Hong Tian had an unreadable emotion brewing in his eyes. Go with the flow. Having said that, this trace left on the 8 desolate mirror fragment began to dissipate. That's all there is to say. Hong Tian's figure also eventually turned into a wisp of dust in the river of years. Brother Lin, take care. Hong Tian takes his leave. Boo. With the sound of this trace breaking, Lin Zhe returns. The reality is but a short moment. Long Yu and the others did not notice. Lin Zhe looked up and sensed the Supreme Being, and he shows no sign of being alarmed. But there is no room for carelessness. It's always good to be careful at all times. Lin Zhe quietly operated the 8 desolate blood, ready for emergencies. This object was indeed left by my friend. With pleasure. The purple-clothed senior brother was busy saying, don't be. With senior's kindness to my Tianji sacred sect, where does this small matter that I've forwarded to you deserve a thank you from senior? Not to mention the fact that the one also paid the reward long ago back then. That's good. He and I don't like to owe favors. Lin Zhe nodded and was about to take his leave. He looked at Long Yu beside him, his gaze becoming dark. This old dragon. Hong Tian told himself to be careful. But even if Hong Tian didn't say anything, Lindsay had never made friends with Longyu and truly believed in him. He and Longyu were merely using each other to get what they wanted. As usual, thanks to Ms. Lu Hanyan for that lesson, Lindsay benefited a lot. He wouldn't trust anyone so easily anymore. As for what Hong Tian said, don't trust anyone when you go in there, including myself. That would be a fine point. Come on, don't you still want to make a trip to the Phoenix Clan? What words? Longyu blankly glanced at Lindsay. Isn't this about trying to help you hook up with the Heavenly Emperor? Of course, I don't have a problem if I can mess around with the Phoenix Clan on the way and kill their sharpness. Meh. This old dragon, wanting to make things happen in the Phoenix Clan and take revenge on the Phoenix Clan was indeed true. Whether or not they had been influenced by the Heaven's Destiny Emperor was another matter. After all, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's current body was a phoenix. It was not allowed to say that he had already prepared a welcoming feast for him in the Phoenix Clan land. Oh, the corners of Lindsay's mouth hooked up slightly. Fighting was something he never wimped out on. Cut the crap and lead the way. Longyu was a bit puzzled. Why is he so excited all of a sudden? Forget it, it's out of his hands. It's better to go to the Phoenix Clan and get things going. Come to think of it, I'm pretty excited too. Thus, one person and one dragon each traveled to the Phoenix Clanlands with their own thoughts. The Phoenix Clan. Inside the Phoenix Emperor Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, the princess still refuses to go out, and has recently dropped things one after another in a tantrum. She also said that if you force her to join the marriage again, she'll smash that glazed fire jade that you treasure the most as well. Bear 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 bear. Inside the Heavenly Palace, the sacred fire was blazing, stretching into an endless field of fire that would never be extinguished. The reddish-golden phoenix fire seemed to burn the entire world to ashes, and the heat wave was overwhelming. Just a gentle wisp of breeze could burn the deep-frozen 10,000 years of arcane ice into nothingness. Nico! It was accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix cry. A huge pair of red fire eyes emerged from the endless fire domain. The ancient mystical creature made a deafening sound of ages. This girl's temper is nothing like her mother's. The handsome youth at the bottom, who was dressed in red flame and fire feathers, said, "Actually, there is no blame on the princess. After all, Your Majesty, you also understand what the spirit race is like in the eyes of all of our Taicho 10,000 races, and I, the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Clan are the true spirits of heaven and earth that were naturally created, and are the leaders of the 10,000 clans. You want the princess to marry someone from the spirit race? This is indeed a bit." The ancient creature let out a sigh of the ages. How do I not know? But since the spirit race was created by God, they have grown in power, and they have even been gifted by God to monopolize the path of divine cultivation. In the long run, it is my dragon and phoenix clans that will be suppressed by the spirit clan. Not to mention, the ancient creature's tone suddenly lowered. The handsome phoenix youth's complexion changed. Your Majesty, could it be that the Dao injuries you suffered during your battle with the spirit saint back then have not returned to full strength? The red golden giant eyes in the endless holy fire were fixed, with monstrous Amazons evolving infinite mysteries within them. Your Majesty, the potential of the spirit race has changed. What? The ancient creature let out a murmur that blazed like fire. Strange. How could the great power of the spirit race suddenly change in such a way? Could it be that a supreme power has struck out to wrestle the spirit race? But throughout the beginning of the world, my dragon and phoenix are avoiding the gods and not coming out, and the Taishian lineage is not anti-spiritual, and other people. Weird. In the burning phoenix sacred flame, the giant red gold eyes fell silent for a long time. It's just a matter of looking at it again. And on the princess's side? Tell that girl just don't drop my fire jade and let her do the rest. Yes, get out. All of you. Get out of here. Princess. Angry voices came from within the boudoir of the princess of the Phoenix clan. Tap tap tap. Ha, temple. The visitor made a motion to be silenced. The Phoenix clansmen who were serving at the side immediately obeyed and shut their mouths. Crunch. He walked into the room with steady steps. A jade marigold immediately flew towards him. Ta. Who let you in? The visitor put down the jade calabash, revealing the face of the man behind the jade calabash, which was handsome with the aura of Emperor Godwei Dao. What? So angry that you don't even recognize your brother? There was a moment's silence in the boudoir. A phantom as brilliant as fire immediately rushed out and lunged towards the man. Brother, you're finally out. The person who came was none other than the crown prince of the Phoenix clan. Feng Taichu. Feng Taichu patted her sister's shoulder. All right, well brother, you don't know. During the time you've been in seclusion, that old fool Pops didn't care about you and arranged for me instead. He actually wants me to join forces with those traitors of the spirit race. You go talk to him for me. P.S. My bad. My bad. It's on the wrong chapter. Please don't dramatize it if you've already read it. Big Brothers. Chapter 202 Master. Fine. Brother, do it for you. Others are afraid of his spirit clan, but your brother and I are not. Feng Taichu dotingly rubbed the Phoenix Clan princess's hair. When he said the word spirit race, a stern and fierce light erupted in Feng Taichu's eyes without any concealment. The princess of the Phoenix Clan sniffed, her brows lightly furrowing. She looked up at Feng Taichu, still as before, still as radiant as she remembered, full of the domineering majesty of a born emperor, still so doting on her too. But for some reason, she always felt as if her brother had changed a bit after this retreat. Perhaps it was the fact that his brother's successful retreat had given him more confidence to fulfill the ideals he had in mind. Or maybe she was just a little too sensitive. After thinking about it, the princess of the Phoenix Clan tentatively asked, "Brother, what step have you broken through to?" Feng Taichu favored a smile and did not answer positively, but only said, "Which step is not important. What is important is that it is enough that brother cannot let you suffer anymore." The princess of the Phoenix Clan beamed and pouted, "Which is not as serious as you make it out to be. Everyone loves me. This time, when I joined the Spirit Clan, Pops was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect me if there were changes in the future. I know all about it." Feng Taichu smiled and didn't explain anything. At this point, the voice of the Phoenixes came from outside the door. "Your Highness, that friend of yours." Upon hearing these words, the princess of the Phoenix Clan hastily stopped her clanmates' voices and responded loudly, "Saint She is here? Okay, this princess knows. You take her to the Sacred Flame Palace first. This princess will come later." The clansman outside the door could not understand that this was the princess telling her to shut up. She then stopped talking and stepped back. Revealing the princess on the spot was not a good choice. As for the important matter of the princess approaching a strange man, we will quietly report it to the Crown Prince and His Majesty the Phoenix Emperor later. The clansman outside the door stopped speaking. The Phoenix Princess quietly sighed in relief. Luckily she reacted quickly. "Shouldn't have made my brother notice." Turning around, the princess of the Phoenix Clan said as if nothing had happened, "Shang-Chi has come to look for me. Brother, you've been in seclusion for so long without seeing me. Do you want to go with me?" Her brother Feng Taichu has always had little interest in that bunch of things for girls, and on weekdays he either handles political affairs or checks on the situation of the various clans, and looks at the world's events, so he's not going to follow along and fool around. She's just saying that as a way of backing off and making a show of it. However, she had just gotten this off her tongue. Feng Taichu then responded with two straight words, "Good thing too." Counting up, "It's been a long time since I've seen that girl Shang-Chi, and I don't know if she's grown and changed her appearance." The princess of the Phoenix Clan's smiling face suddenly froze and gradually became stiff. Aren't you busy, brother? The clan should still have a lot of political affairs for you to handle, right? Besides, how inconvenient for you to follow when we girls get together." Feng Taichu snickered. "What? Brother can't stay busy? So nervous. Could it be that you have some little secret you don't want me to know? Let me guess. There's not supposed to be a wild boy from somewhere." The princess of the Phoenix Clan smile slowly disappeared. She decides to put in the mandatory kill. Spilling the beans. "No, it's just that it's inconvenient for a big man like you to follow us." "Alright, go about your business." Feng Taichu spread his hands speechlessly. "Mysterious. That's just it. That's all. I just heard you were suffering and came to see you. I'm relieved that you're okay." After saying that, Feng Taichu turned around and left. Before leaving, he carefully confided, "By the way, remember to bring a good defense treasure. There is danger immediately. Summon you and Pops at once. I can even memorize what you're going to say." Feng Taichu smiled helplessly. "You girl." The door to the palace slowly closed. Clunk! The shadow of the door fell on Feng Taichu's face. His warm, doting smile was no more. In its place was a face full of frost. And underneath this frost was the monstrous killing intent that was enough to engulf the world and come across the ages. Click here. Under his icy cold killing intent, it was clearly a scorching hot summer day. And it was clearly the Phoenix Clan land that was located in extreme heat. Layers of oozing frost but quietly condensed, frosting the blazing Phoenix holy fire. The cold wind blew. Feng Taichu left with a full load of frost. This time, he would never let it go. Outside the Phoenix Clan lands, the princess of the Phoenix Clan said softly to the handsome and extraordinary man in front of her, "You should leave. That person my brother is not easy to get along with." "Well, it's not like he's not nice to be around. My brother's a nice guy. He's just a little prejudiced sometimes. If he finds out you..." Speaking of this, the princess of the Phoenix Clan blushed slightly and glanced angrily at the man in front of her. She then took out a phoenix jade from her bosom and placed it in the man's hand. Bao Yu's hand was warm, and her ethereal and refreshing fragrance lingered on it. "Here, take this. It'll be fine once you've practiced some more and have some fame." The man moved and opened his mouth to speak. The princess of the Phoenix Clan added, "Alright, get going." "Many thanks, princess. If Lin Mao achieves something someday, he will be rewarded generously." "Good. I'll be waiting for you then. The princess of the Phoenix clan had a smile on her brow, like the crescent moon in the sky, bright and moving. Laughing, she again seemed to feel that her remark carried some unreserved ambiguity. She ran off with a red face, leaving the man with only a shapely back, gazing at the Phoenix princess' graceful silhouette in the wind. The man smiled inexplicably, then turned to leave. However, just as he left the land of the Phoenix clan by about a few hundred miles, a phoenix holy flame suddenly blazed in front of him. Amidst the leaping flames, a figure like a god, like an emperor, coalesced in front of the man, wrapped in a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering power of annihilation. A reddish-golden robe that showed the majesty of the emperor's way was as brilliant as a stream of fire, and was particularly eye-catching. The person who came was none other than the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, Feng Taichu. At this moment, the bottom of his eyes were coalescing with the frost of anger, precipitating a bitter hatred that had lasted through the ages. He didn't say more than half a word. Heaven and earth were then filled with a roaring fire that could melt everything. A large hand condensed from countless flames directly slapped towards the man, without mercy. One hit kills. The man's complexion moved slightly, and he immediately exerted all his strength to resist Feng Taichu's surefire strike. However, at this moment, he was still too young to be able to compete with this godlike Feng Taichu. His protective aura, in just one look, dissolved into the endless holy fire. Is this the end of? Just at this critical juncture, chop! A yin and yang divine sword came from beyond the sky. It entwines the black and white chi, reverses yin and yang, and regenerates creation. Breaking, the sword chi that tore the sky and the earth broke into the roiling fire domain, tearing Feng Taichu's giant palm of flames apart and breaking through his flame cage. The heavens and the earth are clear and calm again. A magnificent white-clothed figure landed in front of the man. The man instantly exclaimed in shock, "Master!" Chapter 203, Feng Taichu, Heaven's Mandate Emperor. Hearing this word master, the corners of the mouth of the white-robed man holding the yin-yang divine sword twitched madly. What's going on here? Elder Celestial Emperor called me master? It is really a great honor. That's right. The man in white was none other than Lin Zhe, who had rushed to the Phoenix clan, and this handsome man who called him master. In this vast Taichu chronicle, other than the little boy Lin Bawang who taught him the purple moon illusory heart pupil back then, there would not be another person. Just as he arrived at the Phoenix clan, Lin Zhe saw the presence of this old ancestor of his from afar. At that time, he also lamented that he had planted flowers and could not get them to grow, but he had no intention of doing so. At the end of the day, when he was about to leave, he actually found the heavenly emperor ancestor by accident. But think about it. In the original trajectory of time and space, the heavenly emperor ancestor probably also ended up with a lover because of the union incident, and his appearance here at this time wasn't strange. Lin Zhe thought like this, and before he could think of what to meet and chat about, he saw that someone had cast a thunderbolt on his old ancestor, and by the looks of it, he was still directly aiming to make the heavenly emperor's old ancestor never go beyond the grave. What's the point? He immediately struck out to return the favor, drawing out the long-dusted Qing beginningless saint soldier, a sword across the sky. However, Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes and stared at the unharmed Feng Taichu in front of him. The sword he had just used wasn't light. It wasn't something that just anyone could follow. Why are you here, master? Lin Bawang's voice was full of surprise. Ever since I parted ways at a young age, I thought I would never have the chance to meet you again. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth twitched slightly. Let's catch up afterward. This is not a simple man you've messed with. Lin Bawang nodded his head and said with a grave expression, I'm sorry that you've taken the trouble. Master, if my guess is correct, this person is most likely the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, Feng Taichu, the legendary born emperor, the king of heaven's pride who was above all the races of the Taichu. This person became famous at a young age, and had already broken through the Tian Yuan realm as early as the Spirit Emperor's era, and then went into seclusion. To this day, I'm afraid that he has long since achieved the realm of the Fei Qian Great Sage. You must be careful, master. Lin Bawang didn't say that you don't have to care about me, master, or any other bull ***** like that. From the exchange of that strike between the two just now, he was able to guess that the realm of this master of his was definitely not below Feng Taichu, or at least at the same level of existence, and since he was also willing to make a move to save him, there was naturally even less need to say more. He only needed to inform his opponent in detail and advise caution, while the other masters would make their own decisions. But then again, was this Dharma transmission envoy he had the honor of meeting when he was young even this powerful? Those who were able to fight against Feng Taichu were all leaders of various clans who were famous in their own right. He had truly had great luck when he was young, to have met such a supreme being. The Great Way also helps me. In this world, there should be a place for me. A slight bow of the head to show a moment of respect for the master. Fiery ambition burned deep within Lin Bahara's eyes. Feng Taichu? This name didn't ring a bell with Lin Zhe. But Long Yu should know. After all, this Feng Taichu is also a natural-born emperor and a prince of the Phoenix clan. This kind of character is bound to leave a strong color in history. A thought of haste. Lin Zhe's consciousness swept towards Long Yu. That's when I realized, without looking, in just a moment's time, this bastard had even gone far away to hide 10,000 miles away. The whole thing was in a state of war. Do you know who he is? The corners of Long Yu's mouth trembled, and fear was written all over his large eyes. How could he not recognize Feng Taichu? He would recognize Feng Taichu even if he turned into ashes. It was because Long Yu chased after him back then that he almost fell on the sacred martial great land. He is Heaven's Destiny Emperor. Feng Taichu is the Heaven's Mandate Emperor. Case solved. No wonder you dragons dared to play such a big game and raise your clan to chase after the mandate of heaven. So there's a little bit of racial tension going on here. Ha! Lin Zhe glanced behind him again with a strange expression at Lin Baoang. Also, Hong Tian said that the one the Heaven's Destiny Emperor had been trying to kill was he. Lin Zhe himself. It can't be that his feud with the Heavenly Destiny Emperor started here, right? While thinking this way, Feng Taichu's killing intent increased. After Lin Zhe appeared and blocked Feng Taichu's surefire strike, he seemed to be infuriated and his killing intent multiplied. The eyes were filled with the color of cold and merciless extermination. Hoo! A storm rises from the flat earth. Under Feng Taichu's murderous intent sweeping through the world, an annihilating storm was born out of thin air. Ruthless wind blades ravaged the world with the sound of hurricane whistling. Wherever it passed, it was a mess. The entire world was filled with densely packed irregular cracks, causing what was seen in front of them to fragment. Feng Taichu then stood at the place of brokenness, taking charge of the principle of birth and death. A palm over the sky. Boom! The gigantic palm that annihilated everything covered the sky with an unrivaled momentum, destroying everything. At the same time, a flash of brilliant heavenly destiny also showed the majesty of heaven in the center of the giant palm. Manifest destiny. Extinction. Seeing this, Lin Zhe secretly said that it was true. The manifestation immortal body and the stopper immortal body went back to the past, and the heaven's destiny immortal body did the same. But unlike manifold and stopper, the heaven's destiny immortal body's cultivation was also brought back. According to what Lin Baoang said, at this time, Feng Taichu was roughly at the upper and lower levels of the Life Xian realm. However, whether it was him relieving Lin Zhe of a sword just now, or this performance of royal destiny now, it was far beyond the reach of the realm of destiny Xian. This power. It was feared that a wisp of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's own will had crossed back to the beginning of the world and descended upon his former self. In that case, Lin Zhe's gaze became blazing all of a sudden. With an imaginary hand, he drew the second holy weapon from the sword case. The titular Heaven's Destiny Emperor had personally come down to graciously invite him. How could he turn away? Come to war. Bang! In this instant, Lin Zhe turned the 8 desolate blood into extreme speed. The 8 servant clan Dao Fruit and 8 servant clan Saint Soldier in his body undulated between his blood veins according to a marvelous connection and rhythm, catalyzing the evolution of his 8 desolate blood to the extreme. Immortality, smallpox, the real body, the earth's golden lotus, Huan Xian, the purple chi is majestic, the 8 true bodies, the pole. Lin Zhe revealed his 8 wastelands true body, reversing the sword blade with a shocking momentum. Divine Gnosis LV7, Extreme Tao. All of the heavenly visions were transformed into a single sword. This sword, open sky, clang. The overwhelming sharpness derives from the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. A sword is clear and turbid. One sword and all things are born. Jabla. The heaven's destiny giant palm and the absolute blade immediately intertwined. The two overwhelming greatnesses went toe-to-toe and changed in 1,000 ways. In a short span of time, they had already exchanged countless rounds of confrontation. The aftermath of the powerful engagement set off a frenzy that tugged at the world's heartstrings. Is this the true power of the top powerhouses of this world? Lin Baoang, who was hiding behind Lin Zhe, looked at the amazing scene of the two fighting, his eyes filled with burning desire. If he had possessed such greatness, then perhaps he could. Lin Baoang clenched the Phoenix treasure jade in his hand. The deep-seated obsession in his heart took root and sprouted more and more. Chapter 204 Intertemporal Duel with the Heavenly Destiny Emperor. Phoenix Emperor Heavenly Palace. Burning in the endless fire domain of indestructible fire. The ancient creature once again opened its giant red gold pupils. The aura of the beginning of time. Who is he sparring with? In the next moment, another flash of doubt surfaced in the red golden giant pupil. Nope. This power is far beyond Taichu's control at his age. This is, as if he had thought of something. A look of shock filled the eyes of this ancient Phoenix Emperor. Nico! With a loud and clear Phoenix sound resounding. The massive Phoenix wing showed a vaguely visible outline from the depths of the fire domain. What has happened to my afterlife? In the meantime, above the 9 clouds of the dragon race's heavenly realm. The mysterious behemoth also silently watched this world-shattering battle that shook the beginning of the Tai, thanks to Long Yu's identity as a dragon. As the Dragon Emperor, he knew far more insider information than the Phoenix Emperor, so he understands very well that this is a feud with a backstory. Feng Taichu, Old Phoenix gave birth to a good son. The Dragon Emperor's exclamation came from the 9 clouds. Obviously, in that unknown future, the Phoenix clan was a great beneficiary. What about them dragons? The Dragon Emperor's profound gaze pierced through 10,000 miles of emptiness and landed directly on Linzei, who was dressed in white. That was the other of the snowy green twin saints, and it was with the descendants of that one. By all rights, this one should also be from the Dragon clan, but unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor did not perceive a single trace of dragon bloodline in this snow saint. The future of dragons. Above the 9 clouds, thunder tumbled and the sea of clouds rushed. Rumble. Between the lightning and the thunder, the behemoth casts a shadow of greatness over the world of men. A pair of crimson dragon pupils reflected a dark red light from the depths of the sea of clouds. The hinterland of heaven. The Spirit Emperor, who had been quietly waiting for the return of the Father God, was high above the 9 heavens, overlooking the world. At this moment, she frowned tightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Feng Taichu, there's another cultivator of the quasi-innocence realm who isn't in the records. This, under the supervision and regular cleanup of her spirit family. Right now, the spirit race had records of Saint Realm existences throughout the entire Taicho. Which ones escaped capture? Which ones were scheduled to be killed next time? Which ones were intentionally released to allow him to live longer? Which ones waited for the Father God to wake up and execute them personally? Which ones made a private agreement with their spirit clan? Etc. The Spirit Emperor had it all in his heart. The movements of the entire Taichu 10,000 races had been arranged by their spirit race in a clear manner. But right now, the arranged Feng Taichu is off track. The other was even off the record and appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, both of them were also very dangerous quasi-beginningless realms. The Spirit Emperor pursed his lips and looked down at the Book of Ages in his hand. It seemed highly likely that that speculation of hers was true. In the latter days, there were really people who broke through the forbidden bars of God and reached the point of being alongside God. And now that person is trying to influence the past to achieve further victories. Father God, where on earth are you? The Spirit Emperor gripped the Book of Ages tightly. She must contact God the Father as soon as possible and offer the Book of Ages. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Under stormy skies, the battle between the 2 strongest people in the world continued. And it's getting worse. The violet light of heaven's mandate in Feng Taichu's eyes grew stronger. He assumed the form of the Heavenly Destiny Emperor, commanding the Heavenly Tao and holding the Supreme Qiankuan. The aura that caused everything to fall silent and the world to be shaken was also raised again and again, making sure to stifle all threats at this moment. Linzei's aura was also high as Feng Taichu became stronger. Come on. The beginningless sword box opens again. Linzei drew a third sword from it. The 3 saint soldiers surrounded Linzei, arranged in the positions of heaven, earth, and humans, separating themselves from Feng Taichu's way of heavenly fate without losing. Swish. Electricity. The exchange between the two continued once again, and in the blink of an eye, millions of games were played against each other, but no one can do anything about it. Surrounded by holy swords, Linzei stood with his arms folded. If the power you sent back is only of this level, then you won't be able to kill anyone today. The Heavenly Destiny Emperor Qi in Feng Taichu's eyes had not diminished in the slightest. He doesn't respond to Linzei, just softly said, Heaven's Destiny, return to the center. These words came out as if the Supreme Heavenly Emperor had issued a supreme edict. Under the icy oracle, a purple seed emitted a piercingly strong light in the bottom of Linzei's heart. An unspeakable feeling of being manipulated suddenly surged through Linzei's heart. It was as if the next moment he was going to lose himself and be reduced to a puppet of Heaven's destiny. And the source of this mischief was none other than the heavenly fate immortal body that Linzei had stolen from wherever Hong Tian was. The immortal scriptures are poisonous. But, I've been guarding against you for a long time. Back in the day, when it was first realized that something was wrong, Linzei then adhered to the attitude of being careful, throwing the power of the heavenly fate immortal body outside of the fundamentals of his power and establishing a Tao fruit origin centered on his own 8 desolate bloodline. Once the Heaven's Destiny immortal body appeared to backfire and other hidden dangers, Linzei would be able to suppress it immediately, solidifying the core fundamentals. With a movement of Linzei's mind, the 8 desolate blood in his body instantly rushed like the sea, essence of Moro, the infinite amount of gas, God's getaway. The 33 Tao fruits were suddenly in motion and shot up into the sky. Boom! The fruits of the Tao manifested and were as bright as stars. Their appearance turns day into night and robs the world of its color. At this moment, these 33 radiant star-like Tao fruits were the only ones spread throughout the entire dark starry sky. Under their greatness, This moment is eternity. Bang! The yoke of providence should shatter. The shining of the 33 Dao fruits completely suppressed the flashy light of heaven's destiny. Right now, Feng Taichu was about to lose, but Lin Zhe still wasn't the least bit careless. He opened the beginningless sword box and his right hand was already on the fourth sword. Lu Hanyan as a phaseless person was already shady enough. Not to mention the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, who was one of the 9 supreme beings of the Swire. He would never believe that this kind of existence that could once play with the gods would only have this kind of means. A hallowed Heaven's Destiny Emperor. Even if it's just a trace of his will descending, he shouldn't only have this much skill, right? In the face of Lin Zhe's provocative words, Feng Taichu remained silent. He just unfolded the heavenly fate true realm and fought against Lin Zhe as the situation became more and more unfavorable for him. Seeing this, Lin Zhe didn't utter a word. There was silence, and the force in his hands grew more vicious. Just as Feng Taichu continued to fall into the wind, his aura was about to hit a low point. Suddenly, like bottoming out, Feng Taichu's aura was violently high again, far better than ever before. The huge Heaven's Destiny true realm covered the sky. Forbidden law, sword weapon blockade. The Heavenly Destiny Emperor issued the supreme edict. Thunder flashes. Feng Taichu's figure became blurred in the disoriented light. Whoosh! He raised the gun of thunder punishment, acting on behalf of heaven. Die. One hit. Seeing this, Lin Zhe's eyes lowered slightly. This strike. There's something odd. He subconsciously sensed where Long Yu was. Sure enough, only to see a Heavenly Destiny thunder light coalesce at some point, transforming Long Yu's entirety into a lightning dragon spear. One in front of the other with the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. One in the light and one in the dark. Quietly. Chapter 205, The End of the Beginning. Departure. This was the great gift that the Heaven's Destiny Emperor had carefully prepared for him. A backhand that had been planted hundreds of millions of years ago with Long Yu as the lure. These old foxes who have seen all of karma and time, are really good at it. Lin Zhe immediately tapped the beginningless sword box. The fourth holy sword came out in response. Clang! The sharp edge of the blade frosts the beginning of time. Lin Zhe drew his sword up, and was about to slash out the sword that would cause the 10,000 elephants to clear the air. But just at this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly paused again. Is not right. It's still not right. For a figure like the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, this kind of underhanded tactic was too direct and petty. Did he really not anticipate that Lin Zhe was suspecting Long Yu right from the start? If Lin Zhe had blocked this move, what would have happened? Wanting to kill him, Lin Zhe. Such an arrangement was too underestimated. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered what Hong Tian had said again. The previous out-of-bounds strike was just a paralyzing move. The person the Heaven's Destiny Emperor really wanted to kill was always you. Another flash of Hong Tian's words left behind before entering the beginning of the earth flashed in his mind. Once inside, don't trust anyone, including myself. Paralyzed. Trying to kill me. Boom! A flash of lightning slammed through Lin Zhe's mind. No good. The person the Heavenly Fate Emperor really wanted to kill wasn't even him. Lin Zhe. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's figure retreated violently. Clang! He turned his sword and no longer paid attention to the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's pincer attack one after the other. Instead, he turned towards Lin Bawang's direction and remotely chopped out a strike that shattered space and time. Fruity! At this moment, behind Lin Bawang, a ghostly shadow with a sinister black aura approached, probing out a deadly demonic claw towards Lin Bawang's lifeblood. The person that the Heavenly Fate Emperor, the rebel, really wanted to kill was only the Heavenly Emperor Lin Bawang from the very beginning. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's sword chi arrived in time. The violent sword pressure sliced through space and time, triggering countless spatial and temporal turbulence like glass fragments, setting off a wild storm. Sword chi swept across the sky and a storm passed through. The violent sword wind blew away the ghostly shadow's morose black aura before it even arrived, revealing the reality hidden underneath that black aura. Green clothes and plain shirt, with long loose hair that fit its languid aura. It was Hong Tian without a doubt. No, to be precise, it was the remaining shell of Hong Tian. The real Hong Tian died long ago. The ones that remain in the world at this time are just corpse puppets that are manipulated by the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Pust! The sword is sharp. As if no one was there, it tore apart Hong Tian's body, turning it into countless pieces that dissipated into the wind. Buzz! Blast whispered. In a trance, Lin Zhe seemed to have heard Hong Tian's sentence again. Brother Lin, take care. Hong Tian takes his leave. This time, he who didn't even manage to leave his physical body behind was the one who completely lost all traces of his existence. The old dragon, Long Yu, was also transformed into a one-strike lightning punishment dragon spear by the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. Of the 3 people who had entered the Taichu era, there was then only one last person left in the shape of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's face was slightly gloomy, and Feng Taichu, who hadn't had much of a reaction all along, hooked up the corners of his mouth at this moment. Boom! He erupted with a stronger aura. Heaven's destiny is mine. Words that were like a declaration of sovereignty flowed out from Feng Taichu's mouth. He empowered the heavens mandate avenue and sent down absolute divine punishment. All evil demons are destroyed. Palm of the hand. The entire tens of millions of square miles of space began to sink and collapse. He wanted to completely put Lin Zhe and Lin Bakuang to death. Master. Linza nodded. Stay close to me. Swish. The beginningless sword box opens again. Lin Zhe directly drew out the fifth Saint Soldier. By now, all 5 swords were out. The complete beginningless Saint Soldier had finally reappeared in the world. Boom! The presence of the 5 holy swords froze the entire beginning of time. The monstrous sword pressure went up against the heavenly order. Clang! 10,000 swords compete for the flow. A long river of sword chi covered the heavens and earth. This world will finally see the ultimate showdown between the 2 most powerful people. But just then, the piece of Phoenix treasure jade tightly squeezed in Lin Bawang's hand suddenly emitted a piercingly warm red light. A phoenix robe. All the splendor of the color of the Qianxin shadow from the red light hidden, blocked in the disaster place. Seeing this figure in the Phoenix treasure jade, Feng Taichu was silent. A hesitant look appeared in the eyes of the man who had always been unapologetic. 1 breath, 2 breaths, with a wave of his big hand, the heavenly destiny blockade that filled the sky disappeared. After that, he turned around and left, stepping into the broken spacetime and disappearing. All that was left was a hopeless sigh. LOL. Seeing Feng Taichu leaving helplessly, Lin Zhe also put away the Saint Soldier, then landed his measuring gaze on the Phoenix treasure jade. The precious jade still had traces of the sinister shadow from earlier, the same existence that did not belong to this time and space. I think this is the handiwork of that Phoenix concubine in the latter days. TSK, these 2 siblings. One wants to kill the heavenly emperor. One wants to protect the emperor of heaven. Interesting. The eyes moved away from the Phoenix jewel. Lindsay asked, why are you suddenly against him? Lin Bawang smiled bitterly at his words. Maybe it's because of his sister, that princess of the Phoenix clan. I'm not going to hide it from Master. But I entered the Phoenix clan's secret realm by chance and formed some bonds with that princess. I think it was for this reason that Feng Taichu took the disciple as a person with ulterior motives who was scheming against the princess with his flowery words, and that's why he started to kill. So it is. Lindsay snickered. So are you? Lin Bawang's face was slightly bitter. All people have the desire to love beauty. The disciple has 2 sleeves of clean air. How could I dare to mistake a good person? Nah. Even if Jaren had the heart, her clan would not have allowed it, or this would not have happened today. The disciple only waits until he has accomplished something in the future before he can match it. Lindsay smiled. That's a sober one. Your future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary, but in the future, you will become the first person in the ancient world, and your brother-in-law who is the king of the heavenly pride will have to line up behind you to hang out with you. Granted, you guys ended up flipping out. Well, don't know exactly how you guys flipped out. It's not enough that reality has made you disappear. So angry that your great-uncle would rather reverse time and space and reverse karma to get you killed again. The family got into this mess. Is this cheating? Or is it just poor time management and capsizing? For a while, Lindsay thought a lot. A 52-episode, 8 p.m. primetime dog and pony serial has been constructed in the mind's eye. Then I'll be grateful for the master's good advice. I don't know if master teacher will have any leisure time next. Since the last time we parted, disciple and master have not seen each other for decades. And I haven't even had the chance to repay the kindness of Master's teaching of the Dharma, so I am very ashamed. Now, by a stroke of luck, I have the chance to meet the Master again, and I have been saved by the Master to meet a strong enemy for my disciple. Master Teacher has shown such great kindness to my disciple that I don't even know Master Teacher's name. It's a shame. I still hope that the Master will fulfill me. Lindsay glanced high above the clouds, shaking his head. I'm afraid I don't have that time. It was impossible for the god not to know about this big mess he had made with the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. It's not clear why he didn't intervene though, but Lindsay couldn't stay with a head iron any longer. Cultivate well. You and I will meet again someday. At that time, you will naturally know who I really am. Chapter 206, The Ancient Remnant Realm. Just when the time comes, don't serve me with the family law and blame me for disrespecting my ancestors. God have mercy. Master and all that is called by you yourself. Heavenly Emperor Elder. I don't recognize it anyway. Gone. After saying that, Lindsay then flashed a mysterious and unpredictable smile at Lin Bawang and left the Taichu era. Disciple sends his master off. Lin Bawang watched Lindsay leave. It was a long time before he withdrew his gaze. Karma. He looked down at the Phoenix Jade in his hand again and let out a heartfelt soft sigh. The secret method of the Phoenix clan, the quintessence of the essence path, is enough for a long time. Next, Lin Bawang's eyes flickered as he stared in a certain unnamed direction. I also wonder how Dream is doing now. Did you succeed in obtaining the inheritance of that Fate Xian powerhouse? Lin Biara put away the Phoenix treasure jade. The lone back faded into the sunlight. And go and see first. The ancient remnants of the world. It was the largest fragment after the shattering of the ancient times, which retained a large number of traces of the ancient times. And the rules of heaven and earth were also the clearest, so it became the first choice of many ancient remnants to rebuild their homes. Therefore, the major forces have been attracted to move their families to settle down, and then set the order of the Qiankuan. What a fight to do after the ancient times of the male masters, a time when great men and women rose up, and the pride of the heavens came out in great numbers. In a matter of moments, there are 100 schools of thought and 10,000 boats competing. It was as if the pomp and circumstance of the ancient times had returned. Thus, it became the center of gravity of the entire broken Taiku, inheriting the name of Taiku and earning the name Taiku Remnant Realm. This day, the North Sea of the Taiku Remnant Realm, Zhenhai Heavenly City, as a great northern sea majestic lord that was renowned in the Taiku Remnant Realm, a sacred unification immortal sect that possessed the legend of a single gate with two saints. Zhenhai Tianchang is never short of visitors from all sides of the world. No matter what time of the day it is, Zhenhai Sky City is always a bustling and lively scene. Today, in particular, the Heavenly City was overcrowded. Today is a happy day for Zhenhai Sky City to feast the world. The whole North Sea has been rumored. Zhenhai Celestial City's saint daughter of this generation was victorious in her first battle, and had only just appeared on the mountain when she defeated the long-famous Dawi Saint Sun in an absolutely crushing manner, entering the ranks of the North Sea's heavenly pride. Saddening. So some people asked the Holy Prince of Dawi to teach him, what exactly is the cultivation level of the Holy Maiden of Zhenhai, and what kind of moves are she using? And how far has the Zhenhai Ping Tian technique been cultivated to that realm? In response, the Dawi Holy Sun only said one thing, Sacred in Tai Huang Body. The moment those 5 words came out, the entire North Sea immediately exploded. Who else in the world today doesn't know the name of the Sacred in Tai Huang Body? The legend about it needs to be summarized in just 5 words. 33 royal bodies. That's right. The Sacred in Tai Huang Body is precisely one of the legendary 33 royal bodies of the creation of heaven and earth. And its rankings are also extremely high. Throughout the 33 imperial bodies, no matter who their successors were, and no matter what the current era was, the Sacred in Tai Huang Body all sat firmly in the top 10, crowning the group. This is not, Zhenhai Tianchang side simply do not even act, directly happy feast the world, clearly for the holy girl to create invincible momentum, clearly telling everyone that their Zhenhai Celestial City's saint daughter of this generation was the Sacred in Tai Huang Body was correct. Whichever one is not convinced, whichever one has objections, feel free to come and discuss the means of the Emperor's body. There was no fear at all that the Holy Maiden would have her Taoist heart crumble, because there's absolutely no need for that. The 33 Emperor body, born to be an emperor, they are destined to be invincible. When peers fought each other, it would be impossible for the possessor of the imperial body to lose. As for different generations, Zhenhai Tianchang is not a vegetarian. Don't you dare break the rules. Hey, if you dare to break the rules, then Zhenhai Celestial City will naturally make you understand what kind of immortal sect is worthy of a double saint. TSK, the gold content of 2 saints in one clan, that's not just talk. Zhenhai Holy Maiden, another rising heavenly pride. Our era is really getting more and more exciting. Who says it isn't? The Sacred Maiden of Zhenhai has just risen to prominence. And on the other side, the world walker of this generation of the Endless Tao Palace has also come out. Oh, really? How can this be false? I heard that people have already traveled to the illusory Moon Palace, and given the pissy nature of the Endless Tao Palace, if the current generation of world walkers didn't have the strength to look out of the North Sea, how could they have let him come out? Wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Tao Palace? TSK, this is lively. The Endless Tao Palace's world walker has actually collided with Zhenhai Celestial City's Sacred in Tai Huang Body. But not only, I heard that Taiku Legacy clan in our North Sea is also going to have a big action. Some days ago, the wind and clouds are rising in the North Sea. Inside a certain tea house in the Heavenly City, a large group of foreign cultivators were all feverishly discussing the story of the Sacred Maiden of the Zhenhai and certain contemporary magnates, saying this and that. The second floor of the tea house, a first-time white figure slowly settled into a window seat, facing the crowd outside the window, quietly listening to the chatter of the tea drinkers downstairs. The Holy Maiden of Zhenhai, the Holy Son of Dawi, walking in the world. What a star-studded, heady, golden age. It would have been wonderful to have been born in these times. Just a shame. The white man shook his head gently. He's obviously old, no longer suitable for a fight between them. After all, he was already able to firefight with a top-tier daimyo like the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Going to fight with these holy sons and daughters again was really a bit too bullying. This white-robed man was none other than Lin Zhe, who had just arrived in this realm. thanks to that fragment of the 8 desolate mirrors left behind by Hong Tian. This made it easy for Lin Zhe to seek out the special senses of the 8 desolate mirrors and find the existence of the Taiku Remnant Realm in the vast sea of worlds. The Taiku Remnant Realm, a world filled with all sorts of Taiku Taoist traditions, with the rules of the world basically full and flawless, and not yet having any limitations. It was even more energetic and youthful than the Taichu era that Lin Zhe had mistakenly entered. The entire world was filled with a positive, thriving and favorable atmosphere. After all, there were no gods here, and no spirits to harvest and hunt from time to time. As soon as Lin Zhe entered this place, it was truly a long time since the sea was wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky was high enough for birds to fly. Full of relief. What can I get for you, sir? A nice pot of tea. Lin Zhe threw out a full-colored spirit crystal out of thin air with a vague grip. It made the tea shop guy look straight. Hastily looking left and right, he carefully clutched the spirit crystal in his hand. Master, you're giving too much here. Lin Zhe smiled. Take it. At Lin Zhe's current realm, spirit crystals or all kinds of material elixirs were almost a worthless number. Right now in a good mood he didn't mind rewarding one. I have a question for you. The fellow immediately patted his chest and assured. Please ask. I will know everything. Have you ever heard of the Divine Destiny Holy Land? At these words, the fellow's expression changed violently. The Divine Destiny Holy Land. Chapter 207, The Hate of the Heavens. The fellow's exclamation of surprise drew the gazes of the surrounding tea drinkers. They had turned toward the two with strange inexplicable colors. The fellow quickly smiled, then lowered his voice. Master, why are you asking about this stuff? In our North Sea, those 4 words are not very auspicious. Lin Zhe smiled unconcernedly. If it's for the sake of seeking immortality, how can an inauspiciousness stand in the way? The fellow touched the spirit crystals in his arms. That's true. It would be unlucky if a person lived and died poor. After thinking about it, the fellow asked again. Then I wonder what you would like to know. Master, I came from the frontier, where the legend of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land is already little known, and it was only by chance that I learned some of the mysteries by looking through the ancient books. I heard that your North Sea is the Heaven's mandate homeland, so I came here to seek it out, and tell me all about it. The more detailed the better. So, then please wait a moment, and I will speak to you properly after I have made you a good pot of tea. This matter of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land can't be finished in a moment. With that, the fellow went downstairs to make tea. In no time, he came upstairs with a jade tray. Master, please, this is our store's best tea, brewed with Jinhai Sky City's holy spring water. Drinking it will make your body feel better, nourish your aura, and give you an aftertaste. With pleasure. You are too kind. The fellow saw Lin Zhe sip his tea, and only then did he talk about the old events of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. To say that this heavenly fate holy land in our North Sea. No, I should say the entire Taiku Remnant Realm. That's no one knows and no one knows. Even though this holy land has only produced one saint, its reputation and status in the Taiku Remnant Realm is incomparable even to the Jinhai Heavenly City, which has 2 saints in one gate. Nothing else, just because of 4 words, the fellow said with a solemn face, almost word for word. Heavenly fate immortal body. The world knows that the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was founded by the followers under the Heaven's Destiny Emperor in the beginning. They hold a portion of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's Tao lineage in their hands, holding fast to the Tao palace that the Heaven's Destiny Emperor left in the 32nd heavens, waiting for the Emperor's return, and are called the Heaven's Destiny Orthodoxy. But regrettably, this orthodoxy, because of the small amount of Tao inheritance it possesses, has not recreated the might of the Heavenly Fate Emperor, and the Heavenly Fate Emperor's divine Heavenly Fate method has not been carried forward in their hands. Even the Heavenly Fate Tao Palace in the 32nd heavenly layer, they weren't able to hold on to it and it was quickly taken. And so the 4 words, Heavenly Ordination Orthodoxy, became a joke at the time, but then it didn't take long to know if the original group of great powers in the Holy Land were learned and finally broke the mystery of the heavenly destiny from the techniques left by the Emperor, or if the Emperor of the heavenly destiny was touched by their sincerity, and gave blessing and guidance in the underworld. I can't believe I actually let them take the name of Heaven's Destiny Orthodoxy, the fellow said with a look of wonder. The heavenly mandate that has ended since the heavenly mandate Emperor has even reappeared within the heavenly mandate Holy Land, and it's still hereditary. As long as the current generation of Heaven's Destiny in the Holy Land dies unexpectedly, then the next generation will soon be born among the rest of the Holy Land. This can make the mighty ones of other powers look red-eyed, hating the fact that they can't take their place and steal the heavenly fate. But regrettably, the heavenly destiny that thing is just like recognizing the master. No matter who the stealer is and what kind of means he has, the bystanders can't see it at all, can't recognize it, and even more so can't take it. Even a supreme saint himself would have to be obediently rejected by heaven's mandate. Thus, Heaven's destiny became the exclusive inheritance of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. Generation after generation. You heard right. It's generation after generation. Buddy words here. The tone of some sighs. According to reason, to Heaven's destiny this kind of unreasonable power, once someone inherits, but where its master is stable some. And then there are people in the Holy Land to watch over. In time is bound to be another emperor-like figure. But it's always the case that those who inherit the mandate of heaven will die in the middle of it due to all sorts of accidents. And the reason for this, indeed, it is the hatred of the heavens. The fellow sighed, because not only the heavenly mandate, but also the empty spirit, the stopper, the immortal, and even the 10,000 laws of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, all of them will die prematurely due to all kinds of accidents. And look at the 9 supreme beings themselves. They too are dead, wounded, gone, disappeared. None of them peaceful in their old age. What is this if not the curse of the heavens? After all, He has hatred in His heart for the 9 supreme beings who killed Him, and along with them, their legacies have suffered. So how did the name Avenue 9 Immortal Body come about? It didn't just come from that. Curses are all abject curses. The mate had another turn of phrase. But when the chance of the 9 immortal bodies truly comes to one's face, who can refuse it? Everyone thinks they are the most special one, as long as they are careful. Even if they find a deep forest to live alone for hundreds of thousands of years, they can always break the curse of the immortal body. Those curses are not worth mentioning at all in front of the merit and fame that comes with an immortal body. Like he just said himself, bad luck? It's unlucky when people live but die poor. If not, I believe you wouldn't have come to our North Sea to ask about the past of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. In response, Lindsay just smiled. And then later? How did the Heavenly Fate Holy Land fall from grace? Did the Heavenly Destiny Immortal Body not continue its legacy? The fellow said, if we want to talk about the fall of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, then we have to mention that Heaven's Destiny Holy Land's most dazzling holy sun in its history. That can be really unmatched and unprecedented nah. I'm afraid in retrospect, there are still old people from that era living in his shadow. The fellow's eyes showed a few hints of sighing in remembrance. That holy sun, the name is Hong Tian. Lin's hand holding the teacup paused slightly. In his eyes, a dim light slowly faded. Hong, the home of Hong Luk's sacred body, and Tian, the Tian of Heavenly Fate Immortal Body. That's right, this Hong Tian Holy Sun possesses both the Heavenly Fate Immortal Body and the Hong Yun Holy Body as 2 supreme physiques. It is the only dual body possessor in history. Under the joint shelter of the Hong Luk sacred body and the Heavenly Fate Immortal Body, this Hong Tian sacred son has been blessed by Heaven's fate since he was a child. And with his Hong Luk, his journey has been smooth and smooth, with no bumps in the road ever. Much less indifferent to accidental premature death. That Cthulhu curse that has caused the lives of successive generations of successors to fall seems to have lost its effect on his body. At only 20 years old, he has already stepped into the innate 5 realms of Tian Yuan. His cultivation is directly after the older generation of great powerhouses. His battle power is proud of his class, and none of his peers can look up to him. Thus, the people in the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land all took Hong Tian as their main focus, believing him to be the one and only savior who could break the immortal body curse and lead the Heaven's Destiny lineage back to its ancient glory. Chapter 208 Hong Tian went crazy. But the results? The Heaven's Destiny Holy Land had fallen into disrepair for many years, and now it had long been empty. The result is naturally obvious. That holy sun also died young? The fellow shook his head, a complex color running deep in his eyes. Saying it was an untimely death is a bit of a stretch. Oh, he's crazy, the fellow said. On the night when Hong Tian was about to complete his cultivation and break through the Saint Realm, he stopped for some reason, stopping at the realm of Life Xian. This pause is a whole decade. During these 10 years, Hong Tian didn't rush to make a breakthrough and didn't cultivate anymore, but instead dedicated himself to seeking out the various Taiku ruins and visiting the major Taiku ruins. As to why he did it, some great powers speculate that Hong Tian may have reached some sort of divine realm where heaven and earth are one with me on the night before he entered sainthood, thus discovering something extraordinary. And for that reason seeking an unknown answer. But whether it is or not, and whether Hong Tian has sought the answer, there is no way to know. Anyway, since then, Hong Tian's will has been fading day by day, and his condition is getting worse day by day as he drifts around in the ancient remnant realm. Its appearance is sometimes in a certain returning ruin, sometimes in an ancient great swamp, and even sometimes one can see him royally drunk in the wine shop of a small border drop town. So on and so forth for another 7 years, until one day, 7 years later, Hong Tian's will fell into a deep valley. He's crazy, the fellow murmured softly. That night, he massacred all the higher-ups of the Holy Land and destroyed the Heavenly Destiny inheritance as much as he could. Of the remaining disciples, at least 80% died at his hands as well. After this again, Hong Tian left the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land and never returned to Earth. And that huge Heaven's Destiny Holy Land back then was also buried in that night with Hong Tian's departure, bringing down the curtain of the legend. So far it has become a legend that does not show itself in the world. When he finished, the mate sighed softly. It seemed to be lamenting that a generation of Gaijin pride had ended up in such a way. It is really saddening. Master, this is all I know about the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. The other details, then I'm afraid only those great figures and the survivors of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land back then can know. After listening to the fellow's account, Lin Zhe was silent for a long time. Only then did he hold up his teacup and drink it. He's the one who can't do right by you guys. Something subtle gradually changed in the fellow's eyes. Master, what you say? Your Heaven's Destiny lineage. Do you still have people holding out now? The moment these words came out, the fellow's expression suddenly changed drastically. This person was really coming for them. Fortunately, as soon as he heard that this person had come here to ask about the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land just now, he had kept an extra eye out and had set up a backhand while he went to make tea. Otherwise, with a jolt, the fellow hastily took dozens of steps back and cupped his hands together. Gue, Fu Xiao, line up. No one responded. Even the tea drinkers who were drinking tea and discussing the topic around them did not have a single sound. The mate looked around in a hurry, only to find that the world has just turned gray. Everyone's movements were frozen in the moments before they stood still. In this world of resting silence, the only two left behind were him and Lin Zhe, who could still move freely. Dude's pupils dilated violently. When? And he didn't even notice? Looking at Lin Zhe, who was slowly mixing tea in front of him, a drop of cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Stronger. It was at least a strong person of the innate fifth realm. Damn it, it's someone from Jinhai Tianchang. Lights are really still a must. Just as the dude was rambling, Lindsay beckoned toward him and, immediately after that, a strong invisible force pressed the fellow onto the bench. A cup of hot tea floated gently to him. First, I'm not from Jinhai Sky City, they can't afford to invite me. Second, I mean you survivors no harm. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. At those words, the fellow smiled bitterly. Senior is powerful. I admire you. It's just that I don't know what Senior is seeking us for. If you're here for the Heaven's Destiny Immortal Body and the Heaven's Destiny Immortal Scripture, I'm afraid Senior will be disappointed. Back then, when the Hong Tian sacred sun went crazy, the top echelons of my sacred ground were slaughtered, and the sacred ground's inheritance was destroyed in every way possible, and the gate has long since lost its complete inheritance. What we survivors can control is only some rough skins, which may be somewhat useful for general cultivators, but I am afraid that we can't look at it for seniors. In addition, because of what happened back then, those of us have long since detached ourselves from the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land and no longer ask about everything concerning the Holy Land. And we don't know the slightest thing about what's going on in the Holy Land nowadays. Dude straight up first made it clear that while we were indeed survivors of the Divine Destiny Sanctuary back in the day, we really didn't have anything, and were disconnected from the Holy Land, too, and we don't know anything about anything. If you want to get the Heavenly Fate Immortal Body and the Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture through us, in 2 words, no. Linza smiled and shook his head. No need to be nervous. I am an old friend of your Holy Son. A former friend of the Holy Son? The fellow froze. You mean, Saint Sun him? Lindsay smiled and didn't answer, only repeating the question he had just asked. Answer me, do any of you now hold fast to the glory of the Divine Order? The fellow glanced at Lindsay, then bowed his head slightly and replied firmly, I don't know. Rather a righteous man who does not betray his master. It seems I have to be like this for you to believe me. The fellow laughed in his mind. Believe it? It doesn't exist. He then looked up at Lindsay. The glance fixed him. He saw the extremely brilliant flash of flashy purple light in Lindsay's eyes. Saw the return of the Supreme King who made the mandate of heaven. He rose to his feet with a flourish. You're a Heaven's Destiny inheritor. Lindsay glanced at the agitated fellow. Now what? The fellow clasped his hands together and looked at Lindsay as if he were seeing a god. Allow me to guide you. The Holy Land has a true boundary that has been enhanced by successive heavenly orders, and since the Holy Land was robbed and disappeared into the void, it has been absolutely impossible for those who are not from my Holy Land to find where the Holy Land is located. Then let's go. With a fresh breeze blowing through, inside the tea house, it was back to normal. People still tell their own versions of the wonderful story and say the extraordinary words. As for the dude in the window with the white guy, it was as if they had never been here, and no one remembered them, or exactly why the tea set on the table with half a pot left in it had been made. Chapter 209, The Holy Land of Heavenly Fate, An Endless Dark Void. The tea shop fellow stopped at a certain realm. He then looked around carefully, exhausting his senses to make sure no one was there before running the spell. A mysterious method was interpreted in the fellow's hands. 1 way, 2 ways, 3 ways, a full 73 spells later. The fellow then clasped his hand in vain and summoned a talisman to him by the holy method of mouthing the heavenly constitution. Destiny not. Come on, Buzz. Glorious violet light bloomed in a shimmering haze. The talisman named Heaven's Destiny Not fell into the fellow's hands. Seeing this, Lindsay couldn't help but laugh softly as he thought of how Hong Tian had once been the same way. 2 hands clapping, shouting whatever comes. That's quite a fine tradition of your Heaven's Destiny lineage. When the fellow felt Lindsay's gaze, he smiled awkwardly. Please forgive me. Since the Hong Tian Holy Sun massacred the Holy Land back then, the sect's profound heavenly destiny inheritance has been cut off. Nowadays this edict of all things beckons is all restored by us survivors with the memories of the lectures and sermons given by the elders of the sect back in the day, pieced together from the East. There are quite a few flaws and shortcomings in it, so naturally it cannot be compared to the true art of heavenly fate. So I make you laugh. Lindsay shook his head. The art of heaven's destiny is originally the top avenue in this world, and it is already rare for you guys to be able to deduce and restore it to this point from fragmented memories. If the successive generations of heavenly orders were aware of this, they would also be pleased for you. The divine order of the ages? If the successive generations of Heaven's Mandate knew that the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land would one day fall to this state, I'm afraid that they would all be so angry that they would come alive. Oh, my God. The fellow smiled stiffly. Then with a wave of the Heaven's Destiny Knot, a purple ghostly light shot out from the depths of the dark void. After you, Buzz. Violet light is misty. The sun and moon rotate. With a change in the sky, Lindsay and his duo had then appeared within the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, which had disappeared for many years. At a glance, it was full of disrepair. Everywhere there were ruins and walls, and everywhere there was a scene of depression and decay. Weathered stone walls, vague and indistinct engravings, ruins of a palace full of weeds. Everything that he saw before him was so incongruous with the words Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. But Lindsay knew that what he saw in front of him was just the appearance of using it to lure the enemy. The real Divine Destiny Sanctuary is still hidden behind this layer of traps. He glanced at the fellow, layer upon layer. You guys know how to hide. The fellow spread his hands helplessly. The next best thing in a million years. My Heavenly Fate Holy Land has always been a place of reincarnation for Heavenly Fate immortal bodies. This immortal body has not appeared in the realm of Taiku for hundreds of thousands of years since the Holy Son of Hong Tian ceased to exist on Earth and died out in Taiku. Those jackals and tigers out there are inevitably itching, and they hate that they can't cut open my Holy Land and find the root of the Heaven's Destiny immortal body inheritance to take its place. Furthermore, even if one cannot reach the marvels of the immortal body, one can still catch a glimpse of the mysteries of the Heavenly Mandate Great Tao according to the remnants of the chapter of my Holy Land. There's no defense. Speaking of this, the fellow then thought of the scene within the tea shop just now, his heart palpitating, thinking that he was hiding well under the eyes of Jinhai Tianchang. He had always been at peace with each other, but all of a sudden, someone came directly to him to inquire about the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. Looking for survivors of the Divine Destiny Sanctuary to inquire about the Divine Destiny Sanctuary can be too sensitive. He was immediately startled and subconsciously tensed up a bit. He thought that the people from Jinhai Sky City had come to his door. That's right. A heavenly Yuan powerhouse of the innate fifth realm could be considered a party master no matter where he was placed. To be able to let a heavenly Yuan powerhouse make a personal trip. Looking at this area, only the Jinhai Heavenly City with 1 gate and 2 saints had this kind of heritage. But fortunately, a false alarm. This heavenly Yuan powerhouse wasn't from Jinhai Heavenly City. Instead, it was the new generation of Heavenly Fate immortal bodies from their Heavenly Fate Holy Land. A Heavenly Fate immortal body that had already arrived at the Heavenly Yuan realm. Looking at the entire young generation of the Taiku remnant realm, who could be a match for them? Not to mention the younger generation, even those of the older generation. The Holy Lords of the Holy Lands and the immortal sect giants had to obediently bow their heads in front of him. As soon as he thought of this, all the lingering fear in the fellow's heart turned into excitement. Finally, these hundreds of thousands of years of persistence have not been in vain. The dawn of the return to glory had finally come to their Heaven's Destiny Sanctuary. With excited hearts and trembling hands, the fellow once again summoned another Heaven's Destiny charm. Open. A gorgeous avenue leading to the true Holy Land appeared in front of the two. Please, Divine Destiny Sanctuary. In the ancient palace of the Holy Land, a late, old man is scribbling on a scroll. As he writes, he remembers and extrapolates. Sometimes he stops writing and frowns. Sometimes he simulates his hands in the void. Sometimes he writes furiously, and then finally and inexorably tear it out and rewrite it. After circling like this an unknown number of times, the old man seemed to have something at last. That's right, is the idea. The shortcut to the Tao that Elder Tianxing spoke of back then corresponded to this piece of heavenly fate affinity. As long as we follow this line of reasoning, we should be able to restore another heaven's destiny affinity Dharma door based on the feeling in our memories. After determining that it was feasible, a smile finally appeared on the old man's withered face. Seeing this, the few people beside him hurriedly asked, "Elder Brother Kai, you've made it? How certain is it? May we need to seek some more traces of heavenly destiny?" The old man enlightened his senior brother. "When there is 80% certainty that it is consistent with the original, the rest, the old man is not sure of the place will be marked for your descendants to warn, but think 8 or 9 should not be a problem. Just, Elder Brother Kai was dying as he looked at his pale palms. "It's just that. I'm afraid that the old man can't accompany you any further. The future of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, as well as those classics of the Holy Land, will have to rely on you to restore the legacy." The hearts of the people trembled, and their faces showed their intolerance. Among them, the remnants of Heaven's Destiny. Senior Brother Kai's cultivation and qualifications weren't too high, coupled with experiencing the destruction of the Holy Land back then. Senior Kai seems to have a depressed heart and a blocked Tao, and has not been able to make a single advancement in these hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, Senior Brother Kai's seniority was also old. Having started early, he was already older than them. Under these hundreds of thousands of years of dissipation, his life was naturally consumed and came to an end. "Elder Brother Kai, you mustn't say that. I'll go out and find the longevity fruit for you." "Yes, Senior Brother Kai, you are our pillar. You must hold on. Don't say these demoralizing words." When the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was broken, the survivors were left and dispersed, and in the end, there were really not many people who chose to hold on to the Holy Land. They rely on each other to support each other so far, has long had a deep bond. Naturally unwilling to see the Kai brothers said goodbye. What's more, as Senior Brother Kai was the most senior among them, a large portion of the repair and deduction of the law of Heaven's destiny over the years had to be attributed to him. If he left on that note, it would really be a huge blow to the rest of them. Chapter 210, Granting Thee the Honor of Immortality. Looking at the intolerant looks of the crowd, Senior Brother Kai sighed quietly in his heart. Why wouldn't he want to extend his life by a few 100,000 years, and continue on with this group of old friends until the former glory of the Heaven's Destiny Sacred Land was restored? But the lifespan level is the destined robbery of every human being. He's got a heart of gold. Nah. Well, life and death have their destiny, and the destiny song ends. All don't be motherly, while the old man still has some strength. You guys hurry up to engrave and seal the old man's memories. In the coming days there might still be a time to use them. Elder Brother Kai, wait, come on. Why are my generation of Heaven's Destiny cultivators acting like this? If you really can't let go of me, then cultivate yourselves well. In the future, when the art of Heaven's mandate is fully accomplished, you can call back my soul from the endless springs with a command. The crowd's lips quirked, and 1,000 words in their hearts turned into an inescapable sigh. The art of divine destiny is a great success. How easy it is to talk about. How much longer can they hold out with each passing day? LOL. Just when it was difficult to speak in everyone's mind, a large hand, however, suddenly probed from the void. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura that was extremely vast, as if heavenly might was approaching the world, instantly filled and unified the entire realm where the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was located. Reverse flow. Rumble. The sound of God is vast. The Supreme Lord of Heaven decrees all things. Loyalty is commendable. Grant thee the honor of immortality. Like an absolute oracle issued by the Emperor of Heaven. At the edict of this divine voice, the whole world began to move at breakneck speed. A huge and extremely large life energy that could not be described in words violently poured into Senior Brother Kai. Buzz. Energy vibrates. Time flows backwards. The originally drooping, dry and thin Senior Brother Chi unexpectedly turned around rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A head of dull white hair gradually colored with ink. The hunched back straightened out again. The old cheeks regained the flush of youth. Time is flowing backwards on Brother Kai's body. The crowd was horrified at the sight. This, edict heaven and earth. Time flows backwards. Could this be? The destiny is mine. Twisting the yin and yang. Tread. Before the eyes of the crowd, the old and late Senior Kai was no longer there, and in his place was a youthful young man. Time. It didn't leave any traces on his body, no matter how they perceived it. They could only see his bare burning youth that surged like the fire of the first sun. Boundless. It's as if it never runs out, never comes to an end. Is it really everlasting? Elder Brother Kai also looked at his hands incredulously, touching his rosy cheeks. Old, trembling out loud. To his ears, it was no longer the pale, feeble thickness of years, but his long receded once upon a time. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd heard a voice so strange. yet so familiar. There was a momentary silence in the sanctuary. At this time, outside the sanctuary, the blazing sun was just right. The two figures stepped into the hall with the sunlight. One of them was dressed as a tea shop attendant, one of their own, and another, looking at the other person's rich and magnificent violet aura, that heaven's mandate divine might that was so honorable that one could hate to bow down to it. Everyone's heart shook wildly, setting off monstrous waves. Fruity, fruity. At this moment, all faces were filled with all kinds of complicated and unspeakable emotions. There was surprise, trance, shock, disbelief, and the release of hope that it had finally arrived as promised. It varies. I wanted to say something, but I wanted to cry. In the end, the 1,000 words of the people of the Divine Destiny Holy Land all turned into one sentence. Click. Everyone in the sanctuary immediately made a great salute towards that supremely honorable figure. We, the others, see the Holy Lord. See the Holy Lord. It was only the voices of a dozen people, but they were as distant as a flood bell and as heavy as the waves of the sea. It's like an army of 1,000. Looking at the remnants of heaven's mandate in front of him, Lindsay's heart was touched. The Divine Destiny Sanctuary, a Divine Destiny farm designed from the ground up. All of the Heaven's Destiny sect members were nothing more than a piece of food in the hands of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. As lambs, they can't escape the invisible net of destiny. This has been the case with the providence of all generations, and it is also the case with Hong Tian. So after Hong Tian discovered the truth of this predestination, he resolutely ended this cycle of pathetic predestination and returned a true freedom to all. But yeah, even though this predestined cycle is pathetic, it is still a belief in the hearts of countless people. It's the home that so many of the Heaven's Destiny sect people depend on. Perhaps, it was with this in mind that Hong Tian finally asked him to watch over the Heavenly Fate Holy Land. The heart sighed softly. Lin Zhe waved his hand, and the 4 directions of soft power emerged, helping everyone up. The Heaven's Mandate Sanctuary is no more, so why follow these old rituals? All rise. The people in the Holy Land shook their heads repeatedly. To be born is a Heaven's Mandate person. To die is a Heaven's Mandate ghost. As long as there is still one of us alive, the Heaven's Mandate Tao lineage has not been broken. According to the rites of my Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, whoever inherits the Heaven's Destiny immortal body is the Holy Son of this world. The Holy Land hasn't had a Holy Lord and Holy Son for hundreds of thousands of years since the Holy Son of Hong Tian. We shall follow the old system and honor you as the Holy Lord. Having said that, Senior Brother Chi in the crowd immediately bowed down respectfully in front of Lin Zhe again. See the Holy Lord. Many thanks to the Holy Lord for granting the old disciple youth to recreate. Lin Zhe nodded and said rather appreciatively, the Holy Land has been broken up for hundreds of thousands of years, yet you still manage to remain true to your original heart. You deserve this honor. Keep going. The Heaven's Destiny Holy Land still needs you. Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Kai was as if he had been gifted by the gods, piety and excitement written all over his face. Yes, thank you, Holy Lord, for your gift. The crowd was also very hot in their hearts when they saw this, but, as the Holy Lord said, this was a gift that Brother Kai deserved. They were more concerned about the cultivation of the current Holy Lord than Senior Brother Kai's everlasting spring and return to youth. The Holy Lord was able to command Heaven's destiny to such an extent, casually retrieving a dying man and granting him the glory of immortality. This kind of ability was bound to be a high level of cultivation, having developed the Heaven's Destiny immortal body to an extreme. Tian Yuan? Or is it Daehun Mitsuru? As for the Saint Realm, they didn't dare to think about it at all. The Saint's body enters into formlessness and attains great freedom and transcendence, and is eternally immortal. Every saint was a god that would remain in history and manipulate the heavens and earth. They wouldn't dare to imagine the existence of God at will. Holy Lord, please forgive disciples for being rash. The Holy Lord is now able to command the Heaven's Mandate so that Senior Brother Kai returns to his old age and does not die, but his cultivation has already reached the Heavenly Yuan realm of transformation? Some disciples really couldn't help the curiosity in their hearts. The rest of them also eyed Lin Zhe, wanting to get an accurate answer, because this answer was too important to the remnants of Heaven's Mandate who had been decadent for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 211, I, Divine Martial Saint. At those words, Lin Zhe was smiling without saying anything. It seemed that the Heaven's Destiny immortal body had disappeared from this realm for so long that people had already forgotten exactly why the Heaven's Destiny immortal body could be called the 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao. Tian Yuan? Fate Xian? How much is this looking down on heavenly fate immortal bodies? How much does it look down on gods and Heaven's Destiny emperors? However, it is also true that the Avenue 9 immortal body is only one person in a lifetime, and no one else can see or touch it. So how can they experience the horror of the immortal body? The true power of the Heavenly Fate immortal body. As an immortal body capable of commanding Heaven's destiny, All things in heaven and earth and all the ways of the world are under its control. My will is the will of heaven. And my heart is the heart of heaven. The whole life reversal thing. Even the district longevity fruit and longevity pill could prolong one's lifespan, let alone a heavenly fate immortal body. If even the ability to bless one's immortality could not be easily performed, and the cultivation of heavenly yuan fate xian was still needed to do the prying to support it, then the heavenly fate immortal body could simply be called the joke immortal body. Seeing Lin Zhe smile without saying anything, there was something rather inscrutable in his demeanor. The people in the Holy Land then added, "Please forgive the Holy Lord. With our shallow cultivation and short insights, we are unable to understand the too profound art of heaven's mandate. It's just that in our humble opinion, we estimate that you, Sacred Lord, have at least reached the heavenly yuan realm of transformation before you can perform this heavenly art. After all, we haven't seen the Holy Land's recent generations of heaven's destiny immortal bodies, including Saint Sun Hong Tian, perform such secret techniques." Lin Zhe said, "It's just some small means of heavenly destiny marvelousness. It's not worth mentioning." Hong Tian and the others didn't cast it simply because it wasn't necessary, because these kinds of tactics still have to consume the power of heavenly destiny after all. Successive generations of heaven's mandate immortal bodies had prioritized cultivation and spent their money on the blade of a knife. So naturally they wouldn't do this thing that didn't have too much significance and wasted the power of heaven's mandate for nothing. And being in a place like the heaven's destiny Holy Land, how many people could have their lifespan depleted and be worth saving for the sacred sons? But Lindsay was different. On the one hand, it was that his own cultivation level was already high and had infinitely approached the beginningless realm, which was enough to pry the rules of heaven's destiny with the smallest cost. On the other hand, his heavenly fate immortal body was originally picked up for nothing, and it doesn't hurt to use it. Not to mention, this thing was still a substitute bait put out by the heaven's destiny emperor himself. Lin Zhe estimated that the so-called power of heaven's mandate actually originated from the divisions of the heaven's mandate emperor's own body, a restriction he had placed on the immortal bodies for fear of the lamb escaping from his palm. There's a lot of doorways behind this immortal body. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe couldn't help but think of the battle he had fought against the Heaven's Destiny Emperor when he was in the Taichou. That battle was shallow. It didn't go too far. However, the pipe is visible. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor was, in the end, a former Godslayer, one of the most powerful and ancient 9 supreme beings in this world. His strength is indeed extraordinary, and that was still just a wisp of his will descending across the beginning of time, not his true body in person. If its true self were to descend, with Lin Zhe's state at that time, then I'm afraid it's going to be a really tricky and vicious battle. But sadly, there is never a what-if between saints. This opportunity will not come again. After experiencing the Taichu walk and acquiring a large number of divine generation secret methods, Lin Zhe's path to the beginningless had gradually become clearer. This difficult road was about to come to an end for Lindsay. He could clearly feel that his realm had loosened up, and he was only one last sliver away from that unrivaled beginningless realm. This glimmer, perhaps, is the collection of 6 sanctuaries? Perhaps 7. It's not far. It's not far. It's close. A ray of ghostly light flashed through Lin Zhe's eyes, and his eyes became as deep as an abyss. The Emperor of Heaven's Fate. We'll be together for a long time. Thinking of this, 2 names immediately surfaced in Lin Zhe's mind. Spirit God Palace. The 8 desolate clans. Spirit God Palace. Nothing more. Sister-in-law's inheritance. It was only natural for him to find trouble with Spirit God Palace. The 8 wastelanders. Their own family. Find it and read it at your leisure. As for the rest, he'll have to think of a reason to make friends. Lin Zhe is a righteous man. Never do bullying, burning and looting. You mean Tianlan and Taichu? Isn't that what Guizhang and Long Yu did? What did what Guizhang and Long Yu did have to do with him? What did it have to do with him? Lindsay sighed thought about his little list of books. The worshipful to the core gazes of the people of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land all fell on Lin Zhe. What did they hear? The means of granting immortality to people at will is just a small means that is not worth mentioning in this person's mouth? That's a lot to reveal in those words. I'm afraid that this Holy Lord's true cultivation was still above their expectations. The Holy Lord's means are heavenly. We admire it. Hearing the sounds of admiration and exclamation from the people of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, Lin Zhe returned to his senses and a light smile gradually spread across the corners of his mouth. Friendship? There's no need for friendship. There's one right in front of us. He raised his hand to stop the crowd. The crowd immediately quieted down, ready to listen to the Holy Lord's teachings. Only Lin Zhe took a glance at the decadent scene around him before getting straight to the point. To think that the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was so magnificent back in the day, but now it has fallen into this state. Pity, lamentable, and hateful. Tell me all about it. What were the forces that had caused you trouble after the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land suffered back then? At these words, the crowd froze. The meaning of the Holy Lord's words. Is it hard to be? At the thought of that possibility, a heart of the crowd thumped violently. Could their heaven's destiny Holy Land finally hold up their heads and be honorable? Enlighten the Holy Lord. Back then, the first one to lash out after the Holy Land was in trouble was Jinhai Tian. Wait! Senior brother Kai in the crowd stopped the righteous indignation of his junior brothers with a worried look on his face. Afterwards, he respectfully admonished Lin Zhe, Sacred Lord, the forces that were qualified enough to make things difficult for my heaven's destiny sacred ground back then weren't some tough characters to deal with. As you have heard, Holy Lord, Jinhai Heavenly City is one of them. That Jinhai Celestial City is an ancient inheritance of two saints from one sect, with two supreme saints as its backing. If we, senior brother Kai weighed his words, it is not that disciples disrespect the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is noble as the heavenly fate immortal body, and his future accomplishments are bound to be above Jinhai Celestial City. How can this momentary enmity be compared to a fraction of your 10,000 gold body? Holy Lord? A man of gold does not sit in a dangerous hall. In my humble opinion, we should bide our time at this moment and build up our strength, and it's not too late to settle this account in the coming day. Upon hearing the words of senior brother Qi, the group of disciples reacted, and a look of shame immediately appeared on their faces. Yes, they were all carried away. Jinhai Celestial City was an ancient Dao lineage with the existence of the Saint Realm. To go against the holy is to seek your own death. It didn't matter if they died, but if they were to implicate the Holy Lord, who was a heaven's destiny immortal body, they wouldn't be forgiven enough even if they died 10,000 times. Elder brother Kai is right. It's us who have not thought this through. We came very close to becoming sinners in the Holy Land. I still hope that the Holy Lord will forgive senior brother Kai for his disrespect. Now that's a true loyalist. Lin Zhe's heart appreciated more and more the group of poor people who had persevered so far. He said with a laugh, "You are loyal to the Holy Land. So what is your crime? You guys just don't know me well enough yet. Speaking of which, we haven't gotten to know each other properly since we met." Boom! A terrifying to the extreme Saint's Majesty violently pressed down and sank over the entire Holy Land. This seat, Shenwu de Shang. Chapter 212 Go on. Speak boldly. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Zhe still revealed the honorable name of the divine martial great sage. He became a saint too soon and too mixed up. There were exactly 33 Dao fruits alone. If the fruits of the Dao are the honorary title, is it called the Great Sage of Prosperity or the Great Sage of Immeasurability? Or is it the Sage of Eclipse or the Sage of the Six Paths? If you really want to talk about it, you can't write it on a piece of paper. If the bloodline was used as an honorary title, the old ancestor, the 8 desolate emperors, was still there. Thinking about it, Lin Zhe thought of his title when he was in North Star, Divine Marshal. It was his own first seal. Not unpleasant and more or less monumental. So much for taking the name of Shenwu as his holy name. The name of the great sage of Shenwu fell between the vast heavens and the earth. The saintly pressure settling over the entire heaven's destiny Holy Land soared violently once again. Boom! Rumble! Above the sky, storm clouds converged and thunder rolled. An astonishing divine thunderbolt cut through the border between the sky and the earth, shattering the entire world into pieces. A thread of thick cracks spread across the firmament, reflecting on everything in heaven and earth. Wow! Wow! The destructive raging waves poured down, washing away all evil and uncleanness. In a short moment, in full view of everyone, the divine destiny Holy Land was actually like a candle in the wind, on the verge of breaking. However, the next moment, all the visions dissipated again. Miles of green sky, clouds rolling in. Within the sanctuary, there was a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lin Zhe with a wooden face. The sudden saintly might shook their minds into blankness and their entire downtime. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Silence, silence, or silence. And I don't know how long it took. It took a moment for the Holy Land crowd to slow down from the blankness of the septuagenarian. Their cheeks twitched madly and the corners of their mouths trembled incessantly, and a heart pounded. The monstrous waves churned up the sea of their hearts. You, me. The crowd's body bones trembled, and they couldn't even speak a complete sentence. The great sage of Shenmu. It's the great sage. What is a great saint? They don't. The world says that the innate and the acquired are the heavenly difference between the immortal and the mortal. But how could the world know that the distance between the sacred realm and the innate was far greater than that between the innate and the Hotian? For although there is a heavenly separation between the innate and the acquired, they at least live in the same world and exist in the same latitude and the same form of life. Can sanctuary, the being called the holy, is formless and unmanifest. There is no I in the world, but I am everywhere. He can be a wisp of wind in the mountains, a great flowing river, or the tiniest speck of dust in the air. He may be here in this realm, or he may be wandering in the heavens beyond, or he may pass you by somewhere in the long river of all realms. His existence has always been mysterious and unpredictable. If there is no karmic law, ordinary cultivators? No, not to mention ordinary cultivators, it is them, these heavenly destiny cultivators, can't have a chance to see the saint once in their whole life. Even back in those years when the Heaven's Destiny Sacred Land was still in decline, those elders and chiefs of the Sacred Land had never had this kind of heavenly chance. There was nothing more than legend after legend that could be left to them about the existence of the Holy One. Naturally, how could the crowd, who had not even been fortunate enough to see a saint, speculate on the existence of the one who stood at the top of the sacred, called the Great Saint? All they knew was that they could count on two hands the number of great saints in the entire vast ancient remnant realm since its inception. None of them were at the helm of the most ancient Tao lineages of the ancient times, and none of them were supreme existences that had shaken the 10,000 worlds and rivers. And now, such an existence had stepped from legend into reality, appearing before them just like that, and had also become their new heaven's mandate Holy Lord. You can imagine what kind of mood they were in at the moment. At this point, there were no words in all directions. The wind speaks silence and the trees rest. The people of the Holy Land opened their mouths, but there wasn't a single sound, and they couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. What's the point? What virtue and what ability? How can they, the remnants of heaven's destiny, have such honor? And looking at one of the people in the Holy Land who looked like they had been poisoned and dumb, Lindsay didn't have any other reaction. It's still the same. Sky Lane's final round debut is the pinnacle. He was fast becoming accustomed to the exaggerated reactions of outsiders to saints. Wait until the crowd has gradually calmed down. Only then did Lindsay continue. This seat and your saint's son Hong Tian have been friends for many years. Some time ago, he had an accident. And after all, he was unable to survive the curse that Cthulhu perpetuated in Heaven's Destiny. Before he left, he entrusted the Heaven's Destiny sacred ground to me, asking me to watch over it for a while. This is how I came from beyond the realm to meet you. There was a pause. Lindsay added, this entry into the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. I originally came here for a friend's dying appointment, and I have no intention of being the Holy Lord of this place. But since by a coincidence of karma, you sincerely serve me as Lord, this seat's disciples can't be bullied and humiliated by outsiders. Your Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. This seat covers it. Say, besides Jinhai Tianchang, who are all the others? Lindsay's gaze slid over each person one by one, encouraging the crowd to speak boldly with his gaze. Despite what is said, the more the merrier. Infected by the gaze of Lindsay Shang, a dreamy feeling of a child who had been humiliated for many years finally finding a parent violently surfaced in the hearts of the crowd of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. At last, they can finally stop living in hiding. The eyes of the crowd couldn't help but redden a little. But the next moment, all this glowing redness turned into flames of hatred again. Because humiliation, in the end, must be paid for in blood. Disciple has the audacity to report to the Holy Lord. In addition to Jinhai Celestial City, another great sage power in the North Sea, the Endless Tao Palace, is also involved. That's right, the Endless Tao Palace took advantage of Saint Sun Hong Tian's epileptic massacre of the Sacred Grounds hierarchy back then to forcibly seize a large number of Heaven's Destiny ancient tablets inscribed with the cultivation epiphanies of successive generations of sacred sons, which had been retained in my sacred ground. That's good. Go on. Enlighten the Holy Lord. There is also the ancient relic clan from the North Sea, the Wuji Wang clan, and the phantoms of the Sky Abyssal Sea, the Infinite King's family, the Underworld clan, and, infected by Lindsay's encouragement, one by one, all the people of the Heavenly Fate Holy Land opened their hearts, drawing out all the hatred that was deeply hidden in their hearts, pouring it all out in a single stream. One by one, the names of holy places came out of the mouths of the people, with their corresponding crimes to show that it was not an idle boast, but talk about it. As soon as they turned around, the crowd snapped to attention. It seems like, their enemies of the Heavenly Destiny Holy Land are just a little bit too much. The group of disciples looked at me and I looked at you, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried and embarrassed. After all they've said, they won't make it difficult for the Holy Lord, will they? After all, of all these enemies they were talking about, there were already several of them in the Saint Tao alone. Taking on so many Saint Taoists at once, in their place, they would be confused as well. Chapter 213 Exterminating the Entire Family. But the truth was, Lindsay wasn't afraid of their long list of enemies at all. How nice to have haters. The more the merrier. He took it as it was. So glancing around, he encouraged again. But there is more? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. This, how they feel. By the tone of this one, he doesn't seem to be having much fun yet? Did they mishear? Enlighten the Holy Lord. The top forces that have this deep enmity with my Holy Land are these. As for those other small sects that play along with them, they wouldn't dare to bother the Holy Lord. Lindsay nodded. Since that's the case, You guys will go down and take care of the 4 areas of the Holy Land first. There should always be some festivity when you're going to feast. Feasting guests? The crowd in the Holy Land stuttered at the words. Aren't we talking about revenge? Why are we suddenly talking about entertaining guests? Besides, with the way their Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was now, where would they have any guests now? The crowd was baffled by Lindsay's words. However, what happened in the next moment answered their doubts and made them remember it for the rest of their lives. Buzz! A fluctuation that ran through heaven and earth violently rose up from the center of the sanctuary. Boom! Lindsay's sacred might once again traversed the 8 directions. Look out of the corner of your eye. The majestic pressure instantly pierced through the heavenly fate true realm surrounding the Holy Land, sweeping across the world with an unrivaled momentum, waves shaking the vastness of the sky. He rose from the Holy Land of Heaven's Destiny and spread to the heavenly city of Jinhai. It also spread instantly from Jinhai Heavenly City to endless Dao Palace, and then the entire North Sea that covers billions and billions of miles away. So much so, that the large, ancient remnants of the world, at this moment, the thousands of living beings in the Taiku remnant realm all felt the terrifying holy might that was so huge as to be frightening, causing people to feel trembling from the depths of their souls. Its divine might is like the sun. God's might is like a prison. God's might is like a net. Under Lindsay's holy might, all the spirits were submissive. Holy, good, terrifying holy might. Which great transcendent is this? Which great transcendent has descended from endless time and space to our node? Such an appalling might. I'm afraid it's which ancient will that survived from the ancient era has awakened. Right in the middle of the shocked hearts of the 10,000 people in the remnant realm, a magnificent figure that had never been seen before emerged in the firmament, overlooking all beings like a swimming fish in an observatory pool. Under the gaze of his eyes, everyone in the remnant realm, no matter how noble or lowly they were, no matter if they were innate or post-immortal, all felt like a pawn that could never escape his control. At this moment, on this chessboard made of multitudes, they finally realized deeply for the first time what exactly is the equality of all beings. This couldn't help but cause a maniacal fear like seeing a ghost or god to rise up in the hearts of the Swire all souls. What the hell is this? A deathly silence of horror appalled. The great figure that loomed over the entire Taiku remnant realm finally laid down an oracle, notifying heaven and earth. Effective immediately, the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land comes under this seat. Jinhai Sky City, endless Dao Palace. The vast divine sound spread between heaven and earth. It's every name that is read out. The place that corresponds to the name will tremble 3 times, as if the world is ringing the death knell of their lives. When the 10,000 spirits of the remnant realm heard the names of these Saint Dao lineages, and then heard the name of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, how could they not understand what was going on? Obviously, a great selfless transcendent had stepped in to stand up for the Heaven's Destiny sacred ground. So the helmsmen of the major powers of the remnant realm hastily mobilized their former memories to see if they had followed the trend to persecute the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land back then. Not persecuted, breathed a long sigh of relief, and observed a half-quarter of an hour's silence in honor of the unlucky ones. For those who are more or less involved, they are all apprehensive. Their faces are ashen, secretly praying that their names will not be included. The Wuji Wang family, the Underworld clan. As the names of each Taoist system flowed out, the roll call that was like a death list finally came to an end. For a while, a few people were happy and a few people were sad. Within 3 days, if you kneel in front of the Holy Land, this seat shall be able to take a lighter punishment and not take the blame. If not, the great figure in the sky issued a supreme edict like that of a heavenly emperor, setting the final icy judgment. Exterminate the whole family. Boom! The heavenly emperor decreed the summoning. The world-destroying divine thunderbolt shone with a shocking white light and descended into the pale sky. Rumble! When the lurid white light and thunder faded, the sky was finally clear again. A green sky and a favorable wind. In a trance, everything was so peaceful and beautiful that it seemed as if all that had gone before was just an illusion that had not faded away. However, the holy place above the remnant realm that shimmered with radiant light and emanated the rich breath of heaven's destiny, however, shone eternally like the star of enlightenment. Divine justice is clear. The ancient remnant realm, in disarray, divine destiny sanctuary. Listening to the divine voice that still echoed in his ears, he gazed at the great shadow that was like a god or a devil. The people in the Holy Land were all dumbfounded for a moment and were shaken to their core. They seemed to understand. So, the banquet that the Holy Lord said was actually such a banquet? But at this point, they'd rather not understand. My goodness, who is this Holy Lord of ours? Acting surprisingly this bully, behavioral, unscrupulous, no one else in sight? For a moment the crowd could not find a suitable word to describe the nature of this Lord. But, domineering may be domineering, and recklessness may be recklessness, but cool is also really cool. Relief from hate, over the top. After the extreme shock and dismay, The crowd of the Holy Land rose again with a strong sense of relief and addiction. Gotta be. That's the way it has to be. The way this new Holy Lord of theirs acted was just too much for their taste. A strong wave of euphoric excitement flowed through the silent sanctuary. A moment later, finally a young disciple couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sentence that, *********. Holy Lord Bull. The senior brothers beside him hastily pulled him back and whispered, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. Be civil. Be civil. The Holy Lord is watching. His mouth was civil, but his face had also flushed red, reaching the peak of his life's relief. Glancing at the crowd that was holding back their refreshing energy, Lindsay's face also softened a bit more. He said, What are you waiting for? Everything is ready for setting up the holy place? Hearing Lindsay's words, the crowd, who had long been unable to hold back, hurriedly responded loudly, We respectfully obey the Holy Lord's order. By the Holy Lord's command. Its voice was so loud that it seemed to contain the silence that had been held back for an epoch. The good times are over. Lindsay waved his hand, and the people rushed down to set up the various parts of the Holy Land. When you walk out, your feet are floating. Let's go, elder brother Kai. The two of us will go to the mortal town to buy some fireworks and come back to celebrate. Ditto, ditto, go. This day would be unforgettable for those in the Divine Destiny Holy Land. Chapter 214, The Holy Realm. Shanhai Tianchang. This ancient Dao lineage that had just celebrated the birth of the Holy Maiden and was about to witness the world had ushered in a dark moment. There was a dead air up and down the door, and the voice of mourning sank in. It was an extremely stark contrast to the spirited and glowing spirit of the previous days. It can be said that as high as it was held, it's now as bad as it's ever been. This made quite a few Heavenly City disciples feel helpless and bitter in their hearts, secretly mocking their Zhenhai Heavenly City, which had committed the principle of heaven and earth that prosperity must decline. But who would have thought that the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, which had long since broken down for an unknown number of years, would still have such an existence standing in support of it? This was like an innate cultivator killing a family of mortal martial artists, only for a few 100,000 years later, when the mortals had already lost even their ashes. A holy man suddenly came out saying that he wanted to avenge the mortals. Who wouldn't be confused in this? Inexplicable. Simply inexplicable. I really couldn't figure out what kind of price that bunch of from the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land had paid to be able to invite such a terrifying great transcendent. LOL. And a sigh of relief. The top of the polar sea peak in the uppermost part of the celestial city. All of the elder guest ministers arrived and started an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the accountability of the Heaven's Destiny sacred ground. City Lord. Right now the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land is sheltered by this powerful person. How exactly should we respond? Could it be that we really have to answer that great saint's words and kneel before the Heaven's Mandate Holy Land? If that's the case, then where's the face of my Zhenhai Sky City? How can I lose face? Not bad. After this incident, how can my Heavenly City be the majestic Lord of the North Sea in the future? How can I be worthy of the title of two saints of one sect? How can we disciples under our discipline hold up our heads in front of others in the future? I will never agree. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. That's not true. Right now the situation is stronger than the people. We should avoid the front line for the time being, in order to seek the future. That's good. Just as the Hotian mortals fear the innate cultivators. What harm is there for us innate cultivators to kneel before the Saint Realm powerhouses? There's no shame in kneeling in the Holy Realm. Of course it's not shameful to kneel on that divine martial great sage. If his old man doesn't mind, I can kowtow to him every day until I get bored. The problem is that not only do we have to kneel to the divine martial great sage, but it's also disguised as being the same as kneeling to that bunch of trashy things from the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. Besides, the Holy Realm, we don't have any in Zhenhai Sky City? We still have two of us. A fierce quarrel was heard from the extreme sea peak. Some agree with the softening, others strongly disagree. The argument between the two parties boiled over, causing the entire extreme sea peak to buzz. The Heavenly City Lord, who was in the center of the two parties, was calmly watching the two parties arguing, and from time to time, he tasted a mouthful of the new tea that had just been picked and fried this year. Stay until the teacup is at the bottom. The bickering on the extreme sea peak finally slowed down and calmed down. Only then did the city lord put down his tea, his calm and indifferent eyes sweeping over everyone present. Finished arguing? Alas, there's no point in us arguing here. In the end it's you who will have to say a few words. In response, the city lord shook his head. I can't say. It's something that shouldn't be on our minds anymore. With that, the city lord glanced at the top of Zhenhai Sky City. That cloudless, clear sky. Seeing this, the crowd of elder guest ministers fiercely widened their eyes and their breathing became rapid. You are saying that the twin saints are already known and have returned from the 10,000 realms. For the Holy One is formless and invisible, and his presence is never fixed in a particular holy place. They have always been traveling in the river of 10,000 worlds, searching for new variables, picking up that unknown opportunity, and doing greatness that ordinary people cannot understand. Even for a dual Saint Dao lineage such as his Jinhai Celestial City, it was often only once in millions of years that one would have the rare opportunity to have an audience with a saint. And now, the sudden emergence of the divine martial great sage had finally allowed the saints to return from nothingness as well. The city lord nodded gently. It dawned on the elders that it was no wonder the city lord was so calm. Feelings have been intervened by a higher being, but it was also true that the matters of the Holy Realm would ultimately have to be resolved by the Holy Realms. If they really wanted to let them, the innate cultivators, face the saints, then it would be better to commit suicide. Thinking so, the hearts of the people were slightly certain. Then I wonder what the twin saints said about this matter? The city lord still shook his head, undecided. The two ancestors are meeting with another honored guest. Another guest of honor? Could it be? Above Jinhai Sky City, the Sea of Nothingness. Two temporal turbulences intertwined in the Sea of Nothingness, swirling out to rattle the world's vortex. The opposite side of the temporal turbulence, a fallen leaf from nowhere floated above the Sea of Emptiness, sending up microwaves. The two of you have changed, and are no longer the hot-blooded teenagers that Wu Yi knew at first. It's not easy to seek the way. The way is not easy. It's not easy for us to get to this point today. Brother Wu Yi, do you really want to go and get into this mess? Dabbling in this unnecessary karma? Falling leaves swirled back and forth, and microwaves swirled back and forth. A life without end is not weak. Others have bullied me, so how can I retreat and bring dust to the heart of the way? The two temporal turbulences intertwined without words. After a long time, he sighed softly. We saints live with the heavens, sitting and watching the wheel of history. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even hundreds of millions of years of change have been deceased. Brother Wu Yi, what else can't you see? Not to mention that this matter was indeed the fault of the endless Tao Palace under your sect. Wrong? Falling leaves let out a contemptuous laugh. There's no such thing as right or wrong in this world, and there's no such thing as justice. There has never been anything but might makes right and weakness is the original sin. At that time, the endless Tao Palace, was strong, and today, he, the heavenly fate sacred land, holds the heavenly principle in his hands, as it were. In addition, there is no such thing as looking away or looking away in this world. If we look away, why would we need to chase after the variables with a view to breaking through the unmistakable? If we look away, why do we need to fight with the sky and the earth? In this life of my generation, there is always something more important than the meaning of existence. After saying that, the fallen leaves flew and slowly dissipated into the sea of emptiness. All that was left was, you two don't go, I'll go alone. Precious. After that, the void sea fell into a long silence. It was a long time before two mellifluous sighs came out and drifted away. Shanhai Tiancheng, the city lord, received a message from the highest heaven. He was silent for a while at first. Granted, this result is not unexpected and should be expected, but when it actually came, the city lord was still a bit inexplicably difficult to say. Ta-da-da-da. He knocked on the table. Everyone, the two ancestors' decree has been given. The spirits of the elders were shaken, and they hurriedly pricked up their ears in preparation to listen to the teachings of the sage ancestor. I only heard the city lord say, prepare a generous gift, and send the person who made the mistake back then to go to the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land to invoke the offense in order to seek forgiveness. Furthermore, Jinhai Sky City will sever all future dealings with Endless Tao Palace. Can you hear me? Chapter 215, Spirit God Palace. There was still some silence in all directions. The city lord frowned, sweeping everyone with a disgruntled gaze as the powerful mighty Destiny Xian might gradually filled the entire Jinhai Heavenly City. Constant pressure on one side. His voice grew cold as well. What? Are you guys not understanding what this seed is saying? Or do you have a grievance against the instructions of the two ancestors? Only after the city lord stopped being approachable and released his icy pressure did the Heavenly City's crowd of elder guest ministers break out of their silence and say, how dare you? Regarding the decision of the sage ancestor, the higher echelons of Heavenly City actually had an idea in their hearts early on, because no one wants to fight a battle that they simply can't win and don't see any hope Indiana, including the two saint ancestors of Heavenly City. Just as an innate could never defeat the saint realm, in front of the phaseless great sage, the formless saints weren't actually much better than them. The end is all but certain defeat. Not to mention that with the strength displayed by that divine martial great sage, I'm afraid that he was at the top of the list amongst the crowd of great saints. The two ancestors had become Taoists for many years, so how could they not understand? Not to mention the two saint ancestors, there was absolutely no way that any of these higher-ups present would want to get tough with the divine martial great sage. Don't look at some of the militants roaring just now, looking like they'd rather die on their feet than live on their knees. When it really came time to get tough with the divine martial great sage, These grandchildren were absolutely nowhere to be found. Their previous resistance was nothing more than a hysteria to maintain a pedestal and face for themselves. After all, their Jinhai celestial city was backed by 2 saint ancestors, and they had long been accustomed to being on top, but now they were asked to grovel to these higher people, which was really quite difficult to accept for a while. Now that a saint ancestor had taken the initiative to intervene and clap with the highest status and the highest rights, they should have responded in a natural manner. What really silenced them was the second half of the city lord's sentence: sever all dealings with the endless Tao Palace. Those who could be present at this moment were all old things who had cultivated for at least 1,000,000 years, so would they not be able to hear and understand the meaning behind these words? Obviously, the sage of the endless Tao Palace was preparing for a hard steal. A holy man, but so naive? We're just surprised at the endless Tao Palace's decision. The city lord glanced at all of them. In his life, Wu Fei does not lose. That holy man was like that from his youth. Alright, what do you care about others? Just protect our Jinhai Sky City. All go down and get ready. Yes, the southern border of the ancient remnant realm. Above the endless ancient forest of deep clouds and fog, the majestic and ancient Taoist system, the Spirit God Palace, loomed large. At this time, in the Spirit God Palace, the spirit people, who had long been hidden from the world, gathered. You guys are here too, so it doesn't look like it's just me. Can't be wrong. He paused. The great saints jump out of the realms of time and space, not stained by fate and karma, and call out their honored destinies, and see the true saints in the endless cycle of rebirth. If an ordinary person called out his name or honorific, he would definitely be censed, and so it was referred to him instead. He has touched the threshold of the beginningless realm. Beginningless, since the departure of the 9 supreme beings there has not been a single existence that has had the honor of touching this divine to the extreme realm. Now that several 100,000,000 years have passed, someone has finally touched this untouchable forbidden domain once again. This time, is there a chance for the Heavenly Emperor's Tao Palace in the 33rd heaven to be opened? It's hard to say. It's unknown whether he can become a beginningless Tao. After all, since Father, God, the realm of the beginningless is one of the greatest curses. At these words, the Spirit God Palace crowd was somewhat silent. As once affiliates of the gods and accomplices in the war against the heavens, they knew far more insider information than anyone else. The curse of the beginningless realm. The 9 supreme beings didn't escape. The Dragon Emperor wasn't spared. And the Phoenix Emperor was also dead. Even the Spirit Emperor, the Lord of the Spirit Clan, who led their Spirit Clan into the light, ended up unaccounted for. No one escapes the curse of God. Go and deliver a great gift. And remind him in the meantime that it's not easy for an existence to appear that touches the beginningless realm and also manifests the holy worlds. It's kind of a bond with him. In the future, if we are to seek out the Spirit Emperor clan chief within the Heavenly Emperor Tao Palace, his help will be needed. That's no problem. Agreed. Seconded. By the way, what did the Spirit Lord say about this matter? Lord of the Spirit, not Lord of the Spirit Clan. The Lord of the Spirit Clan has never been the Spirit Emperor alone. And if the Spirit Emperor has not left a legacy or designated the next one, the Spirit Clan will not produce a new Lord of the Spirit Clan. This Spirit Lord is only listed in the first sequence of the Spirit Tribe. The temporary authority of the Patriarch, called the Spirit Lord. The Spirit Master is an unparalleled talent of my Spirit Clan. She has been comprehending the way of the beginning for many years, and has only recently returned with some success. If she knew of his existence, she would have rejoiced that someone would finally be able to make tea and enlightenment with her after all these years. Between the two of them, they should have quite a bit in common. But the Spirit Lord hasn't given any instructions up to now, has he? Could it be that indulging in the way of the beginning has yielded something and cut off external perception? Among the spirit race crowd, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black robe hurriedly left the table. No, this matter is of great importance. I must consult the Spirit Lord. After saying that, the black-robed man left in a hurry and headed to the Spirit God Mountain where the Spirit Lord often walked the world. It was a barren mountain. The truth of the barren mountain cannot be penetrated without the promise of the Spirit Lord. Arriving at the bare Spirit Mountain, an ancient palace suddenly appeared before the black-robed man's eyes. A terrifying divine majesty immediately spread down from the palace, shaking the black-robed man's heart. Seeing this, the black-robed man took a deep breath and stepped inside the palace. When you enter the magnificent palace, you can see a huge screen. On the screen, a figure of graceful silhouette cast, its figure delicate, posture provocative. Even if just this quiet standing, there are 1,000 kinds of flavor bloom in the wind. There you are. A voice as gentle as an oriole and as clear as a silver bell echoed in the black-robed man's ears. The black-robed man leaned down slightly. I had to come. You promised me that back when you stepped in to shelter my clan. Since I remember. The silhouette on the screen turned her head slightly. Then do you remember why you fled? And why I sheltered you and the others? the black-robed man was about to blurt out immediately. How could he ever forget that bitter hatred? Because of course, the words came out of his mouth, but the black-robed man froze. What exactly did their clan flee for? And why did you hide under the shelter of the spirits? He even forgot. His lips quivered with a soul-warping query. Why? At those words, the sinister shadow sighed softly. The vegetative hand then waved lightly. The large palace went up in smoke. Once again, the shadow of the barren mountain was revealed. Go get him. Such a whisper came from heaven and earth. Subsequently, the time and space of the spirit god mountain was fixed. Chapter 216, The Disappearing Chingsong. Late at night, the Divine Order Sanctuary. Senior Brother Kai, who had been blessed by Lin Zhe with a heavenly destiny and had obtained the everlasting body, stepped inside the sanctuary where Lin Zhe lived alone. Disciple Qiyue, see Holy Lord. Lin Zhe was at that moment casually flipping through the canonical books that had been supplemented by the Heavenly Faith sacred ground over the years as well as some of the remaining remnants of history. What is it? Enlighten the Holy Lord. The 4 places of the Holy Land have been arranged properly, and at any time, the mountain gate can be opened again to welcome all parties. Speaking of the word any time, even an old man like Qiyue, who had already experienced the great limit of life and death once and had seen through quite a few of life's obsessions, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The reopening of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. This was the obsession of how many Heaven's Destiny cultivators had spent their entire lives running for it. And now, finally, seeing that Qiyue was speaking with a bit of a trill, Lin Zhe raised his eyelids and snickered. It looks like you won't be able to rest tonight. It's not just a break. If it wasn't for the fear of breaking the Holy Lord's rules, they hated the fact that they couldn't go to the gates of the various Holy Lands tonight to personally pick up the people. Qiyue smiled slightly nervously. I'm not hiding it from the Holy Lord. In fact, from as early as the moment we realized that you were a great saint, we could hardly sleep. In my heart, I've been thinking about how you will lead our Heaven's Destiny Holy Land to stand at the top of Taiku in the future again, but never in a million years did expect it to be in such a relieving and hateful way. Who says it isn't? At that time, they thought that this new Holy Lord of their own family, at most, led them to go door to door to find the enemy to ask for revenge is just. But I didn't expect but instead of them going from person to person by themselves, they let everyone roll their own. With that domineering stance and scene, Qiyue only wanted to use one sentence to describe it. Sit back and wait for the world to come to you. What a great word. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe just laughed softly. In the eyes of others, Lin Zhe's behavior like this was overbearing, looking out of the corner of the eye and being peerless. But for Lin Zhe himself, on the one hand, it's all about saving money and convenience. One by one, personally go to the door to collect, and then pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger to pretend to be a pussy to hit the face. The middle of the road may also have a hunt for beauty to find a link or something. Maybe when Lin Zhe gets older, to the age where he needs to play the game to pass the time, he might like this. But right now, they are all quasi-beginningless. Not to plan for the ages, not to use all beings as a chess piece, but instead to play with a group of juniors who are not even in the saint realm. Lin Zhe feels that the price has dropped and falls. It's not necessary. It's still more important to pursue efficiency and break through the beginningless faster. So simply make it known and let them gather themselves. With himself, the divine martial great sage, calling out, how many of the major forces in the Taiku remnant realm would dare to lose his face and not come? How convenient. On the other hand, what Lin Zhe did was just a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. The bullying and humiliation that the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land had suffered back then hadn't been much easier than the request that Lin Zhe had made that day. That's all. Prepare yourselves then. You'll have enough to do tomorrow. Yes. Qiyue said yes, but hesitated for a long time. Lin Zhe looked up gently. Anything else? Qiyue hesitantly said. There is one more thing that disciple doesn't know whether to say, or not. I'm sure that with your realm, Holy Lord, you must have sensed it long ago as well. You mean Endless Tao Palace? Precisely. Disciple has heard that the Endless Tao Palace has entered a state of readiness and is ready to meet my Heaven's Destiny Holy Land at any time. Disciples always feel that the Endless Saint should not be so stupid. There must be a demon when things go wrong. I am afraid that there is something else behind this. Disciple dare. You have to be on guard. Holy Lord. The corner of Lin Zhe's mouth was slightly hooked. Endless Saint. This is a wonderful person. No. Ruthless person nah. None of these old who can become saints are simple. This seat already knows about the Endless Tao Palace, so there's no need to worry. That's good. Disciple excuses himself. Qiyue turned around and just took 2 steps. Lin Zhe called him back with another sudden frown. Wait. Disciple here. Please instruct the Holy Lord. Lin Zhe pointed to the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land's canonical books at hand. In these canonical books, why isn't there a section about Chingsong? These days Lin Zhe hadn't been idle. He had already gone through all the major ancient records of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, exploring the ancient past. It had to be said that as an ancient Heaven's Mandate Dao system, a Holy Land that inherited the Heaven's Mandate Dao, their depth and intelligence-gathering ability was beyond the reach of ordinary people. In these ancient texts, the 8 supreme beings, including the Heavenly Emperor, were partially recorded. However, the only part that was missing was the part about the originless supreme being Qingtsang. Even in the various records of the Heavenly Fate Holy Land, the names of Qingtsang and Supreme Originless One were not even mentioned once. Upon hearing this, Qiyue also furrowed his brows in meditation. Qingtsang, Qingtsang. This name. Qiyue searched through his memories and said with all certainty, "Back to the Holy Lord. Perhaps I'm a humble disciple. I've never heard of the name of Qingtsang." Lin Zhe frowned slightly. This seed is talking about one of the 9 supreme beings, the originless supreme being Qingtsang. Qiyue's face grew more and more puzzled. The 9 supreme beings? He looked at Linza, then at himself, then said with less certainty, "Isn't there only 8 great supreme beings since the beginning of time? Holy Lord." Hearing this, Lin Zhe's fingers tightened, and the aura in his eyes was suddenly as brilliant as eternal day. He gave Qiyue a careful stare. It was determined that Qiyue was not affected by anything from outside forces. He then closed his eyes. The aura of temporal confusion stumbled violently over him. Its powerful will had already transcended the world. Sitting on top of the river of time and space, looking at the past and the future. 1 breath, 2 breaths, after about half a quarter of an hour, the confusing time and space was back on track. Lindsay emerged from a long line of years. The thick and thick of the years in the eyes of the viewer of the vicissitudes of the sea floats and sinks, but cannot withstand the depths of the eyes of the world's shocking cold light. Yes, green and pale. Gone. Lindsay hurriedly mobilized the beginningless sword box and observed the state of the 5 saint soldiers within the box. The sacred soldier was still lying as quietly as ever, but unlike the previous, the traces and senses that Qingtsang had existed had completely disappeared. Lindsay could no longer locate Shuayuan Qingtsang's existence based on these 5 saint soldiers. Their root, their creator, had changed from the Qingtsang that had never existed to Lindsay himself. It was as if the person Qingtsang had never existed in this world. They were originally handcrafted by Lindsay himself. Lindsay narrowed his eyes, and his mind couldn't help but recall the green cloth sect that didn't exist in the Green Tsang in the Taichu era. Also remembered what Hong Tian had said before he left. Don't go looking for Qingtsang anymore. This person never really existed from the beginning, but you can always trust him. Linza was lost in thought for a moment. Holy Lord? Is there something terribly wrong with this Qingtsang? It's okay, go down. Yes, disciple excuses himself. Chapter 217, One Less Family. The next day, the Divine Destiny Sanctuary reopened. The hazy violet light of the heavenly destiny has been hanging high in the sky like an eternal star of enlightenment since the moment the morning sun broke through, announcing its return to the vastness of the ancient world. Open, quickly go and have an audience with the Divine Martial Great Sage. Such a great opportunity can't be waited for once in millions of years. This audience to congratulate. If you are fortunate enough to receive a few words of guidance from the Great Sage, it will be a heavenly blessing by a fluke of heaven. No need for words, folks, I'll take my leave. A stream of light hurriedly shuttled between the clouds the moment the light of heaven's fate shone, scrambling to fly towards the holy land of heaven's fate, fearing that if they were one step slower, they would lose the chance to be appreciated by the great sage of Shenwu. Whoosh! For a time, the sound of piercing clouds and breaking through the air was endless, interweaving into a wave of 10,000 boats competing for the flow. However, when they arrived before the mountain gate of the Holy Land, they realized that someone had arrived far earlier than them. Outside the mountain gate of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, a large black crowd had long ago bowed their heads in a disciplined manner. And most of these people, they know each other. It was because these people were all once mighty and powerful people who were famous in one side of the town. They were powerful representatives of their respective clans. For example, the Grand Elder of Zhenhai Heavenly City, a Fate Shen great sage who had been famous for many years. Another example was the family head of the Wang family of the Taiku Remnant clan, who was likewise a Fate Shen great sage that stood at the top of the Taiku Remnant realm. And then there is the former young emperor of the underworld, leader of an ancient and powerful race. Now, in full view of everyone, at this critical moment that brought together the heroes of the world and the clouds of all parties, they all bowed down before the heavenly Fate Holy Land, submitting to the oracle of the divine martial great sage. It gave the crowd a great visual impact. Hiss! Some people couldn't help but let out a shudder that originated from instinct. But the next moment they immediately stopped. Their eyes turned to glance in other directions, pretending that they hadn't seen anything, that nothing had happened. Because this moment could be said to be the darkest moment in which these high and mighty Holy Land powerhouses fell to the altar. and they definitely didn't want anyone to remember this disgraceful piece of black history. At this moment, if someone were to take a closer look, or even let out a reaction such as ridicule, then I'm afraid that they would have to be on the various Holy Lord Elders' mandatory kill list in the next second. These great powers were only just but Divine Martial Great Sage Strike, but trying to deal with small characters like them was but as easy as a slap in the face. The hilarity of the Holy Lords and Elders was not such a sight to behold. Cough. I have to say, the Heavenly Fate Holy Land is worthy of being the Dao lineage of the Heavenly Fate Emperor back then. It's really grand. Heavenly Destiny Holy Land Also don't know if this trip is fortunate enough to see that divine Heavenly Destiny technique back then. The crowd began to pull away from the topic, arguing to themselves with the bystanders, automatically turning on the shielding mode, never mentioning the people who had knelt down on the ground. But some people pretended not to see it. And naturally, some people were deliberately looking for a fight. The North Sea wasn't the 1-2 punch of these holy places like Jinhai Sky City. The entire Taiku Remnant realm wasn't dominated by a certain power either. The small cultivators were afraid of this group of kneeling clans, but they were not. Seeing the kneeling clans embarrassed, each one of them bloated and even tried to throw stones. Yo, isn't this Grand Elder Yen of Jinhai Sky City? What? Jinhai Sky City can't keep you and you want to climb another branch? This hasn't even entered the door yet and you want to kowtow to the Divine Martial Great Sage first, worshipping your godfather in advance? Grand Elder Yan's face violently collapsed, his complexion completely gloomy. Old piker, no one will take you as mute if you don't speak. Why? It would be too much to ask the old man to be mute on this great day. It's not like you don't know that the old man's mouth, can't be idle. Come on, look up. I haven't even seen your proper face in this shadow-retaining stone. Grand Elder Yan's mouth was overflowing with compliments. A purple light suddenly manifested before the Heavenly Fate Holy Land. The people who came were none other than the group of cultivators from the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land represented by Chi Yue. Guys, my name is Chi Yue, the chief disciple of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land. On behalf of the Sacred Lord and all the people of the Holy Land, I welcome you all to my Heaven's Destiny Holy Land reopening ceremony today. Chi Yue's arrival quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. At this instant, the pupils of the various Holy Lord Elders shrank. As majestic lords who ruled over a party, how could they not understand the endless life energy in Chi Yue that seemed like it would never be exhausted? Surrounded and nourished by these life energies, Chi Yue's physical condition would forever be set at its peak and youngest period. Even if there was an external disturbance, the terrifying life energy originating from the infinite heavens and earth would replenish and repair it within an instant. In other words, it's an undead man. Immortality. Youth forever. But how could such a realm be reached by a small cultivator of the second stage of the true body realm in Chi Yue's district? One must know that even they, the heavenly Yuan cultivators life Xian cultivators, would eventually have a day when their lifespan would run out. Then the answer is obvious. This undead person was bound to be, and could only be, the handiwork of the Divine Martial Great Sage. He blessed Chi Yue and granted him immortality. Thinking about this, the column of Holy Lord Elders smacked their lips, creating the undead at will and reversing their life and death. Such tactics. Everyone's hearts flinched as they gained more knowledge about that mysterious and unpredictable Divine Martial Great Sage. Chief Kai is too kind. The Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was originally a giant of the righteous path in my North Sea. And back then, the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land was tragically struck by a great calamity, causing us to sigh for a long time. Now that the Holy Land has reopened, how can we miss it? Ha ha ha, all mouths say good things. Chi Yue returned the smile. We have already set up a banquet in the temple. Gentlemen, please. The group of people immediately traveled towards the inner sanctuary, smiles waving along the way. Within a short time, the overcrowded mountain gate of the Holy Land was left with only the dark-faced Jinhai Celestial City and other forces. Without an order from the Divine Martial Great Sage, they wouldn't dare to cross the line without authorization. After all, kneeling has been a disgrace for so long. If this is the time to cause trouble and make the Divine Martial Great Sage unhappy, then it would be a real cry for help. People are not connected in their grief and joy. Jinhai Celestial City and other forces knelt down in bitterness, while other clans that were not at odds with the Heaven's Destiny Sacred Land had already sent gifts to mention into the upper seats. The party was a joyous one. The crowd spoke and laughed, drawing closer to the Divine Destiny Holy Land. One pair of eyes, however, swept over the sole main seat at the very top of the holy place from time to time. At this time, the main seat at the very center of this is still vacant, until a purple feather spiraled and intertwined, coalescing to form a figure for the ages. That is the manifestation of the word. Holy walks the earth in a shell. The crowd hurriedly put down their business and bowed in unison towards the main seat. We greet the Divine Martial Great Sage. See the Divine Martial Great Sage. Linza ignored the crowd. His gaze explored the front of the holy mountain gate. Plain holy whispers flowed. One less. Chapter 218. This seat does not like it. Lin's words were flat. However, in the ears of the crowd, it was like thunder in the dry sky, blowing everyone's mind. In particular, the forces such as Jinhai Heavenly City that were kneeling in front of the Holy Land's mountain gate had their bodies subconsciously tremble. One's heart went a little numb. Here we go. The moment has come. After all, the liquidation of a great saint is not so easy to bear. They now only hoped that those fools from the endless Tao Palace wouldn't spoil the divine martial great sage's mood and drag them down with them. So each and every one of them pressed their heads even lower, hoping that this would quell the great sage's anger and not let the innocent ones be tragically implicated. The many guests on top of the banquet also looked at me, ultimately observing with their eyes and noses. There was a dull silence. Lin Zai's gaze pierced through millions of miles. It landed on top of the heavily armed Endless Tao Palace. Endless Tao Palace. The Endless Palace Master wiped the sharp blade in his hand and adjusted his breath, brewing all of his essence to the best. The elders beside him were also eager to try, and the biting ferocity of being willing to fight for the clan flashed in their eyes from time to time. Palace Master. The Heaven's Destiny Holy Land side has already begun. The Endless Palace Master nodded, then pointed his sword beyond the Tao Palace. Are you afraid? No fear. There is a saint ancestor who will fight with us in this battle. This is a well-deserved honor for the people in my Tao Palace. So why should I be afraid even though I'm dying? Ancestor Wuya never does anything he's not sure of. And since his elder decided to fight this battle, how can we not follow? Not to mention the fact that his Heavenly Destiny Holy Land is bullying people too much. Even if we are not defeated, we will never grovel and live like those life-hungry rats in Jinhai Heavenly City. I, a member of the Tao Palace, would rather die standing than live on my knees. We believe in Ancestor Wuya. Ancestor will win. War. 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 The blood and spirit of the Tao Palace crowd was mobilized. The entire Tao Palace immediately resounded with rising and falling sounds of battle. When the Endless Palace Master saw this, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Very well. In this battle, I, Endless Tao Palace, will win, because I, like all of you, have always believed in whatever my son Wufei decides to do. All disciples of the Tao Palace listen to the order. Prepare to meet the enemy. By order of the Palace Master. Kill. The killing aura within the Endless Tao Palace reached its peak at this moment. But just then, a whisper from Lin Zai came from the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Regret? This seat can give you another chance to choose. The hearts of the Tao Palace crowd jumped. It was the voice of that divine martial great sage. Who's he talking to? No one responded for a long time in the fervent Tao Palace. But in the nothingness that mortals cannot glimpse, one fallen leaf, however, made a soft echo. Eventually silence reigned. Meanwhile, the eyes of all the major saints in the ancient remnant realm who were paying attention to this matter shone fiercely. Through Lin Zai's words, it seemed as if they understood the deeper meaning behind Wu Ya's move to strike a stone with an egg. Could it be that Wu Fei is trying to? Heaven and earth were silent. After Lin Zai's words, there was never a single response within the Tao Palace. In that case, Endless Tao Palace, remove your name today. Boom! Above the sky beyond the sky, a gigantic palm in the sky suddenly manifested out of nothing. With an irresistible momentum, it grabbed towards the Endless Tao Palace. A palm to cover the sky. Hoo. Under the might of this heavenly giant palm, the human race is flooded with never-ending waves of amazement. A violent hurricane came down from the sky and ravaged the air, cleaning everything in the Endless Tao Palace as if no one else was there. The so-called saints array of the Endless Tao Palace was like papier-mâché under this raging hurricane. When the wind blows, it breaks and goes out, bring disaster equally to every cultivator within the Tao Palace. Boom! Boom! The blast of wind whistled like thunder. Under the winds of destruction, all things on earth are ants, subject to the greatness of heaven and earth. People could only flutter in the storm wind, watching without resistance as the huge palm of the sky approached them step by step like a god or a devil, bringing death. Closer, closer. The giant palm landed on top of the Endless Tao Palace, and the aura of this realm suddenly changed again. It was as if a grinding wheel had appeared in this vast expanse of heaven and earth. It brings an overwhelming weight of absoluteness, desiring to subjugate all. This seat just heard some of you say that you would rather die standing than live on your knees? The people inside the Tao Palace stared violently, their hearts fluttering in the wind growing more and more uneasy. This quote, the pressure of the heaven and earth grinder suddenly multiplied. This seat doesn't like it. Bang! The huge force instantly struck. No! Everyone in the Tao Palace, including the Endless Palace Master and other high-ranking people, were all bent at the spine and squeezed to the knees. They were pressed down so hard that their bodies were even embedded in the ground, coming into close contact with the earth and offering the highest respect to the most holy one of this realm with their 5 bodies. Immediately afterward, the world-destroying, heaven-defying palm fell. Boom! with a shake of the ground. No palace stretching for miles. No looming Taoist palace in sight. Nor do we see the majesty of millions of years. Occasionally a mountain breeze blows, but it is only ordinary. Up to this point, the endless Tao palace that had shaken the North Sea for tens of millions of years was buried in the dust and smoke of history, failing to leave even a trace. Listen to the deafening roar in your ears. The major executives of Jinhai Heavenly City and other forces followed suit, and their bodies trembled, especially when one hears the phrase "I'd rather die standing up than live on my knees." Because of similar words, they have also said, right now, they only hope that the divine martial great sage would be generous and not bother with these little people like them after the fire was put out by the annihilation of the endless Tao palace. The great sage is horrible. That's not even the same life form as innate. They had seen with their own eyes that this divine martial great sage had only gently blown a breath. It's just a ing breath of air a million miles away. The endless Tao palace, a hegemonic Tao lineage that had been passed down for tens of millions of years with saints at its helm, was just gone. There wasn't even a speck of ash left. Such a power is afraid that even if the endless saint is there, it can't be blocked at all. Then again, where's the endless saint? How come we've never seen this one show up from the beginning when he said he's going to resist? They don't understand. The people of the endless Tao palace even didn't understand until the moment they died. Where are their saints? Their holy one. Between the void, a falling leaf drifts down to earth. The figure of a young Taoist man was manifested. We refer to Sage Endless. The person who came was none other than the disappeared endless saint. The endless saint appeared on earth, ignoring the chatter of the mundane world and instead paying a deep obeisance to Lin Zhe. Wu Fei thanks the great sage for his fulfillment. Lin Zhe glanced at the endless saint. Is it worth it? The endless saint was slightly silent, then smiled, spit out two words firmly. Worth it. Chapter 219, Causes and Effects of the Holy Realm. After uttering these two words, the smile on Wu Ya's face became more and more relaxed, as if he had broken free from some kind of shackles and thus gained spiritual sublimation. He once again bowed towards Lin Zhe before turning to leave. The sprightly and self-effacing figure has since shattered in the wind, and is no more on earth. This caused many people in the room to look confused. One was wide-eyed. No, how is it that Saint Endless is even thanking the divine martial great sage? The great sage's breath just now has wiped out your father, your son, your children and grandchildren, and your Taoist lineage all in one fell swoop. You two said it was a blood feud is not an exaggeration. How to meet like friends who have known each other for many years, but also play on the mute riddle. The crowd genuinely couldn't understand this series of behaviors of the endless saint. However, the Destiny Shen great sages from the various great Saint Tao lineages on the field completely understood what the two saint realms meant. In front of the mountain gate of the Holy Land, in the queue of the Jinhai Heavenly City, Grand Elder Yen broke out in a cold sweat at the back of his heart. At this moment, he was incomparably fortunate that his own ancestor was not a ruthless person like the endless saint. Grand Elder, why are you suddenly looking so ugly? Could it be that you've read the deeper meaning behind the two saints' dumb riddles? Grand Elder Yen glanced at the person beside him and deeply uttered these words. The aftermath of a robbery. You should be thankful that our saint ancestor is not as ruthless as the endless saint and still allows us to kneel here. The man froze. Sage ancestor? How come it's related to their saintly ancestor again? Grand Elder Yen glanced in the direction of the departing Sage Endless and said softly, sages are invisible and live with the heavens. The great sage has no phase, transcending cause and effect. If you want to go from formlessness to formlessness, you have to realize what cause and effect is, as well as severing cause and effect. And the existence of the endless Tao palace is precisely the greatest karma of the endless saint in this life. The moment these words came out, the hearts of the people in Jinhai Heavenly City all shook fiercely. The face changed and changed. Realize cause and effect, and cut off cause and effect. Doesn't this mean that? At this moment, just as Grand Elder Yen had said earlier, their hearts were filled with gratitude. I'm glad that the ancestor has mercy on me. It was fortunate that the ancestor master didn't make them also fight to the death like the endless Tao palace. The Holy One is unkind. Alas, there is still his biological father, his flesh and blood in that endless Tao palace. Grand Elder Yen shook his head. Saints live with the heavens, heaven and earth do not die, saints do not perish, and because of its formlessness, it exists in the vastness of all things. Any one of us could meet the incarnation of the Holy One unannounced and pass by again at the next junction of our lives. He can have countless family and friends, countless love-hate relationships, and the long years have corrupted them, having long since seen through all things in the endless years. The so-called closest relatives in flesh and blood, placed in these countless sections of karmic destiny, countless intersections of time and space, is but an insignificant share. The Hotian innate holy realm, the three orders of heaven, earth, and humans, heaven overrides all things. As far back as his sanctification, he is not the same form of life as us regular people. This, if that's the case, Then why did it have to be the divine martial great sage who made the move, instead of himself? Why? Is that even a thought? As long as a saint does not transcend, he will always have karma involved in destiny added to his body. Even if the endless saint had the intention to design it, from the moment the endless Tao Palace was destroyed, although one fruit ended, it was also the beginning of another cause. Cause and effect are intertwined, chopping and chopping, but the divine martial great sage, great saints, untainted by cause and effect. Grand Elder Yen said as such. His words caused the cultivators of Jinhai Heavenly City to become more and more fearful and grateful to the Ancestor Master. The Ancestor has mercy on us. The other side. The various great sacred realms of the Taiku Remnant Realm also let out exclamations. Indeed. Wu Fei is so ruthless nah. Just say it and do it. But is it really feasible to break karma with this method? If you want to transform from formlessness to formlessness, you must transcend cause and effect. And to transcend cause and effect, one must first experience countless causes and effects. And then from all causes and effects, one must realize cause and effect, gain insight into the changes of cause and effect, and ultimately sever cause and effect, and realize transcendence without phase. If you want to get out of the world, you have to get into the world first. That's exactly what happens. But that's easier said than done, because the deeper one enters the world, the more one intertwines cause and effect, the faster one realizes the change of cause and effect, and the clearer the path of no phase becomes. But the more karma there is, the deeper one is trapped in the path of karma, and the harder it is to break it off, and the darker the path of no phase becomes. The two are like an intertwined paradox, elusive. In addition, everyone knows that you have to cut off karma and transcend it in order to achieve non-physicality. But what is the meaning of this phrase? What exactly is the meaning of cutting off karma? Everyone has a different understanding of the Tao, and the Tao they practice is different. The choice is different. It was like the endless saint and that spirit lord of the spirit god palace. The spirit lord achieved great sainthood back then, relying on devouring karma. Its hand of unparalleled devouring devil power will be all kinds of karma to add their own body, refining into the body, so that the broken and then established, the ground into a saint, and the endless saint. He then chose a path that seemed cruel and disgraceful to the world. He had abandoned his biological father, his closest relatives and flesh and blood, his family line, and so many disciples of the Tao Palace who had believed in him. It was ridiculous to say that the people of the Tao Palace were afraid that they would still be thinking that their endless saint would come to save them from the fire until they died. Unbeknownst to them, their deaths were originally planned by their supreme saint. In the eyes of the world, endless, indeed, is lowly and shameful. However, the existences located in the holy realm would not taunt endless, because Wu Fei was at least brave enough to take that step and go down what he thought was the right path, the lone path alone. Perhaps at some point in the future, they could no longer address him as endless, but would have to mouth the name endless great sage. As for the mortals who were sacrificed, heaven and earth are not kind, nor are the saints. They would look at the life and death of every mortal equally, as if they were looking at an ant on the ground. And Lindsay, he didn't feel much of anything, because the matter is not his concern. He was just returning Hong Tian's favor, protecting the heavens' destiny sacred ground, and completing his collection plan in the meantime. Wu Fei's appearance is just a small egg in a dull life. That's all. Overthrowing the endless Tao Palace. Lindsay's palm clenched tightly. The endless Tao Palace's canonical collection that had been passed down for tens of millions of years was now all in his palm, and heaven and earth. The weight is not light, but it's not nearly enough to fill the void of the beginningless. He glanced again at the forces such as Jinhai Heavenly City kneeling outside the Holy Land. This seed is true to its word. Get up and spare your lives. Once these words came out, the crowd of kneeling mighty cultivators hastily sighed in relief, and their hearts that were beating 7 times finally calmed down a bit. Yes, we thank the great sage for his forgiveness. Chapter 220, The 8 Desolate Clans Come. But before this breath was completely relieved, he heard that divine martial great sage say, Rang, the death penalty is waived, but the living penalty is not escaped. You took advantage of the robbery of my holy land back then and burned and looted it, taking away many of the Holy Land's classics and the ancient tablets of heavenly destiny that successive generations of holy sons had cultivated and perceived. If this seat were to let you off so easily, I fear that even my Holy Land disciples will find it hard to find peace under reincarnation. These words caused the people of Jinhai Heavenly City's Wuji Wang clan and other forces to hang on to their hearts again, lest they hear any terrifying chastisement from the mouth of this peerless great saint who had just easily overthrown the endless Tao Palace. They hurriedly said in a heart-stopping rush, Great Sage, we are sincerely repentant, and we beg for the great sage's extra grace. We are willing to bear the losses of the heaven's destiny Holy Land back then. Never a single complaint. Pray for the great sage's grace. Be merciful. After saying that, the group of people no longer cared about their so-called strongman demeanor. and they kowtowed to Lin Zhe in order to seek forgiveness. Lin Zhe didn't say anything, just calmly staring at everyone. The atmosphere was a little tense and stagnant for a moment. It made everyone in the room sweat in their hearts. The gaze of a great saint was truly something that no ordinary person could stand. Puff, flop. They could even hear the uncontrollable rapid heartbeats of certain minor cultivators. Right in the middle of this stagnant, tense atmosphere, that supreme great sage finally laid down the final decree. That's just it. So I'll punish you all for offering up all the merit code collections of your respective Dao lineages to fill the vacancies that have existed in my Heaven's Destiny sacred ground for many years. You and others. Are you convinced? All of them hurriedly pounded their heads like garlic. I dare not. I dare not. Many thanks to the great sage for his enlightenment. We honor the law, giving out all the merit code collections within the Taoist system. If this were to change in normal times, it would indeed be a big taboo to shake the foundation of the Taoist system. Once given, others could find various targeted responses based on the method they practiced, drilling holes in their weaknesses. A little inattention can brew doom, but right now you don't give a try? If you don't give it, the man next door from the Endless Tao Palace is waiting for you to go down there to keep him company. Lin Zhe then nodded, before glancing at Qiyue. Qiyue would agree that it was his turn to work. Subsequently, under the auspices of Qiyue, the grand ceremony for the reopening of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land finally entered into a happy and harmonious flow. The people present also gave face to the concurrence, congratulating the Divine Destiny Holy Land for restarting its glory back then, and give great gifts that each of them has prepared. Outside the Holy Land, guests from far away also arrived one after another. Inside the sanctuary, there was a moment of togetherness and joy. It was not until a certain guest from the southern border arrived at the Divine Destiny Holy Land. Lin Zhe, who appeared to be resting his eyes with his eyes closed on the main seat but was actually absorbing the Endless Tao Palace's canonical collection, opened his eyes all of a sudden. A terrifying saint's will instantly swept through the entire Taiku remnant realm. The bright light of heavenly destiny blossomed high in the sky. Static, the most holy one gave a command, and space and time instantly froze. Buzz. The invisible fluctuations colored the entire world into a colorless realm, causing all things to rest and silencing heaven and earth. Everyone in the Divine Destiny Holy Land was petrified. Someone raised their glass to drink, but the drink settled in the air. Someone throws a sword into the dance, and the sword turns gray and frosty. Everyone's movements froze in the moment before they stood still, except for the black-robed man who came from the southern border in front of the mountain gate of the Holy Land. He looked at the gray world in front of him, listened to the soundless absolute stillness in his ears, and uttered a heartfelt exclamation. Amazing! With such strength, if the Taiku Heavenly Court were still around, it would more or less be necessary to establish a Heavenly Monarch Heavenly Father position for you. In the gray world, Lin Zhe's tall figure walked slowly. All the wine glasses and cutlery that were framed on the way automatically moved out of the way. When the black-robed man saw this, he lifted his hood, revealing the face of a bearded, weathered middle-aged man. He opens his mouth with a heavy dose of age. It's been a long time. Clan members stationed in Tianlan. The words fell. The black-robed man's figure was infinitely elongated. The shadow of a giant emitting a glazed shimmering light coalesced in the gray world. This giant's essence was like a dragon. His chi spirit was like the sea, and his will was divine. The three great avenues of essence, energy and spirit were perfectly fused in his body, mixing as one. It was the Eight Wastelands' true body that belonged uniquely to the Eight Wastelands clan, and the bloodline in its body, which was rushing endlessly, echoed and resonated with Lin Zhe. The people who came were none other than the 8 desolate clansmen who had strayed beyond the heavenly lanes. Lin Zhe's unabashed declaration of his presence finally drew them out after years of hiding. Is Uncle Evergreen okay? Lin Zhe nodded, then frowned and glanced at the black-robed man's veins. He is very good, but it is you, whose bloodline is severely damaged. And the elders of the clan didn't use the 8 desolate mirrors to wash your blood for you? The black-robed man's face was slightly bitter. I am already the highest in seniority among the remaining clansmen. Lin Zhe's expression was slightly condensed. The situation in the outside world is even worse than Tianlan? Is that Qing Song chasing out? Qing Song? This name. The black-robed man's eyes became fiercely deep. The first thing I came here for is exactly what there is about. Possibly him. My memory. No, everyone's memory is faulty. You said Qing Song chased it out, but who is Qing Song? I know all about it. The black-robed man said in a grave tone. To be precise, how our clan escaped to the Taiku remnant realm, and who exactly we have a grudge against. It's all blurred. There is a key figure who has disappeared from all of our memories, and even the clan records have gaps. It's a terrible thing. Lin Zhe wasn't surprised. From the moment he had failed to find even the slightest trace of Qing Song when he viewed the entire long river of space and time, he had known that something had gone terribly wrong. That banish time and space is finally affecting the future. But thinking about it, if they couldn't influence the future, those supreme beings wouldn't have been able to painstakingly lay out the Taichu era and still tamper with Hong Tian. But what Lin Zhe couldn't figure out was, with so many variables in this, why was it Qing Song who had disappeared? One must know that the Taishan great sage even set himself on fire in the Taichu era, but he did not influence later generations. The trajectory of the later generations regarding the great sage of Taishan remained the same. The only thing that seems to have changed is Qing Song. The person Chang Tsong never existed from the beginning. Hong Tian the boy. Lin Zhe's eyes flashed slightly. Then he asked, "Then do you remember Hong Tian?" Hong Tian was able to pinch a fragment of the 8 desolate mirrors, a supreme treasure, in his hand. To say that he hadn't come into contact with the 8 desolate clansmen, Lin Zhe wouldn't believe it. At these words, the black-robed man's face quickly changed. "Of course I remember. The fall of the elders of our clan was due to him, and that's the second great thing I have to tell you. He is in no way less important than the vanished Qing Song." What the hell happened? The black-robed man's gaze looked toward the southern border of the Taiku remnant realm, a certain heavenly evolution Shin Gate that had long since become ruins. Before Hong Tian slaughtered the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, he had gone to the purple-clothed divine minister, Xue Fei Ren. As for Xue Fei Ren, he's the great apprentice of great sage Taishan, one of the 8 servant clans, and he's one of ours. Chapter 221, Void into Dream. Empress Dowager. The great sage Taishuan's great disciple. Xue the other? Lin Zhe remembered the purple-clothed senior brother he had seen when he was at the Tianji sacred sect of the Taichu era. It's him. He told us an ultimate hidden secret that has something to do with Hong Tian and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. At these words, the black-robed man's face became unusually serious. He said that, in fact, as early as hundreds of millions of years ago in the era of the ancient celestial court, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and the great sage Taishan had already calculated today's turn of events. At those words, Lin Zhe was slightly stunned. Why did he say that today? Because at that time Hong Tian hadn't gotten to him yet. The Shui alien soul mark had been sealed by our clan's Heavenly Emperor himself, and it would only manifest the moment Hong Tian came to his doorstep. The moment when Hong Tian experienced torment and truly wanted to escape his destiny and break away from the control of Heaven's destiny. Linza was speechless. Is it true that after Hong Tian was arranged by the Heavenly Fate Emperor, he was immediately followed by his own Heavenly Emperor and the Taishan Great Sage? You're a complete and utter tool of the people, aren't you? No wonder Hong Tian looked at me so strangely before he left. This caused Lin Zhe to feel a tinge of guilt towards Hong Tian in addition to sympathy. LOL. There was a moment of silence. So what exactly did they arrange for Hong Tian to do? The black-robed man shook his head. No one knows exactly what His Majesty and the Great Sage want Hong Tian to do, including the Shui alien. Our task is simply to be responsible for receiving Hong Tian, so that he can bring the fragments of the 8 desolate mirrors, as well as a piece of the 8 desolate true force, and enter the Heavenly Emperor's Dao Palace. Heavenly Emperor Dao Palace. Lin Zhe suddenly remembered that Hong Tian had said, "The Book of Ages. The Celestial Emperor has left it within the Dao Palace in the 33rd heaven. You must obtain it." No wonder he knew about it. The guy had been in there a long time ago. Again, he heard the black-robed man say in a grave tone, "In order to achieve this, the great clan elders of my clan sacrificed their origin before they could condense so much of the 8 wastelands' true power and tear off a corner of the 8 wastelands mirror. And that is precisely why our branch has ended up like this." Speaking here, the black-robed man glanced at Lin Zhe again, and his words changed. "But, we have always believed in the foresight of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Trust in the unpredictability of the great sage Taishan. Everything we do is for the greater good. Now that I see you, and see you appearing in the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, I know that His Majesty and the great sage's arrangement for Hong Tian has succeeded. If my guess is correct, the fragment of the 8 desolate mirrors that Hong Tian took away should be in your possession at this moment, right?" Linza didn't deny it. "Indeed, I have it on me. And it was given to me by the hand of that Shui alien you spoke of." It was the black-robed man's turn to freeze. "What? It was given to him by inhuman Shui? How is this possible?" Shui foreigner in order to send Hong Tian into the Heavenly Emperor Dao Palace. As early as that year has fallen with the exhaustion of the origin of our ancestors. How could you? Can't understand? Can't understand it is right. Because of what he had heard from this black-robed homunculus, Lin Zhe was now somewhat confused as well. It's not the brain that's confused. It's the heart. According to him, Hong Tian's appearance, what he did, was all to pave the way for someone. And this someone, the moment Shui heteronormative, the head disciple of Taishan, handed over the 8 desolate mirror fragment to his hand. The someone that Hong Tian waited for could only be him. Lin Zhe, thinking about Taishan Great Sage's second disciple, Gue Zhang, he had similarly awakened in Tianlan with a mission. Changed the plotline at the beginning, and then gave all of the entire Tianlan canonical collection to Lin Zhe. Just like timely rain, what Lin Zhe lacked, Gue Zhan just gave, without a doubt. Whether it was Gue Zhang, Shui Yirun, or Hong Tian, they all seemed to exist for the sake of accomplishing him. Lin Zhe's mind was speechless for a moment, counting nothing, insight into infinite time and space. Heavenly Emperor is worthy of being Heavenly Emperor. This was probably the first time that Lin Zhe had so intuitively felt what kind of person the existence named Heavenly Emperor really was. But, why him? So many descendants of the Eight Desolate clan didn't choose, but he chose him, Lin Zhe? Could it be because he came from a crossover caste? The Celestial Emperor needs Lin Zhe, an otherworldly man, to break the ice? Otherworldly. Right. Lin Zhe's mind suddenly flashed with a thought. The day his memory awakened, there was a crucial person present. Answer me one question first. Who is void into dreams? Lin Zhe stared tightly at the black-robed homunculus. At those words, the black-robed homunculus first gave Lin Zhe a strange look, and then seemed to remember something that suddenly dawned on him. He simply spat out two words. Imperial Queen. Empress? Emperor? Lin Zhe's pupils shrunk in a flash. In this instant, all the details in his mind were all magnified and shattered. Reorganized again. Xia Qinghe is the Imperial Empress, and in the original book trajectory, Lin Zhe likes her. Wu Tong was the sister of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, a former Phoenix concubine, and her destiny was ultimately connected to Lin Zhe. In the end, he was chosen by the Heavenly Emperor, who himself mysteriously disappeared. The black-robed homunculus gave Lin Zhe a strange look. This news is so important to you? Where is she? The black-robed homunculus sighed. Back in that battle for the gods back then, the Empress Dowager had already fallen. She died to protect old man Tiandi. For this reason, the Heavenly Emperor ancestor was so enraged at the red face that he made the two great emperors pay the price in blood on the spot. It's just a pity that the red face has passed away and the Xiaohua is no longer there. They were originally the most envied pair of fairy couples in the world of Taigu, and the story between them made how many men and women believe that there is really a true love in the world of holding hands to each other. Blame it on that dastardly Heavenly Fate Emperor. Ugh, forget it, let's not talk about it. Lin Zhe composed his face. Go on, talk about her and the Heavenly Emperor. The black-robed homunculus thought for a moment. It is said in the world that the Celestial Emperor and the Imperial Empress are childhood sweethearts who have known each other since childhood and grew up together. Practically? Practically, I suppose. Should. The Celestial Emperor and Empress achievement of the beginningless has long since erased the root cause and cannot be held accountable. If it wasn't for the two of him returning later and enabling my Eight Desolate clan, we wouldn't even know that our own family had such a terrifying existence. It's just that the elders of the clan judged based on the way the Heavenly Emperor ancestor and Empress Dowager treated us, and some of the past events that they occasionally recalled, that the two had indeed grown up together, like a neighboring brother and sister. Brother next door. Sister? Lin Zhe's memory was instantly pulled back to the point in time when he was searching for the Heaven's Destiny immortal scripture. In the small fishing village by the sea, it was a golden beach. The beach is home to the childhood Tendai Lin Bawang, as well as a little girl named Dream, who hides behind her brother. Dirty and timid, but with a bright vision of the future in her eyes. It's her. Chapter 222, Impacting the Beginningless. But if it was her, her encounter with void dreams would only stop at the encounter in the small fishing village back then, and there hadn't been much of an encounter. Lindsay was pretty sure that his memories hadn't been tampered with, and that there was no inner soul lurking about. With his current cultivation level that was infinitely close to the beginningless, coupled with the assistance of the power of Heaven's Destiny, even if an existence like the Heavenly Emperor had made a move against him, he would still be able to detect a hint of it. He is Lindsay, a complete self, and he was indeed a traveler who had crossed over and reincarnated in the present-day North Star Lin family, and the Celestial Emperor Lin Bawang did exist, existing in the distant Taiyuan era. Lin Zhe had also stepped in to save the Heavenly Emperor and had even taught him. Neither one is on the same band. How could he and the Heavenly Emperor be the same person? Linza thought he might be overthinking things, but in that case, why would Void Entry Dream and Heavenly Emperor help themselves? Or why he, Lin Zhe, had been chosen? Was it because he had helped the siblings back then? It seems like, would have to be the only reason. But wouldn't that make it a complete time loop paradox? Lin Zhe returns to the beginning of the world. Heavenly Emperor becomes the way Taiku shatters. Lin Zhe crosses over. Lin Zhe becomes the way. Lin Zhe returns to the beginning of the world. A closed loop that was designed long ago, with a beginning and an end. Mud, are you guys done yet? Lin Zhe closed his eyes and rubbed his brow slightly helplessly. Okay, that's the way to play it, isn't it? Okay, then I'll come back and add more fuel to the fire and give you all a boost of intensity. Opening his eyes, a strong light shone in Lin Zhe's eyes. My clan's treasury of feats. You didn't lose it, did you? The black-robed homunculus froze. Weren't they talking about the Imperial Empress and the Heavenly Emperor? Why did you suddenly jump to the treasure trove of feats again? Could this be the thinking of a great sage? That's the root of my clan. Naturally it's impossible to lose it. Right now it's being hidden in the Spirit God Palace in the southern border, guarded by the Spirit Clan outside, and guarded day and night by the 8 Wastelands Mirror, the most precious treasure offered by my 8 Wastelands clan members, and it's as solid as gold. Even if the ancient remnant realm breaks down, it won't shake the foundation of our clan in the slightest. Linza slowly turned his head to glance at him. You said Spirit God Palace? Yes. Ever since His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor disappeared and the Emperor Ancestor was robbed, the ancient realms have been eyeing my 8 Desolations lineage in a desperate attempt to steal my clan's true blood and take its place. After our lineage escaped from the Heavenly Lanes, we had to watch out for that changed song internally, and beware of the Tycho 10,000 races externally, which really made us unable to defend ourselves and exhausted. At the critical moment, it was that Spirit Lord of the Spirit God Palace who stepped in to save our clan and provide us with a place of refuge. At those words, Lindsay inexplicably smiled. The Spirit God Palace has sheltered the 8 Wastelands. Ha! Sister-in-law. Ah, sister-in-law. You have thought of 10,000 back roads before you made your move. There was a moment of silence. Lindsay added suddenly, bring all of the 8 desolate clans' treasures. Next I'll be in seclusion for a period of time to impact the beginningless realm. Impact on the beginning? It's good to hit the beginning of nothing. Just, the black-robed homunculus felt strange that he had endured humiliation for so many years just to wait for this moment to come. But when the moment actually comes, one doesn't seem to have much involvement? You're not going to ask any more questions about the others? Ask? There's no need to go to all this trouble. Counting the inheritance of these Saint Dao lineages and the treasure trove of the 8 desolate families, the sliver of deficiency in breaking through the beginningless realm had already been filled. The beginningless realm, already waiting. When you truly break through the beginningless realm and open the Heavenly Emperor's Dao Palace, what answers do you want that you don't have? Just do it. With a wave of his hand, Lindsay sent the black-robed homunculus back to the southern border Spirit God Palace, which was 10,000 million miles away. Remember to bring the 8 desolate mirrors. Buzz. The world is back in flow. The stillness of space and time returned to the beginning. The people within the sanctuary continued to do what they were doing the moment before, oblivious to the fact that space and time had stood still for a moment. Lindsay on the main seat still had his eyes closed, unquestioning, secretly digesting the endless Dao Palace's canonical collection. No one noticed that the 8 desolate clansmen, who had once shaken Taiku, had come, and no one could have predicted that an ancient shattering beginningless realm was about to arrive. The ancient worlds, some unknown time and space. Feng Joga, who had led the Phoenix clan away from Tianlan, landed on a red-colored plane. God have mercy. After searching through the realms and wandering for so long, he finally saw a trace of his clan having existed in this unknown realm. This is it. The rich Phoenix Holy Flame. A clan member has stopped here. Feng Jiuji's feathers started a prairie fire, and all of the entire Crimson Plain was dotted with piercing Phoenix Holy Flames. Children, let go of your Phoenix blood and let the clan hear your call. Nico Dash. What responded to Feng Joga was a loud and clear Phoenix call. Subsequently, a crimson flame flowed above the red-colored plains, like flying fire shooting stars, brilliant on earth. In a few moments, Feng Joga heard the echo of blood deep within the Crimson Plains. It was a strand of voice that echoed deep within his bloodline, shaking the Phoenix origin. My Emperor, it is the echo of my Emperor. Feng Joga's huge Phoenix pupils fiercely burned with blazing flames. He immediately locked on to the source of the sound and struck a blow that pierced through the reddish plains to the core of the earth. Underneath the underground molten lava, Feng Joga saw the silhouette of a behemoth being reborn in fire. That's... Feng Joga froze. Phoenix what? Feng Joga couldn't remember. After all, that was just a discard he had pushed out as a sacrifice for the freedom of the Phoenix clan. Yet now, this outcast had the audacity to steal the remaining power of the Supreme Phoenix Emperor. Unforgivable. Damn it. Stop. Who gave you the guts to desecrate the Supreme Being? Feng Joga was about to strike out with anger. At this point, in the shadow of that behemoth, a pair of red golden flaming eyes manifested from the endless void. A supreme and supreme imperial majesty immediately filled the entire Crimson Plain and unified the entire world. At this moment, all the Phoenix clansmen were like meeting the bloodline ancestor, and all of them let out a war cry that originated from their bloodline instincts. Feng Joga, don't you recognize this sovereign? Feng Joga was suddenly struck by lightning and couldn't believe it. You are the Crown Prince, Nico Dash. The hiss of the Phoenix Emperor echoed beneath the lava. The behemoth swallowed all of Emperor Feng's remaining true blood, and then in mid-air, the shadow of an emperor wearing a reddish golden emperor's robe. exuding endless majesty all over his body. Manifested. If Lin Zhe were here, he would definitely recognize this person as the prince of the Phoenix clan, Feng Taichu, whom he had a brief encounter with in the Taichu era, i.e., the Emperor of Heavenly Orders. Boom! Rumble! Thunderstruck! Divine principle is upside down. The Heavenly Fate Emperor manifested in the world, bringing with him endless heavenly might. His presence shines as brightly as it did then, like a blazing sun, forever shrouding the skies of Swire. Chapter 223, The One True Phoenix. Looking at this incomparably familiar great imperial shadow in front of her, Feng Zhouge's heart trembled. Several times I woke up in my dreams, and in my eyes and in my heart, there was his figure. Feng Zhouge could never forget him. Can't forget. The most shining and greatest ever in the history of the Phoenix clan, leading the Phoenix clan to break free from the bondage of the evil god and become the invincible prince against the sky, the heavenly destiny supreme. Feng Taichu. It was also because of this bearing in mind that he was trembling in his heart at this moment, not daring to believe for a long time, because he clearly remembered that after His Highness the Crown Prince and the Heavenly Emperor were defeated and seriously injured and lost, they were pursued by the Dragon Clan's raised family, and the results of the chase. When Feng Zhouge, who was in Tianlan, learned that there was a heavenly destiny immortal body that was passed down, he deeply understood that their Crown Prince, the great heavenly destiny supreme, would never appear again. But now, His Highness the Crown Prince stood in front of him, and with that once kingly demeanor, he re-announced to the world the return of the Master of Heaven's mandate. What? Can there be a second Lord of Heavenly Fate in this world? The Heaven's Destiny Emperor opened his mouth. The words were as disdainful and arrogant as they were back then. Feng Zhouge returned to her senses and bowed in a hurry. Sinful Minister Feng Zhouge, kowtow to your Highness the Crown Prince. With a slight swing of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's red golden imperial robe, a vast force of heaven and earth held Feng Zhouge's body upright and dispersed the misty dust in his heart that had trapped him in the Heavenly Lantern Heavenly Havoc volcano for many years, causing his heart to once again radiate the blazing fire of the Phoenix. Sinful Minister? You are a great servant of my clan. Feng Zhouge pressed her head even lower and said with great shame, back then, Your Highness the Crown Prince was pursued by the Dragon Clan, but I was unable to go to the rescue because of His Majesty's decree to seize the Divine Tomb. I am ashamed of Your Highness the Crown Prince. And now that the Divine Tomb has not been won as I had hoped, I am also ashamed of His Majesty's dying promise. The culprit, Feng Zhouge, has accomplished nothing. How could he dare to claim credit in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? The Heaven's Destiny Emperor laughed softly at his words, and his laughter was more than a little wantonly inexplicable. To accomplish nothing is to become something. If you really come, that's what will make my Phoenix clan fall into the land of doom. Feng Zhouge froze, seeming to understand the words of the Heavenly Fate Emperor. The Tianlan clansmen who were ordered to seize the Divine Tomb back then are all here. Feng Zhouge hurriedly responded. Yes, the sinful minister was homesick, and as soon as the Tianlan Dao ban was broken, he brought all of his clansmen to run to. When the words came to this point, Feng Zhouge suddenly remembered something. He missed one. Bad. That little phoenix still remains in the green domain. That pair of siblings were the victims he picked out to break the Heavenly Lan Dao ban. So from the very beginning, Feng Zhouge never counted the siblings in the clan. But now the plan has changed, and before the little phoenix can function, the sky lanes are broken. For a moment, Feng Zhouge didn't think of this and left little phoenix out. I beg Your Highness the Crown Prince to forgive me. The guilty minister will rush back to bring her back to, and so on. Your Highness is the phoenix? Then as the sister of the Crown Prince, the other phoenix should not be. Thinking of this, Feng Zhouge's heart suddenly twitched a little. It seemed to have seen through what Feng Zhouge had in mind. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor's gaze pierced through countless realms and landed on a certain young girl. He, who had always been awe-inspiring and domineering, had a few more hints of warmth and favor in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by a hint of helplessness. He sighed softly. There isn't much time left, and for the rest of the time, I just want her to just go on forever without a care in the world. Got it. Sure enough, it's Her Highness. Zhouge understands. Saying this, Feng Zhouge's heart became clear. In that case, it seemed that the reason why he had come to seize the Divine Tomb by decree back then and ended up staying in Tianlan was more than likely from the handiwork of his own Crown Prince. Even including the fact that he himself would choose this pair of siblings as a sacrifice was also a part of His Highness the Crown Prince's calculations. Zhouge don't understand. Your Highness the Crown Prince, since you set up the present hundreds of millions of years ago, why did you suddenly change your mind temporarily? At these words, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's aura suddenly became as deep as an abyss, a little heavier. A somber color lingered in his deep purple Heaven's Destiny pupils. Was put on the spot by Lin Baoeng, this heartless dog thief. Click here. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor's fingers pinched and clicked. If not for my little sister, Feng Zhouge didn't say anything. In fact, he had never quite understood how His Highness the Crown Prince and the Heavenly Emperor could suddenly turn against each other given their affectionate relationship, but he knew he shouldn't ask such questions himself. At this time, all he needed to do was listen quietly. The result of having a beginning and an end has already been determined. To say words of pity at this time would make it seem that Heaven's Destiny Taichu, can't afford to lose. After saying that, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor looked away into infinite space and time. There was a long silence. It's like being in a trance. Feng Zhouge then softly asked for instructions. Your Highness the Crown Prince, then what should we do next? Feng Zhouge's words caused the Heavenly Destiny Emperor to return to his senses. He inclined his head and looked deeply at Feng Zhouge. His eyes filled with complexity. Do you know why my father's true blood origin landed here? Back then, during the battle for God, the Heavenly Emperor had angrily beheaded 2 major emperors due to the death of the Empress, one of which was the Phoenix Emperor of the Phoenix clan. Vengeance for the killing of the Emperor is not shared. This hatred, Feng Zhouge had remembered since 9 songs Don't Dare Forget. Feng Zhouge was about to say something. However, he heard the Heavenly Fate Emperor suddenly say, this is the result of the joint discussion between this emperor and his father, used as a last resort. Feng Zhouge's eyes widened. I didn't want to get this far, but nay, the fruit of its beginning and end has become a reality. I can only take this final step, transforming all sources and achieving the only true phoenix of heaven and earth, in order to stop Lin Baowan's ambition of refining my Taiku world. The words came out like a thunderclap. Rumble. The Heavenly Fate Emperor's words crazily impacted Feng Zhouge's heart. The only true phoenix in heaven and earth. The meaning of this statement is all too clear. No wonder the Crown Prince asked if all of Tian Lan's people were here. Turns out that's the last value of their existence. At this point, 4 eyes were facing each other, each speechless. For a long time, Emperor Heaven's Destiny turned away and stopped looking at Feng Zhouge. The atmosphere froze for a moment. After a while, only then did Feng Zhouge's voice come from behind the Heavenly Destiny Emperor. Zhouge is too stupid to understand what His Majesty and the Crown Prince are trying to do. But as a member of the Phoenix clan, I, Feng Zhouge, should always believe in the Crown Prince and always follow the direction he is moving in. Your Royal Highness, precious, said the Heaven's Destiny Emperor behind him. A mournful phoenix's sad cry came out. Nico dash. Nico. The jade shatters and the phoenix calls. A phoenix corpse fell all over the sky. Snap. Snap. It hit the ground with a dull thud. Like a crash in the heart of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. A rain of blood waved in the long sky. Hot. It dripped down onto the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's face, hiding his complexion under the shadow of blood. It's hard to see. We'll win. This king promises you. Boom. The sacred fire is burning. An ancient creature that swallows the heavens and devours the earth. Bathed in fire. Chapter 224, finally reaching the beginningless realm. These days, the Heaven's Destiny sacred ground was famous in the ancient remnant realm, and had ruthlessly made a name for itself. The news that the new Holy Lord of the Heaven's Destiny Holy Land, the Divine Martial Great Sage, had overpowered the forces of the Wuji Wang family of the Zhenhai Heavenly City and other forces, and had destroyed the endless Tao Palace in a single breath, spread like a monstrous tsunami throughout the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Once again, he showed the world what the domineering and overwhelming nature of the phaseless Great Sage was, causing them to recall how the word phaseless should be written. No, in order to curry favor with this manifestation of the current world's great saint without phase, and to brush up his face in front of the great saint. As soon as he heard that the great saint had punished Zhenhai Celestial City and other forces for handing over their Dao lineage to fill in the vacancy of Heaven's Destiny, the various families and clans hastened to send the best merit code collection that they could bring out in addition to their respective skills for the reopening of the Holy Land of Heaven's Destiny to add a little more fuel. I hope to win the favor of the great saint in this way, and get so many sentences of guidance from his old man's mouth. No, even if it is only so fragmentary and half of the only words are enough for them to benefit for a lifetime. After all, an existence such as the great sage, every word he spoke was the sound of the great Tao, a priceless treasure. But regrettably, ever since this great saint manifested the heavens mandate Holy Land to overthrow the endless Tao Palace, his old man had begun to be seen by the gods and not seen by the tales, just as the myths and legends had recorded. The Heaven's Destiny Holy Land side of the story is that the Holy Lord occasionally gained something and entered the old Heaven's Destiny retreat for an unknown period of time. However, in fact, everyone knew that this was just a unilateral euphemism for the Holy Land to indicate the departure of the great sage. A few other Dao lineages in the Taiku remnant realm that had great saints sitting on them did the same thing. This makes the world sigh with regret. After that, it was feared that it would be difficult to usher in the appearance of the divine martial great sage for millions and millions of years. So the great sage has gone into hiding? Alas, it is I who have come a step too late to have an audience with the Holy Emperor. That's just it. Holy fate is rare. Rare. A host of visitors came happy and left regretfully defeated. This caused Chiyu and the other people in the heavenly fate Holy Land to be speechless. No, we speak the truth. How come no one believes it? Everyone is used to it. After all, the great sage is formless, ethereal and indeterminate. Ordinary people can be fortunate enough to see one side in a certain time and space as the grace of heaven. How dare you expect his old man will always stay in this point in time? And to say that the Holy Lord is closed. If we are not a disciple of the heavenly order to know the inside information, in your place, do you dare to believe it? All of the phaseless great saints are still in seclusion, and then they shall not be promoted to the same level as the heavenly court emperors as the beginningless ones? A few people smiled at each other and sent the gongfu sent by the visitors to the old heaven's destiny land as the Holy Lord had instructed before his seclusion. They gently placed the gongfu tome in front of the old ground ancient monument, and then prepared to leave. At this point, a few people suddenly had an inexplicable sense of chaos in their heads. The sky was spinning and they were dizzy. Hiss, what's going on? I don't know. How do I feel empty in my head? Like I forgot something? When you put it that way. A heaven's destiny cultivator suddenly looked around and glanced at the gongfu tome laid out on the ground. What are we doing here in the old land of Providence? And these feats, how did they get here? Weird. Something isn't right about this. Let's go. Quickly go report to Senior Brother Chi. Sky Lanes, North Star Lin family. Lin Ao, who was in seclusion, suddenly trembled and woke up from his deep enlightenment. At this time, he had already touched the threshold of the innate, just that one step away from breaking through the shackles of mortals and advancing to the innate stage. However, just at the moment when he was about to break the innate shackles, his mind was suddenly a little disturbed. Something of immense importance, even more precious than his life, was erased from his heart. What did he forget? How did this happen? What exactly did the old man forget? Lin Ao clenched his fists, his expression twisted in great pain. In the meantime, Xiao Chui and Lin Mo in the Lin mansion also briefly froze for a moment. There was some confusion on both faces, but the next moment it was all back to normal. Keep doing what you do. At this point, Yi Xiaoran, who was in charge of the Lin family's intelligence and daily training, returned from outside after a busy day. As soon as he entered and saw Xiao Chui and Lin Mo, he said, "Today's training was good. And there are several more good seedlings sprouting up. Focus on cultivating it next, and there should be hope of touching the mystery of the innate. With luck, in the future, we might be able to stand on the young master's left and right, and go to the world of the ascended divine beings to see the world." Yi Xiaoran said this and picked up a cup of tea. However, he saw Xiao Chui and Lin Mo's blank faces. Young master? Who is Mr. Yi talking about? Yi Xiaoran's hand trembled, and the teacup he was bringing to his mouth paused. He gave Lin Mo and Xiao Chui a serious look, and his body suddenly took on a depth and coldness that had never existed before. Yi Xiaoran at this moment seemed to release something, gradually overlapping with the figure of another person. Lindsay, don't you guys remember? Lin Mo and Xiao Chui were still at a loss. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoran's pupils shrunk. A little cold star is released deep in the pupil. Awakening, a destructive aura. An extreme attack began to surface on Yi Xiaoran's body. He glanced at Xiao Chui and Lin Mo. The eyes were filled with the coldness of indifference to the living, and the dead silence that had lasted through the ages. At this moment he was a completely different person. He paid no more attention to Xiao Chui and Lin Mo. With a flash, he transformed into a heaven-opening, world-destroying swordlight and returned to the Shura Mountain Villa's secret place, the Shura Extreme Realm. Within the Polar Realm, nothing else. The only thing that was left was a dangling sword box. Opened the sword box. An extreme power of destruction instantly struck. Boom! In the endless blackness of the end, a pitch-black longsword forged from extreme destruction heavenly gold lay silently. Yi Xiaoran looked at the pitch-black sword, and a never-before-seen deep darkness flowed from his eyes. He made several attempts to reach for his sword, but in the end it all seemed as if they recalled something and retracted their hands. Long time. Only then did he close the sword box and reseal the supreme ferocious sword that could be called the source of destruction. Following that, there was a distant sigh from the ancient years. LOL. The ancient remnants of the world, high above the sky. For the first time, Lin Zhe truly looked down on the entire vast expanse of land, overlooking the entire swashbuckling chessboard. At this moment, the sky and the earth were vast, and all the dermas and realms were in full view. From then on, the sky could no longer cover his eyes. This ground no longer stops his heart. All things, on this day, have become a touchy-feely blur in his eyes. He can manipulate it and change it at will. Feel free to erase it from any period of years. At the same time, this world had no more root beginnings for Lindsay. Heaven and earth will not leave a name. The world leaves no trace. This is beginningless. Chapter 225, Heavenly Emperor's Tao Palace. Disappearing Dragon Race. Overlooking the world beneath his feet, which had never seemed so small before, Lindsay lost interest in sighing and surveying it after just a hurried glance, experiencing the power of the beginningless, reckless life and all that can come later. Right now, all he wants to do is play Speed Pass. He had to figure out what was going on behind the scenes of all this, the closed loop that supposedly had a beginning and an end. 33 heavens, open. The Most Holy One gave a command. Words out of the law follow. The last heaven of the Taiku heavenly court that had been sealed for many years, the 33 heavens outer heavenly Tao Palace, finally opened its closed and locked gates at the command of the beginningless one. Squeaky. The raspy push of the door echoed. Dang. Clouds rolled in the sky and palaces were in abundance. The melodious sound of an ancient bell came from the depths of the clouds, penetrating the barrier between the realm and the realm, revealing the ancient and mysterious heavenly palace on the clouds to the world once again. At this moment, everyone in the Taiku realms raised their heads violently. Heaven's outer heavenly Tao Palace opened. How? Could it be that a mighty one has finally broken the curse of the heavens and once again certified to the realm of the beginningless? Are the secrets of the heavenly emperor's Tao Palace finally going to be revealed? Quickly follow to have an audience with the supreme sage and get a glimpse of the heavenly emperor's Tao Palace. Swish, whoosh, a stream of light traveled through the sea of clouds, facing the saint in front of the ancient palace of heaven. At this moment, no matter how strong or weak they were, no matter how old they were, all of them were running in awe over the opening of the heavenly emperor Tao Palace. Even the endless saint who had severed his shackles and was already on the path of the undifferentiated phase cast his gaze for it, following closely before arriving at the heavenly emperor's Tao Palace. In addition to South Border, Spirit God Palace, the Spirit Lord's world-renowned beauty was half leaning against the cold window, a pair of moving eyes settling in for the ages, taking in everyone's infatuation for the heavenly emperor's Tao Palace. Endgame. She raised her hand to turn the clear tea on the table upside down and backwards. One last glance in the direction of the heavenly emperor Tao Palace. A glance for 10,000 years. She then tore open the boundaries and rejoined the realm where she had dyed her feet with her out-of-body demonic fetus, Tianlan. Clouds above the heavenly palace. Lindsay stood before the heavens beyond, looking back at the 32 heavens underneath. There are no secrets in the eyes of the beginning. Traces of past years and the secrets of the first 32 heavens immediately surfaced in Lindsay's mind. The 33rd heavenly palace, 33 heterogeneous dashas, and the heavenly palace resides in the world, and the 33 royal bodies are eternal. That's right, this so-called 33 heavy heavens was simply the manifestation of 33 alien Tao fruits. It was because of the existence of this 33 heavy heavenly palace that the legend of the 33 imperial bodies had been passed down through the ages in the world. Every imperial body possessor boasted of being the son of heaven's destiny, a natural-born invincible emperor, not realizing that they had lived their entire lives in someone's shadow, becoming his sustenance and puppet. And this person was no other than that 8 desolate heavenly emperors who had established the Taiku heavenly court, because the source of all Tao palaces, their most essential and core power, all originated from this heavenly emperor Tao palace that had been dusty for many years before Lindsay's eyes. Swire heavenly emperor. Good tactics nah. In that case, the fact that I would deduce the 33 Tao fruits with the 8 desolate blood as the root is also the result of the bloodline's guidance. Lindsay spoke softly, his face as usual, not surprised or emotional. Early on, from the time he had noticed that he and the heavenly emperor had the paradoxical closed loop of having a beginning and an end, he had already had a certain anticipation of what would happen afterward. Not to mention that nowadays, he had also reached the realm of the beginningless, standing at the same height as the heavenly emperors and emperors. Soldiers come with water and water goes with the earth. With a gun in his hand, he is not panicked. He wanted to see what kind of design was hidden behind it. Push open the door to the dusty heavenly palace. A strangely gorgeous and magnificent world appeared before Lindsay's eyes. Inside the heavenly Tao palace beyond the sky was not the appearance of a palace, but rather, there was a Qiankuan inside, naturally forming a realm. Slightly hot sunshine, warm and breezy, wide, boundless fields, and the lush, verdant seedlings in the fields. What appeared before Lindsay's eyes was an endless field filled with green-colored seedlings. A gentle breeze through the nose delivers the warm fragrance of early summer. Lindsay took in everything in front of him. In his eyes, a miniature of years began to flow slowly. It was a couple of young boys and girls running in the warm early summer sun. This pair of young boys and girls Lindsay had seen before. It was none other than Lin Bahuan and Xiao Meng, who had a brief encounter in the Tai Chu era. When they were teenagers, Lindsay's heart felt something when he saw it. A verdant harvest in early summer. So this is the origin of Xiaoqing, his name. Lindsay murmured, walking quickly through the harvest field. Immediately afterward, outside the Tao Palace, a group of figures hurriedly fishtailed in. Ha! This is the heavenly emperor Tao Palace. This is just a field of harvest? What's there to see here? This is all the ancient hidden secrets left behind by the Heavenly Emperor? What do you guys know? Since this harvest ground can be used by the Heavenly Emperor as the scenery of the Tao Palace, there must be a deep meaning within it. Oh, may I hear it? This is dragon bone. How can there be so many dragon bones? The other side of the harvest field. A large, white, gigantic corpse staggered across the harvest field. My God. No wonder the dragon race went extinct. The feeling is that they all died in the Heavenly Emperor's Tao Palace. No, that's not right. According to the ancestral records, didn't the dragon clan raise their clan to chase after the Heavenly Fate Emperor? Even if you're going to die, it shouldn't be in the Heavenly Emperor's Tao Palace? A big pile of keisters appeared. It left the crowd puzzled. The other side. Linza removed his hand from the largest dragon corpse in the harvest field. The breath of years in his eyes was so thick that it was almost suffocating. The dragons have long been exterminated. That Long Yu guy is actually the last true dragon in the world. How big of a grudge does that person have against the dragon clan? As the world knows, the dragon clan raised their family to chase after the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. And in the end, their whereabouts were unknown, and they faded away in the Taiku with the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. However, the person Linzai spoke of was not the Heavenly Fate Emperor. Rather, green and pale. Linzai frowned and casually flicked out his 5 Qingsong sacred soldiers. Others might not be able to perceive it, but he who had already ascended to beginningless and was in full control of the Qingsong sacred soldier could perceive it clearly. The bodies of these dragon corpses all had a deadly aura that was homologous to the Qingsong sacred soldier left behind. Undoubtedly, the one who exterminated the dragon race was none other than the vanished Qingsong. Such behavior couldn't help but remind Linzai of some key points. Qingsong exterminates the dragon clan. The Heavenly Fate Emperor left Long Yu, the last true dragon, behind again. Long Yu enters Taichu to die. After that Qingsong completely disappeared. With all these causes and effects connected, Linzai couldn't help but think of a possibility. It's hard to believe that Qingsong's origin is actually related to the dragon race? Chapter 226, Qingsong appears. No wonder Linzai suddenly had this conjecture. Because just a short time ago, there was a man who had performed an operation similar to Qingsong's. The Endless Saint. He took advantage of Linzai's momentum to establish his authority and gave the Endless Tao Palace to Linzai as a pitch to establish his authority over the world. And then sat back and watched the Endless Tao Palace go up in smoke. And then cut off all the karma related to himself. And took the path of chasing the endless phase. Now, Qingsong had exterminated the dragon clan and completely erased the traces of his existence after the death of Long Yu, the last true dragon. How similar are the motivations for both mindsets? And when it comes to feasibility, Qingsong has the help of the Heavenly Fate Emperor, and the two supreme beings join hands to fight together. Even if they are as powerful as the dragon race, they can only end up with a bad taste in their mouths. Thinking about it in this way, Linzai felt more and more likely. Only, Linza looked around with a frown. Of all the places not to choose, why did he pick the Heavenly Emperor's Tao Palace? Could it be that he wanted to borrow the bones of the dragon race to arrange some kind of great formation to be used to suppress his master, Heavenly Emperor Lin Bahuang? A few last glances at the dragon corpses on the ground, Linzai continued traveling towards the depths of the Tao Palace. Through a morass of dragon bones, Linzai entered the innermost level of the Tao Palace. There is nothing else in the inner Tao Palace. All there is an ancient book flowing with the weight of years. It was quietly suspended in a field of harvest. Exudes years of silence. 10,000 years of leisurely and peaceful atmosphere. Not the slightest bit moved by the chaos of the human world. And this ancient book, Linzai had seen it before. Just as he broke through the Fate Xian and reached the point where heaven and earth would leave a name. At that time, it was this book of ages that had come across the boundaries of heaven and earth, leaving Linzai's character of Zai on it, thus allowing him to gain the qualifications to control the chessboard of all living beings and be equal to heaven and earth. However, at that time, he was only limited to his qualifications. Having just broken through the Fate Xian, he did not possess equal strength, and could only put it aside for the time being. But now, he has both qualifications and strength. It is the time to crack the Book of Ages. One step in front of the Book of Ages, surveying the thick, ancient tome in front of him, Linzai's eyes were filled with curiosity. He had long been enamored with this magical Book of Ages with the name of the Transported One. After all, he had heard and read too many legends about the Book of Ages in the beginning of the Great Beginning. In particular, the Taishian Great Sage relied on the Book of Ages to calculate the past and future, repeatedly resisting the sniping of the spirit race, and even escaping the reckoning of the heavens. The Great Sage of Taishian executes this book already. What about him, Linzai? With the gift of divine enlightenment, if he had read all the Book of Ages. Reaching out, Linzai held the Book of Ages in his palm with one hand. Next moment, The dusty book of years turns the page of history. A shiny zephyr is eternally inscribed on the pages of a book coalesced over the course of years. You have come into contact with the ultimate hidden secret of this world, the Book of Ages. Take control of this book and you will have unlimited possibilities. But the mysteries of this book are like heavenly books, so obscure and difficult to understand that ordinary people can't even get a glimpse of them. By absolute enlightenment, you begin to try to decipher the Book of Ages. Interpretation in the Book of Heaven is so obscure that you don't seem to understand it. Divine Gnosis LV7, 429W/1000W. Interpretation in you're getting the hang of it. Divine Gnosis LV7, 466W/1000W. The stream of information on divine level enlightenment continued to cross Lindsay's mind. The information it displayed secretly staggered even Lindsay. A beginningless. Now that's the interpretation in which a random jump is hundreds of thousands of progress. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thinking that he was playing the peak tournament in Tianlan, he let Guizhong sweep away all the top legacies of the various domains, and only gleaned more than 1 million progresses and raised his talent to LV7. But now it's just deciphering the Book of Ages. And that's hundreds of thousands of dollars for a casual jump. Wouldn't that be a guaranteed full grade if it was completely cracked? TSK. No wonder so many people grabbed their heads for this supreme ancient book. Lindsay secretly sighed in his heart. And then he stopped paying attention to the interpretation of the Book of Ages. It's going to take a while for this to unravel. Taking advantage of the time to interpret, Lindsay turned the Book of Ages to the previous page. According to what the half-Saint Ching He had said, before Lindsay, the last person to reach heaven and earth to leave a name was none other than Ching Tsong. He would like to see through the Book of Ages what kind of character this Ching Tsong was. However, when Lindsay turned the pages of the Book of Ages into what the eye sees, a blank slate, the word pale that was supposed to be there has long since gone up in smoke. Obviously, Ching Tsong's sudden disappearance, even the Book of Ages, the heaven-opening treasure known as the Transported One, which was as old as the evil god Saintian and co-born from the great Tao of creation, could not be retained. Seeing this, Lindsay couldn't help but feel his heart sink, because the matter of the Book of Ages not being able to retain Ching Tsong's name was in some ways enough to illustrate the seriousness of the problem. One should know that the Book of Ages was ranked alongside the evil god Cthulhu in terms of rank. The Book of Ages can't keep Ching Tsong's name, which can only mean one thing. Ching Tsong's existence was already on par with that of the gods in the Book of Ages. Just as Lindsay was thinking this, he suddenly sensed some sort of remnant on the page that echoed his beginningless saint soldier. This is... Lindsay's heart moved, and the powerful might of the beginning immediately surged into the Book of Ages. Now, the world in front of him was plunged into chaos. Immediately afterward, a picture of the past emerges. In the picture, it was two Taoist men dressed in green-colored Taoist robes playing against each other, an old man and a young man. The older one, whom Lindsay had met before, was none other than that green-clothed sex sect master in the Taichu Chronicle, Xinghong, and the lesser one. Cultivation is just like playing chess. You have to think twice before you move and plan, but once you have decided, do not waver, or you will suffer. Xinghong nodded the chessboard, prompting the young Taoist across from him. If you fall, then you have no regrets. The young Taoist nodded. Yes, disciple is instructed. The scene shifts again. The young Taoist was a little bigger. The old Taoist looked at him with a relieved expression. There is nothing more the old Taoist can teach you. With your talent, my green cloth sect can no longer keep you. If the old Taoist teaches you any longer, he will only be wrong for you. The next way, you'll have to find another bright teacher. The old Taoist priest added in a serious tone. Before leaving, the master will send you one last piece of advice. Cultivation is not easy. My generation of cultivators should utilize everything that can be used for me. Make the best use of everyone and everything. There's nothing wrong with being selfish if it's for the sake of becoming a Taoist. The young Taoist kowtowed 3 times towards old Taoist Xinghong. Disciple Ching Tsong, I will always remember my benefactor's teachings. Wow! By this point, all the images shattered. It eventually transformed into the appearance of a green-clothed Taoist. He sat on a green stone bench, holding an ancient scripture in his hands and reading it carefully. Back then, my benefactor gifted me with these 2 teachings, which have benefited me endlessly. Now, I turn it over to you. In the empty world, Ching Tsong's words clearly reached Lindsay's ears. Lindsay's eyes slightly condensed with cold stars. Finally meet. Green Saint, Chapter 227. This sentence of Lin's of finally meeting was deeply emotional. His feelings towards the person Ching Tsong were rather complicated, because no matter what, and no matter what exactly Ching Tsong had planned, Lindsay's did inherit the Tao lineage and saint soldier he left behind in order to get to this point so quickly. That was one thing Lindsay couldn't deny. But on the other hand, based on his own 8 deserts bloodline and Ching Tsong's betrayal of the 8 servants clan to the Heavenly Emperor, Ching Song was yet an enemy of their 8 deserts Lin family, plus a series of subsequent changes, all of which had Ching Song's shadow in them. Ching Song's image could be described as reversed and reversed and reversed in Lin Zai's mind. For a while, Ching Song was inexplicably a bit of an enemy to Lin Zai. Hearing Lin Zai's meaningful words, Ching Song smiled against the wind. The laughter was filled with an extremely complex emotion. Seeing or not seeing, it doesn't really matter to you or me. What matters? Your view of the world, of everything, of all this. My opinion? Lin Zai gave Ching Song a careful stare. The same words back to you. It doesn't matter. What matters is the truth of it all. Upon hearing this, the corner of Ching Song's mouth grinned slightly. The world is always obsessed with the truth. Just like someone back in the day. Still hasn't changed to this day. This somebody you're talking about is yourself? Ching Song gave Lin Zai a deep look. This person can be me or you. Lin Zai's eyes were slightly cold. You deliberately left this message in the Book of Ages just to play dumb? I don't have the luxury of fooling around with you. Alas, young people are truly impatient. Ching Song shook his head and lost his smile. How can I say any more? I'm still considered half of your teaching mentor, right? Lin Zai responded with a cold smile. If you want to be my teacher, then don't hide, and be open and honest with me. I'm not hiding. Ching Song's face still maintained a slight light smile. Isn't this being open and honest with you? Besides, with your realm today, what is there that you can't know if you just spend some time? If there are words, they shouldn't be spoken by someone who doesn't exist in the first place. Like me. Among the fruits that have a beginning and an end, there should not be a Ching Song. It didn't exist in the first place? Lin Zai condensed his eyebrows. He had heard this more than once. Hong Tian also said, but in the Book of Ages, the image of Ching Hong teaching Ching Song clearly appeared. And, the fruit of this having a beginning and an end. There is no need to care about the words of someone who doesn't exist. I appeared here merely to admonish you of these 2 lines of your benefactor's teachings, for this is an obsession that belongs to Ching Song. As for listening to, or not, it's up to you. After saying that, Ching Song's gaze landed on an unknown void somewhere. Well, the last time belonging to the green song is over. And next, you will get everything you want to know. There is someone who has been waiting for you for a long time at the end, or beginning of having a beginning. Speaking here, Ching Song made another turn of phrase. But before that, you have to be careful. Someone won't be able to resist making a move, because this is the last chance I have left for them. Of course, it's still the same. Chances are I'm staying, but give or take, whatever you want. After saying that, Ching Song took off with a touch of inexplicable evilness on the royal wind, his figure dissipating in the Book of Ages. Eyes on Ching Song completely dissipated. Inexplicable. Lin Zai murmured and returned to the Heavenly Emperor Dao Palace. In the meantime, after the Book of Ages, at the end of the Heavenly Emperor's Dao Palace, at the verdant end of a harvest field, a huge divine door quietly opened, and within this divine gate, Lin Zai saw a picture that made his Dao heart tremble. See what is shown in the door. Lin Zai's heart and mind trembled greatly as he hurriedly put away the Book of Ages and rushed inside the divine gate. Sky Lanes. Yi Xiaoran, who had changed into a different person, carried the sword box on his back and arrived outside of the Changhe sword sect. Nico dash. A phoenix hiss resounded in the sky. The blazing light landed beside Yi Xiaoran, manifesting a silhouette wearing a red gold emperor's robe. He glanced at the sword box behind Yi Xiaoran. After so many years of absence, is your stopper sword still sharp? Yi Xiaoran didn't reply. He just quietly looked in the direction of the Changhe sword sect. Do you really think Lin Ba Wang still remembers you as a life and death brother? If you don't make a move against him, he can't refuse to refine and devour you. Yi Xiaoran still didn't answer. Foolish fools, take your stopper sword and get out. Stay out of the way. Like hating his iron, the Heavenly Destiny Emperor glared fiercely at Yi Xiaoran. He then took a step out, seeking the echo of his bloodline to find Wutong, who was in the green domain. Wow! Bears of holy fire emerged in the void. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor's figure appeared not far behind Wutong. Looking at the Wutong in front of him, he, who had always been cold and unforgiving, finally had a touch of warmth and favor in his eyes. But it didn't take long for that touch of warm favor to be replaced by decisiveness. Because, apart from him, Sycamore is the last phoenix in this world. Little sister, hold back for a while. After brother cleans up this mess, he will surely remake this realm and put everything back on track. After saying that, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor closed his eyes. The powerful devouring force immediately attacked towards Wutong. 1 breath, 2 breaths, time and space stood still and the world went dark. In the darkness of the heavens and earth, the roar of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor, who was furious to the extreme, was heard. Lin Bakuang, damn you! After God's Gate, high-rise buildings abound. The asphalt road was full of traffic. Underneath a steel building were all kinds of stores that Lindsay was familiar with. Inside came the sound of hawking that made Lindsay's inside stir. It was also accompanied by a variety of music that had been all the rage. Is $2 across the board and on clearance. New store opening. Buy one get one free. The event is tomorrow while stocks last. Grab it now. Lindsay stood in front of a car, silent for a long time in front of him. Pedestrians on the road were giving him strange looks. It was because Lindsay's dress and temperament were out of place with the others in this world. Lindsay ignored the strange looks from passers-by. He unfolded his extreme senses. With the divine might of the beginningless realm, he had taken a long look at the entire journey of this realm from nothing to something. Not an illusion. This is a real world that exists. Hey, dude, which character are you cosplaying? It looks kinda like that. Mind if I take a couple shots? Lindsay glanced at him. The entire person then vaporized and disappeared into the street. The man with the camera froze. He froze for a moment, looking left and right. A tingle of scalp and a chill in the back of his head followed. Naya. Hell no. Chapter 228, All Ate Desolate Blood. Sacred Skeleton. Night. Inside the bustling and lively steel city. The lights and the traffic. But Lindsay's figure was that obscure and inexplicable. That low and dark. With an aura that didn't fit in with this lively and prosperous night world. He's made sure of it over and over again. Even though this world was familiar. And even though its landscape highly overlapped with the world in Lindsay's memories. It was only similar. The world in front of him was not the earth where he was in his previous life. Because what it should have, it doesn't. And what shouldn't be there is all over the place. Like, late night in a dark alley. Dimly lit. A pair of crimson eyes crept closer to Lindsay's lone, out-of-place figure in this world. Behind him, there was a low panting sound similar to that of a wild animal. Roar. Tap tap tap. The footsteps became heavy and urgent. A sharp claw came from the darkness, exposed to the light, and tore towards Lindsay in a swift motion. It was a young man with fierce eyes, shaped like a coyote. Delicious blood food. Mine. Ha-ho. Right in front of his eyes, a delicious and savory lamb was about to die under his sharp claws, becoming the most delicious blood meal he had ever eaten in his life. However, dang, the very moment he lunged for air, it was as if a wall of air was born in the void, knocking his entire body into the air. Immediately afterward, another force from nowhere stopped his entire body in mid-air, unable to move. Asterisk. What the hell? The young man thought he was probably drunk and hallucinating. How can there be an invisible wall when it's fine? How did he himself somehow stay in mid-air? But just as the man was thinking this, the lamb in his eyes turned. The next moment, flop! The young man's pupils shrunk violently. The whole person like a frightened cat tensed his body. Swish kneeled down on the ground as a five-body to the ground. Issued an instinctive trembling. He didn't know what was wrong with him. All he knew was that a force from nowhere had overwhelmed him, causing him to make a submission that was etched in his soul and memorized in the root veins of his blood. Shivers. Every pore, every cell of his body was telling him with the strictest and most terrifying fear that the person in front of him was a supreme monarch that he must submit to and fear. It was the king of his ancestral lineage engraved in his blood and bones. It was the source ancestor at the top of the hierarchical sequence of his life. Submission. Kneeling. It is the only, and must be observed by him, natural providence. Under the king, all rebellious ministers die. What the hell is this? Tap tap tap. Just when the man was afraid, but he realized that the lamb in front of him was actually moving away, his footsteps fading away, one step away from the dark alley. It was not until the footsteps were completely far away and the figure of the lamb was no longer visible that the binding that originated from the bloodline, from the soul, slowly dispersed. The man then breathed heavily as if he had been pardoned. Hoo. Ha. Live. My ass. What the hell is going on here? Before I even get close, the man gasped for air as he thought back to what had just happened. Thinking about it, a point suddenly occurred to him. What had just happened was so similar to the rumored bloodline suppression of the royal family. It's hard to believe that. That's a royal family. Recall the legends about the royal family. Hiss. The young man touched his chest, heartbeat buzzing and still palpitating. The night is intoxicating. Lindsay walked in the light. Pedestrians on the road cast glances at him. Some are surprised, some are disgusted, and some are just like the man in the dark alley. Greed. Bloodlust. Yes, the world is full of monsters like the man in the dark alley. They hide in the general population and are called imbalancers. Imbalanced people, that is, due to the unstable awakening of the bloodline, and often out of balance to become maniacal bloodthirsty category of people. And corresponding to this, there are naturally bloodline awakenings that are stabilized. This category of people is called the awakened, and stands above the masses of people in this world. However, the imbalanced or the awakened, Their so-called bloodlines are from the 8 wastelands. This 8 wastelands is not another other person. Instead, it was someone who had a close relationship with Lindsay. One could even say that he was a close relative. This man is none other than Lindsay's third uncle. Yes, Lindsay's third uncle. That is, grandfather Lin Ao's youngest son who died of illness and early death. It couldn't be hidden from Lindsay. With Lindsay's realm today, he only needed to sweep this world with a single glance to gain omniscience and insight into everything. The source of their bloodline is known at a glance, and that meant that everyone in this world was a descendant of his third uncle. In terms of bloodline generations, that imbalanced person in the dark alley just now should even call him Lindsay's uncle. He said that the 8 Deserts family's bloodline is dying? Look, a whole world of people from the 8 Deserts family, all his Lindsay's relatives. In some ways, this is a good thing, but Lindsay couldn't be happy, because their birth was not natural, but a product of the 8 Desolate blood experiment. It was a test case born on the bones of his poor Uncle Sam. Going back in time, Lindsay could clearly see the birth of each test subject, seeing Uncle Sam's bones and blood being drained, his soul being torn and cut up, and not being able to die in peace. This whole world is someone's proving ground based on Uncle Sam's corpse, and the only people who could make such a stroke and still hide it within the Heavenly Emperor Dao Palace's back divine gate were the 9 great supreme beings. Damn thing! Lindsay's eyes closed slightly as a light of suppressed anger burst out. Swish! A gust of wind blew through. Lindsay's figure disappeared into the night. Sky City. Inside the Imperial Sacred Palace, a large number of high-ranking members of the Imperial clan gathered. What's going on? How could abnormal energy fluctuations suddenly appear in the Holy Skeleton when it was fine? We don't know yet. The people in data are doing a thorough investigation to analyze the root cause of the anomaly in the Sacred Skeleton. Any directions? Well, based on the abnormal reaction of the Holy Skeleton, it should be that mysterious power in the Holy Skeleton sensing the presence of the same race. It's as if our royal families can sense each other. What? Sacred Rex kin? How is this possible? The Holy Skeleton is a heavenly treasure. How could it have? This is incredible. But if it's really a fellow descendant of the Holy Rec, tell you what, step up patrols and screening lately, and keep the world on the lookout for unusual occurrences. Also, have the people in the data department analyze it urgently to find out what is causing the abnormal reaction of the Holy Rec. As soon as there are any results, report them to the Supreme Council. Yes. Chapter 229, I, Lin Chen, have met you. The Holy Skeleton is of great importance. If there is any failure, it can affect the foundation of our clan for thousands of generations. So be careful and do not slack off. Yes, Governor, we understand. The overbearing middle-aged man named Governor nodded, and looked back at the baby skeleton, which was sealed in a pillar of energy and protected by layers of protection. After confirming that there was no mistake and not noticing the slightest mistake, he then settled down. He walked back toward the isolation room on the side of the lab. The isolation room was filled with bloodline stormtroopers who were as mad as hell and had insane postures. As soon as they saw someone approaching, they immediately rushed over, only to be bounced back by the thick energy shield. Seeing this, the governor's heart sank. Still no relief from their rampage symptoms? The experimenter beside him pushed the frames on the bridge of his nose. The Eta-type awakening reinforcement potion destroyed the stabilizing framework of their sacred skeleton bloodline, producing undesirable and unknown mutations. We're trying to predict the direction of the mutation and terminate their undesirable mutations early. The governor stepped outside the thick shields and observed the stormtroopers through them. What happens after termination? Their bloodline has been destroyed, and they will be considered greatly fortunate if they can return to ordinary life after the mutation is terminated. Upon hearing this, the governor's face was as gloomy as water. Alpha potion, Beta potion, and now Eta potion. This bunch of damned extremists won't give up until the whole world is turned upside down. The researcher pushed the frame again, and a strange light reflected off the lens. Our bloodline harbors the secret of immortality, and even without these potions, the lure of immortality is enough to make the world go crazy over it, willing to be reduced to the walking dead. No one is exempt. The governor scolded the extremists. Unbeknownst to them, the royal family are also extremists of a different kind. They similarly guarded the Holy Skeleton, researching the secrets of the bloodline day and night, and similarly developing various strengthening potions. It's just that they have a bit more formality than the extremists, and a flexible moral line that can change at any time for the royal hierarchy. These assholes, one day I'm going to take back some of the sacred remains in their hands and end them once and for all. The researcher didn't say anything, just pushed up his glasses. How were extremists able to break into the heavily defended Holy Rec Lab back then? And how could the sacred remains be partially stolen? After all these years, and why we haven't been able to defeat the extremists? He glanced inside the laboratory, at the senior members of the royal family who had been startled by the strange movement of the Holy Skeleton. The reflections on the lenses grew deeper. There's a lot to learn here. Accelerate the data analysis of the Holy Rec and find the source of this fluctuation as soon as possible. Just as the two were talking about experiment-related things, His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. A loud voice resounded through the lab. Hearing this loud voice, the governor and other high-ranking members of the royal family had their hearts startled. Even His Majesty the Emperor has been alerted. They fell on their knees in a hurry and showed the Emperor the highest sincerity. Emperor, King of the bloodline royalty, Supreme Lord of this world. He was one of the firstborn awakened from the source blood of the sacred skeleton, and was the forerunner, the originator of all the awakened. It is also the most powerful and the oldest existence among the existing awakened. As for just how strong, ever since the end of the original battle and the Emperor became the final victor, he hadn't made a move in decades. In recent years it has been even more of a prolonged retreat. People don't remember him as powerful anymore, but one immortal legend after another proves that the Emperor's power is beyond doubt. He was like a god walking on earth, an existence like a heaven-setting pillar in the hearts of all awakened people. See the Emperor as if he were a god. Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. In the midst of a pilgrimage of respect as if seeing God, the suited and booted mystic Emperor walked into the lab. Ignoring the crowd present, he quickly crossed over and reached right in front of the energy shield that sealed the holy skeleton. Looked the sacred remains over carefully. Then he closed his eyes again and chanted some kind of incantation. Seeing that the holy skeleton hadn't moved, his eyes couldn't help but show some doubt. The way Father reacted just now, he clearly sensed the true 8 Wastelands homunculus. How come there's suddenly no response? The Emperor rubbed his chin, puzzled by his father's reaction. Is it hard to believe that I'm mistaken? It shouldn't. The Emperor murmured softly. He doesn't open his mouth. No one else in the lab dared to look up and peer in. Time just ticked by, and I don't know how long it took. The Emperor finally gave up prying. He sighed softly. That's just it. It looks like it's not the time that Calamity Sensei said it would be. With that, he intended to leave. But just as he turned around, he realized, beside himself, actually do not know when there is more dressed in snow-white robes, green silk such as waterfall, such as the world's sun dressed in a handsome young man. The youth was looking the Emperor up and down, a hint of complexity sinking into his eyes. The person who came was none other than Lin Zhe. The two men looked at each other, each strangely speechless, but the closeness in their blood echoed at times. For a long time, Lin Zhe Kai sighed softly. What's your name? Inside the lab, everyone present hastily raised their heads at the sudden unfamiliar tone. No good. Daring madman. How dare you approach His Majesty the Emperor? Protect His Majesty. The lab moved all of a sudden, and all the major executives showed inhuman and extraordinary abilities at this moment. Unbridled. At this time, the Emperor suddenly stretched out his hand and swept across the scene with an overwhelming spiritual pressure, forcing everyone to be as quiet as chickens once again. This, Emperor, I. The Emperor's icy eyes glared over. Do you know to whom you are letting loose? The crowd was confused. Who? A bunch of profit-minded losers. Wipe your obscurantist black hearts clean. Take a good look at who this is. How dare you not recognize the true ancestor in his presence? True ancestor? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, with a big frozen word written all over their faces. Froze. However, he saw that the Emperor had already made a bow towards Lin Zhe in a regular manner. Second brother has arrived in person. Junior brother Lin Chen failed to welcome him from afar. Please forgive him. Second brother. His Majesty's second brother? Didn't all the initial awakened of His Majesty's generation die? Some people look confused, but some people have already guessed some truth based on the Emperor's attitude and only words. This truth, however, is a little too scary. Facing the Emperor's salute, Lin Zhe reached out and pulled him up. Lin Chen, name yourself? This second brother of Emperor Lin Chen was not wrong. He was the first generation of life nurtured and conceived from Uncle Sam's blood and bones, equivalent to Uncle Sam's own son, in terms of blood relations, and then in terms of age according to Tianlan's timeline. He should indeed call Lin Zhe his second brother. Chapter 230, Calamity. It's time for you to die. It was my teacher who trained me. He named me Tatsu, or the first star. He wishes that I may always be as the light of the first star, bringing hope and light and not falling into darkness. It also means that I can always see the sun the next day. Lin Zahund, did he tell you about my identity as well? Emperor Lin Chen nodded. Teacher Calamity once said that if there was ever a day when I perceived an unusual fluctuation in my father's sacred remains, it would definitely be my father's nephew. That is, you, second brother. Calamity teacher. A hint of gloom flickered in Lin Zhe's eyes. The old guy plays his cards straight and doesn't even hide them. Afraid I won't know it's you. You even left finger posts for Lin Chen on purpose, right? Calamity. Of all the great powers in the entire Taiku world, there was only one with the name Calamity, one of the 9 supreme beings, the creator of the Calamity immortal body of the 9 immortal bodies, Calamity supreme being. Obviously, the originator who caused Uncle Sam to die of illness and premature death, and then stole the bodies to create these bloodline awakened people was the Calamity Supreme. As early as the beginning of this game, he had already landed here and was waiting for Lindsay. As for when he had messed with Supreme Calamity, why did Calamity have to deal with himself? Lindsay didn't care anymore. From the moment he entered the beginning and end of the closed loop with the Heavenly Emperor Lin Bakuang, some people were bound to be involved with him. And in fact, after discovering that the Heavenly Emperor's Tao Palace hid this Earth-like world, and then associating it with those coincidental arrangements in the past, Lindsay also had some speculations about this closed loop, but he hoped he had guessed wrong. Did your Calamity teacher say anything else? Teacher, he also said that if you come, second brother, then everything will be at its final moment. He'll be waiting for you to arrive at the end of the holy wreck. If, Lin Chen paused. Lindsay naturally picked up for him. If I'm ballsy enough? Lin Chen could only smile awkwardly. Is about right. About the same? It's a lot worse, right? This old thing plays his cards plainly and doesn't hide his malice at all. Lindsay's gaze landed on the so-called holy skeleton, and the suppressed anger in his eyes was as substantial as substance. This holy skeleton was none other than the bones of Lindsay's third uncle, and over the bones of this corpse wound a large, horrible, ominous gloom. There is an endless amount of the most evil and dark power contained within it. Ominous auras and calamity curses that were as substantial as substance suddenly pounced towards Lindsay. It transformed into a huge hideous skull in midair, flaunting its power. It was as if he was arrogantly declaring war towards Lindsay. Once Lindsay dared to take over this holy skeleton, he would surely be cursed by this endless ominous and vicious power, and would be haunted by calamities from then on. And this was the ability of the Calamity Immortal Body? Calamity Immortal Body, the most sinister existence among the 9 immortal bodies. It is the embodiment of the most evil and poisonous in heaven and earth, the embodiment of all ominous bad luck, and the sum of all dark sides. Once targeted by the Calamity Immortal Body, it was the most vicious torture in the world. It has a myriad of unrepeated ways to make you beg for life and death and feel the extreme evil of the world, and the power of the Calamity Supreme left on this holy skeleton. It's a curse. Once Lindsay contracted this curse, his battle power would be cut by at least 30%. However, that wasn't what made Lindsay angry. What really angered Lindsay was the mutilated state of this corpse's bones. This corpse has been ripped to shreds, with a piece missing from the east and a piece missing from the west. There wasn't even a body left. The third uncle by the disaster caused by the early death of young disease is already unfortunate, and now as even more bones are not surviving, which let the Lin family as a son of the Lindsay how to bear it. At this moment, Lindsay's gaze was extremely cold, falling on the body of a group of royal family executives. The hair and skin were raw and painful, with a coldness that penetrated into the bone marrow. You have inherited his bloodline. Why don't you know how to respect your ancestors? The soulful kowtow resounded amongst the group of royal family executives. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and a hell of suffering floated in their minds one by one. Several top brass with ghosts in their hearts couldn't withstand this horrific life-level pressure, and even collapsed and became incontinent on the spot. Ah. Ghost. Lindsay's ice-cold words rang out once again. How are bastards like you worthy of tainting my Lin family's bloodline? Bang! Several blood flowers exploded violently in the crowd. In the air filled with wisps of blood-red gas. Into the nose is all-piercing blood. Hiss! The crowd of executives immediately shivered in fear. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. A few of the higher-ups who were close personal friends with them, in case they were caught in the crossfire, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. True ancestor, forgive me. We don't dare to offend true ancestors and our ancestors. Pray for true ancestors' clarity. Seeing this, Emperor Lin Chen, who was always in seclusion, also reacted quickly. This matter is due to my younger brother's negligence. Please forgive me. Second brother. After getting rid of a few ungrateful sons and daughters who tore up Uncle San's corpse, Lindsay issued an edict. Come on. An infant white bone suddenly flew into the imperial laboratory from all over the world and automatically filled in the holy skeleton to complete it. And with this compliment, the anger in Lindsay's heart grew stronger. Because, well, there's a rib missing. And why could the missing rib not respond to Lindsay's call? The answer is self-evident. Ergo, no need to say it. This is Calamity deliberately trying to provoke me. You can't stop it even if you keep watch every day. Even the sacred realm was a pawn in the hands of the supreme beings at will, not to mention mortals. Lin Chen was puzzled. Teacher, does he have any benefit to him by angering the second brother? The more powerful a person was, the more they could understand Lindsay's terror, and it is never wise to provoke a strong man. But Calamity is accepted. Because he can suck up anger, suck in despair, suck in hate, feeding on the dark side of all beings in heaven and earth. The angrier Lin Zhe became, the stronger he became. Whether it's leaving curses on the bones, destroying the 8 wastes of this world, creating imbalancers and riots, or splitting the bones of Uncle Sam, all were Calamity's pre-battle preparations to provoke Lin Zhe. But it's a shame. It did nothing but provoke him. Divine Gnosis LV7, 1359W/1000W. You've looked at all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of divine enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of divine enlightenment. Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV8, 359W/100 million. From now on, you will gain a body invulnerable to all laws, immune to all law infringements, ignoring all negative statuses, with the continued power of the Book of Ages. Lin Zhe was just as good as coming with an unlimited experience pack. Divine Gnosis had long since been fed to LV8, gaining the power of all laws. Curse or not, take advantage of Lin Zhe's anger. Direct immunity from all laws. In other words, as soon as Lin Zhe collected Uncle Sam's holy skeleton, the curse was purified by the infinite light as soon as it touched Lin Zhe's body before it could exert its erosive effect. Afterward, Lin Zhe's figure vaporized and disappeared into the laboratory. Only the frost that had condensed a thick layer on the spot was left behind. The frost stings, cold into the soul. Calamity, your time to die has come. Chapter 231 Dialogue with the Calamity Supreme. The world behind God's gate. A certain calamity tower that was entwined with an endless ominous aura. Lin Zhe's figure broke through the heavy calamity curse and surfaced within the high tower. In front of him, a tall figure in a white coat was walking around with a single reagent bottle, busy with the experiment in hand. Extraordinary focus. Even when Lin Zhe arrived, he only looked up and continued the work at hand. It looks as if an extraordinarily entranced workaholic is one of the many, and not the great supreme being who had gone against the heavens and saved the Taiku world from destruction in the first place. A quarter of an hour until the results of the experiment are available. I know you want to kill me now, but take the trouble to let me finish this experiment. Thanks. Calamity Supreme mixed the various containers and adjusted the clock to set the time again. Only then did he turn around and look at Lin Zhe. In the meantime, we can talk about topics of interest to both you and me. Like, for example, your 8 desolate blood. The Calamity Supreme didn't have the stereotypical impression of being sinister and vicious, nor did he have a hideous face with the word bad guy written on it. On the contrary, with a short haircut he looked very sunny and cheerful, and with a pair of frames, he looked svelte, with a generous and elegant demeanor. It made it hard to imagine that this person was Calamity, the embodiment of the darkest and most evil in heaven and earth. Calamity Supreme brought 2 chairs. Another bubbling drink was poured for Lin Zhe and himself. Entertained the visitors like a normal person. This particular drink was brought to me by a friend of mine back in the day. It was this particular drink that made me a brother to him, and I was snubbed out of Pill King Mountain. I thought that you would like it too. Please. After saying that, Calamity Supreme himself took a beautiful sip first, and Lin Zhe looked at the familiar drink in the cup, but his heart slightly stalled. The friend you said. The Calamity Supreme waved his hand, interrupting Lin Zhe. Please, don't mention him at a time like this. Bummer. I like you better now than him. After all. The Calamity Supreme looked at the bubbling drink in his hand and gradually became entranced. You risked your willingness to be cursed and risked taking on an ancient supreme to retrieve your third uncle's missing skeleton. If it were him, without me having to do it, he would have personally facilitated this matter, just to research a higher level of 8 desolate blood. Who cares about Uncle Sam? You're much more humane than he is. After sighing, Calamity Supreme digressed. Alright, back to the topic. He glanced at the clock. I have to say, your family's 8 desolate blood is worthy of being the crystallization of Lin Baoang's heart and soul made with the help of the Taishan lineage's underlying exhaustive changes. I haven't come to many conclusions even after all these years of research with the intervention of the power of Calamity. Taishuan's lineage? Lin Zhe suddenly thought of the 10,000 blood sacred art and the 10,000 law melting furnace, 2 of the heavenly mechanic sacred sect's world-renowned masterpieces. The Calamity Supreme gave his affirmation. As you thought, your family's 8 desolate blood is not born and bred, but is man-made in the afterlife. You know that back then, in order to check and balance the 10,000 races of Taichou, the Tsung Heaven had individually transformed the divine Tao into the spirit race, and purposely didn't pass down the way of completion. And as this 8 desolate bloodline can gather the 3 veins of heaven, earth, and humans without any flaws or omissions, how could he allow such perfection to exist? But it's a pity that nothing is absolute. In everything, there is always a ray of life remaining, and in despair, there is always hope against all odds. The Book of Ages in Old Man Taishuan's hand is exactly where the vitality lies. Relying on the Book of Ages, Old Man Taishan escaped the heavenly hunt several times, counted all the changes in the world, and evolved two unprecedented canons, the 10,000 blood sacred art, and the 10,000 laws melting furnace, and planted the seed called hope. And later on, a man named Lin Bakuang worshipped under Taishan and became Taishuan's third disciple. Finally that seed of that year took root and blossomed into splendor. Lin Zi drifted off. Lin Yaowang was the third disciple of great sage Taishan. In this way, it's no surprise then that the arrival of Guizhang and the Shui alien setup of Hontian. It was because they were originally Heavenly Emperor Lin Bawang's senior brothers, working for Lin Bawang. So, it was because of the success of the 8 desolate blood that you saw the possibilities and followed Lin Bawang in his fight against the heavens? Supreme Calamity shook his head. Lin Bawang is a cautious person. He'd never do anything stupid like risking his life, even if it's the 8 desolate blood that he personally developed. Before determining the weaknesses and shortcomings of the 8 desolate bloodline, he wouldn't be foolish enough to use it himself and declare it to the outside world. So he used his own brothers of the same race as test subjects for his tried and true bloodline. A brother of the same race? Upon hearing this, Lin Zai's heart snapped, and the withered figure in the Daojia mountain suddenly appeared in his mind. That's right, it's the old ancestor of the 8 desolate clan, that 8 desolate emperor. But Calamity Supreme took another sip of his drink as he spoke. Also known as a descending spirit child. Lin Zai was silent for a long time before he seemed to retort. The time is not right. When the spirit child descended into the world, he had not yet worshipped the Taishan lineage. Seeing this, the corners of the Calamity Supreme's mouth grinned. There is no need to be concerned. I am talking about the initial cause, and what you see is the fruit of a beginning and an end. It's just like the vanished Azora, which ceased to exist from a certain point. With that said, the clock scale went to the required position and the Calamity Supreme rose. Start drumming up the container in your hand. Lin Zai glanced at him. Since that's the case, you've got my third uncle's skeleton. It's all the more important that you should cherish the research with a view to deciphering the mysteries of Lin Bawang's bloodline. And why was it deliberately scattered about and left to be desecrated and trampled upon at will? Without looking back, the Calamity Supreme said, there's an expression called brainstorming. The sea of people is vast. The avenues are vast. Everyone has their own unique insights, and everyone has their own way of thinking. How do you know if they're good if you don't try? It's as if you don't know if there will ever be another Lin Bakuang. All spirits in heaven and earth are always full of infinite possibilities, full of variables, and this is what God scorns and fears. He has devoured the heavens and earth many times and hunted down all beings, and it is precisely for the purpose of obliterating the existence of the variant. Unbeknownst to me, a variable is called a variable precisely because it has no constancy. No normality. If variables could be obliterated, they would not be called variables. The only variable is the one that can't be killed, the one that can't be erased. What I want to do is based on exactly that. The container in the Calamity Supreme's hand became dark and cloudy. Bang! He failed. But it's a pity that it's hard to have a second person like Lin Bawang. Chapter 232 Skylane's Endgame. As much as it's hard to admit it, but putting aside his persona, in this aspect, Lin Baera is indeed remarkable. I have rebooted this world countless times and created 30 million parallel specimens to channel it differently. Nor has there been another character with a heavenly mind like Lin Bawang. The Calamity Supreme gathered up the containers of the failed experiment, then took off his white coat and threw it into the trash. He faced Lin Zai and his aura began to increase step by step. Seeing this, Lin Zai actuated the beginningless sword box. The 5 supreme beginningless saint soldiers faintly displayed their supreme sharpness. So, all these years you've done nothing. Supreme Calamity shook his head. Not really. At least for the weaknesses of the 8 desolate blood, as well as the characteristics of the various derivatives, I've mapped them out. The essence of Calamity also grows in the dazzling world. But unfortunately, Calamity took a closer look at Linza. I didn't inhale your angry hatred, nor could I feel the aura of a curse on you. Looks like I'm just like Brother Taichu. I'm still being put on the spot. Guess it won't be a match for you. Calamity spoke in a funereal manner. But the ominous aura of his body grew stronger. A dark and deep sin stretches out from the boundless earthly purgatory, bringing the most evil and darkest obscurity of this world. Hate, anger, sadness, lust, all kinds of extremely evil emotions that can completely crush people cover the whole world, wanting to degenerate the heavens and the earth into a sinkhole. But having fought the fight, it's always better to try. Thanks for waiting. Now, strike! The Calamity Supreme completely shed his earthly body and reverted to the original beginning of the Tao, which is formless, unseen, and without beginning. The terrifying source of calamity roared across countless times and spaces, countless boundary layers, and descended from God at this very moment. The majesty of the Supreme Being was displayed. Thumbs down, thumbs up. The murky, morose darkness rumbled over the world like a twisted reptile. It eroded heaven and earth with a destructive force. corrupting everything. Icy, rotten, and eerie terror suddenly piled up into a mountain, weighing heavily on top of the entire Taiku world. Whether it was the Taiku remnant realm or the Tianlan world, the dust of thousands of worlds were all in the shroud of calamity. At this point, darkness falls, sky lanes. The murky winds howled with a tearing fury under the murky sky. The sound of howling is like a dull whisper from the devil, constantly echoing in people's ears, evoking the dark sins hidden deep in the hearts of the people. The shadow of calamity hangs over every heart. Calamity struck. Outside the forbidden land of the Long River Sword sect, Yi Xiaoran's gaze seemed to be looking through the long span of heaven and earth, seeing the intense exchange between those two existences that had already incarnated the great Tao beginning. You still don't want to make a move? This has been the last chance he left us. Behind Yi Xiaoran, a magnificent silhouette descended into the world and came. It was none other than the spirit lord of the spirit god palace. It was also that faceless great demon who had laid out this realm and stained the heavenly lanes with a demonic fetus Lu Hanyan. Yi Xiaoran glanced at her with an icy expression, still not saying a word. Lu Hanyan didn't care about Yi Xiaoran's cold attitude. She just said, I remember. This kid from Pilking Mountain is the smallest of the 9 of you, and is also the least good at fighting, and has always hid behind you older brothers to cast poisons and spells. But now, this little guy who was hiding behind your backs has to come out on his own. It seems that in your stopper Supreme Lord Yi Xiaoran's heart, it is Lin Baoan who carries more weight after all. At those words, a trace of struggle flashed in the eyes of the always cold Yi Xiaoran, and the stopper's sword box behind him began to hum. But in the end, the stopper's sword fell silent and returned to peace. Lu Hanyan wanted to say something else. At that moment, 2 flaming lights in the sky came with the wind. Stop it! You can't wake a man pretending to be asleep. The firelight manifested, revealing the figures of Heaven's Destiny Emperor Feng Taichu and Wutong. Lu Hanyan's gaze fell straight onto the disoriented Wutong. Another glance at the Heaven's Destiny Emperor. The eyes were ancient. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor sighed. The missing part is in Lin Baoang's hands. In response, Lu Hanyan just smiled. Not surprising. He'll do it because your respective weaknesses are too good to exploit. Thus, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor was just as silent as Stopper Supreme Lord Yi Xiaoran, powerless to refute. For a long time, it was only then that the Heaven's Destiny Emperor said, taking advantage of the calamity to stall Lin Zhe. Do it! After saying that, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor pressed down on the Sword Sect's forbidden land with a palm. Deep within the forbidden land of the Sword Sect, the remnant swords that shone with a magical light suddenly became invigorated as if they had been summoned by their masters. Clang! The sound of a sword's roar gathered into a great river, crazily washing away this magic-filled sword mound. Swish! 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 Under the impact of the torrent of sword chi, the forbidden land revealed its primitive and ancient appearance. It was a primordial divine mountain that was covered by the dust of broken swords and slept underneath the forbidden land. Boom! In this instant, ancient taboos erupted from under the seal. A seeping primordial devilishness burst out from the divine mountain, and just a gentle wisp of spit was 10 million times more terrifying than the devilishness in the once forbidden land of the Sword Sect. And this is where the real Daojia mountain is located. Truly the place where the heavens fell. It had been sealed inside the Sword Sect's forbidden land. It was not until today that the prehistoric true body was manifested, mirroring the myth of regicide from the Taiku era into reality. It is also at this time, Xing He, who was sleeping inside the Sword Sect's forbidden land, opened his eyes. How can there be? Under the forbidden land? Between Cheng He's drastic change in expression, several silhouettes transformed in front of the pitch-black Daojia mountain. No good. Cheng He immediately blocked in front of several people. Stop. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor glanced at Cheng He with a complex pity in his eyes. The significance of your existence ends here. Get out of the way. This king doesn't want to kill you. Imprisonment. The Emperor of Heaven's mandate decrees heaven and earth. The massive Heaven's mandate instantly blocked Cheng He to the side. Let's begin. Retrieve the sealed god body. Our Taiku world may not be without a chance to fight once more. Lu Hanyan shook her head. He won't send the divine body back so easily. This step. He has a backhand. The hinterland of the Tianlan spirit clan. The spirit brilliant great sage hovered above the clouds for a long time. Never betray God for all eternity. Do not offer the book of ages to God. Ha 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 ha. The spirit brilliant great sage laughed. The laughter was full of ruefulness. Cheng Song. No. Lin Baoan. Is this the answer you finally gave me? Ha ha ha. Smiling and laughing, 2 lines of tears slipped from the corner of the Linghuang great sage's eyes. What a master and disciple turn against each other. What a change of heart. You've been lying to me from start to finish. Chapter 233, Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe. All of this is nothing but a play that you directed yourself in order to refine my Taiku world. When the false entry dream died, I laughed at her foolishness and lack of knowledge. But in the end, The one who is really stupid is myself. Ha ha ha. The spirit brilliant great sage cried and laughed, biting his lip as his entire person seemed to be somewhat bewitched. Lin Bawan Lin Bawan. In your heart, what the hell are we? Bang! The sea of clouds rose and fell. The spirit brilliant great sage's anger-laden strike pierced through the entire spirit race's hinterland and smashed it to smithereens. A grain of broken dust one by one accompanied by flying smoke filled the sky above Tianlan, burying the figure of the great sage of spirit brilliance. The sea of clouds is silent. Long time. It took the lone figure in the roiling sea of clouds to let out a soulful kowtow of deja vu. Why? Between the waves of the spirit clan's sea of clouds, Lu Hanyan, who was in front of the sword sex forbidden land, Daojia Mountain, seemed to have sensed something. She jerked her head back. A color of unspeakable emotion finally appeared on the indifferent and calm to almost ice-cold face. So this is your backhand. You sure never let me down when it comes to ruthlessness. Lu Hanyan said this. Heaven and earth resounded with the sound of the great Tao. An illusory thick ancient book floated above the vast sky. It was the shadow of the Book of Ages. It turned a page in history. Tear apart the page where the Spirit Emperor swore to the Taishan Great Sage and the Book of Ages. Anyone who violates the oath shall be put to death. Thus, under the shroud of the divine punishment of the true word, the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage's entire person became illusory. A mysterious and powerful force spread out from the Spirit Brilliant Great Sage. Eventually, it flowed back into Lu Hanyan's body. This one lord of the spirit race also did not escape her destiny after all, returning to the arms of the gods as her grandfathers and fathers had done. Buzz. With the return of spirit brilliance, Lu Hanyan's aura instantly became much stronger. A green-colored door-shaped seal appeared at the center of Lu Hanyan's brow. Seeing this, the heavenly destiny emperor froze. How could this be? Lu Hanyan seemed to have already seen it all. And no matter what happened, she kept a calm and normal heart. She said quietly, the spirit race was originally created via my origin. The existence of the spirit race is part of me. So to speak, after the spirit emperor dissipates, this part of the origin will return to my own self. Likewise, just like the seven emotions law, her final love and hatred for Qing Tsung, or Lin Bawan will also become part of me. And this part of the extreme emotions of love and hate just happened to be manipulated by the power of calamity. Upon hearing these words, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor's pupils instantly shrunk. He fiercely looked at the direction where the Calamity Supreme was. The five swords of the mighty heavens had already gathered the most powerful heaven and earth greatness, once again displaying the divine might of the former heavenly emperor, bestowing all rebellious exterminating divine punishments. Heavenly punishment. After God's gate, Lindsay's five swords came out. Prolixity. Immeasurable. Moro. Pole path. The greatest power of the strongest and holiest was released in this sword that cut through the heavens and destroyed the earth. Clang. The sword came out of chaos and pierced through the ominous prison of calamity. Among the thousands of flickering shadows of the great Tao, a sword tore through the source of calamity. Chop. Boom. With a shattering roar. The plague is eliminated. The winner is already decided. And those broken sources of calamity were captured by Lindsay's power of theft and turned into his own. You have stolen the fruit of the Tao of calamity and become the ancestor of this Tao. A raucous burst of euphoria came from the stream of information on God-level enlightenment. But Lindsay had no time to pay attention now, nor did he want to, as things stood now, regarding the origins of divine gnosis and the closing of the loop between himself and Heavenly Emperor Lin Bawang. It was getting closer and closer to Lindsay's speculations, but like Linza said before, he would rather he was guessing wrong, but sometimes the truth is out there. The friend that Calamity was talking about, the sitting of the great sage Taishan, as well as the 8 desolate bloodline developed from the 10,000 blood sacred art. There is also the so-called fruit of the path. Can the power of calamity be considered a dongo? Meh. Lindsay put away his sword and suddenly felt the greatness of this heaven and earth. But there's no room for one of us. An unprecedented sense of loneliness suddenly enveloped Lindsay. So, I really am a villain. A languid sigh. Lindsay stepped out of the divine gate world with a body full of loneliness. And outside the God's gate world, it's broken swift. The ancient realms were as if the stars in the sky were shining in the dark void. It is also like sand and stones in a river, flowing with the waves. At a glance, it looks like an abyss and a sea of waves. But now, the whole world, the whole starry sea, was at his feet and in his eyes. Lindsay watched silently. Suddenly, a familiar figure fell into Lindsay's eyes. Lindsay touched it, then reached the man. The man was not surprised by Lindsay's arrival. He did not return. Still as once Lindsay childhood memories of that calm, quiet to seem to comprehend the natural theory of the great Tao of inaction. Lindsay gave him a deep look. Only then did he say, when I was a child, I always thought that you disliked me because you were afraid that I would compete with you for the Lin Family Foundation. This familiar figure was none other than Lindsay's elder brother. Rinch. Linja overlooked the vast sea of the Taiku realms. I also didn't expect you to be so mischievous as a child. Linza laughed speechlessly, then asked, so, which one are you again? If you mean the relationship, I'm your big brother. It never changes. Not once. Not now. If you mean identity, you can probably call me Immortal Supreme. Immortal Supreme. Lindsay felt a terrifying power far greater than that of the Calamity Supreme and Immortal Supreme Linja. Calamity should have let you come. Linja's eyes were filled with the stars and the sea, and his body exuded a kind of inaction and indifference that was close to the Tao. He said, Calamity comes from Pill King Mountain, and people from Pill King Mountain have always been bad at fighting. They were mostly responsible for holding back interference in the Battle of Celestial Regicide back then, while the real main battlefield was handled by Stopper, 10,000 Laws, Heaven's Destiny, and me. It was a mistake for Celestial Destiny not to bring you into his fold. Heaven and Earth have the supreme reason. The Great Road is originally nothing. Linja said quietly, everything in this world has its own destiny, its own karma, its own balance. To forcefully intervene will only make things worse. As it is, I've done the wrong thing once. I can't do it again. Whichever of you wins or loses is no longer my concern. But you still didn't get away with it. Linja shook his head. Escape or not, just go with the flow. Whatever you choose in the end. I'm all for respecting your decision like I once did. Saying that, Linja pointed ahead. An ancient heavenly emperor's gate opened before Lindsay's eyes at some point. Time's up. Go on. Meet the dream in his heart. Meet the dream in your heart, too. After saying that, Linja turned around and left, going to Tianlan to wait for the final result. Chapter 234 Finally meeting Lin Boong. Eyes on Linja's departing, bland figure. Linza took a deep breath, stepping through the door of the heavenly emperor. With a flash of white light, Lindsay once again appeared within the steel city of the God's Gate world. Still a busy street with lots of traffic. Still the sound of stereo hollering that traveled all around. People coming and going stared at Linza with amazed eyes, and occasionally a few people with cameras would snap him casually. But this time, without the 8 wastes, there are also no more imbalanced or awakened people. Some of it is just plain, just ordinary. The air was filled with the familiar industrialized smell of Lindsay. He seems to have returned to the earth of his former life. Everything was so familiar, exactly the same. But the truth was, Lindsay could sense that it wasn't. He just came to a dream world. A dream constructed for himself by a wanderer who has been away from home for too long. Although this dream, with his ability, can do exactly the same as the former Earth, or even do better. But no, not after all. A hint of bitterness spread across the corners of Lindsay's mouth. Then he ignored the crowds of people moving in and out and moved towards the home he remembered. Before his eyes, the scene of the family gate that had been glimpsed in the heavenly staircase illusion of Daojia Mountain was once again present. Lindsay pushed open the door of his home with a difficult and uncertain heart. Buzz. With the sound of door chains scraping, the door opened. A familiar voice entered Lindsay's ears. Paralyzed. Teammates. Fixed Q can Q crooked. Lindsay sought out the voice and walked towards the room he used to be in. There, a pimply-faced, internet-addicted young man was darting at the keyboard, performing the art of piano. That appearance was none other than the Earth Linza of the previous life before crossing over. Not as scruffy though is all. Noticing someone coming behind him, the internet-addicted youth didn't turn around. He just waved at Lindsay. There's food in the fridge. Anyway, you're in your own home. Don't be polite. We'll talk when I'm done with them on the line. Lindsay sat on the big bed he had been away from for 18 years, almost 19 years, and touched the sheets on the bed. Everything was so familiar. Stop cursing and save yourself some virtue. Ha, da. The internet-addicted youth casually lit a cigarette. Don't you know all about it? I lost this a long time ago. Too conscientious for me to get this far. Leans aside. Tell me what I really went through back then. The internet-addicted youth laughed. Say, of course it has to be said. I've been holding these words in for so many years, and it's only when I say them to you, to the person I used to be, that I feel like my existence is worthwhile. But it's too dry and too long to just talk about it. So come on, let's cut a couple of handfuls and play while we talk. As he spoke, another computer appeared beside the internet-addicted youth. Linza sat up and opened the familiar game screen from his memory. Go to the matchmaking screen. In his ears, the words of the internet-addicted youth then rang out. This story goes back to the day I crossed over. That day. You remember. Right. The illusion in the Daojia Mountain. That day was my 19th birthday. I'm high on getting ready to go home to celebrate my birthday and talk to my mom and dad about all the things I did in college. But alas, the heavens did not fulfill the wishes of man, and I somehow came to the Taiku. Ah no. At that time it was still called Tai Cho. As we speak, the game matches successfully. The net-addicted youth immediately linked his fingers together. quickly locked on his favorite hero, and typed, second floor mid laner, give or take. After choosing his character, the net-addicted youth continued. When you come to the world of the beginning of time, everything is strange and confusing, because there was a major problem in front of me in the first place. Language barrier. It's not like what's written in the novels. I don't have an awesome golden finger, nor do I have the so-called memories of the original owner. The primordial world is a strange and cruel blank to me. I don't like it here, and I'd prefer not to cross over. The internet-addicted youth gulped in smoke rings, shrouding his face in a cloud of smoke. On Earth, I have a happy and fulfilling family, and I have been admitted to a major university, as well as the ambiguity of youthful ignorance on campus. I've had enough of traveling? Come here to find this J8 sin? Miso miso miso. The sound of the game starting came from the computer. The net-addicted youth immediately started operating and said to Lindsay, Go, come to the middle and help me with a few waves. I'm not eating the line? Why? You're me and I'm you, and if I eat the line, you eat the line. The internet-addicted youth added, talking about a language barrier earlier. It's killing me. Not only do I have to be forced to learn a foreign language, but I also have to spend all day pretending to be crazy, pretending I'm amnesiac and bewildered. There's no way. I don't have the original owner's memories in my head, nor do I have the relevant language system, so I can only rely on my amnesia to pretend to be crazy to muddle through, preventing others from realizing that this person has been swapped for a core. So those were the times when I became known as the local cutie. Couldn't understand a word of human language, couldn't say a word, and had nothing to offer except my strength. But what can I do? I can only endure and learn in silence. After about a little more than half a month, I could understand some simple words, and I also finally heard my name in this life, Lin Boan. This name, with my real name Lindsay compared to the awkward a bit, but at least it is also surnamed Lins. Well, a small broken traversal requirements so much why, can have a name is good. Look at those next door who are called Dog Egg, Tai Zhu, and Tai Jen, and you'll see that Father Yatsura counts himself among the more educated of the fishermen. The internet-addicted youth, Lin Bawang, took a deep drag on his cigarette, and then later, I started to slowly come to terms with it all. After all, I'm here and I can't go back, so what else can I do but accept it? Yell out my life by me not natural after wiping the neck to kill themselves? Don't around. I want to live. Live to have a future. Live to have hope of going home. I began to learn the Taichu language while my son took up his father's work of fishing for a living. It's also thanks to the fact that when I was on Earth, I loved to visit fishing bars and catching videos, and I learned a few things about what's out there. It's a good way to settle down here in Taichu, and with the guidance of Father Eight Wastes, we can often have a good catch of fish, so there's no big problem in supporting our family. And in the process, I met a girl about the same age as Lin Baera. It's that little dream you saw in the beginning of the cycle. It was easy for me to get close to her. Why? Because she has no father and I have no horse. My little sweetie, she's deaf. Look how well matched they are. It's a match made in heaven. Lin Bakwang's mouth said frivolous words, but the tenderness in his eyes couldn't be hidden in any way. Two lonely and pitiful hearts in a sea of people are always attracted to each other for companionship. Chapter 235, Once Upon a Time. Even after hundreds of millions of years, I still remember to this day that early summer day when we first met. That green harvest. In the sunlight, born deaf. She was timid, wary of everything, alone. It's like being abandoned by the world, being alone, and not being able to speak up for myself. It's just another me. Lindsay sniffed and glanced at Lin Bawang. You say she's mute? Lin Bakeo took another drag on his cigarette. Just like the disappearing Ching song, in the cycle that has a beginning and an end, I always have to change something, so that what was once ours will not be so bitter. Lindsay's heart sighed slightly, but you still ended up killing her. As soon as these words came out, Lin Bawang's hand that was cupping the cigarette paused. This time, he was silent for a long time. There were no words for a long time. All that was left was the sound of a middle hit coming from the computer. Looking at the gray and white screen, Lin Bawang was silent for a long time before continuing. How nice it would be if you scolded me a few times. Lindsay shook his head. Everyone in this world can scold you. I'm the only one who doesn't have this qualification. Compared to Lindsay, Lin Yaowang had inevitably suffered too much. It was also because he had suffered what Lindsay hadn't suffered that Lindsay was happy and fulfilled in this life. And, Linza is well aware of what kind of person he once was. Not exactly a Thai person though, but also a good young man educated in a modern civilized society. The bottom line will be there. How yourself got to this point. Sometimes society is the best teacher and it forces one to another self. At this time, Linza didn't need to, nor did he have the qualifications to condemn him. He just needed to listen well, savor his loneliness, read his pain. Upon hearing this, Lin Baoan gulped in a smoke ring and smiled with an unspeakable expression. After that he went on to narrate, with little dreams, companionship and a growing awareness of the world. Assuming, of course, that there is enough cash to keep one fed and clothed. How can you have the heart to feel the beauty of the world when you can't even eat or dress? I gradually and truly accepted the world of the beginning of time and began to try to integrate. After all, not being able to go back is the reality. People always have to learn to accept the reality, and not always make vain dreams. I've worked harder to learn to understand Taiji and to use some of the techniques from my past life to hunt for better catches to improve my life. Our days, then, gradually got better. I rarely remember Earth anymore. It's just that sometimes it's hard to help myself. And late at night I think about my mom and dad far away on Earth and my unfinished 19th birthday. I also don't know how the two of them are doing after I came to Taichou. Whether they can accept my sudden death and accept the white hair to send the black hair to the black hair. Linza is an unfilial son. There is no way to give their two old people a good old age. But as the words came to this point, the gloom in Lin Baoan's eyes lingered for a long time. Can't go back. After finishing one, Lin Baoan took out another one from the cigarette box and smoked it fiercely. Lin Zhe sniffed, and his heart was also in a bad mood, because how was Lin Baoan's feelings not his? Only in his own life, because his memories didn't awaken until he was 18, and he was born in a fetus, with another kinship blood tie, which diluted those emotions quite a bit. After all, it was just like what Lin Baoan said. His own previous life on Earth had a beautiful family and a rich life, and he had been admitted to a major university, and he would have a bright future in the future. He is not an orphan who is unattached and cynical. Who'd cross the street to get hurt here? Linza sighed in his heart. So what happened then? Later? Lin Baoan smiled. At that time, my thoughts were simple. No matter which world I'm in, this thing called money is always hard currency. Without money it's hard to move an inch. 2 words. Screw the money. It's always better to get money. As I learn more and more about the world of the beginning of time, and as I grow older, I can reach out to more things and use the knowledge of my past life in my head to earn the wealth of the differences in the times. But I hadn't realized that being rich has its troubles. Lin Baoan recalled. When the family had money, Baoan father thought of sending me to the big city to cure my amnesia hysteria. Although those days, I gradually understood the Taichu language would say some simple words, but it's certainly a long way from normal. If I can be cured in advance, of course I have to. And what parent doesn't love their child? Not to mention that I've shown some signs of being a genius. Father 8 Wastes is not willing to delay my talent and fold the opportunity to change my destiny. The so-called poor literature and rich martial arts. When your family is rich, you have to practice martial arts. Only by practicing martial arts can you break away from your class, get ahead, and control your own destiny. It was also at that time that I realized that the Taichou world was not an ordinary world at all, and that it actually existed legends of immortals as well as chi practicing cultivators. Although I later learned that the so-called immortals were nothing more than innate realm deities, it was a huge shock for me at the time. Ask which man does not have a dream of transforming into an ancient immortal and ridding himself of demons with a sword? I was heartbroken. But again, I have concerns. Lin Bakao put out his cigarette. Gods and immortals, who knows how powerful these gods and immortals are? According to the ancient myths told, the gods and immortals are all able to calculate the fate of mortals. Go up to the 9 heavens and check the hell. And I, a traveler. No, on the level of the primordial world, I'm an extraterrestrial demon. The hell knows what the attitudes of the gods and goddesses are towards the extraterrestrial heavenly devil? That guarantees a kill. I'm afraid that they find out, in vain to lose their lives, and ruin the life that is now so hard to settle down. But the good thing is that according to the news from the big cities, the immortals are basically isolated from the world and won't come down to Earth easily. Those who stay on Earth are some chi refining cultivators, and among these cultivators, the strong ones basically cannot be encountered. They are all pillars of a country and overlord of a power, perennially entrenched in the center of prosperity, and don't have the time to pay attention to ordinary people. And the weak ones seem to be just like that. At least the soul-searching and fortune-telling or something can't be messed with. So I avoided the central cities and took Dream to some marginalized big cities to pursue my education, starting with basic exposure. Dream is also happy because it is said that practicing martial arts can tone her body, practice her aura, and be able to do what people can't. So maybe she can cure her deafness. And she looked uplifted all the way there. But I know in my heart that she's not uplifted. She's just afraid that she won't be able to keep up with me, that she'll lose me, that I'll go into the light alone and leave her in the dark. What a fool. Chapter 236, The Gift of Destiny. Only when talking about Xiao Meng, the gloom in Lin Baiwan's eyes would dissipate a bit and fill with warmth. And so we set out on the path of cultivation. And what about my chi refining talent? Thank goodness. Finally, it's not the all abominable and obscure wasted firewood flow opening, landing a what 9 in reverse vein what natural wasted body. It could be that in my 2 lifetimes, my soul underwent some kind of mutation when I crossed over. Or it could be that Lin Baowan's roots were already good. All in all, my talent in chi refining is not weak, and my enlightenment is also a cut above the norm. And what about Xiaomeng? Probably because the heavens deprived her of the ability to hear and speak. They gave her good roots. Little Dream's talent isn't that bad, that girl, but she was so happy she couldn't sleep for days. Just like that, we quickly stepped into the path of cultivation until our cultivation arrived at the Hotian Triple Bone Training Realm. Lindsay said quietly, "An accident?" Lin Yaowan hummed, his eyes melancholic. "Something has gone terribly wrong. There's no money." Lin Biara reached out his hand, and a spirit stone emitting a 7-colored hazy light appeared out of thin air in his hand. "Cultivation burns money. Our bit of money would have been gone long ago at the second level of the Hotian if our natural talent wasn't hard enough. Screw the money. There must be more money. How do you become a master of your generation if you don't mess with money? But how to get the money is what's hard for me. Alas, only after entering the cultivation path, I realized that the rules of this path are much more than ordinary people. Most of those quick money ideas I had were monopolized exclusively, and the other methods of getting money fast, hey, I just dared to use it. Maybe the next day I have to die in the street with Dream, or by some people to be a big hat. Where have we gotten to? 2 little Yakuza of the Hotian Triple Heavens, with little background backing, can't make much of a wave in this big city, and cultivation is a long-term thing. If you get a wave of money this time, you'll have to do it again next time. So if you don't have a long-term stable income line of your own, you won't be able to go down this road for long. Thinking about it, we can only withdraw to Linhai first, get the basics going first, and start with our family and close friends to develop a family business that can be used for Little Dream and I to cultivate. Although Linhai is a small place, there are good things about small places. At least in that place, the 2 Hotian Triple Heavens, Little Dream and I, will be able to have a voice and consolidate our own fundamentals. And it's true, with the foundation I laid before, plus the fact that this is a learning experience. The people of Linhai trust me. A nascent family industry centered on my Lin family's blood relatives was soon established and flourishing. A gentle light of remembrance sank into Lin Baowan's eyes as he spoke. That time was probably the happiest and most settled time we've ever had. That time. So the next step is the opportunity to trigger a major change of heart in your former self, right? The center and the upper road is the family Ada banquet? Do you guys play like this? Asterisk 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 it's 20. Get out there and report these 2 pit bulls. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the chat public screen, the Zwan artists began their performance, but both Linzers were no longer interested in paying attention to the game. They just want to talk about the past in a familiar scene. Lin Baowan recalled the past, and for the first time, a touch of indifference and coldness that he had never seen before appeared in his eyes. However, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, then there is strife. Not to mention chi refining cultivators who have mastered extraordinary power. When you are armed with a sharp weapon, you kill yourself. As the Lin family's industry gradually grows feathery under the blessing of Xiaomeng and I, even if we are cautious, it is inevitable that we will become entangled with other forces and erupt into conflict. Lin Bakeo sank the soot into the water, drowning it. It was as if he had casually crushed an ant, his eyes unprecedentedly cold. That was the first time I really saw the cold cruelty of the primordial world. High-ranking cultivators are really living and killing and acting recklessly towards the bottom-level cultivators and civilians. In their eyes, human life is as cheap as grass. There is no king's law, and there is no justice. It is the weak that is the fundamental law, and might makes right. And that's when I really realized. Here, it's not Earth. Around here, people can't stand still if they're not ruthless. If you don't kill, others will kill you. If you want to get rid of this nuisance to truly control your own life and death, then the only way is to climb up the ladder step by step until you get to the top. Lin Zhe didn't say anything. On this point, he actually had more knowledge than Lin Bawang at the time. After all, he had lived in this world for 18 years before his memory awakened. Lin Bukeo, on the other hand, had nothing, and if he still existed in the world with the thoughts of the earth, the one who would be unlucky would definitely be himself. That's why for more than 10 years after that, Little Dream and I have been living in the struggles of the bottom cultivators, spending our days with people in vain and deceitful. It can be a lot of suffering. Several times I've wandered to the brink of death and come back from the dead. There have also been several times when, in my eagerness to achieve success and relying on the fact that I am somewhat enlightened, I attempted various remnants of arts and techniques, cultivating to the point that I became obsessed and my sword went off the rails. If it wasn't for Little Dream's timely realization and pulling me back, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This practice together. Lin Bawang sighed. It's real damned hard. After sighing, Lin Bawang continued. Until later one night, I accidentally found a dying green hatchling dragon. A green hatchling dragon. Lin Zai froze as he violently recalled the bones of the dragons all over the heavenly Emperor Dao Palace. That's right. As you can imagine, I took over this dying young dragon and practiced it as my first experiment, which is what you know as Qing Song. Still, thank goodness I have a bit of natural talent and enlightenment in me, and those trial and error remnants back then more or less made me realize something. Of course, the most important thing is my tough soul as an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Otherwise I wouldn't really be able to perform a soul cut and seize this young dragon. At that time, I was glad that I was lucky enough to have such a miraculous encounter, and that I had gotten the Dragon Clan, the world's top ancient divine vein, for nothing but the fact. Lin Bawang's eyes became abnormally cold at this moment, so cold that it seemed as if they were going to devour the entire Taiku world. Then I realized it wasn't my luck at all. Rather, it is the first time that the primordial world has targeted me, an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, with great malice, like all the gifts of destiny, long ago secretly marked with a price. He does not fail to report, but the time has not yet come. Chapter 237, The Origin of Qing Song. Lindsay listened quietly to what had happened to his former self, and looking at the icy coldness in Lin Bawang's eyes that seemed to devour the entire Taiku, Lin Zai had a number in his heart. Perhaps that so-called Taiku malice was the culprit that had truly driven himself to the brink of extinction. That's why you want to exterminate the dragon race and make Qing Song disappear completely. Exactly. But I wasn't called Qing Tsang then. The name Qing Song was taken after I entered the Green Cloth sect and became a disciple of my benefactor. Lin Bazho flicked the ashes of his cigarette and proceeded to tell the story. The Green Cloth sect. Just like the Hidden Sword Mountain where North Star is, it is the lord of 24 countries in this area of Linhai, an immortal sect that is truly above the mundane world. If it were possible, anyone would want to worship the Green Cloth sect to become an immortal sect disciple, to learn the immortal sect's texts and receive guidance from the gods. Except for me. Like I once said, I can't even imagine the power of the ascended divine beings. Hell if they can see through my soul and detect my identity as an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Therefore even though I long for the high-level inheritance of the Green Cloth sect, I can only wander around the edges with little dream, approaching it step by step, understanding the true meaning of cultivation step by step, so that I can have a more accurate judgment. But fortunately, times are different now. With Qing Song, a powerful experimental body with a dragon bloodline, I can finally rest assured that I can boldly conduct trial and error, and do all those things that I once didn't dare to do. And the first thing that comes first is to worship the Green Cloth sect to obtain the innate inheritance. Hearing this, Lin Zai came to a realization. He finally understood why it was said that the person Qing Song never really existed from the beginning. He also finally understood why Qing Song, who was supposed to be learning in the Qing Yi sect, had suddenly disappeared. So it is. No wonder I didn't find Qing Song at the Green Clothes sect at that time because I taught you the Purple Moon illusory heart pupil, plus the existence of the 10,000 laws immortal body. You no longer needed to go to the Green Clothes sect to learn the art, thus skipping this step. Lin Bawang's icy cold eyes reflected on the computer screen. The progress of the vote to surrender and admit defeat directly disappeared, and the game returned to the beginning of the opening. He said, "That's exactly what I'm going to change and erase." Linza nodded and continued to act as a listener, listening to the story of his own year from the perspective of a third party. Having the body of a green dragon, I naturally worshipped the Green Cloth sect without any doubt, and gained the recognition of the sect master, my first benefactor, Qing Hong, as his disciple. When he said the word benefactor, Lin Bahuang paused. As I'm sure you know, or rather you, have had two mentors in my life. One is Qing Song's master, Qing Hong, and the other is Lin Bawang's master, Great Sage Taishian. Lin Zai nodded somberly, remembering the sudden grief in his own heart when the Great Sage Taishian sat down at that time. Master Taishian is the oldest and most powerful great sage in the world, and his old man taught me to plan for the big picture, taught me this ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, and taught me to play with the heavens and the earth. And Master Qing Hong is the initiator of my cultivator's body, the remodeler of my Tai Cho value outlook on life. In terms of skill and insight and time of exposure, Envoy Qing Hong is naturally unable to compare to Envoy Taishian, who is a great sage, but he has already taught me the path he has traveled, what he thinks is right, all without reservation, which has benefited me in my later cultivation and dealing with people. Meanwhile, it was also through him that I came to understand what Song Song is, thus settling on the name Qing Song. I still can't forget what my master told me on the day I was initiated. He said, Lin Bawang's eyes became abnormally deep, like a dark abyss, so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. In this world the heavens have no way, and all cultivators are food that the gods have corralled. No matter how high or low, one day they will all face the fate of being devoured by God. Ha ha ha, can you imagine how I was feeling? Lin Bakeo stood up and walked over to the window. I am a good young man of the earth with a good family and successful studies. Somehow came to the beginning of the world, opened my eyes to people I do not know, and looked around without relatives. Loneliness and strangeness everywhere. But I can't panic, and I have to go to great lengths to hide myself from being seen to be a problem, and thus forced to accept what's going on here. Conform to those like rules in the beginning of time. This is just as well. I can endure for the future, for the ideal of maybe going home someday, enduring the loneliness, eating the pain, and moving up the ladder one step at a time. But now, you're actually telling me that no matter what I do, no matter how much I suffer, I won't be able to escape being devoured by God in the future. On what grounds? Why should some inexplicable thing be able to deny me everything unconditionally? Did I cross over just for your amusement? To be used by you to manipulate my fate at will? Lin Baowang's tone was morose. I'm going to go to the beginning of the earth and the gods. At those words, Lin Zhe also ghosted with some indignation. Can understand that, and I really can't stand that kind of either. So your idea that I want to kill the gods by regicide was also set from that time. Lin Baowang nodded. From that moment on, I have been roaming the world more as Qing Song, hiding my true place, Lin Baowang, behind the scenes, and secretly becoming stronger through Qing Song's trial and error. The path Qing Song walked, I can walk it again as Lin Baowang, avoiding all his mistakes, stepping on potholes, purifying and optimizing. At first, this did go very well. It went so well that I thought I could lean in and get closer to my goal. Yet, those who don't know are fearless, and those who know are in awe. The stronger I become, the more I realize the world's desperate powerlessness in the face of God. I have wondered more than once if I could really break free from this damned cage, rebel against God's rule, and realize a long-cherished dream. In front of an existence like God, I am too small. I wandered, I was lost, and I was scared. This time, Lin Baera was silent for a long time. It's been a long time. Only then did he continue. Until then, one day I had a second twist of fate. Tianji Sacred Sect. I've traveled the world and heard too many legends about the great sage Taixian. He is the only great transcendent in this world who was able to gamble with the gods without dying, repeatedly escaping the pursuit of the gods and the spirit race. The world often says that there are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly palms, and one recluse. The great sage Taixian is the one and only that Song Heaven cannot control. If I want to truly escape my cage and realize my long-cherished wish, I must obtain the help of the Taixian great sage and learn his skills. But who is the great sage Taixian? If I go to him, will he not be able to see through the nature of my extraterrestrial heavenly devil? Chapter 238, The Beginning of Everything. But, do I have a choice? Lin Baowang spread his hands. In this world, even the two most powerful heaven and earth true spirits, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, can only submit to the majesty of the gods, and are firmly controlled by the gods, seeing through the past and the future, and controlling the endless changes in this world. What are the others? I don't have a choice. Either I go to Taixian and put up a fight, or I can only wait for death. Left and right are both deaths, so we might as well take our chances and pray that great sage Taixian is a sensible person. So I went. It is also this going that makes me understand more, and more deeply appreciate what is called, the recluse one, a ray of life. As soon as the great sage Taixian saw me, he took me in and directly accepted me as a close disciple, passing on my great skills. But my own family knows their own business. Although I, Lin Baowang, have so much enlightenment and natural talent, it also depends on who I'm comparing myself to. Compared to the average person, I am indeed considered good, but compared to those Saint Dao lineage heirs? How about comparing it to Lin Zhu of the Wu Wei Dao sect and Yi Ran of the dustless Holy Land? How about even comparing it to the King of Heaven's pride, Feng Taichu? No comparison. Even they didn't manage to become the Taixian great sage's close disciples. So what right do I have? That's why I immediately asked Master, why me? Guess what the Master said? How? To the realm of the Taixian great sage, he would even make this choice. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and said, I think it's because he can't see through your destiny, right? As for why you can't see through, Lindsay lowered his head and held out his hand. The Book of Ages, which symbolized the transported one, emerged in his hand. It's because of it. Snap. Lin Baowang clapped his hands in admiration. I'm not ashamed of it. You got it all right. Linza rolled his eyes. He's gotten this far. So what could be the remaining answer? Excluding all the impossibilities? As you can imagine, Master said that a silver lining never refers to a specific thing. This ray of life refers to change, to the glimmer of infinite possibilities birthed by a vast expanse of heaven and earth and infinite despair against the extremes. There's a saying that nothing lasts forever. Accept change itself. When there is a variation in a kingdom where eternity exists, it means that the opportunity to break eternity has arrived. And I, the extraterrestrial heavenly demon Lin Boang, am the opportunity in the eyes of Master. His old man can't see through my destiny, nor can he see the threads of my karma. As if I don't belong to this world, not within the rules of this world. For hundreds of billions of years, this is the only case in the entire primordial world, and I'm the only one like this. And that means that God is equally invisible to me. I am not in God's sight. That's why Master decided to train me and pass on all my skills, including the Book of Ages, as a way to break the stalemate in the primordial world. Lin Bakao resumed his chair again. At the time I naively thought that this was what made me special as a traveler. Unbeknownst to me, this is actually the beginning of the world, is the great Tao of creation, the second great malice of that so-called ray of life directed at me, the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. What I owe him, I must repay after all. Lin Zhe glanced at the Book of Ages in his hand. He seemed to understand what exactly was the malicious intent in Lin Bawang's mouth. The Book of Ages is fair. It gave itself the capital to break free from its fate and rebel against God, but at the same time, in order to prevent itself from becoming a second God, it has planted the bane of constraint in all the gifts of fate. No wonder my former self was driven to this point of becoming insane and ruthless. And then later, Master passed down the Book of Ages to me. And naturally, he also passed down the 10,000 blood sacred art and the 10,000 laws melting furnace, the two seeds of hope that were condensed from his life's work. They possess the power to transform the rotten into the marvelous, able to gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought, remove their dross, take their essence, and create a path of transcendence that is above all things in heaven and earth, perfects the three paths of essence. Chi, and spirit, is not within God's control, and possesses infinite possibilities. In order to create this path, I began to painstakingly collect the strongest three chakras of essence in this world. First of all, it is the supreme essence of the dragon and phoenix represented by the two clans the dragon. With Ching Tsong's identity in place, I can easily get it. Only the phoenix is not easy to get. Next is the spirit race's exclusive monopoly on the most powerful god. This thing is even more difficult than a phoenix. Lastly, it is the most powerful chi represented by the human race. Master is the leader of the human race, and he personally invited the great powers of the Yin-Yang Shin sect, the Crescent Moon Mansion, and the five elements sacred ground to come together to consult on the joint brewing of the most powerful chi. And this invitation is the prototype of the formation of our anti-Tian camp. But this is far from enough. To truly rebel against the heavens, I need more talent, more raw power. So, Linza naturally picked up the latter words for him. So you relied on the Book of Ages and deliberately approached the Phoenix Concubine and the Spirit Emperor, using them to obtain the Spirit's second way and planting the seeds of the Phoenix and Spirit clans' rebellion against heaven, cannot be considered to be exploited. The Spirit Emperor witnessed the scene of his grandfather and father being devoured by the god when he was young, and was originally a rebellious young girl who had a grudge against the god. I just catapulted this strand of resentment into growth at the right time. Linza glanced at him. Do you believe that? Lin Bazho lost his words for a moment, just smoking a cigarette and falling into silence. Lin Zhe, on the other hand, flipped up the Book of Ages in his hand. Divine Gnosis is still sucking up experience progress. Nowadays, it's not far away from Divine Gnosis LV9, and as he got closer and closer to LV9, Lin Zhe gradually perceived more and more. Some ancient images from a long time ago flashed through his mind from time to time, gradually releasing from the depths of his soul. He closed his eyes. Brother Bakura, this is for you. Isn't this the Phoenix Jade you gave me back then? Well, I've injected my Phoenix's original true blood into it, so that in the future, even if Tonger isn't by your side, she'll be able to accompany you in another way. Open your eyes again. Lin Bawang had already taken out a piece of Crimson Phoenix treasure jade from the drawer and tossed it to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe gripped the precious jade tightly, and the Phoenix Maiden's thoughts across the ages instantly passed into Lin Zhe's heart, stirring his heart. At this time, Lin Bawang said again in frustration, Indeed, I don't know when, but I've changed a lot. It started to take advantage of everything around it. Just like what Calamity said, the 8 Wastes is first completed, but I don't dare to use it by myself first, afraid that it will be the same as back then again when the sword goes out of the way. I wouldn't have dared to let Ching Tsong use it. Ching Tsong was already an integral part of my plan by then. I then created a spirit child in the Lin family, and made my fellow brother the first experimenter of the 8 desolate blood. This is where it all began. Chapter 239, The Book of Ages. Causes and Consequences. I have never denied my selfishness, and it is true that in the beginning I was approaching them and utilizing their power in order to achieve my own ends. But at first I didn't think of doing anything to them, and I'll return the favor 1,000 times over if someone else does it to me. Whether it's the Spirit Emperor in the early days, Or the few of us who were sworn brothers who fought side by side to kill gods together later on? At that time, my thoughts were simple. Not so much intrigue and scheming, nor did I have a deep hatred of the primordial world. All I want is to break God's blockade, go to the end of the path of cultivation, and then, when you want to go home, well, just go home and visit. Or even invite Taichu and Xiaoran and the others to come to Earth together as guests. When you think of Taichu, then you come back again and talk to your benefactor's dear friends and confidants about what's in your heart. Come and go between the two worlds, dashing across the Earth, or even bring a companion along to find other worlds to roam for fun. What a getaway! What a ride! Speaking of this, a hint of nostalgia for the past finally surfaced in Lin Baowan's icy eyes. Soon, though, it was replaced by bone-chilling cold. But people live in the world and some things change eventually, especially after I became more and more cultivated and saw more and more of the truth. I just realized that some things are doomed from the start. Lin Yaowan's gaze fell on the Book of Ages. He then proceeded to tell an even older and more time-honored story. Legend has it that a long time ago, the great Tao of creation opened up the endless Hongmeng and transformed the chaos of the heavens and earth into one realm, which was the beginning of the world. The beginning of the world was born, and the great way fell. So it was divided into 50 descents among the heavens. 49 of them were incarnated as the heavens, with the name Xangtian to maintain the order of the beginning of the world and to protect all beings in this realm. The remaining one is a thread of life that has vanished, remaining in heaven and earth for all souls, promising the multitude of beings to evolve countless miracles. Yet sometime later, the heavens actually gave rise to human desire and bred selfishness. He has gone against the original intent of the great Tao of creation, going so far as to attempt to turn the beginning of the heavens into his barnyard, retrieving that missing one to make up for his own deficiencies. But that recluse one reclined precisely because he has always followed the principle that nothing can be too exhaustive, and that the great way cannot be replenished. Naturally, this sparked a dispute between Cthulhu and the One. Lin Bakeo thought for a moment. That's understood in our earthly way. There's a family whose founder has died. He left a fund before he died. This fund will be inherited by the oldest son and will be used to carry the family forward and look after each and every member of the family. But if the oldest son fails to fulfill that responsibility, it triggers the fund's hidden bonding clause, thus giving everyone in the family the opportunity to disinherit the oldest son. That's pretty much it. Of course, it's just a similar understanding that the authority of the Cthulhu can be much harder to get than the inheritance of the eldest son. He is, after all, an existence that grasps the 49 of the great Tao of creation, and trying to overthrow him is as difficult as climbing into the sky. Just look at Master Tai Xian. How many years has it been since his old man mastered the Book of Ages, the vanished one? And yet, he has always only been able to avoid that song heaven, not even being able to fight it head-on, let alone overthrow it. Why? In the final analysis, Master Tai Xian is a Taichou person after all. He was born as a member of the Taichou beings, and it so happens that the power of the heavens is to control the adjustment of the destiny of the primordial beings. The master will never be able to step out of that line set by the heavens. So if the Book of Ages wants to overthrow him, it will have to find a being like it, born from the vanished one, not within the control of the heavens. But how long did it take for this being to be born? And is he a primordial, or an outworlder, or some other kind of rule-based life form? Will even this being succeed in being born under the high pressure of the heavens? No one knows for sure, and the transported one can't be identified. But that doesn't stop it from using its power to expand that possibility and create it. Even if that possibility is only an infinite fraction, it is still possible. Speaking here, Lin Baowang glanced at Lin Zhe. Infinite fractions of a percent. Sounds ridiculous. So ridiculous that it can't happen at all, right? But when an infinite fraction of one specifically happens to someone, then it is 100%. Unfortunately, we are that 100%. So that's how I crossed over to the beginning of time and became that son of Qi that the Book of Ages had been waiting for. The green dragon cubs, and my being admitted to the walls of the sect by my benefactor, are all fated gifts given to me, the son of Qi, by the Book of Ages. But do you think it's well-intentioned? Lin Baowang sneered. Wrong. It left its greatest malice towards me in these two gifts. In order to prevent me from becoming another god after I kill Cthulhu, it has been digging a hole for me from the very beginning. First and foremost is the presence of Qingtsong. Originally, my occupying Lin Baowang's body was a huge karma that would deepen my bond to the primordial world, and it actually deliberately induced me to split my soul and take over the green dragon, further engraving this bonding karma and thus making it impossible for me to leave Taichu for eternity, only relying on the Taichu world to live. Secondly, the Book of Ages, the heavens and the earth remain. As my benefactor passed on the Book of Ages to me, it is natural that I cannot help but carry out the heaven and earth to keep my name. In order to carry out a bit of transcendence and strengthen my capital to fight against the heavens, but once I have left my name in true heaven and earth, then I have entered within the origin rules of the recluse one. And this origin rule only takes effect for the person of the primordial benevolent realm, who will be blessed by the great Tao and thus transcend heaven and earth. If an outsider enters, then he will be forever trapped within the rules of the one, never able to get his hands on the origin of the primordial world and reach the endless. And when these two add up, Lin Bawang's smile was cold. It's asking me to work as a dog for its Taicho world for all eternity, to be its free guardian forever. Heh, good math. What a calculation. For good reason. It brought me to this Tai world, caused me to be displaced, and when I don't bother with it, it instead wants me to work for it for the rest of my life without being able to transcend. What kind of sense is that? I just want to go home. Is that so hard? This damn Taichu world. This pig dog thing. I will make it die. Make it pay. Was saying. Lin Bawang's cell phone rang. Glanced at the caller ID. Lin Zay's insides jolted. Lin Bazo's terrifying eyes that had previously hated the heavens and the earth also milled down. Hey, Mom, you off work? Then don't buy too much. It's just a small birthday. Just eat whatever you want. Well, I'll be home after class in a little while. Bye. Chapter 240, Don't Want, Obsession, Opportunity. After hanging up, Lin Zay let out a long sigh and looked at Lin Bawang with a complicated gaze. This is the first birthday you've spent here? Lin Bawang shook his head. It's been repeated countless times. I can't remember. You are indeed crazy. Lin Bakuan laughed. Yes, from the moment I learned of the malicious intent behind the Book of Ages, I might have gone mad. If it weren't for this madness, how would I have lasted this long? I've been telling you since you entered here that I don't want to cross over. No, I'm not an unattached orphan at all. I am successful in my studies on Earth. I have a father and a mother, and I have a beautiful home. But just because of the dispute between the Book of Ages and the two dogs, Cthulhu, I was pulled into this completely strange world for good reason. How many days and nights I was afraid. How many cold days and nights I was forced to fit in. That's fine. Just blend in. I can talk myself into it. But it was just after I was coming to terms with it all and slowly letting go of the dream of going home. Ha 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 ha. It actually gave me hope again. Letting me get in touch with cultivation. Seizing the green dragon cubs. Thinking that one day I could rely on my own efforts to go to the apex of the cultivators. Thus realizing the dream of going home. For this goal, how much I have suffered. How many dreams I have had. I can smell the smell of my hometown and see the smiling faces of my loved ones in my dreams. How many times when I couldn't hold on, I thought about home and the future, and I could live with it. I can grit my teeth again and tell myself to stand up. But what about the results? As it turned out, I ended up realizing that this so-called hope was nothing more than a piece of its calculus, and in vain I was made to work toward a goal that was impossible to achieve in the first place. My so-called change of destiny and breaking free from the cage is but a part of destiny. Bang! Lin Bakeo crushed the cell phone with one hand, eyes full of dark blood. I'm like a dog on a lead all the time. I am indeed mad. Linza listened quietly and didn't say anything. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. He wouldn't try to persuade Lin Bakuan to look away and advise people to let go. That is the most shameless and disgusting behavior. It is also a denial of one's past self. One thing he did know was that it did feel unpleasant to be teased and set up. At this point, he who had come out of the Heavenly Lantern Peak tournament knew it all too well. He, too, had been counted on and counted off, toppling one chessboard and immediately picking up another. He was even fooled by Lu Hanyan once. That alone had made him furious and doubly sick. But the good thing is that Lin Zay has invincible strength. He can stop playing when he gets angry. He can lift the table. He can stand up and give the person behind the curtain 2 slaps. And Lin Bawan? I'm sorry to hear that. He can't. That's what makes people the most powerless. There was a long silence. Lin Zay said, "Let's go. Go prepare fruits and vegetables. I haven't had a meal cooked by my mom in a long time." Lin Bawang shook his head. "You'd better not see them. See, that clouds your judgment. Lin Bakura and Lin Zay are the same person. But they're not, because Lin Bawang is an extraterrestrial heavenly demon and an earthling. And Linza, you are both an earthling and a native Taiko living being. In this world, you are the only one who is in the position of the 2 realms and also possesses the 2 realms of bondage." Sky Lanes. Yi Xiaoran, who was carrying the stopper sword box, looked at the Heavenly Emperor's gate on Daojia Mountain that was mapped out by the cyan door-shaped mark on Lu Hanyan's forehead and stood for a long time. His mind couldn't help but remember the words of that night. "Xiaoran, have you ever thought that one day in the future, you and I will fight each other? Second brother, my surname Yi has never thought of tainting your position as the Heavenly Emperor. If you are not comfortable with me, I can leave the Heavenly Court right now and seal the stopper sword. I mean if, after all, the gods weren't evil gods to begin with. And the Celestial Emperor doesn't have to be your Celestial Emperor all the time. One day, I may also be tired and weary, and I may also have evil thoughts. At that time, I hope that your stopper sword will not be merciful, just as it was against the evil god." Thinking of what he had once said, Yi Xiaoran was silent for a long time. Inside the stopper sword box, the sealed stopper sword emitted a burst of sadness, seemingly comforting Yi Xiaoran's heart that was difficult to calm. At this moment, the Heavenly Destiny Emperor glanced at Yi Xiaoran and said disdainfully, "What? You didn't make a move just now, and now you regret it? Regret is useless. It's just a pity that little June, with the extreme attack of your stopper sword's sure kill and sure hit, coupled with little June's power of calamity, it may not be possible to cut Lin Zhe down and end this cycle of reincarnation that has a beginning and an end." Yi Xiaoran raised his head and gave the Heavenly Fate Emperor a fixed look. He spoke for the first time. Perhaps that's what he wants. After saying that, Yi Xiaoran no longer said half a sentence more, just quietly waiting for the final result. Inside the gate of the Celestial Emperor, both were silent at the moment. From the computer screen came another cordial greeting from his teammates. Long time. Lin Zhe Kai said, "You want me to judge my own past by standing up for justice in both worlds? It's hard, but there are parts of it that I can relate to, because even the current me is quite incapable of catching out and cleaning up Lu Hanyan, who fooled me once, as well as the other people behind the scenes. Not to mention you who have suffered so much. How dare you advise others to do good without their suffering?" I think this is also the root of the fact that Enshu voluntarily sat down and didn't want you and I to be embarrassed. As an ancient being who has possessed the Book of Ages for so long, Enchanter's eyes have long been piercing like bright flames, and even if he can't see through your destiny, he knows what kind of person you are. Otherwise, his old man would rather miss out on you as the only opportunity, and would never cause more mischief by admitting you into the gate wall. If an existence like the Enchanter refuses, even the Book of Ages cannot guide it. It can only wait a little longer. Continue to wait for the next possibility, for another miracle that might overthrow the heavens. However, Lin Zhe sighed again. It's hard for me to say if this is also in the Book of Ages calculations. After all, there's no one to say about such things as bonds of grace. I'm just speculating in terms of a conspiracy theory that in that myriad of possible futures, you could fail, you could succeed, or you could be halfway there. Naturally, there is also a possibility that you discovered the Book of Ages malice in advance. So in order to hamstring you one more step and weigh on your conscience, these family and friend ties are not a bad way to put you in a dilemma. But whether it is or isn't, it's clear that it did work. P.S. I had to add a P.S. Reading the comments, some bookworms had a confused understanding of causality. The author has made it clear that it is because of the transported one that the protagonist crosses over. It is a progression of cause and effect. The protagonist's crossing was originally a zero possibility, but it took the one forced influence of the transported one pulling in outside forces to make the zero into an infinite fraction. To say that it's not certain that it's possible is just one not certain who it will be that comes and when. Not that it has nothing to do with it. Don't get this relationship backwards. Chapter 241, Refining Taiku. Hearing Lin Zhe say so, Lin Bakuan glanced at him. It's not like you came up with this on the fly. It seems like you noticed it a long time ago. Lin Zhe waved his hand. It wasn't very early, I guess. It's just that after I broke through beginningless, I saw more, thus remembering the prompt I heard when my initial memories awakened. Talent awakening. It's a talent, not a system, and the words that come up in the information stream are never the words godly knows as talent. Plus in the original trajectory, I would have mindlessly fallen for Xia Qinghe, the Empress incarnate. It was then that I had a vague suspicion, realizing that I might be the one behind all of it, the Swire Heavenly Emperor himself. By the way, speaking of false entry dreams, in Lin Zhe's mind, a picture of the past awoke from his dusty soul. What happened to her? If you killed her, how could she still have the incarnation of Xia Qinghe? Speaking of dream again, Lin Bakeo paused with the naked eye. Little dream Lin Bazhuang pushed down his cigarette and resumed maneuvering his game character to replenish his troops. He became stoic and silent, all the way to the sound of a kill coming from the computer screen. Only then did he say softly, I grew up with Dream, weathered the storms together, suffered the hardships together, and climbed the heights together. She knows me the best in the world, even better than I know myself. I don't know when, but little Dream guessed my true origin. Maybe it was those words that were out of place with Tai Chu, or maybe it was those pie-in-the-sky ideas. She knows what I'm going to do. Never has. But she didn't stop me. She wouldn't persuade me. She just did everything quietly. In my original plan, I had wanted to set little Dream aside and keep her away from my feud with the primordial world, but she always stood silently behind me, never leaving me, and eventually fetched a vital power for me. Lin Bawang turned around, looked deeply at Lin Zhe, and spat out two words, Empyrean. Lindsay's fingers tightened. No wonder I was able to break through the appropriate realm just by looking at the feats. They were indeed right about the dual immortal body. No, counting Ching Tsong's sourceless power that transforms everything in heaven and earth into its own. It should be the 3 immortal bodies. Lin Bawang nodded. Then said, the process of gaming with the heavens is extremely complicated and long. Because I want to destroy the Book of Ages and kill the heavens. Cthulhu, on the other hand, wants to kill me, the extraterrestrial heavenly demon, to guard his world, and in the process, take out the Book of Ages, the vanished one, to replenish itself. And the Book of Ages wants even more. Not only does it want to get rid of the evil god Cthulhu, it also wants to make sure that I don't devour Cthulhu and become a second god, and successfully enslave me to be its dog. And so in this complex confrontation, the beginning of the world eventually came to such an end. God dies, but his essence is divided into 9, listing 9 new candidates for the Cthulhu, and if the 9 are not united, then the victory is not yet divided, and naturally the Cthulhu will not be destroyed. I won, but only got a share of the 10,000 laws, and only possessed the qualifications to devour the Tsong heaven and become the new Tsong heaven. As one of the 9 candidates, the Book of Ages, on the other hand, is neither victorious nor defeated, and waits for the next time to completely slay the evil god and strip me of my candidacy, eliminating the Cthulhu power I seize that can rival the rule of one, thus enslaving me completely to the rule of one. Lin Bawang sneered. Naturally I'm not satisfied with this ending. I've had enough of this damned Taichu. Fed up with it trying to put a leash on me. Don't tell me anything about me having millions and millions of years of affection in the beginning of time. What a life I've had here. I am fed up with suffering. Enough of the counting. Every day here is torture. It's hate. The only thing keeping me going is going home. Go home. Go home. It has become my living obsession. My heart's demon. My demon. I've had enough. I'm going to change the damn end. But this is the final result of our 3 parties. The small power can be changed, but the big picture cannot be changed. That's why I can only use Ching Tsong to intervene in the final board and grab one more piece of power, originless, with the power to transform all things in the heavens and the earth into our own. Our party can have more certainty in taking back the authority of God's division into 9 one by one. Of course, if I can have one more share of the great ways penetrating, dustless, and undefiled ethereal spirit, then I will walk into the great way of heaven since then, and completely and utterly get rid of the trap that one has set for me. Unfortunately, Lin Bawang and Ching Tsong seizing the 10,000 laws and no source is already the limit of what I can change to fight for. I can only secretly hibernate and wait for the opportunity to be the first to kill the Empyrean and devour him. But I never expected. That ethereal spirit I wanted the most has fallen into Dream's hands. Lin Bawang sighed deeply. I can be merciless to Xiaoran and the others. Even though I know full well that Xiaoran and their existence could be a hold that restrains me. It bets that I won't kill this group of brothers in Taichu for the sake of revenge. I can kill hard for obsession too. But Dreamy. It was Dream who got me through my hardest days. When I was going off the deep end, it was Dream who pulled me back. On this journey, if going home is what keeps me alive, then Dream is my only spiritual food. Going home is my devil. Then she is my light. My last kindness. I hesitated. I started looking to see if there was another way I could get the same effect as the ethereal by avoiding it. I'm once again delving into the 10,000 blood sacred art and the 10,000 law furnace, hoping to find a replacement for the Empyrean. The 33 imperial bodies is my experiment to find a replacement. But unfortunately, I failed. But at the same time that this experiment failed, I discovered something else that was extremely disgusting. It's probably because I ticked off one's guard by intervening with Azora, in order to protect itself from death. It even scattered a part of its own origin among the ancient spirits and disappeared again, causing the incompleteness of the one, the transported one, no less. Whenever there is a crisis, it always finds a way to harbor a silver lining. If I want to completely kill one and devour it at this point, there is only one path. Refinement of Taiku. Devour all living things. Retrieve all the scattered ones. The son of a is pulling in everyone in Swire as a bargaining chip to blackmail me. Everyone. Something that clearly only requires killing a few people to retrieve the authority of the heavens has been turned into refining a realm by this inferior thing of its. Oh, sometimes I wonder, is it I, Lin Bawang, who is crazy? Or is it the recluse one more crazy? Chapter 242 Wind on the Way Home. Divine Enlightenment LV8, 9560W/100 million. You refer to the Book of Ages, Lin Bawang said. In Lin Zhe's mind, the stream of information on divine level enlightenment was also hastily crossing over. More and more ancient images surfaced in his mind. A white silhouette that was already very blurry was sinking into the depths of his soul. He asked with a slight shudder. So, where's Dream? Lin Bawang turned around and turned his back to Lin Zhe. Everyone, Dream is certainly included. I can't think of a way to get around the ethereal anymore. because even if I do, I'll still end up facing Dream. There's no point in going around or not going around anymore. It has driven me up the wall. Either I let go of all my grudges, except the ones wrapping, give it a dog to be the guardian of the Taiku, and watch the world grow stronger and stronger, and finally be replaced by a new son of Chi Transcendence, which will then be killed. Previously I have said that the Recluse One is the absolute Taiku guardian. It is the embodiment of a ray of life for all spirits, and it will never allow the existence of any hidden danger. Do you think it will allow the existence of an anomaly like me? An extraterrestrial demon? An outsider who is not in control? No way. Even Cthulhu breeds selfishness it wants to kill, let alone an outsider like me. The saying that if it's not me, it's not me, applies everywhere, not to mention the fact that I hold a grudge against it with Swire. It needs me now. It's just that there's no one to take my place for a while. When there is a Taiku Honkai living being who can transcend and replace me, it will surely kill me. The Recluse One hidden danger from the outside world, without mercy. I'm pretty sure of that, because it already has a candidate for the next son of Chi. Heaven's Mandate, Feng Tai Chu. That is, the original book track in your head. In the future, he will be chosen by the Book of Ages to become the son of the Chi of this world, and you and I will be like predestined villains, dying and living and dying, until the body of the Heavenly Emperor is completely worn out. With that said, both men fell silent. Long time. It was only then that Lin Bawang spoke again. Otherwise, I'll just have to kill Little Dream with my own hands, refine the entire Taiku, truly get rid of everything, and regain my freedom. How ironic. What am I really doing with my life? And what have I done wrong to deserve such a sin? Silence, or silence. For a while, both Linzers ran out of words. Only the Book of Ages, which had been absorbed by Lin Zhe, remained windless, as if issuing a merciless mockery inscribed billions of years ago. And I don't know how long it took. It was only then that Lin Bawang continued. During that time, I fell into extreme madness. I can't let go of this hatred, and I don't want to see one's disgusting face, but what can I do? Do you really want me to kill Dream? I was at a loss. I hesitated. I am the Heavenly Emperor. But for a moment I had the feeling of loneliness that heaven and earth are so big, but there is no place for me to stay. And that's when Dream came. Lin Bawang turned around and looked at Lin Zhe fixedly. To be precise, it was looking at where Lindsay's heart was. All the difficulties, she said, we got through together. This one will be no different. No matter what happens, she's always on my side. Because, I will always be the light in her heart. Little Dream left. She died trying to save the Celestial Emperor. Her body died. All that remained of her on Earth in the end were two strands of remnants that had been arranged long ago. Like I said before, she knows me too well. She knows exactly what I want to do. So, one of her residual thoughts transformed into Xia Qinghe, half awake, half dreaming, approaching the heavenly fate and fighting against it. You saw her kill you in your destined trajectory, but in reality, she sent you to mythic desire. As for the other strand of residual thought, it evolved into another important figure in complementing my plan by upholding the will of Little Dream. Half Saint Qinghe, that is, Qinghe. Remember Green River's why? That's not his confusion. Lin Ba-era was smiling, but there was water in his eyes. Rather, it was a questioning that Dream sent to one on my behalf before she left. Why? Is the silver lining so unjust? Lindsay lowered his head. His heart, suddenly, hurt. Raw pain. He clenched his fists. You did all this to tell me that? You changed Qingsong. You changed the suffering, and you didn't get her back? Who knows? Lin Bawang shook his head. Xiaoming said that no matter what the difficulties are, and no matter what happens in the future, she will go with you, always stand by your side. You devoured the Empyrean. Empyrean is her. She is the Empyrean. She, Lin Bawang pointed at Lin Zhe's heart, always living in your heart. Divine Enlightenment LV9, Max. You have comprehended the ultimate mystery of divine enlightenment, the return of all laws to their source. Congratulations. You've found your true self. Follow your heart and do what you think is right. In the next 1,000 years, Xiaomeng will surely bloom a similar flower in another world and meet you in some misplaced time and space. I wish you a windy homecoming. Lindsay's pupils shrunk violently, and the blurry white silhouette in his mind became incomparably clear at this moment. In this moment, time seems to have gone back in time, back to that early summer harvest field. The sun is shining, but not half as much as the smile on her face. Why? Lin Bakura looked up at the ceiling of the roof. She's never been a drag on you, and at every turn, she's tried to do you a favor. This time, she also won't allow you to suffer in Taiku because of her existence, and end up being decapitated instead. Because of her death, you obtained the power of the Empyrean, and the battle for the gods broke out, allowing your plan to proceed. You had Ching Tsang purposely divulge Lin Baowan's identity as an extraterrestrial heavenly devil in his purpose of refining Taiku, and self-directed Ching Tsang's break with Lin Baowan. And then he used Ching Tsang's identity to trick the Dragon Clan into going after Heaven's mandate and strangling the Phoenix Clan. In reality, it was to utilize the Heavenly Destiny Phoenix Taichu to join forces with him to decapitate the ancient Dragon Emperor, and then wipe out the dragon race in one fell swoop, leaving behind only Long Yu, the only true dragon of the Imperial Dragon Ziqing lineage, who has a kinship with Ching Tsang, because in order to completely eliminate Ching Tsang's existence, it is necessary to allow Long Yu to enter the Taichou, which in turn will allow the Spirit Emperor to see Ching Tsang's remaining name on the Book of Ages. Finally, then the Spirit Emperor, a beginningless who has the deepest bond with Ching Tsang, will personally erase the lingering name of strangling Ching Tsang and have Long Yu die in the beginning of the world. At this point, Ching Tsang completely disappeared, and in the cycle of reincarnation that has a beginning and an end, Ching Tsang is no longer seen. Chapter 243, The Final Choice. But this is only the first step used to cut off the influence of Ching Tsang and get rid of the limitations that the Book of Ages has placed on me. In the second step, I still need to chop out an original self and reincarnate him in the form of an ancient reincarnation, in the form of the existence of an ancient earthborn native, to obtain the orthodox belonging identity of this realm. Afterwards, this original swift ego will then be allowed to carry out a heaven and earth retention, utilizing the native rules of the One, thus obtaining the blessing of the swift creation Great Tao and accomplishing transcendence. But in that case, while utilizing the rule of One, I have once again entered within the rule of One and created another ray of life for it. Because this chopped out me is the original me, I will abandon my resentment against the swift, and my hatred of the One. I will be born into this realm as a Taiku, possessing the true kinship and bonds of this realm, and inscribing the marks that truly belong to the Taiku. Like little June Calamity said, "You're much more humane than I." You'd be so enraged by the decomposition of Uncle San's corpse that you'd avenge him even in the face of an ancient supreme grandfather, father's second uncle, the 8 desolate emperors. They will all become an inseparable part of your heart. Here, too, you have a home, and that means that the original me, the one who still has goodness in his heart, is likely to head toward an outcome that is contrary to what was once the Forest 8 Wastes. In the end, then, I still didn't get what I wanted, and the Book of Ages still secured that ray of life for the Taiku world. But, what's the harm in that? Lin Baowan finished all the arrangements, and his tone gradually flattened out. It's like telling someone else's story. I don't know when it started, but Lin Baowan has gone mad, into a walking corpse that lives for obsessions and for heart demons, and for the sake of this walking corpse, the last light in his heart, little dream, left him. He's tired, really tired. If before this final moment, Calamity can join forces with Stopper, or even Immortal, and together they can cut down that original me and end all these sins, that would not be a relief. It's an opportunity they didn't take, though. But, there's no harm in that. As long as you haven't made your final choice, then that chance will always be there. After saying that, Lin Baowan looked straight at Lin Zhe. Now it's all in your hands. 19 years on Earth, 19 years in Taiku, 2 worlds and 2 bonds. You will examine your past from a most impartial perspective and make your final judgment. Whether the Taiku world perishes or lives is all in your hands. If you want to destroy the world and refine the Taiku, completely exterminate the One to avenge your hatred and realize your long-cherished wish, then melt through the past and future, and turn Lin Baowan and Lin Zhe's beginning and end into a beginningless and endless far above the endless. From now on, you are truly in control of your own destiny, no longer held hostage by any oppression. Lindsay was silent. Or, give up the 10,000 ancient grudges, and also give up the home on Earth. Make a break with everything that belongs to Lin Baowan, and be a simple Tai Ancient One in peace. The Recluse One will then no longer target you and think of replacing you. You will still be the son of one's chi, and you will work together to maintain the Taiku world and create a more glorious and powerful Taiku. Linza remains silent. Or, do nothing, drop everything, and return to Earth. Lin Bakeo flipped his seat and his figure redecomposed, turning into the same internet-addicted young man he was when he first came in. The traces of Ching Tsang have already disappeared, and Ben Ni's retention of the name has been accomplished. You only need to carry out the return of the 10,000 laws to the source, and turn the beginning and the end into the fruit of the endlessness, and then you can transcend and go back, and no one will be able to stop you, and no one wishes to come and stop you. The One and the God can't wait for you to choose this path and clap your hands to send you away a plague. Even this path is the best outcome that he too negotiated and compromised and were willing to see, because if you choose this path, God doesn't have to die, and compared to being destroyed, he only suffered a little loss. Being divided into 9, one doesn't have to be destroyed either, and it also weakens the gods, breaks their blockade, and secures more for the ancient beings. You were also able to realize your long-cherished wish of returning home, and gained an all-pervading, no-end cultivation. This way, all three of you win. So, who lost? Will anyone remember who the loser really was? Lindsay was still silent. Lin Bakeo started to hit the keyboard again and began the art of Zwan, passionately playing against his teammates. It wasn't until the other side's genealogy ascended to heaven that Lin Bahuan got up and went to the refrigerator to get a few fruits to nibble on. If you choose this one, I won't say anything that even you have betrayed Lin Bahuan. I just want you to remember that this path was not given to you by the Book of Ages in pity for your labors, but rather by Little Dream, who sacrificed herself to snatch it from its hands for you. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. Consider the rest for yourself. Linza remained silent. Silence became the dominant theme in his mind at this moment. In his mind, from time to time, past memories of the beautiful and moving white silhouette surfaced. After that, there was Grandpa Lin Ao, who had devoted his life to the children and grandchildren of the Lin family, and the unfinished 19th birthday on Earth. He stopped for a long time. Above the wreckage of the Sword Sex Forbidden Land, Rinch's figure emerges from the lost years. The gazes of the Heaven's Destiny Emperor and the others immediately turn toward him. There you are. Linja glanced at the Heavenly Emperor's gate that hung high above the Sword Sex Forbidden Land. It's over. The Heavenly Fate Emperor gave a mocking smile. Yes, thanks to your immortal supremes in action, we were ultimately unable to stop Lin Bahuang, this extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Linja closed his eyes. Poof. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor snorted coldly, his gaze crossing over the immortal supreme and the Stopper Emperor. Two idiots. You guys deserve to die even more than that old thing Taishin. After saying that, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor had a murderous streak, with the intention of killing these two traitors to relieve his anger before the final moment came. The purple chi of the heavenly destiny that makes all things tremble suddenly descends from God, executing the sword of the Heavenly Emperor and punishing all spirits. But out of the corner of his eye, he glanced again at the disoriented Wutong on the side, and the movements of the Heavenly Fate Emperor lagged. Brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The mechanical guilty whisper of Sycamore came to his ears. The corners of his mouth quivered. Finally, he withdrew all his power in a heartfelt manner. He tapped Sycamore on the shoulder. Alas, all the resentment and indignation only turned into a long sigh. After a few moments of silence, the Heaven's Destiny Emperor walked over to Lu Hanyan. He asked in a deep voice, "How sure are you?" Lu Hanyan did not turn around. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the arcane Heavenly Emperor's gate. 70%. Chapter 244, Devouring. Well done. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor's eyes condensed in a flash. Really? 70%. We are refined. Is there really nothing left for him in this world? Lu Hanyan's tone was flat. That's something you'll have to ask the Book of Ages. It's the one that pushed Lin Bahuang to the brink of extinction step by step in order to kill me, causing him to have a bitter hatred towards our world. Just look at what the years have done. In your place, you'd be the same way. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor was speechless for a moment. Yeah, is Lin Bakeo wrong? People were living a good life, and it was the Book of Ages that single-handedly pulled him over and made him fearful day and night, and because of the fear that he is a recluse one from outside the realm, with many variables, and the fear that Lin Bahuan will be as uncontrollable as God in the future, and become the second God, he set traps at every turn. At the beginning, he had the idea that if Lin Bahuang's own ability was hard enough to succeed in killing Song Tian, then he would kill and replace him after utilizing it. If it doesn't work out, throw it away as a useless discard, dead and gone, and keep expanding the possibilities to pull in the next recluse one. Who wouldn't go crazy in the face of such a desperate situation? LOL. The Heaven's Destiny Emperor was silent for a while and glanced at his sister Wutong again. There's nothing left for him in the world anymore? Lu Hanyan said. Yes, false entry dreams. If Void into Dream is still alive, everything is negotiable. The Heavenly Fate Emperor paused. With your ability, there's no way to retrieve Void into Dream? Lu Hanyan laughed. This still has to be asked of the Book of Ages, and this is what it did. If it's the complete me, I can naturally reverse karmic time and space and bring back the Void entry dream, but I was split into 9 parts long ago in the compromise of the year, and have long been one with yourselves. Void into the dream is ethereal, and ethereal is also void into the dream. I don't have that power to bring her back. After a pause, Lu Hanyan added, I've also tried to become a person in his mind in this second life, in the big picture of him waking up, similar to a false entry into a dream, but he wouldn't allow it, and whenever I would leave a mark, he would always speed up the process and push the situation to another point. In his heart, there is no substitute for a false entry into the dream. As far as he is concerned, Void into Dream is where he belongs in Taiku, all he has in Taiku. He will not allow anyone to desecrate. That said, Lu Hanyan's eyes, however, shone with a faint light that no one could detect. the breeze caresses. Above the sword sex forbidden land, the two phases were speechless. Only a sigh of relief remained for a long time. North Star, Lin family, Lin Ao, who had been in seclusion for a long time, suddenly had a whim to go to the garden, step into the bright sunshine and enter the garden to sit idly. The breeze was gentle, and Lin Ao had a rare moment to feel a little more relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, a figure he couldn't see sat beside him at some point. The figure was dressed in a snow-colored white coat, long hair pulled behind his head into a half-bun, with a piece of ancient jade engraved with the word ZE at his waist, his stance as straight as a green pine, his temperament quiet and deep, and it was accompanied by an imperial majesty that seemed to command the world. This majesty is like heaven, like God, not like a mortal emperor, more like a god king, an immortal emperor, or rather, the celestial emperor. This figure was none other than the heavenly emperor Lin Zai after he had recovered his true self and returned all laws to their source. He quietly looked at Lin Ao. Each has no words. Both grandparents and grandchildren are in this garden to feel this rare moment of tranquility. Long time. Lin Zai got up and wandered around the Lin family. He looked at Xiao Chui, at Lin Mo, and then at the Lin family army. He looked deeply at what was happening in front of him. It was as if they were to be etched in their minds forever. Finally, he came to his grandfather Lin Ao step by step. Toward Lin Ao, he kowtowed 3 times. Getting up, he took one last look at everyone in the Lin family, the tenderness and emotions in his eyes slowly dissipating. Eventually, it all goes cold. I can't do reconciliation with my past self. I also can't let go of my age-old hatred with one. I can't do this as if nothing has happened. And I can't do it in kind. If I repay you in kind, then how can I repay you in kind? What I can do. Celestial Emperor Lin Zai's figure gradually vaporized. Wow. Darkness falls. The final curtain falls. The whole world was plunged into a gray, lightless shadow. Boom boom boom. The walls of the world tremble. The whole world began to collapse. No beginning. No end. The world fell. Taiku dissolves. The heavens mandate emperor could feel his omnipotent heavens mandate power quietly receding. The way of this world is not apparent in the law. A shadow of greatness has fallen over the world. The extraterrestrial heavenly devil in his mouth had just made his final decision. Watch your body gradually melt. In this last moment of his life, the heavenly fate emperor's mind suddenly flashed back to the year when he and his brother-in-law fought side by side, bitterly battling the heavens. Ha! A hint of bitter relief finally appeared on his face. It's just, this is what Swire owes you, and it's time to pay the debt. He held up his melting hands as if gesturing toward the shadow. May you triumph, get what you want, and sing all the way to the top. On the other hand, Lu Hanyan, who was on the side, suddenly laughed coldly and mocked at the void in front of her. Regret? You might as well have let me devour it in the first place. At least the problem was solved within us instead of letting outsiders destroy and refine it. The void, an illusory ancient book slowly emerged. It vibrates. It struggles. It will once again find that glimmer of life and despair for the ancient beings. The pages of the illusory book flipped violently. Wow. But the next moment, a pair of large hands reached out from the shadows and cupped it in one hand. Rip. Tear away. Large hands roughly tore at the Book of Illusions, as if venting millennia and millennia of hatred. Little by little, inch by inch, he tore every corner of the Book of Illusions into tiny pieces. Then, countercurrent. Reverse. It was restored to its original state again. Rip. Rip. Unreal confetti fluttered down all over the floor. Instead, Lu Hanyan just watched silently. This god of the swift ages was admiring the brokenness with a teasing gaze. Done. He also clapped his hands with great relief, and dropped an icy, great job. It was at this moment that the Book of Ages seemed to have finally realized something horrifying, but it never had another chance. The ancient one that has existed since the beginning of time is finally coming to its end at this moment. Bang! Chapter 245. A game within a game. Time went back to countless epochs ago. Ancient heaven. 33 heavens, beyond the heavens. Inside Lin Zai's spirit world, a turbulent wind blew quietly. Did you come to see me laugh? No. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. And, of course, myself. I can't stand by and watch you fiddle and trash my world for revenge. Or maybe even towards that destructive end that I don't want to see. After all, your true enemy has never been the one who put you through so much. Not the rest of us Swire beings. If I don't do something, won't I let us Swire be implicated for nothing? Ha ha ha. Cthulhu. Is it a little too late for you to tell me that? It's not too late. I can help you get everything back. Help you get Dream back. Do you think it's possible? I'm 49. It's 1. And it both needs your intervention to barely stand up to me. So who do you think is more reliable? You're no different than 1. You're just trying to use me to help you get rid of it for good. Of course, I would never deny that. and it has always been my goal to get rid of it to replenish myself. It's just a pity that it doesn't have many other skills, but only the ability to run is one of the best. The one that disappears is always the first to run away whenever a crisis comes. But this time, it might have been too smart for you, Lin Boang. No, Lin Zhe. You Lin Zhe can be an ally of the one. Likewise, it can be mine. What do you want to do? Remember Taichu? You and I made a game to force me to compromise and split up and banish Taichu, but at the same time, it left the beginning of the world to me. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly, retreating to advance, putting death to death. Heavens na heavens, how else can I say that you are the god of the beginning of the world? You counted from the beginning that the three of us would reach this point today. Rather than counting on it, the one must do so, for it can kill even me, let alone you. A hidden danger from beyond the realm. One day, it will drive you up the wall, and that's when I'm going to wait. Lindsay was silent for a while. Understand. You are trying to make a trick out of a trick, and force it into a desperate situation as well, so that it can't hide and can't escape. Talking to you is just easy. Doesn't it want to threaten you with the entire Taiku? Then we will do as it wishes. Give it a game within a game within a game as you originally planned. But this final game is only for you and me, and no one else can know about it. Lindsay coldly glanced at him. Little Dream isn't here. Who else can I tell? That's your business. I just have to tell you not to show your face. Of course, just in case you're faking it and can't put it away in the end, you must squeeze the Book of Ages out of Tai Xian's hands in the beginning of time and space. This is necessary to clean up the final mess, and it's my only request. Meh. Lin Zhe laughed. Song Tian not Song Tian, are you joking with me? Squeeze out the Book of Ages? How will that end up? Will it still be up to me? The turbulent winds swirled around Linza. You and I can make a covenant of creation and form a symbiosis. If you die, I die. And when it's done, I can promise you to take away the void into dream, all your brothers and bonds, and this cultivation of yours. I'm genuinely working with you, not counting on you like one, because I am not like the one. What I want is simple. Never devour the one and replenish myself. At those words, Lin Zhe's eyes flickered with a divine light. He thought about it for a long time. The turbulent wind was in no hurry, waiting for his response. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Zhe Kai suddenly said, not enough. You can't be too greedy. Greedy? Get this straight. You're the one who begged me to keep Swire from being destroyed at my hands. And I, even without you, can still destroy Taiku. It's just that the process is a little more tedious. You won't. Unless you don't care about your false entry dreams anymore. A moment of stagnation within the spirit world. Forget it. I'm afraid of you. You and I are old friends for many years. What else do you want? Just say it. Lin Zhe twirled his finger as he said, I came to make a trip to this primordial world. How much I suffered. How much I suffered. And finally climbed up to this heavenly emperor's position one step at a time. Turbulent Wind also praised. It's undeniable that even though you're an outsider, that doesn't stop me from appreciating you. Lin Zhe laughed. But don't you think that my name of Heavenly Emperor is a bit of a misnomer? The winds of the turbulent world paused. You don't want to. Cthulhu, serve me as Lord. The turbulent winds stopped flowing completely. An enigmatic dead silence also fell within Lin Zhe's spiritual world. Long time. It was only then that the loud laughter of Cthulhu came out. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhe. Ah Lin Zhe. You're really talking big. Trying to get me to take you as my master. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Then let's make a bet. Let's just bet on our future success. There is that guy behind the back of the ghost. Our plan is very likely to appear variables. The future exactly how? Towards hard to predict. One will take great pains to stop you. Will always secretly observe you. The slightest mistake in this big show of ours will be exposed. And then it will be even more cunning and harder to kill in a moment. It's not too much of a stretch to say that this is a life and death tiebreaker between us and one. Such a big game. If you can always dominate and win down to the end, then what's the harm in me? Song Tian, being your master? Within the mental space, two large hands that had manifested themselves clasped together. It's a deal. Melting and collapsing within the ancient world. Lin Zhe stepped out of the shadows as it tore the pinched book of illusions into tiny pieces once more. Crush every bone, every inch of skin of these papers. Finally got you, son of a. After completely crushing the one, Lin Zhe swallowed all the confetti along with the Book of Ages itself in one gulp, completely devouring the one. And then, he looked towards Lu Hanyan, the look in his eyes speaking for itself. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan also graciously walked towards Lin Zhe. Don't look at me like that. He held out his hand. You deserve it. I'm willing to bet. Chapter 246 The Grand Finale. From this moment on, you are the Lord of the Tsang Heaven, the true Heavenly Emperor. 10,000 Laws Heavenly Emperor. After saying that, Lu Hanyan transformed into a 7-colored holy light and merged into Lin Zai's body, fusing with one and completely completing it. At this moment, the 50 great Tao of creation were all in Lin Zai's body. The heavens, the earth, the worlds, the heavens, are all in the palm of your hand. There is no beginning and no end. Taichu returns. Heaven and earth are one. 10,000 laws. Return to the source. Tianji Shangmen. Guizhong and the Shui alien woke up from their dream. Hiya. They looked around flabbergasted. Then he saw the Master Taishian Great Sage on the main seat. What's wrong? Nothing. It just seems like a long dream. By the way, where's junior brother? The Great Sage Taishian looked at the sky, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. Let him be. In front of the imperial palace in the 33 heavens, Lin Zai's figure slowly emerged. He snapped open the palace doors. The figures of Yi Xiaoran, Feng Taichu, Lin Zhe, and the others emerged. They gathered in front of the green harvest field, laughing and talking. When they saw Lin Zai coming, each of them turned their heads. The two sides looked at each other without words. Long time. It was only then that Feng Taichu reached out and unfolded his arms. Welcome back, brother. Yi Xiaoran knocked Feng Taichu away. Who wants you as a big man? You don't know anything. With that said, the crowd parted a pathway that led deeper into the harvest field. Lin Zai laughed, frozen in place for a long time. What a beautiful moment. All of it. It was worth it. Why are you still standing there? Go on. The other girl is most unforgiving. She's been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Zai stepped forward and pushed Lin Zai, leading him into the pathway. Only then did Lin Zai walk into the depths of the harvest field with an excited and apprehensive heart. Greeting the green grass and stepping into the early summer breeze, Lin Zai was finally meeting the white silhouette that had haunted him. Dream. I'm home. Let's go home. Earth. Rewind the clock back to where it all began. Lin Zai took Void into dreams and walked down the long-lost busy street. Jingle bells. Hello? Mom? Where am I crying? I'm happy. I'll surprise you both later. I'll be home soon. What surprise? It's not a surprise if you say it. Hang up. A gentle voice came to his ear. Do you think they will like me? Definitely. A few years later, inside a bookstore, the youth of about 17 or 18 years old helplessly put down the memoirs of the Heavenly Emperor in his hand. The light voice in his ears was listened to with a lack of interest. Back in those days, I was following this group of brothers, with 2 watermelon knives in my hands, hacking from the southern heavenly gate all the way to the 33 heavy heavens, telling that heaven to abdicate. Those passionate years are now evocative to think about. So, are you still in contact with the brothers? That's for sure. I'm so comfortable traveling to and from both realms. Today with the first wife, tomorrow with the second wife, and the day after that. The youth immediately tugged the corner of his mouth breathlessly. I'll just make a few casual remarks. You're really getting into it with me. That, uncle. Let's not be too vicarious. This memoir of your heavenly emperor. Youth wants to say with a straight face that you suck at writing, but I'm afraid it's too hurtful. I think you'll have to mull it over and revise it to get results, or else it's bound to flop. Ha? What did you say? My hallowed heavenly emperor. The youth pretended to answer a phone call. Ha? Want me to come right back? Okay, right away. Boss, there's something going on at home. I'll go back first. After saying that, the youth immediately disappeared. Farther away, the word nerve came out of his mouth. Seeing this, the shopkeeper, however, just shook his head and lost his smile. That is, until the bright flame-like voice of the Phoenix girl came from inside the store. Brother Bawang, that teenager has caused you to reminisce? Sister Dream said you're not usually like this. Don't mind him. Not a word of truth comes out of his mouth anyway. It was the Spirit Emperor's voice with some rebellious resentment. Lin Zai watched the teenager leave, a ray of 9-colored light coming out of his eyes. This teenager is different. In the future, we'll meet again. After saying that, Lin Zai closed the bookstore. Emperor, end of book.